My name is Chin Yuni, and this was supposed to be a regular day selling box meals. I handed over a meal to a customer, a man who looked like he had stepped out of a historical drama dressed in a luxurious black robe, wearing a jade crown and radiating elegance. At first, I thought he was part of some scenic spots marketing team hired to attract visitors. I even imagined how his looks could go viral online and boost tourism, maybe even help my sales. Then he gave me money. At first, I was thrilled. He even said to keep the extra as a tip. But when I looked closely, I almost fainted. It wasn't real money, it was spirit money. I wanted to chase after him, but he had disappeared. My first customer on my first day, and I'd already been scammed. Before I could recover, my surroundings changed. The quiet street became crowded with people wearing all kinds of clothes, ancient robes, outfits from the Republic of China era and modern styles. The little village houses turned into old-fashioned buildings. The road was no longer paved with cement, but made of stone slabs. I blinked, thinking I must be hallucinating from hunger, but nothing changed. Then, a man in a long robe approached my cart, asking about incense. I explained I was selling boxed meals and described the dishes, but his next words sent chills down my spine. He asked for incense for worship and casually mentioned that I was a living person selling food in the underworld. What? I noticed he looked pale, with what seemed like blood on the back of his head. He was even walking on his toes, something I'd heard only ghosts do. Terrified, I quickly packed his meal and refused to take his money, but he insisted, saying if he didn't pay, the underworld guards would punish him. His icy touch, as he handed me the spirit money, made me shiver. After he left, more customers showed up, all clearly not alive. They bought meal after meal, leaving me with a pile of spirit money. Some even asked when I'd be back tomorrow. I just wanted to go home. As I stared at my stack of spirit money, I noticed a bank nearby with a sign that read Heaven and Earth Bank. Out of desperation, I went inside and asked if I could exchange the spirit money. To my shock, the staff confirmed it was possible and the exchange rate was incredible. I made $7,840 from 980 spirit coins. One day of work here was worth a week back home. At that moment, I made up my mind. If selling meals to spirits could make me this much money, I'd do it every day. Nothing could stop me from selling box meals in the underworld now. After leaving the underworld bank with a savings passbook, yes, a passbook, not a card, I was ready to head home. But as I pushed my cart, I realized I couldn't find my way back. Before I could panic, two men in black and white suits walked up to me. The one in white pulled out a notebook and asked, "Chin Yuni?" I nodded instinctively. He explained that a system bug had caused my premature death and sent me back 10 years for a second chance at life. My unstable soul accidentally led me to the underworld, but this wasn't where I belonged. They were going to send me back. So, that's why I had been reborn, because of a glitch. In my past life, I was the real daughter of the Chin family, but they loved the fake daughter, Chin Yen, more. She constantly sabotaged me, and my family eventually kicked me out. They didn't even care when I died. When I woke up 10 years earlier, I left the family immediately and decided to live on my own terms, starting with selling meals. Still, I couldn't help asking the two men, "Can I come back to the underworld someday?" Selling meals to spirits had just become my best business opportunity, but they insisted it wasn't possible and prepared to send me back. Then, out of nowhere, the man who bought my first meal appeared. To my shock, the two men called him the Emperor of the Eastern Peak. I'd thought he was just a scammer. The Emperor told them to stop scaring me, and even insisted I be given two special gifts: pills to stabilize my body and a pass to freely enter and exit the underworld for 6 months. I was ecstatic. This wasn't just a pass to the underworld, it was a pass to riches. Before leaving, the Emperor even asked me to make him more dishes, including braised pork. I eagerly agreed, and he gave me a jade pendant, saying it would summon help if I needed it. Even the two underworld guards, black and white impermanents, asked for meals, giving me a teleportation tool to make it easier. With that, they sent me back to the living world. Back at the human bank, I nervously checked my passbook. Sure enough, the money was there 7,840 yuan, earned in just one day. With a teleportation tool and a free pass to the underworld, I knew I'd be back soon, ready to make a fortune selling meals to spirits. I still can't believe everything that happened. Holding my passbook, I stepped out of the bank, blinking at the sun. Was this real? It all felt like a dream. When I got home, I found fresh vegetables at my door, gifts from kind villagers. They thought I'd suffered in the Qin family and felt bad for me. Their support warmed my heart, and the vegetables were perfect for my meal business. The next morning, I woke up early, went to the market, and prepared fresh ingredients for the day. By 10, I was cooking. Today's menu included stir-fried pork with green peppers, braised pork, and sweet and sour pork, alongside vegetarian sides. I even made special meals for the Emperor of the Eastern Peak. Once everything was ready, I swallowed a pill and teleported back to the underworld. When I arrived, a line of ghosts was already waiting. Some looked normal, while others were, well, less so. Ignoring my fear, I started selling. My food was a hit, and the ghosts praised it endlessly. My nerves faded as I focused on the growing pile of spirit money. While serving customers, I overheard some ghosts talking about their struggles. They worked in the underworld to earn spirit money for housing, food, and even reincarnation. Renting or buying homes in the underworld required money, and good reincarnation spots were expensive. It was eye-opening. Could I buy a house in the underworld? If I saved enough, maybe I could secure a future home for myself and even my friends and family. The idea made me excited about expanding my business. Soon, Black and White Impermanents arrived for their meals. I handed them their special orders, and they paid me with spirit money. I took the chance to ask about buying property in the underworld. They explained it wasn't common for the living to buy homes there, but they'd check for me. A basic house cost millions of spirit coins, and prime areas were even more expensive. Hearing that, I realized my dream wasn't going to be easy, but it only fueled my determination. Selling meals in the underworld wasn't just a job, it was my ticket to a future where I could live comfortably, whether in the living world or the afterlife. And nothing, not even the steep prices, would stop me from chasing this dream. I never thought housing prices would even be a problem in the underworld. After learning how expensive it was to buy property there, I did some quick math. If I sold meals daily, I could earn enough to buy a modest home in about 10 years. That didn't seem too bad. I wasn't aiming for a mansion, just a place to call my own when I eventually arrived in the afterlife. For now, my priority was building good relationships with the underworld's officials, like Black and White Impermanents. A good rapport would let me continue selling meals here. Plus, it wouldn't hurt to have connections for when I eventually join the underworld permanently. That day, I asked Black Impermanents to deliver a meal to the Eastern Peak Emperor since I didn't know how to find him. He and White Impermanents agreed, and they even gave me a special device to call them if I ever had trouble. I could tell they were starting to see me as someone worth helping, which made me very happy. Later, more ghosts arrived to buy meals. Word had spread about a living person selling food in the underworld, and my stall quickly became crowded. Some ghosts even started arguing over who was first in line. I had to step in, calm them down, and promise there was enough for everyone. To smooth things over, I offered a discount and gave free meals to the ones who had fought. Thankfully, this worked, and everyone got back in line. While serving meals, I chatted with some of the ghosts. One of them explained that even in the underworld, they needed money to live. They had to work for spirit money to rent homes, buy food, and even save up for better reincarnations. Hearing that, I became more determined to save up for my own underworld home. If I worked hard enough, I could secure a good place and even help others when the time came. The ghosts loved my food and couldn't stop complimenting my cooking. Some said it was the best they'd ever had, even when they were alive. That made me smile, and I promised to keep selling meals every day at the same spot. I even encouraged them to spread the word, offering discounts for referrals. As I packed meals and watched the growing stack of spirit money, I couldn't help but feel optimistic. Business was booming, and my dream of owning a home in the underworld didn't seem so far away. Who knew selling box meals to ghosts could turn into such a profitable adventure? Today was both amazing and terrifying. I started by giving out free samples of my food to the ghosts who hesitated to buy, hoping they'd spread the word. It worked. Most of them ended up buying meals, and my stall got even busier. With so many ghosts lining up, I sold out quickly. I apologized to the remaining ones, promising to bring more food the next day. Thankfully, Biluo, a ghost programmer, helped me handle the rush. To thank him, I saved him a meal. At first, he refused, but I insisted, saying we were friends now. He accepted and even gave me his contact info, offering to help if I ever needed it. After packing up, I counted my earnings over 1,500 spirit coins, much more than yesterday. I exchanged them for over 10,000 yuan at the bank and returned to the human world in a great mood. Back home, I prepared for the next day, even buying incense to sell since some ghosts had asked for it. As I was heading home, a chill ran down my spine. My instinct screamed danger. Suddenly, a shadowy figure covered in black mist lunged at me. I froze, my body in pain, and felt like something was yanked from me. The next thing I knew, I was weightless. My soul was pulled out of my body. Before I completely passed out, I saw a man who looked like a god. He was stunning, with long black hair, pale skin, and red lips. His presence was overwhelming. The shadow tried to escape, but couldn't. The man, who I later learned was Yan Wenjing, dealt with it effortlessly, retrieving my soul and returning it to my body. As he was about to erase my memory, something fell from my pocket, the underworld's pass. He picked it up, looking confused, and muttered about the trouble I'd caused. Before leaving, he cleared away the lingering dark energy around me, leaving me safe but shaken. Today, I learned that even in the afterlife, things can go from rewarding to life-threatening in an instant. Yan Wenjing returned to the underworld with a commanding stride, her presence cold and imposing. With a frosty expression, she said to the guards, "Bring black and white impermanence to see me." The two ghosts guarding the gate exchanged nervous glances, sensing trouble. They immediately summoned Xia Bian and Fan Wujiu. In the hall of King Yan, Yan Wenjing sat regally in the throne room. Xia Bian and Fan Wujiu hurriedly arrived, catching sight of Yan Wenjing's displeased expression. They bowed respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, you called for us?" Yan Wenjing threw a jade token onto the ground before them and said in a deep voice, "Can either of you explain this? Why is a pass from the underworld in the possession of a living person?" Seeing the jade token, Xia Bian and Fan Wujiu instantly realized that the matter involving Qin Yuni had been discovered. "You encountered her?" While apprehending an escaped malicious ghost, I stumbled upon her, whose soul had been taken by the ghost. Yan Wenjing sneered coldly, thinking it could grow stronger by devouring a living soul. Utterly absurd. Her intimidating aura caused Xia Bian and Fan Wujiu to lower their heads even further. They reported, "The jade token indeed was given by us. The Emperor of the Eastern Peak enjoys her cooking, so he allowed her to set up a food stall in the underworld and provided her with a token and a pill of resurrection." Yan Wenjing tapped her slender fingers on the table as she considered the situation. Having a living person in the underworld is ultimately inappropriate. The girl is still lying there now. You two are to handle the aftermath and let her know she can no longer set up her stall in the underworld. Xia Bian hesitated to speak, but Yan Wenjing glanced at him and said, "I will personally explain this to the Emperor of the Eastern Peak. As for the escaped malicious ghost, administer 30 lashes with the soul whip and ensure its punishment is carried out by you two personally. If it does not dissipate into ash, send it to the path of rebirth as an animal." Yan Wenjing threw the token containing the malicious ghost to Xia Bian. They replied in unison, "Understood." After Yan Wenjing left, Fan Wujiu let out a long breath. Her Majesty's aura today was overwhelming. I didn't dare speak. If it had been our mistake today, that soul whip would have landed on us. Just thinking about it is terrifying. He shuddered unconsciously as he spoke. The soul whip is so fearsome that even gods would not emerge unscathed. Unlike regular whips that only harm the physical body, the soul whip strikes directly at the soul. For humans, ghosts, or immortals, each lash leaves an indelible wound, causing excruciating pain that lingers indefinitely. 30 lashes. That malicious ghost could only hope for instant dissolution into ashes. Otherwise, the damaged soul would not only lead to a defective reincarnation but also inflict eternal suffering. Xie Bian said, "Do your job properly, and you won't be punished." Fan Wujie sighed. "It's such a shame, though. Her cooking was so good, and now we won't get to eat it anymore." Xie Bian gave him a sidelong glance and tapped his forehead in exasperation. "You should focus on how to break the news to that girl after the punishment." Qin Yuni jolted awake from a nightmare where a terrifying figure had been relentlessly pursuing her. Her heart pounded furiously, and her clenched fists betrayed her lingering fear. After calming down, she looked around and realized she was in her own bed. She exhaled in relief. Was it just a dream? Checking her phone, she saw that a day had already passed. Her entire body felt weak and sore, as if it didn't belong to her. Suddenly, the room's temperature plummeted. "You're awake?" Looking up, Qin Yuni saw Xie Bian and Fan Wujie. She opened her mouth to speak, but found her voice hoarse and barely audible. Fan Wujie, looking guilty, coughed awkwardly. "Well, the thing is," Xie Bian partially concealed the truth. "You were attacked by an escaped malicious ghost from the underworld. Your body might feel unwell for the next couple of days, but you'll recover soon. Normally, underworld rules require us to erase such memories. Most people would wake up thinking it was just a dream. However, your soul is unstable, and tampering with your memory might have side effects. If you don't want to keep those memories, we can blur them for you." Fan Wujie added, "We've already given you a medicinal pill, but you'll still need a few days to recuperate. Spend some time in the sun to dispel the residual yin energy in your body." Recalling the events of that night and her dream, Qin Yuni had a hunch that such occurrences wouldn't be rare in the future. Moreover, her daily trips to the underworld meant she couldn't always avoid encountering damaged souls. If she couldn't handle this, she had no business setting up a stall in the underworld. Wanting to make money without challenges, how could such an easy life exist? So she shook her head. "Thank you, but there's no need to erase my memory." Fan Wujie hesitated over how to tell Qin Yuni she could no longer set up her stall. Xie Bian said directly, "The king of the underworld has discovered your stall in the underworld. You may not continue operating there." Qin Yuni felt as if the sky had collapsed. "The king of the underworld knows. I can't set up my stall anymore." Those words repeated endlessly in her mind. Her income was gone. Gone. As her world crumbled, anger surged, sweeping away all reason. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. The king of the underworld was utterly unreasonable. She was just setting up a stall in the underworld, not doing anything wrong. So rigid. He must be an old-fashioned geezer. In her mind, she pictured a burly man with dark skin, a long beard, and an annoying habit of stroking it. She almost laughed out loud. He probably even had some embarrassing condition. No wonder he was so mean. After silently cursing him in her heart, Qin Yuni exhaled, feeling slightly better. She forced a smile and said, "Brother Xie, Brother Fan, thank you for taking care of me during this time, but I still hope to continue my stall in the underworld. Could you please ask for me again?" Seeing Qin Yuni's strained smile, Fan Wujie couldn't help but agree. "We'll go back and ask for you. For now, your body needs proper care, so just rest well at home." Qin Yuni nodded. "All right. Brother Fan, Brother Xie, thank you for your trouble." Xie Bian glanced at her and said, "Then we'll head back to the underworld now. Since this isn't work-related, we can't stay in the mortal world for long." Qin Yuni smiled. "Okay, when I'm feeling better, I'll make something delicious to thank you both." She paused, as if struck by a thought, and added, "Even if I can't continue my stall in the underworld, you're welcome to come to my house, and I'll cook for you." Before Fan Wujie could say anything, Xie Baiyan said, "We'll do our best to help you." Qin Yuni froze for a moment and instinctively thanked him. The next second, Xie Baiyan casually added, "The braised pork is quite good." Qin Yuni couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't expected Xie Baiyan to like braised pork, so she nodded in agreement. After Xie Baiyan and Fan Wujiu left, Qin Yuni finally had some downtime. For the first time since returning, she felt relaxed. Getting up leisurely, she prepared herself a hearty breakfast. After breakfast, she stepped outside, gazing at the lush trees and the wildflowers blooming in the fields. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath of the fresh air mixed with the scent of flora, and felt an unprecedented sense of peace. "Yuni, you're home?" Qin Yuni opened her eyes and looked in the direction of the voice. Seeing Aunt Wang, she smiled warmly and greeted Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang raised her hand slightly, shaking the vegetables tied with the grass vine. "I noticed you haven't been out these past couple of days, so I came to check on you and brought some homegrown vegetables." "Why is your face so pale? Have you been overworking yourself?" "My body's been a bit unwell, so I haven't gone out." Qin Yuni hurried forward to take the vegetables. "You worked hard to grow these. You should keep them for yourself instead of giving them to me." Aunt Wang rambled, "You can always earn money later, but if you ruin your health, no amount of money can bring it back. Don't think just because you're young, you can neglect your body. These vegetables are homegrown and free of those weird chemicals. I figured the ones I gave you last time are almost gone, so I picked some more for you. Unlike the ones outside full of growth enhancers and pesticides, homegrown vegetables are much safer." Hearing Aunt Wang's caring words, Qin Yuni's nose stung slightly. "I understand." She brought out a stool for Aunt Wang. "Aunt Wang, please sit." Seeing Qin Yuni's pale face, Aunt Wang couldn't help but ask, "I'm not one to meddle, but everyone in the village cares about you. Tell me, is the reason you didn't stay in the big city after graduation and suddenly returned to the village because that family mistreated you?" Thinking about her past life, Qin Yuni remained silent for a long time before saying, "I just figured it out. I'm an ordinary person, and even if I don't earn much, spending money I earn with my own hands makes me happy. They say, gold and silver nests aren't as good as your own humble nest. The village is my home, and where home is, that's where I'll be." In her heart, Qin Yuni felt the hardships she had endured were in the past and not worth mentioning to gain sympathy. Now, all she wanted was to make money, nothing else. But in Aunt Wang's eyes, it was clear that Qin Yuni had been wronged by that family. Aunt Wang knew that children who lacked familial love growing up tended to be more sensitive than others. However, Qin Yuni had always been resilient. For her to make up her mind to return to the village and say such things, the grievances she must have suffered were unimaginable. She remembered when Qin Yuni discovered she had biological parents. The young girl had smiled brightly, telling the village elders that once she had money, she would take them to the city to enjoy life. But after only a few years, she returned with little more than a small suitcase and some gifts for each family. Not only that, but she immediately busied herself earning money as soon as she got back, leaving no doubt that she hadn't been living well in her new family. Someone like Qin Yuni, who had such a kind heart, wouldn't abandon her loved ones unless she had been deeply hurt. Aunt Wang's heart ached more the longer she thought about it. The poor child had lost her adoptive parents early, her biological parents didn't care for her, and who knew how much she had suffered over the years. The thought left Aunt Wang with a lump in her throat, as if her own daughter had been wronged and returned home to cry in secret. Not knowing how to comfort Qin Yuni, Aunt Wang glanced around the yard. Remembering the unplowed land in the backyard, she rolled up her sleeves decisively. "I noticed your backyard hasn't been tended to. Since I'm here today, I'll help you prepare the land to plant some vegetables. You won't even be able to finish them all by yourself." Qin Yuni had no idea what Aunt Wang was thinking. She had been considering Aunt Wang's advice and thought it might be a good idea to tidy up the backyard when she saw Aunt Wang already getting to work. Qin Yuni wanted to help, but Aunt Wang firmly refused, saying she needed to rest and recover. Left with no choice, Qin Yuni went into the kitchen to make a pot of cooling herbal soup for Aunt Wang and then began preparing lunch. Before she could finish cooking, Aunt Wang came inside. Yuni, the backyard is done. These are some cabbage seedlings. They grow quickly and can be used for soup or stir-frying. I also brought beans, corn, and tomatoes. Just plant them as you see fit. If you're not sure how, I'll come back another day to teach you. I need to head home now. She left the seeds on the stool and walked out. Yuni quickly put down what she was doing and ran after her. Aunt, stay and eat before you leave. Aunt Wong waved her off. No need, I need to get home to cook for your uncle. Before she finished speaking, she was already far down the road. Yuni laughed helplessly and could only return to the kitchen to finish cooking and bring some dishes to Aunt Wong's house. Over the next 2 days, Yuni stayed at home. Using the seeds Aunt Wong had given her, she planted her backyard according to her instructions. Once everything was done, she finally had some free time. Yuni silently cursed him in her heart, then exhaled, feeling slightly better. Although her complexion was not as good as before, she felt her body was fine. Having just returned, she hadn't had enough money to buy everything she needed, only the essentials. Now that she had saved up a small amount, it was the perfect time to go out and purchase what she still lacked. After an hour of shopping, Yuni had bought everything she needed, including a small cart to carry her purchases easily. As she pulled the cart, loaded with items, and prepared to head home, a familiar voice called from behind. Sister? Yuni stopped and turned to look. Yen was holding her fiancé Lin Yang's arm, standing less than 100 meters away. Not intending to interact with them, Yuni turned and started walking away. Yen quickly stepped forward and grabbed her, her gaze falling on Yuni's pale face. With a sweet, innocent smile, she said, Sister, what a coincidence running into you here. Brother Lin Yang noticed I was feeling down lately, so he brought me out to relax. Would you like to join us? Yuni almost laughed at the words. Did she look gullible? Studying Yen carefully, she wondered how she hadn't noticed before how terrible Yen's acting was. Perhaps her younger self had been too desperate for familial love and acceptance, which blinded her to such obvious targeting. Yen claimed this was a chance encounter while relaxing. More likely, she had come to enjoy a good show. It was too coincidental, choosing this remote location, running into her at this exact time. No one would believe such a coincidence. It also showed that Yen had been keeping a close watch on her whereabouts. Feigning surprise, Yen's gaze shifted to the cart Yuni was pushing. Oh, sister, what are you carrying? Why didn't you have a driver deliver it? She tugged on Lin Yang's sleeve, blinking innocently. Brother Lin Yang, why don't we have a driver help my sister? She's a girl pushing such a heavy cart. It must be exhausting. Lin Yang followed her gaze to the cart and frowned. As Yuni met his gaze, she froze. She noticed a faint black mist surrounding Lin Yang, much lighter than the malicious ghost she'd seen before. Why could she see it? She looked at Yen but didn't see anything unusual. So, the black mist was only on Lin Yang? Thinking of the malicious ghost, Yuni wondered if Lin Yang had been entangled with something sinister. The thought brought back past memories how Lin Yang had tried to force her but failed, then accused her of seducing him. The Qin family had believed she charmed Yen's fiancé, accusing her of trying to steal him and even cutting off her living expenses for months. Not long after, Lin Yang's affairs with several women, including a female celebrity, had been exposed. So perhaps the black mist played a part in his downfall? The thought made Yuni sneer. Justice served. Yen noticed Yuni looking at Lin Yang and assumed she still had feelings for him. She stepped forward, blocking her view, and said with a guarded smile, Sister, you may not know, but Lin Yang and I are getting married at the end of the year. You must come to our wedding. Lin Yang's gaze turned predatory as he stared at Yuni, his eyes darkening. That's right, Yuni. You have to come to our wedding. Only then would she realize what she had missed. Hearing Lin Yang call her Yuni, Yen frowned slightly. Looking at the couple, both with their own hidden agendas, Yuni smirked. Sure. As long as you're still in the mood to invite me, I'll be there. Lin Yang's affairs would surface in less than 2 months. By then, Yen wouldn't be so smug. Qin Yan's expression stiffened. Based on what she knew of Qin Yuni, she wouldn't want to return to the Qin family or attend her wedding. Qin Yan had only mentioned it to flaunt, not expecting Qin Yuni to agree. Feigning a smile, Qin Yan said, "I heard you've been busy selling box lunches. Surely you'll be too busy by then." Qin Yuni beamed brightly. "No matter how busy I am, I can't miss my dear sister's wedding if I'm invited." Lin Yang, unaware of Qin Yan's true thoughts, wanted to see Qin Yuni's regret. Hearing she was now selling box lunches, he frowned. "Selling lunches? Why would you come to a place like this to do that? How much could you even make?" Then he added bluntly, "I'll cover your losses for those days." The more Qin Yan listened, the more uneasy she felt. She turned to Lin Yang, trying to discern his thoughts, afraid he might have feelings for Qin Yuni. That wasn't her intention. Fortunately, by the time she looked at Lin Yang, he had reined in his predatory gaze and was looking at her with tender affection. "What's wrong? Don't you want your sister to come to our wedding? I won't let your wish go unfulfilled." Seeing that he was still the Lin Yang who only had eyes for her, Qin Yan relaxed. But she couldn't admit she didn't want Qin Yuni back. She only wanted to remind Qin Yuni that, as far as the Qin family was concerned, she would never be their beloved daughter, even if she was the true eldest daughter. She would always be a country bumpkin. Meanwhile, Qin Yan had the family's love, a devoted fiancé, and a wedding on the horizon. She wanted Qin Yuni to abandon any delusions. Snuggling into Lin Yang's arms, she wrapped her hands around his waist and said sweetly, "Nothing, brother Lin Yang. You're so good to me. Qin Yuni, yuck. So nauseating. She almost vomited up last night's dinner."
But
Qin Yuni's expression shifted, her smile becoming playful. "I see a black mist surrounding my dear brother-in-law. You might want to have someone check that out." Both Qin Yan and Lin Yang's faces darkened at her words. Qin Yan couldn't help but shout angrily, "Qin Yuni, who are you cursing? You're just jealous that I'm living better than you." Lin Yang didn't try to hold her back. Instead, he glared at Qin Yuni with a dark expression. "Are you trying to get my attention this way? I already have Nian Nian. There's no way it could ever be you and me." Qin Yan was delighted by Lin Yang's declaration, but then heard Qin Yuni say, "Where do you get your confidence from?"
Lin Yang?
"Even if he were handed to me for free, I wouldn't want him. Do you think everyone likes a philandering scumbag?" As she spoke, she rolled her eyes at Lin Yang and said disdainfully, "Trying to get your attention? Who do you think you are? Please, lock yourselves up and stop bothering others."
Goodbye.
Qin Yuni was speechless at their self-centeredness. Love-struck fools and egotistical men were equally unbearable. Truly, it's hard to advise those doomed to their own foolishness. She had said what she needed to say. Qin Yan was so furious at her words that her chest heaved, but Qin Yuni gave her no chance to retaliate, pushing her cart and walking away. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Yan let out a breath of relief. At least she had seen Qin Yuni's miserable state with her own eyes, so the trip wasn't in vain. Not long after, Qin Yuni suddenly remembered something. Her eldest brother was supposed to visit a tech company to sign a contract in the next couple of days, but he ended up in a chain car accident on the way, sustaining injuries that kept him at home for half a month. Hesitating for a moment, Qin Yuni decided to give Qin Hao a call. Qin Hao had just gotten into the car when he saw her call. He froze for a moment before answering. Qin Yuni didn't waste any time. "Big brother, are you heading out to sign a contract soon?" Qin Hao frowned. "How do you know I have a contract to sign today?" "Don't worry about how I know. Just have your driver avoid Qingsu Expressway today. There's going to be a chain car accident on the overpass. Take the North Ring Road instead, or you'll end up injured and stuck at home for half a month." Qin Hao found her words increasingly strange. Nothing had happened yet, so how could she say such things out of the blue? "All right," he responded noncommittally, not taking it seriously. Qin Yuni guessed he wouldn't believe her. After all, it was hard for anyone to believe something like this. She sighed, remembering that her eldest brother was the only one in the Qin family who treated her well. She didn't want to see him hurt again, so she urged, "Brother, just trust me this once. Take the North Ring Road. Better safe than sorry, right?" Fine, I got it. Qin Hao agreed. Her call reminded him that she had been away from home for a few days, so he habitually asked, "Where have you been staying these days? Do you have enough money? Should I send you some?" Relieved that he had agreed, Qin Yuni smiled. "No need. I'm back in the countryside and have made quite a bit of money over the past few days." Hearing she was back in the countryside, Qin Hao frowned slightly. How much money could she make there? After hanging up, he transferred a sum of money to her. Seeing the unexpected transfer of 100,000 yuan, Qin Yuni immediately asked, "Brother, did you send me money?" "Yes, just take it. Don't send it back like before. A girl should buy herself some nice clothes." Qin Yuni was silent for a while before saying, "Big brother, I've already left the Qin family. It's not appropriate to take your money anymore. I didn't call you for money. I just wanted to warn you about the expressway. Now that I've said what I needed to, I'll hang up." After ending the call, Qin Yuni returned the money and stared at Qin Hao's name in her contacts for a long time before deleting it. Since she had decided to cut ties with the Qin family completely, there was no need to keep it. Today would be the last time. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yuni continued on her way. Meanwhile, Qin Hao was nearing the expressway. Just before they got on the overpass, Qin Hao recalled Qin Yuni's words and glanced ahead before telling the driver, "Take the North Ring Road instead." The driver was puzzled. "We're about to get on the expressway. Why not take it directly?" Qin Hao replied, "No, go around." Though the driver didn't understand, he followed orders. Fortunately, they had plenty of time, so the detour wasn't an issue. As Qin Hao approached the tech company, he suddenly received a call from the company's manager. Puzzled, he answered, "Heko? Mr. Qin, are you alright?" He asked in confusion. "Why wouldn't I be? It's a relief that you're fine. I just saw the news about a chain car accident on Qingsu Expressway. I was worried you were caught in it." Hearing this, Qin Hao froze, gripping his phone tightly. A chain car accident on Qingsu Expressway? If it hadn't been for Qin Yuni's warning, he would definitely have taken that route. What would have happened to him then? The thought sent chills down his spine. "Heko. Mr. Qin, are you alright?" The manager's concerned voice brought him back to his senses. He replied hoarsely, "I'm fine. I'm just outside your office. I'll come down to meet you." After hanging up, Qin Hao felt his legs go weak and sat down nearby. He couldn't believe Qin Yuni's warning had come true. Since when had his sister become so remarkable? Thinking about how she had returned the money he sent her, yet still called to warn him, he felt a pang of guilt. He had always treated her with casual concern, helping her when he remembered and ignoring her when he didn't. Reflecting on her actions, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel he had cared far too little for his sister. On the other side, Yan Wenjing arrived at the residence of the Emperor of the Eastern Peak. The young servant at the door quickly bowed and respectfully greeted him. "King of the Underworld." Yan Wenjing said, "I have some matters to discuss with the Emperor of the Eastern Peak." The servant immediately went inside to announce his arrival. Before long, he returned and said, "The Emperor of the Eastern Peak invites you in." The Emperor of the Eastern Peak raised an eyebrow at Yan Wenjing, lazily saying, "Oh, what wind has blown the King of the Underworld to my doorstep today?" He then slowly poured Yan Wenjing a cup of tea and pushed it over. Yan Wenjing walked to a nearby chair and sat down, frowning as he said, "Black and white impermanence told me you let a living person set up a stall in the underworld to sell box lunches. You should know the consequences of a living person staying in the underworld for too long." The Emperor of the Eastern Peak replied, "Didn't she take the resurrection pill? What could go wrong? You know that having a living person in the underworld is akin to putting a sheep among wolves. Besides, it's against the rules." Yan Wenjing glanced at the tea and food on the table before him, his tone tinged with displeasure. "You toss everything my way, leaving me to clean up the mess." The Emperor of the Eastern Peak's handsome face broke into a smile. "That's because you're here." Yan Wenjing sneered. Last night, she was almost devoured by an escaped malicious ghost. If I hadn't arrived in time, she'd be a cold, soulless corpse by now. If she stays in the underworld, this kind of thing could happen at any time. The Emperor of the Eastern Peak confidently said, "I trust your abilities. You wouldn't let something like that happen in your jurisdiction." Yan Wenjing shot him a glare. That's still no reason for her to remain in the underworld. The Emperor of the Eastern Peak replied, "Her cooking is delicious." Yan Wenjing was skeptical. How good can the cooking of a mortal be? Haven't you had enough delicious food from all corners of the world over the years? The Emperor of the Eastern Peak said earnestly, "It's different. You'll understand once you try it. Give it a shot before making a decision." Yan Wenjing's interest was piqued by his words. When Yan Wenjing returned to the hall of King Yan, Xia Bian and Fan Wujiu had just arrived to report. Yan Wenjing asked, "Is it done?" Xia Bian respectfully replied, "Yes," but she refused to have her memory erased and also requested to continue setting up her stall in the underworld. Yan Wenjing frowned upon hearing this. He couldn't understand why a human woman was so determined to sell box lunches in the underworld. After a brief silence, Xia Bian hesitated and said, "King of the underworld, this woman also expressed a desire to purchase property in the underworld. Since there's no precedent for a living person buying property here, I didn't respond to her." His words shocked the judge, who almost dropped the Book of Life and Death. "What did you just say?" Xia Bian, recalling his own initial shock at the question, answered. She asked about the requirements for buying property in the underworld. The judge's dark face looked incredulous. "Are you sure she's a living human woman?" Xia Bian gave him a look that said, "What do you think?" The judge was at a loss and muttered, "Strange, strange. This is unheard of. Why would a perfectly healthy living person want to buy property in the underworld? To ordinary people, such a thought would be inconceivable." However, having experienced death once, Qin Yuni felt that tomorrow and death were equally unpredictable. If so, why not prepare for both? Owning property in both the living and the underworld meant she'd have nothing to fear, no matter what came first. Listening to their conversation, Yan Wenjing grew increasingly curious about what kind of woman would be so determined to buy property and set up a stall in the underworld. Instead of addressing Xia Bian's question, Yan Wenjing asked, "Since you gave her the jade token, I assume you've tasted her cooking?" Xia Bian was puzzled but replied, "Yes, we have." "How was it?" Not sure what answer Yan Wenjing wanted, Xia Bian thought of Qin Yuni's box lunches and replied, "It was indeed very good." After a moment of contemplation, Yan Wenjing tapped his fingers on the table and said meaningfully, "If she can continue to sell her food in the underworld, she can also buy property here as compensation for her recent ordeal." Xia Bian and Fan Wujiu were baffled by his words. First, they were told to stop her from setting up her stall, and now this ambiguous statement. Still, they didn't dare contradict the king of the underworld. They exchanged a glance and responded in unison, "Understood." Yan Wenjing glanced at them and said, "Is there anything else? If not, you may leave." Xia Bian and Fan Wujiu bowed and left. When Qin Yuni pushed her cart back home and opened her courtyard gate, she saw a man sitting on the stone bench under her tree. From his figure, he was clearly a man, but he had long, jet-black hair. As Qin Yuni was about to ask who he was, the man, as if sensing her gaze, turned around. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting his black hair. His chiseled features seemed meticulously crafted, and his cold, indifferent eyes conveyed an air of detachment from the world. Qin Yuni's eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this the godlike figure she had seen that night? How was he here? Looking at Yan Wenjing's even more stunning appearance than that night, Qin Yuni's heart raced, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and a red blush spread across her face. Yan Wenjing stood up, his long, narrow eyes narrowing slightly. "Qin Yuni?" Qin Yuni instinctively stood at attention.
"Yes."
The next second, a jade token appeared in her hands. She reflexively caught it and asked in confusion, "Isn't this my jade token? Why do you have it?" She had searched everywhere for it and thought it was lost, only to find it had been taken by this celestial being. Yan Wenjing said calmly, "It fell out of your pocket that night, so I took it." Qin Yuni. He was so handsome, why did he take other people's things? Yan Wenjing studied her with a deep gaze. "The Emperor of the Eastern Peak said your cooking is excellent. For his sake, I'll give you one chance to set up your stall. Tomorrow, Xia Bian will come to collect your food. If it doesn't meet expectations, you won't be allowed to sell in the underworld again. Not even black and white impermanence or the Emperor of the Eastern Peak can help you. Hearing that he knew the Emperor of the Eastern Peak and noticing his commanding tone, Qin Yuni felt a mix of annoyance and realization that he wasn't ordinary. Yet, looking at Yan Wenjing's face, Qin Yuni couldn't imagine him being the king of the underworld. After all, in novels and dramas, the king of the underworld was always portrayed as a towering, robust figure with a stern face, exuding an imposing presence. But other than the king of the underworld, who else could address the Emperor of the Eastern Peak and black and white impermanence so casually? Tentatively, Qin Yuni asked, "Are you the king of the underworld?" Yan Wenjing nodded slightly. Yes. Qin Yuni was so shocked she was speechless. He was actually the king of the underworld? The same king of the underworld she had called an old geezer with hidden ailments. Qin Yuni wore a sulky expression. Nobody had told her that the king of hell could look so handsome. These TV dramas are so misleading. If she had known the king of hell looked this good, she might have, well, cursed him a little less. But the thought of someone so good-looking doing something as heartless as cutting off her source of income still felt utterly unfair. Qin Yuni glanced at him again. Still so handsome. What had he just said? Oh, it seemed like he was giving her another chance to set up her stall? Fine for the sake of money and his good looks. Qin Yuni dropped her cart, walked over to him in a few strides, grabbed his wrist, and started dragging him toward her house. She muttered, "No time like the present. Since you're here, why don't we just try tonight?" Yan Wenting didn't understand her intentions and frowned at being grabbed. He pushed her hand away with displeasure. "I can walk on my own." Watching his retreating back, Qin Yuni pouted and muttered under her breath, "Fine. Walk on your own. Why so mean?" After dragging the cart into her house, she habitually said, "Sit wherever you like, no need to." Before she finished, she looked up and saw Yan Wenting already seated steadily on a stool. Hearing her words, he raised his eyes and glanced at her indifferently, as if to ask, "What were you going to say?" Qin Yuni froze for a moment. She calmed herself, chanting internally, "He's the king of hell. He's the king of hell. You still need his approval to earn money, and even in death, you're on his turf. Provoking him isn't worth it, not worth it." She stole another look at Yan Wenting's handsome face and felt enlightened. Qin Yuni smiled. "Please wait a moment while I prepare dinner." Yan Wenting responded with a reserved nod.
All right.
As Qin Yuni turned away, her smile disappeared instantly. Aunt Wang came by with groceries and noticed the courtyard gate open. She called out, "Yuni, are you home?" No one responded for a while. Seeing the lights on inside, Aunt Wang, worried something might have happened to her, decided to enter without waiting for permission. The moment she stepped into the living room, she saw an impossibly handsome young man sitting on a stool, looking like a celestial being. So late at night, and he was in Yuni's house? He must have a close relationship with her. Who would have thought Yuni had such a dashing suitor, and kept it a secret? Aunt Wang scrutinized him from head to toe, and couldn't hide her smile. She was extremely pleased and asked, "Young man, what's your name?"
How old are you?
Yan Wenting frowned in displeasure at being scrutinized so openly. If it had been one of the spirits in the underworld, he would have sent them to the 18th level of heck without hesitation. But this was a living person with time left in their lifespan, completely unaware of who he was. Suppressing his irritation, Yan Wenting responded, "Yan Wenting." Qin Yuni came out with the dishes and saw Yan Wenting with a cold expression while Aunt Wang sat opposite him, her face glowing with satisfaction. Sensing the atmosphere, Qin Yuni vaguely guessed Aunt Wang had misunderstood. She was caught between laughter and tears. "Aunt Wang, why are you here? Have you eaten? I just made dinner. Join us." No, I was just worried you didn't have enough groceries, so I brought some over." Aunt Wang gave her a knowing look and teased, "Is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. You two make a perfect match." Qin Yuni quickly explained, "Aunt Wang, you've misunderstood. He's not my boyfriend, just a friend." She glanced at Yan Wenting. She wouldn't even dare imagine making him her boyfriend. That'd be asking for a death wish. Aunt Wang chuckled. I'm an old-timer, dear. I get it. I'll leave you two alone. As she spoke, she headed out and winked at Qin Yuni. Qin Yuni. No, you don't get it. Afraid Yan Wenting might implicate Aunt Wang, she awkwardly explained, she's a nice person, but she misunderstood. Please don't mind her. I'll explain it to her later. It's fine. Yan Wenting pressed his lips together and looked up at her. Is the meal ready? Qin Yuni quickly set the dishes on the table. Worried he'd been waiting too long, she had only made 2 simple dishes and a soup. Please try them. Yan Wenting picked up a piece of stir-fried pork and tasted it slowly. He ate at a measured pace, and his expression gave nothing away. Qin Yuni, holding her bowl, suddenly felt nervous. How's the taste? Wiping his mouth, Yan Wenting replied, It's acceptable. Qin Yuni's eyes sparkled. Then about setting up my stall. You may continue operating in the underworld, Yan Wenting said calmly, but remember, the underworld isn't like the human world. Spirits vary in nature, so you must ensure your own safety. With his approval, Qin Yuni's face lit up with a radiant smile. With the determination of someone taking an oath, she declared understood. I won't cause you any trouble. Thank you, King of Hell. You're truly a wonderful King of Hell. Yan Wenting glanced at her. After sending him off enthusiastically, Qin Yuni was so overjoyed she started hopping around at home, even washing dishes with a spring in her step and humming songs. She had planned to set up her stall in the next couple of days, but unexpectedly, someone came to visit her the next day. Qin Yuni was about to leave to buy groceries when she ran into Qin Hao. Seeing him without any injuries meant he had listened to her warning and avoided the highway bridge yesterday. But what was he doing here today? Curious, she asked, Brother? Why are you here? Qin Hao surveyed the surroundings and frowned. You live here? Stepping aside, Qin Yuni let him in and said, There's nothing wrong with this place. What brings you here?
Come in and talk.
She poured him a glass of water and placed it in front of him. I don't have coffee, just plain water. Make do. Qin Hao glanced at the glass and then at Qin Yuni's pale face. The living conditions here were too poor. He couldn't imagine how she had been living here compared to the family estate. Fiddling with the glass, Qin Hao said, If you hadn't warned me not to take the highway yesterday, I'd probably be in the hospital now. Qin Yuni smiled. So, you came all the way here to thank me? But if you hadn't listened to me, there's nothing I could have done, right? So really, you saved yourself. Qin Hao studied her for a moment, as if seeing her in a new light, and smiled. Why didn't I notice how sharp you were before? Qin Yuni thought for a moment and replied, Probably because you were rarely home. Qin Hao nodded in agreement, then looked at her seriously. I've overlooked you before. I won't let that happen again. Noticing her current living conditions, he clenched his fists slightly. Yuni, come back with me. Big brother, if you're here to persuade me to go back, don't bother. I'm not going back. Qin Yuni cut him off directly. After everything she'd experienced in her past life, going back would truly mean she had lost her mind. Qin Hao could tell she had a strong aversion to the Qin family. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but in the end, he didn't press her to return. Instead, he asked, How have you been these days? You don't look well. Qin Yuni replied calmly, I'm doing really well now. The money I earn in one day here is more than I could spend in a month in this small town. If you had any idea of what I went through in the Qin family, you'd understand I mean it when I say I'm doing well now. Qin Hao took out a card from his bag and handed it to Qin Yuni. Since you don't want to go back, take this card. At least it'll make your life a bit easier. If you ever need help, you can always call me. Qin Yuni glanced at it briefly before handing it back with an expression so calm it bordered on indifference. Take it back. I don't need it. Big brother, I still call you that because you are the only one in the Qin family who treated me decently. Consider this even for whatever good you did for me back then. From now on, I don't want anything to do with the Qin family. So, please don't come looking for me again. If we happen to meet, just act like you don't know me. With that, Qin Yuni stood up, opened the door, and made it clear she was showing him out. Qin Hao didn't want to leave like this, but seeing the stubborn look on Qin Yuni's face, he decided to leave for now and address it later. As Qin Yuni watched him walk away, she shut the door behind him. She used to want to integrate into the Qin family because she had never truly experienced the love of her parents. Her adoptive parents had passed away when she was only a few years old. Her grandmother had raised her until she was 10, but then she was gone too. After that, she grew up alone, eating at the tables of various households. In exchange, she would work hard for anyone who fed her, afraid they might think she was lazy and stop feeding her. When her biological parents came looking for her, Qin Yuni was overjoyed. She tried her best to please everyone, desperately wanting to fit into the family. But she had forgotten not everyone could accept someone who appeared out of nowhere after more than a decade to compete for their limited affection. Not all parents loved their children equally either, especially when it came to the difference between a daughter they had raised since birth, one they could be proud of, and a daughter who grew up eating from strangers' tables, a complete embarrassment to bring up in conversation. The choice was obvious for the Qin family. She didn't blame them. After dying once, she didn't need that anymore. Qin Hao looked back at the closed door, holding the card tightly in his hand. He vaguely felt that he had missed something important. He didn't know why Qin Yuni was so hostile toward the Qin family, but if she felt this strongly, her time there must not have been good. He realized he had never paid enough attention to notice. This reminded him of when Qin Yuni had first come to the Qin family. At that time, he had just graduated from university and was taking over the company, full of ambition and arrogance. He remembered one occasion in her first year with them when she had brought him food at the office. But he had been swamped with meetings and work. By the time he got around to eating, the food was cold. He took one look at it, found it unappetizing, and told someone to throw it away. That evening, Qin Yuni looked at him with bright eyes and asked how the food tasted. How had he responded? He had been frustrated with work and impatiently said, "I threw it away." Qin Yuni had clearly been disappointed but had forced a smile and made an excuse for him. "Big brother, maybe you didn't like that dish today? I'll try cooking something else you like next time." What had he said then? Something like, "The house has a chef and the company has a cafeteria. You don't need to cook." His tone must have been unpleasant because her face had fallen after hearing that. Looking back now, he regretted venting his work frustrations on her. She probably just wanted to get along with them, which was why she tried to do things for them. If she had cooked for him, she had probably cooked for others in the family as well. Thinking about it, Qin Hao's expression darkened. Considering how much Qin Huai disliked Qin Yuni, he had probably bullied her often. As for the second brother, while he didn't outright dislike her, he was the most popular celebrity of the moment. If he hadn't publicly acknowledged Qin Yuni, her approach would have been dismissed as the actions of an illegitimate child. He barely came home once a year and likely didn't care about her situation. Their parents always favored Nian Nian, and to avoid upsetting her, they probably leaned even more in her favor. Looking at it this way, no one in the family had truly cared about Qin Yuni. No wonder she preferred living in a small town to staying in the Qin family. For the first time, Qin Hao felt he had failed as a big brother. He called his second brother. "Big brother? What's up?" "I'm busy preparing for rehearsals." "Has Yuni ever come to you? Brought you anything?" "I think so. I don't remember." Hearing this, Qin Hao felt a stab of guilt. How little must he have cared to not even remember? He realized he had been just as indifferent. If it hadn't been for what happened yesterday, he might not have sought her out or realized her struggles. Suppressing his anger, he said, "She's your sister. Do you not even remember if she's ever brought you something?" Caught off guard by his sudden outburst, Qin Jing replied indifferently, "I'm busy with acting and performances. I don't have time to keep track of unimportant things. She left the family, did you know? And? Do you want me to bring her back? Do you know how many fans I have? Do you know how much a minute of my time is worth? She's not a child anymore. She won't get lost." The more Qin Hao listened, the angrier he got. What's more important, money or your sister? It's this kind of attitude that made her leave without hesitation. With a cold tone, Qin Hao added, "After your performance, come home." "Got it." After hanging up, Qin Hao left with a grim expression. He had to confirm a few things. Meanwhile, Chin Yuni had no idea what Chin Hao was thinking, or if she did, she wouldn't care. Right now, all she cared about was making money. Nothing else mattered. After confirming that Chin Hao had left, Chin Yuni went to the market to buy ingredients and resumed her business. Since she hadn't been there for a few days, Chin Yuni prepared more food than usual. After setting up her stall, she sent messages to Xie Bayan and Fan Wujiu, letting them know to pick up their lunch boxes. Because she had been absent for a few days, she even called out loudly lunch boxes for sale. Fresh and delicious lunch boxes. Many ghosts who knew about her stall gathered around as soon as they heard her call. Some had heard about the living humans selling lunchboxes, while others wanted to buy some themselves. Regardless of their reasons, Chin Yuni's small food cart was soon surrounded by more ghosts than ever before. The ghosts began speaking all at once. "Boss, why didn't you come to sell lunchboxes these past few days? Look at me, I've starved myself thin." "Yeah, I couldn't eat your lunchboxes these past few days, and I didn't even have the energy to work. You need to take full responsibility. I've run here 3 or 4 times, scared I'd miss you." "Boss, were you scared off because we looked too ugly when we died? Don't be afraid of us. I had a cosmetic master fix my appearance yesterday. I'm not scary anymore, so don't be too frightened to sell lunchboxes." "Who did you go to for the fix? I might get a touch-up too." The group of ghosts all expressed how much they liked Chin Yuni's cooking and how much they wanted her to keep selling lunchboxes. Chin Yuni hadn't expected them to like her food this much. She was touched that they missed her after just a few days. Today, in addition to braised eggplant, sweet and sour fish, and cucumber salad, she also made some meat buns and braised pork, primarily for Xie Bayan and Fan Wujiu. However, she had made extra and decided to share with the other ghosts as well. With a good-natured smile, Chin Yuni explained, "I had some personal matters to attend to and stayed home to rest for a few days. Since I promised last time to give a discount to ghosts who missed out on lunchboxes, everything is 20% off today to express my apology. Additionally, those who didn't get lunchboxes last time can receive a complimentary bun I made specially for today." She then took out the underworld version of a smartphone that Fan Wujiu had given her and demonstrated, saying, "Also, scan this code to join a group chat. I'll send out notifications in the group next time, so no one comes here in vain." Though she had said she was resting, she had actually been busy upgrading the phone and experimenting with new recipes. Since Biluo's phone design was outdated, Chin Yuni, a computer science graduate, spent some time upgrading it. Ghosts with phones eagerly scanned the QR code and joined the group chat. The group was named Vegetarian Taste in Underworld Lunchbox Group. All the ghosts lined up in an orderly fashion to buy lunchboxes. Chin Yuni had initially priced her lunchboxes at 12 underworld coins each, unaware that 1 underworld coin was equivalent to $8. This meant each lunchbox sold for nearly $100 in the underworld. In the living world, a lunchbox price this high would have trended on social media for its outrageous cost. After all, what kind of lunchbox includes ingredients like king crab or sea cucumber? However, she hadn't adjusted the price because the ghost seemed fine with 12 coins. It only felt expensive to her because she was converting it to dollars in her mind. In reality, 12 underworld coins couldn't buy much in the underworld. To buy a house there, she'd need to work diligently for over a decade to save enough. For now, Chin Yuni decided to focus on buying a house in the living world, leaving the underworld property as a secondary goal. After all, it would take only 2 or 3 months to buy a decent house in the city with her earnings. Just the thought of it filled Chin Yuni with optimism for the future. While packing lunchboxes with a cheerful expression, she asked, "I brought some incense today. Does anyone need incense?" Immediately, a ghost joked, "Boss, you're finally willing to sell incense, huh?" She laughed. "I noticed a lot of you asking for it, so I went out of my way to bring some." The ghost about to pay looked up and said, "Give me some." "How much for everything?" Chin Yuni paused, holding the incense. "What's the usual price for incense here?" The ghost glanced at the bundle of incense and replied, "This bundle is 20 underworld coins." "I'll take 2 bundles." Chin Yuni now had a rough idea of incense prices in the underworld. That's 52 underworld coins total. The next ghost in line said, "Boss, 1 lunchbox and 1 bundle of incense." Some ghosts bought 5 or 6 bundles of incense. Chin Yuni told them she'd regularly bring incense, so there was no need to buy so much at once. But wealthy ghosts weren't easily dissuaded. Seeing that her advice didn't work, Chin Yuni decided to let them do as they pleased. Black and White Impermanents received Chin Yuni's message to pick up their lunchboxes while they were handling official business. They asked Oxhead and Horseface to pick them up during their patrol. Oxhead and Horseface had heard rumors about a pretty living girl selling lunchboxes in the underworld. When she didn't show up for a few days, they thought she might have been chased away. To their surprise, she was back and selling lunchboxes again. A living person selling lunchboxes in the underworld was quite a novelty. However, they had been too busy recently. New ghosts had been causing trouble, and they were occupied with capturing malicious spirits. Though they had tried visiting her stall a few times, they never caught her there. Meanwhile, Xia Bayan and Fan Wujio had already arranged for their lunchboxes. When Oxhead and Horseface arrived at Chin Yuni's stall, they saw it surrounded by a large crowd of ghosts, including several wealthy ghosts from Zone A who had been rich second-generation heirs during their lives. After death, their families burned plenty of paper money for them, allowing them to quickly buy houses in Zone A. They usually used high-end incense. Yet even these wealthy ghosts were lining up for lunchboxes. Oxhead and Horseface exchanged glances and curiously observed Chin Yuni. They had to admit, the human girl was quite attractive, but there was no shortage of good-looking women in the underworld. However, a pretty human girl selling lunchboxes here? She was one of a kind. As they approached the cart, the fragrant aroma of food wafted through the air. The colorful dishes looked mouth-watering, and Horseface's mouth even started to water. Horseface began to understand why even Xia Bayan and Fan Wujio had fallen for her food. Oxhead, less tempted by food, said calmly, "We're here to pick up lunchboxes for 7th and 8th lords." Hearing this, Chin Yuni looked up and saw 2 unusual-looking ghosts. Without much thought, she handed over the special lunchboxes for Xia Bayan and Fan Wujio. "These are the ones for Brother Xia and Brother Fan." Oxhead and Horseface took the lunchboxes. Horseface stared at the obviously different meals and swallowed hard. He muttered to Oxhead, "Oxhead, what if we just ate these?" Oxhead seemed to know what he was thinking and replied flatly, "You'd probably end up receiving a double beating from 7th and 8th lords." Horseface fell silent for a few seconds, then looked down at the lunchboxes again, as if weighing whether getting beaten was worth it for such a meal. At this moment, Chin Yuni packed 2 lunchboxes and handed them over, her almond-shaped eyes curving slightly as she smiled apologetically. "I failed to recognize you two as underworld envoys earlier. These 2 lunchboxes are my token of apology.
Please accept them."
The enticing aroma immediately won over Horseface. Under normal circumstances, this would have been impossible. Plenty of ghosts had tried to bribe him with incense to turn a blind eye to certain things, but the strict rules of the underworld forbade accepting such bribes. Yet, in the instant the food entered his mouth, Horseface felt that as long as he could eat such a delicious lunchbox daily, even enduring a joint beating from 7th and 8th lords would be worth it. Oxhead, who initially maintained his pride as an underworld envoy, changed his mind after taking a single bite. This lunchbox was genuinely delicious. It didn't just smell good, it tasted incredible. Horseface couldn't help but think of Meng Po's soup, which had been simmered for hundreds of years. Turning to Oxhead, he muttered, "Meng Po should try this. What on earth is she making every day?" For once, Oxhead nodded in agreement. Despite being surrounded by many ghosts and maintaining their dignity as underworld envoys, Oxhead and Horseface paid for their meals with underworld coins. They also exchanged contact information with Chin Yuni, letting her know she could call on them if needed. Satisfied, they carried Xia Bayan and Fan Wujio's lunchboxes and headed back. When the judge saw them in high spirits with the packaged meals, he asked, "What's making you so happy?" "You know the living girl selling lunchboxes in the underworld? 7th and 8th lords were busy, so they asked us to pick up their pre-ordered lunchboxes. By the way, We just heard 7th and 8th lords are back. Oxhead and Horseface raised the lunchboxes in their hands. We were just about to deliver these. Honestly, her food is really good. Judge, if you're interested, you should try it. I guarantee you'll want to eat it again. The judge, recalling King Yan's earlier inquiry about the lunchboxes and black and white impermanence's reply, looked curious despite his serious demeanor. Is it really that good? How good can a lunchbox be? Oxhead, unusually expressive, said, "You'll understand once you try it." The judge frowned. Everyone kept saying the same thing. After selling out her lunchboxes, Qin Yuni happily went to the bank to deposit her underworld coins. Her earnings for the day amounted to over $20,000. Running a stall in the underworld was truly profitable. The words she told Qin Hao yesterday were no exaggeration. With her current daily income, she could live comfortably in her small town for 6 months without spending at all, as long as she didn't buy anything major. With this level of income, she was already in the high-income bracket. She had no reason to return to the Qin family and deal with their attitudes. After depositing her money, Qin Yuni strolled around the underworld for the first time. Despite visiting many times, she had never taken a proper look around. The streets were different from those in the modern world, not as wide. The nearest shop to her stall resembled a general store, filled with various household items. To her surprise, she stumbled across what appeared to be an adult-themed store selling indescribable items. Cough, cough. She hadn't expected ghosts to have such needs. Quickly averting her gaze, she hurried past the shop and headed to the next one, which sold clothing. The shop carried a wide variety of garments, including undergarments. What she hadn't expected was to find a store named Speed Express Delivery, which appeared to handle items burned in the living world that had to be collected here. As she ventured deeper, she discovered a shop without a signboard displaying various instruments, which reminded her of the ghosts mentioning cosmetic procedures. Was this the fabled cosmetic surgery shop? Indeed, where there's demand, there's business. As Qin Yuni continued to explore, she noticed that most of the shops found in the living world also existed in the underworld except for food-related ones. Ghosts didn't need food. They only needed incense. The underworld was divided into several zones, but Qin Yuni could only access residential, work, and lifestyle areas. One area was off-limits to her, strictly guarded by underworld envoys. A living human entering that zone would never return to the living world. While wandering, she encountered many ghosts. Some curiously stared at her upon realizing she was alive, while those who had bought her lunchboxes greeted her warmly. For a moment, she became a unique sight in the underworld. It seemed unbelievable to see a living person casually strolling through the underworld without fear of death. Qin Yuni also took a closer look at the underworld's houses. Most homes were small 2-story buildings, with a maximum of 6 floors. There were also a few luxurious villas, likely owned by wealthy individuals. It seemed that even in the underworld, wealth created distinctions. What shocked her most was that many ghosts lived in dormitory-style rooms, with dozens of them sharing a single room with bunk beds. Apparently, these houses had cheap rent, costing only 20 underworld coins per night. Most ghosts in the underworld rented these accommodations, saving their money for a chance at reincarnation. After seeing this, Qin Yuni became even more determined to earn as much money as possible. The thought of sharing a room with dozens of ghosts in the future was suffocating. Given her current advantages, she had to make the most of them. Determined, Qin Yuni realized she couldn't just wait passively for black and white impermanence to respond. She had to take the initiative. Although the Eastern Emperor was powerful, it seemed that the underworld followed Yan Wenting's lead. Just thinking about Yan Wenting's face made Qin Yuni blush. But then she remembered his sharp tongue, and her excitement instantly cooled. When Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu arrived, they saw Qin Yuni alternating between blushing and a serene expression. Fan Wujiu teased, "Thinking about someone special?" Hearing the voice, Qin Yuni exclaimed joyfully, "Brother Fan." "Brother Xie, aren't you busy? How do you have time to come by?" Suddenly, she remembered something. Bending down, she retrieved a bag of incense from beneath her cart. I went to the temple to get this offering incense for you. I almost forgot in the rush, but luckily you're here. We've come with good news for you. Fan Wuju lit a stick of incense and took a deep breath. It was clear this incense came from the city god temple and was different from regular incense. Since the temple was far from Qin Yuni's home, it seemed she had encountered the escaped malicious ghost while buying it. Last time, King Yen said that if Qin Yuni continued her business in the underworld, she could buy a house here. Since she was selling again today, it meant she had likely passed King Yan's test and was now eligible to purchase a home in the underworld. As soon as the two finished their tasks, they hurried over. Hearing it was good news, Qin Yuni immediately thought about what Xie Baiyan had mentioned last time asking for her. Could this be the good news? Suppressing her excitement, she asked, "What's the good news?" Fan Wuju, puffing on several sticks of incense, answered vaguely. "Didn't you mention wanting to buy a house in the underworld?" Xie Baiyan asked King Yen about it, and the king, upon learning that you were injured by an escaped malicious ghost due to a mistake in the underworld, decided to compensate you by allowing you to purchase property here. Xie Baiyan slapped him lightly in disapproval. "Behave yourself." Then he turned to Qin Yuni and said, "As long as you have enough underworld coins, you can go through the formal procedures to buy a house here." Instead of calming down, Fan Wujiu pulled out another stick of incense and offered it to Xie Baiyan.
Want one?
Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Yuni grabbed Xie Baiyan's wrist.
Ah.
Thank you so much. In the living world, buying a house often required a lottery system. Some people even spent a lot of money just to get a spot in the lottery to qualify for purchasing a home. But now, as a living person, she had earned early eligibility to buy a house in the underworld. This gave Qin Yuni even more motivation to make money. It seemed that King Yen wasn't so bad after all. Thinking about how much Xie Baiyan and Fan Wujiu enjoyed her cooking, Qin Yuni decided to cook something delicious for them as a thank you. Since it was too late to go to the market today, there probably wouldn't be any fresh produce left. She decided to buy ingredients early the next morning. She smiled and asked, "Are you free tomorrow evening? I'd like to invite you and the Eastern Emperor to dinner." Without hesitation, they both nodded. "We're free." Qin Yuni hesitated briefly, unsure whether to invite Yan Wenting. If she invited him, his mere presence at the table might not only affect her appetite but also cause black and white impermanence to eat less. But if she didn't invite him, it might seem rude since he had just helped her. Xie Baiyan noticed her hesitation and, recalling something he'd heard earlier, said, "King Yan is busy tomorrow. He probably won't be able to attend." Hearing this, Qin Yuni felt relieved and even happier. Realizing she likely didn't have contact information for the Eastern Emperor, Xie Baiyan offered to inform him on her behalf. Qin Yuni beamed.
It's settled then.
Meanwhile, at the Qin family residence. On his way home, Qin Hao suddenly remembered an incident when Qin Yuni called him, asking him to attend her parent-teacher conference. He had been on a business trip at the time, so he called their mother and asked her to go instead. Parent-teacher conferences were usually attended by mothers. Why would she have asked him to go? When Qin Hao arrived home and found no one there, he asked Aunt Tian, "Where's my mother?" Aunt Tian, puzzled but honest, replied, "Madam went shopping with Miss and the young master." "Is there something you need, sir?" "Nothing," Qin Hao said, turning to leave for the office. Just then, Qin's mother returned, carrying several shopping bags, her face full of smiles as though Qin Yuni's departure hadn't affected her at all. Qin Yen greeted him sweetly, "Big brother." Hearing this, Qin's mother looked up. "How? Why are you standing at the door?" Qin Hao asked directly, "Mom, do you remember when I called you and asked you to attend Yuni's parent-teacher conference? Did you go?" Still basking in Qin Yen's charms, Qin's mother replied with a puzzled expression, "Parent-teacher conference? What conference?" Qin Hao explained, "It was Yuni's senior year. I was on a business trip and asked you to attend in my place." Qin Yen, looking timid, chimed in, "I think that was when Mom went to my parent-teacher conference instead. Did something happen to my sister that day? She didn't mention anything when she got home. It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked Mom to come to mine." Qin's mother, now remembering, responded nonchalantly. Oh, that time. Nian Nian also had a parent-teacher conference that day, so I sent Aunt Tian to Uni's. Qin Hao. Qin Huai, annoyed by Qin Nian's uneasy demeanor, snapped, How? That was ages ago. Why are you bringing it up now? Did Qin Uni badmouth us to you? Qin Hao felt a tightness in his chest, a mix of frustration and sympathy for Qin Uni. He couldn't imagine how she had endured 6 years in such a family. Her biological mother skipped her conference to attend one for the daughter who had taken her place for over a decade. Qin Hao could almost picture Uni first asking their mother to attend her conference, only to be refused. Knowing their father was always busy, Uni, being sensible, wouldn't have bothered him. That's why she had turned to him for help, only to be sent back to their mother. Despite having so many family members, none had been willing to attend her conference. In the end, a housekeeper went in her place. How laughable. How pitiful. Fixing a sharp gaze on Qin Nian, Qin Hao asked sternly, Nian Nian, how did your performance costume get damaged? Was it really Uni? Startled by his tone, Qin Nian took 2 steps back before firmly replying, I don't know if it was my sister, but she was the only one there at the time. Qin Huai quickly stepped in to shield her. How, you're scaring her. If it wasn't Qin Uni, who else could it have been? Are you suggesting Nian Nian ruined her own costume? That was her debut performance.
She cared so much about it.
Why would she destroy her own outfit? Fixing a piercing gaze on Qin Nian, Qin Hao asked again, Is that really what happened? Under his scrutiny, Qin Nian countered tearfully, Big brother, are you doubting me? Her eyes reddened, tears welling up. If you doubt me, call the police. I'm not afraid of an investigation. Their mother frowned in disapproval. That's enough, Hao. What are you doing? Is Nian Nian a criminal that you have to interrogate her like this? Seeing her reaction, Qin Hao felt more uncertain. But thinking about his suspicions sent a chill down his spine. If they were true, how much had Qin Uni suffered in the Qin family all these years? Without evidence, Qin Hao said nothing further. He lowered his gaze and muttered, I must have misunderstood. I'll be off to the office now. Without another word, he left. Unaware of the turmoil at the Qin household, Qin Uni was busy shopping for incense. She was still considering opening a shop in the underworld to sell food. The underworld lacked food shops, and incense vendors were also few. With so many ghosts reincarnating daily and new ones arriving, demand was high. The wealthier ghosts used high-quality incense, while poorer ghosts subsisted on 1 stick a day. This shortage meant incense was often in short supply, creating a lucrative opportunity. But as more shops opened, the incense supply piled up, leading to diminishing returns. That's why on the first day Qin Uni sold lunchboxes, someone had asked if she had incense for sale. It turned out the underworld's incense supply had run out recently, and new stock hadn't arrived yet. After seeing those ghosts living crammed together in dormitory-style housing, Qin Uni quietly lowered her incense prices a bit, so even the less wealthy ghosts could afford it. Unexpectedly, this decision left her with a hidden problem. Bringing the incense back home, Qin Uni decided to sell it only to her regular customers, treating it as something she was bringing for them. For now, this was the best she could do until she figured out a more convenient method later. After all, she was still new to the underworld and couldn't go too far. Even though she knew black and white impermanence, anyone who could open a shop in the underworld must have significant connections. As a living person selling lunchboxes in the underworld, she was already drawing attention. If she pushed her boundaries further, she might face trouble. All she wanted was to earn more money enough to buy a house in the underworld if she earned a lot, or a house in the living world if she earned less. This was her second chance at life, and she didn't even own a house in the underworld yet. She wasn't about to waste this opportunity. Though she decided against opening a physical store in the underworld, she considered opening an online store on a platform like Taobao. Ghosts could place orders directly, avoiding overstock and reducing costs. With that thought in mind, Qin Uni started researching how to set up a Taobao store that very night. She even contacted Biluo for advice. After a meticulous discussion, by the time Qin Uni was ready for bed, the framework for her store was complete, waiting only for decorations and product listings. The next day, Chin Yuni bought significantly more groceries than usual. She had promised to treat her guests to a feast that evening, and she couldn't just serve a few simple dishes. After returning home with her groceries, she immediately started preparing the ingredients. The dishes she planned to make were all time-consuming and labor-intensive. Once the preparations were complete, she made herself a simple lunch. She planned to rest for an hour before starting dinner, but her underworld phone suddenly rang. Looking at the phone, she saw it was a notification from her newly created lunchbox group. Vegetarian Taste and Underworld Lunchbox Group had twisted off. "Boss, aren't you selling lunchboxes today? White brain. Boss, hungry. Need food. Still a beautiful lady today. Wah, boss, save me. I haven't eaten in 10 years. Abyss. If the boss hasn't shown up by now, maybe she has something going on and won't come today." Realizing she had forgotten to notify the group, Chin Yuni quickly replied, Sorry, I got busy and forgot to notify everyone." Head twisted off. "The boss is here. White brain. Boss. Hurry up and set up your stall. Are you not interested in making money anymore with your 3 days on, 2 days off schedule? Chin Yuni. I'll be there tomorrow, same time, same place. Looking forward to seeing you." All head twisted off. "We'll forgive you if you let us choose the menu." Chin Yuni. "Sure, you can choose 1 meat dish per day. I'll post tomorrow's options, and we can vote on them." "Still a beautiful lady today. Can we have sweet and sour ribs tomorrow? My child says she wants some." Abyss. "I'm getting old. I'd like some braised pork." Seeing the flood of dish requests, Chin Yuni created a poll. Sweet and sour ribs, braised pork, sliced boiled pork, spicy diced chicken, kung pao chicken. As soon as she posted the poll, everyone started voting for their favorite dishes. Some even invited their friends and family to join the group just to vote. Head twisted off invited Walla, dead and still dancing, and other friends to the group. "Still a beautiful lady today, what? You're calling in reinforcements? Spicy food causes breakouts." Head twisted off. "You've misunderstood. I'm just advertising for the boss. You can choose not to eat tomorrow, and I'll help you eat your share." Spicy diced chicken, Head twisted off's choice, quickly gained a lead as his friends voted in droves. "Still a beautiful lady today. You think I'm an idiot? I'll just give up my lunchbox money? No way." She began rallying her own reinforcements. Before long, many others joined in, inviting friends to the group. Even Abyss, who claimed to be old, invited several old friends to vote. The group grew from a few dozen ghosts to nearly 80. Chin Yuni's pretty almond-shaped eyes curved into a smile. In the end, spicy diced chicken won with 18 votes, followed by sweet and sour ribs with 16, braised pork with 15, kung pao chicken with 10, and sliced boiled pork with 7. Chin Yuni. Tomorrow's meat dish will be spicy diced chicken. Head twisted off. "Boss, you're awesome." Having finalized the menu, Chin Yuni exited the group chat and began cooking. Meanwhile, Black and White Impermanents, carrying gifts for Chin Yuni, ran into the judge on their way. Seeing their unusual attire and the gifts in their hands, the judge asked, "Where are you two going?" Fan Wujio beamed with excitement. "Chin Yuni invited us to her house for dinner. Her lunchboxes are already delicious, so her cooking must be even better." Recalling how Oxhead and Horseface had raved about her food, the judge took just 2 seconds to consider before saying, "Do you think she'd mind an extra guest?" Fan Wujio. He had only wanted to show off, not bring in competition for the food. Xie Bian frowned slightly and said politely, "She may not have prepared enough food." The judge waved dismissively. "That's fine. I don't eat much." Xie Bian. He shot Fan Wujio a glare, frustrated at his inability to keep things simple. Fan Wujio was equally annoyed. How could he have known the judge, usually so serious, would decide to invite himself? Xie Bian added, "You probably didn't bring a gift, did you? As representatives of the underworld, it's inappropriate to show up empty-handed for a first visit." The judge paused, seemingly considering this point. "Not a problem." With a wave of his hand, The judge conjured several gift boxes, including talismans, peachwood swords, and protective charms perfectly tailored to Qin Yuni's needs given her recent encounter with a malicious ghost. Even Xie Bian fell silent. There was no arguing. The gifts were impeccable, better than anything he or Fan Wujiu had prepared. The judge smiled. "Lead the way, gentlemen." Fan Wujiu grimaced behind them, but the judge, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, turned around. Fan Wujiu instantly changed his expression, acting as though nothing had happened. Xie Bian, after walking a few steps, suddenly remembered something and turned to remind the judge, "Judge, remember to tone down your expression later, and preferably don't smile. I'm afraid you might scare her." The judge. He wasn't ugly. Why would smiling scare her? At most, he was just a little more manly. Weren't men supposed to look dignified? When they arrived at Qin Yuni's house, the Eastern Emperor had already arrived before them. He was casually munching on a plate of crispy fried pork that Qin Yuni had made for him. Seeing the Eastern Emperor sitting in Qin Yuni's modest brick house somehow made it feel more like a luxurious villa. Hearing the commotion, the Eastern Emperor turned and saw the three of them standing at the door. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise when he noticed the judge with them. "It seems you all get along well, coming here together." Fan Wujiu's eyes were fixated on the golden, aromatic dish in front of the Eastern Emperor. "What's the Emperor eating? It smells amazing." Qin Yuni, carrying a plate of sweet and sour fish, greeted them with a smile. "You're here. The Eastern Emperor is having some crispy fried pork. Feel free to have some while I finish up." When her gaze fell on the judge, his stern face awkwardly tried to pull into a smile. However, it looked nothing like a proper smile, more like a twisted grimace. Coupled with the darkness behind him, it gave off a sinister and eerie vibe, almost as if he was there to claim her life rather than have a meal. Especially since he held a pen in one hand and the book of life and death in the other, making him look downright terrifying. Startled, Qin Yuni instinctively stepped back a few paces, nearly dropping the plate in her hands. Fortunately, the Eastern Emperor reacted quickly, waving his hand to steady her and the plate with a faint burst of energy. He turned and scolded the judge, "Xiao Cui, stop using that look you reserve for evil spirits to scare Xiao Yuni. If you frighten her, are you going to cook for me instead?" Xie Bian, though anticipating the scene, was a step slower than the emperor. Still holding a grudge, Fan Wujiu quickly jumped in to introduce the judge, though his tone carried a hint of personal bias. "Don't be afraid. This is Judge Chuiyu. He's not exactly easy on the eyes, and his personality isn't great either, but you don't have to worry about him. He's just here to mooch a meal. Give him some food, and he'll be fine." Qin Yuni.
Kuiyu.
Hearing Fan Wujiu's introduction, Chuiyu's fingers twitched, itching for action. But glancing at the Eastern Emperor seated nearby, he refrained. Fighting in the Emperor's presence would be inappropriate. He looked at Qin Yuni, who was still a little shaken, and reminded himself that he was here for a meal, not to cause trouble in someone's home. Grinding his teeth, Chuiyu said begrudgingly, "I just wanted to greet her and be friendly." Despite Fan Wujiu's remarks, Qin Yuni couldn't truly ignore the judge. After all, he was an underworld envoy, and someone close to King Yan. She wanted to maintain good relations. Still, with the judge's intimidating aura, she hesitated to address him too casually, worried that one wrong word might land her name in the book of life and death. Qin Yuni quickly explained, "It's not Judge Chui's fault. I just wasn't prepared. Anyone else would probably have been just as startled." She placed the plate on the table and said, "Brother Xie, Brother Fan, Judge Cui, please have a seat. The food will be ready soon." Chuiyu hurriedly presented the gift he had brought, coughing lightly as he apologized. "I'm sorry for the trouble." Qin Yuni waved her hands in refusal. "This is too valuable. I just wanted to thank you all for your care in the underworld. I don't have much to offer, so I thought I'd cook a meal for everyone." The Eastern Emperor interjected, "Just accept it as compensation for him scaring you." He then produced a wooden box. "This is a millennium-old snow lotus. Consuming it will help you recover your health more quickly. We have plenty of these, so don't refuse." Xia Bayan and Fan Wujiu also presented their gifts. If you don't accept these, it might not be so easy to ask us for help in the future. Hearing this, Qin Yuni, who wanted to build good relationships, had no choice but to accept. She returned to the kitchen to prepare more dishes. Over time, she had learned that her guests preferred meat dishes, so most of the spread consisted of meat, with 1 or 2 seafood dishes as well. Cui Yu, having heard from Oxhead and Horseface about Qin Yuni's culinary skills, finally understood after taking a bite why everyone loved her cooking so much. He suddenly felt cheated. Xia Bayan and Fan Wujiu had been enjoying her cooking for so long, and this was his first time tasting it. Before leaving, Cui Yu even requested that Qin Yuni prepare extra lunchboxes for him in the future. Just then, a voice called from behind Qin Yuni. "Yuni, are you home? I brought you some vegetables." Aunt Wang's words were cut off as she caught sight of the judge standing beside Qin Yuni. She let out a terrified scream. Ah! Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground, the vegetables spilling everywhere. Trembling, she pointed a shaky finger at the judge. Then, as if unable to comprehend what she saw, her voice broke into fragmented cries, "G ghost!
Ghost!"
Qin Yuni had just begun to explain, "Aunt Wang, don't be scared," but before she could finish, Xia Bayan and Fan Wujiu turned to see what was happening. Though they weren't deliberately exaggerating their appearances, their ghostly pale skin was unsettling enough in the dark. At this sight, Aunt Wang fainted on the spot. Qin Yuni, Xia Bayan and Fan Wujiu. How had this become their fault? Clearly, it was Cui Yu who scared her, yet Aunt Wang passed out after seeing them. They had even made an effort to dress more normally to avoid scaring anyone. Cui Yu glanced at Aunt Wang and said, "Erase her memory. Will it affect her health?" Qin Yuni asked, worried as she looked at Aunt Wang. She hadn't expected her to visit tonight. Xia Bayan nodded. "It might have some effect." Hearing this, Qin Yuni suggested, "Then don't erase it. Let her think it was just a dream." Xia Bayan agreed.
"All right."
"Do you need help moving her to the sofa?"
"Thank you,"
Qin Yuni replied without hesitation. About an hour after Xia Bayan and Fan Wujiu left, Aunt Wang woke up. Flailing her arms in the air, she quickly sat up, her face pale with fear. "Ah, don't take me away," Qin Yuni hurried to support her. "Aunt Wang." Hearing Qin Yuni's voice, Aunt Wang turned her head. Her eyes darted around before she realized she was in Qin Yuni's house. "How did I get here?" Qin Yuni brought her a glass of water with a pinch of the snow lotus the Eastern Emperor had given her and said apologetically, "Aunt Wang, you came to bring me vegetables. You must have been tired and fainted for a bit. Did you have a nightmare?" Feeling guilty, Qin Yuni blamed herself for causing Aunt Wang to faint, though she had no choice but to lie to her. Aunt Wang didn't notice anything unusual in Qin Yuni's tone. Her expression was a bit dazed. So, it was just a dream. She vaguely felt like it hadn't been a dream, but she couldn't be sure. After all, if she had truly encountered a ghost late at night, would it really have let her go so easily? Aunt Wang attributed everything to her age and declining eyesight. "Maybe I'm just getting old, and my eyes are playing tricks on me. Since I've given you the vegetables, I'll head back now." Qin Yuni quickly stood up to follow her. "Let me walk you home." Aunt Wang waved her off. "No need. I've walked these village paths for decades. I'm not going to get lost now." She even joked, "After drinking that water you gave me, I feel like I could walk back and forth several times without getting tired. My body feels as strong as it did when I was young." Hearing this, Qin Yuni thought to herself, that Millennium Snow Lotus from the Eastern Emperor really works wonders. It may not make someone young again instantly, but regular use is surely beneficial for the body. She dropped the idea of walking Aunt Wang home and instead asked, "I remember you keep quite a few chickens at home. Are they ready to be sold?" Aunt Wang, not suspecting anything, replied while walking, "I have about a dozen. They're ready. Are you craving chicken? I'll bring one over for you tomorrow." Qin Yuni quickly said, "I'd like to buy a few from you, actually. I'm planning to make spicy diced chicken to sell tomorrow." Aunt Wang was about to refuse payment, but Qin Yuni, seeing this coming, said firmly, "Don't even think about not taking money. If you don't take it, I won't buy from you." Buying from you or someone else, it's all the same. Of course, I'd rather support our own people. Hearing this, Aunt Wong stopped arguing and smiled. All right, you win. How many do you want? I'll kill them and bring them over in the morning. Qin Yuni thought for a moment. 5 should be enough. As they chatted, they arrived at Aunt Wong's house. Aunt Wong went straight to the chicken coop, caught 5 chickens, and tied their feet and wings. I already fed them tonight. I'll weigh them tomorrow morning after their food has digested. Most people selling chickens would feed them heavily beforehand to increase their weight. Aunt Wong, however, ensured they weren't overfed, so the weight would be more accurate. Qin Yuni smiled and nodded. Sounds good. I'll head back now. After returning home, she tidied up, watered her plants, and then washed up to rest. The next morning, Aunt Wong brought the chickens, already slaughtered, to her house. Guessing that Aunt Wong hadn't eaten breakfast yet, Qin Yuni invited her to stay and eat. She then paid for the chickens at market price. The chili peppers she chose were mildly spicy, suitable even for those who couldn't handle heat. She also prepared a cooling soup to accompany the dish. After cooking, she pushed her small cart to the underworld to sell lunchboxes. By now, her business had stabilized, with a regular customer base. Once her stall was set up, she took a photo and posted it in her group chat. She also sent a message to Xia Bayan and Fan Wujiu. Vegetarian taste and underworld lunchbox group Qin Yuni. Photo lunchboxes are ready. Head twisted off on my way. Head twisted off, who was nearby, immediately responded upon seeing the message. Great monster. Boss, save one for me. I'm running errands and will be late. Just as Qin Yuni was about to reply, a calm voice spoke. Boss, 1 lunchbox, please. Looking up, she saw an elderly man, about 60 years old, with graying hair. He looked like an ordinary grandfather and seemed familiar, perhaps a previous customer. Without overthinking, Qin Yuni smiled and packed a lunchbox for him. Unexpectedly, the man took out his phone and snapped a picture. Moments later, Qin Yuni's phone pinged with a notification. Opening the group chat, she saw Abyss. Photo, I'll taste it for you all first. Qin Yuni. She hadn't expected Abyss to actually be an elderly grandpa. What's more, he seemed to have a playful, youthful spirit. Unable to help herself, Qin Yuni's lips curled into a smile. Head twisted off. I was so close and I didn't even get the first lunchbox. Barely 2 minutes after Abyss left, a young man, looking no older than 20, rushed over. Boss, 1 lunchbox, please. Recalling the group chat, Qin Yuni was surprised to see how young he was. She asked, Are you head twisted off? The young man grinned. Yep, that's me. My real name's Xiaonia. Qin Yuni recognized him as a frequent customer. He seemed to have a big appetite. Seeing her glance at him for a few seconds, Xiaonia chuckled. Boss, are you wondering how someone so young ended up here? He didn't seem to mind and cheerfully explained, I was born with a congenital heart condition. The doctors said I wouldn't make it to adulthood, but I lived to 21. His tone turned proud, his voice rising slightly at the end. Qin Yuni couldn't help but smile. That's impressive. Do you really love spicy diced chicken? I'll pack extra for you. Xiaonia shook his head. Actually, I've never tried it. I always wanted to, but my heart condition meant I couldn't eat spicy food. I never got the chance. Thanks to you selling lunchboxes here, I finally get to taste it. His words left Qin Yuni silent for a moment. She quietly packed extra for him. Moved by what he said, Qin Yuni decided to add the first rule to her new group. Seeing the overflowing portion of spicy diced chicken, Xiaonia beamed. Thank you, boss. I run a small shop nearby. If you ever need to send anything to relatives in the underworld, I can deliver it quickly for you. Recalling the delivery shop she had seen earlier, Qin Yuni asked, Is Speed Express your shop? Surprised that she knew, Xiaonia replied, Boss, you've heard of my shop? I saw it once. I didn't realize you owned it. Qin Yuni was genuinely surprised. She hadn't expected Xiaonia to be the owner. Opening a shop in the underworld meant either having wealth or connections. It made sense, though. Xiaonia's condition must have required a lot of money for treatments. His optimistic attitude suggested he came from a well-off family. But if he was wealthy, why open a delivery shop?
Xiaonia laughed.
Does it seem odd? At first, I made deliveries for living people sending burned offerings to the underworld. Then, when I arrived here, I thought, why not set up a proper shop? When I was alive, I couldn't run or jump. But here, I'm free to do anything. Honestly, I feel happier here than I ever did in life. And now, with you selling lunchboxes, I couldn't be happier. He sighed and said, the only regret I have is not being able to spend more time with my parents. But it's okay. I can wait for them. When the time comes, we'll be reunited. Qin Yuni nodded and hesitated before saying, if you need my help, I can run an errand for you. But you've probably already sent them a dream. Xiaonia replied instinctively, I only have one dream left, and there's a time limit for dream visits. Each one lasts only a minute, so I have to express myself briefly. Otherwise, before I can say much, the time runs out. Qin Yuni asked in confusion, why? Doesn't this help the underworld generate more underworld currency and boost GDP? Xiaonia chuckled and explained, frequent dream visits weaken the yang energy of the living, which is bad for their health. That's why the underworld has rules. A ghost can only send 3 dreams in total, and there must be at least 3 years between each one. Otherwise, if dreams happen too often, the living wouldn't be able to handle it, and things would get out of control. His explanation gave Qin Yuni an idea for a business opportunity. Since ghosts couldn't send frequent dream messages, she could act as a bridge to deliver messages for them. With this new money-making idea, her peach blossom eyes sparkled, and she said with a radiant smile, thank you. This lunchbox is on me. Tomorrow you can choose a meat dish, and I'll make it just for you. Xiaonia looked momentarily stunned. What just happened? But the prospect of picking a dish made him immediately nod with enthusiasm. Let's add each other as friends. I'm not an underworld envoy, so I might not be much help, but I've been here a long time and know a lot about how things work. Qin Yuni pulled out her phone, opened the Add Friend interface, and handed it to him with a warm tone. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of opportunities to work together in the future. Just as she handed him her phone, more customers arrived at her stall to buy lunchboxes and incense. Not wanting to hold up her business, Xiaonia added her as a friend, bid her farewell, and left with his lunchbox. While packing orders, Qin Yuni encouraged those with phones to join her group. Of course, the underworld was home to ghosts from many different eras. Some didn't know how to use phones, while others, more trendy, were eager to learn and try new things. With her good looks, sweet demeanor, and ever-present smile while selling lunchboxes, many ghosts enjoyed chatting with her. Some were regular customers who had been buying from her since she started her stall in the underworld. The regulars started queuing up in an orderly fashion and even began chatting among themselves. Ever since the boss started selling lunchboxes, life doesn't feel so unbearable anymore.
Exactly.
I never cared much for food when I was alive, but now that I'm dead, I can't stop craving it. Same here. If only we had some booze to go with it, it'd be perfect. Hearing this, Qin Yuni kept working but replied with a smile, I'll prepare some for you tomorrow. The elderly ghost chuckled. That's great. We old folks will be looking forward to it. Qin Yuni nodded in agreement. When Chueyu arrived, the line at Qin Yuni's stall was quite long. Some ghosts, upon seeing the judge, grew nervous. Nearly everyone had been frightened by him at some point when they first arrived. Seeing him now, they quickly gestured to the others in line. Hearing the murmurs, the ghosts turned and saw Chueyu. One by one, they fell silent, becoming as quiet as chickens. Few could face his stern expression without fear, especially with the Book of Life and Death in his hand. They worried he might jot something down if they upset him. The lively line instantly quieted, and the ghosts stepped aside, ceding their places to him. Noticing the sudden silence, Qin Yuni looked up and saw Chueyu standing nearby. She couldn't blame them for being scared. Even she still felt a bit intimidated. But since he was here for a lunchbox, she quickly grabbed the one she had prepared for him and handed it over with a smile. Judge Cui, what brings you here personally? Glancing at the scared-away customers, Qin Yuni realized she should have asked Xiao Nie to deliver it instead. Next time, She'd definitely have him handle it to avoid scaring off her other customers. Chui said, I had some free time, so I thought I'd take theirs with me as well. He handed her 2,000 underworld coins. This is for our lunchboxes for the month. Qin Yuni was taken aback. That's way too much. Chui replied, take it. We might occasionally ask for something extra. Seeing his serious expression, Qin Yuni couldn't bring herself to refuse and accepted the payment. After Chui left with the lunchboxes, the other ghosts breathed a collective sigh of relief and returned to the line. Judge Chui is so scary. Exactly. Who would have thought he'd come to buy lunchboxes? It just shows how good the boss's cooking is. Qin Yuni smiled humbly. Thanks for supporting me. As she spoke, her hands moved quickly, packing lunchboxes and selling plenty of incense along the way. She had set aside a lunchbox for a group member who had requested one earlier. That customer arrived just as she was about to wrap up. The ghost, Great Monster, hurried to her stall and sighed in relief. Thank goodness you're still here, boss. Seeing how flustered he was, Qin Yuni grabbed the pre-packed lunchbox and handed it to him with a reassuring smile. You didn't need to rush. I saved a portion for you when I saw your message. I was going to reply, but I got too busy and forgot. Next time, if you're running late, just let me know in the group. I can leave your lunchbox at Speed Express for you to pick up. Or, if it's inconvenient, I can ask Speed Express to deliver it. Great Monster's eyes widened with excitement. Really? He explained that traveling to her stall was quite far for him. The first time he bought her lunchbox, he happened to be nearby for errands. After tasting her food, he joined the group to stay updated. But since he couldn't always predict when she'd set up her stall, it wasn't feasible to make the trip regularly. If delivery was an option, it would save him so much trouble. Qin Yuni smiled and asked why not. This idea had come to her earlier, when Chui visited. If she could arrange one delivery, she could handle multiple. Xiaonia would just have to take on a bit more work. Great Monster, now holding his lunchbox and thrilled about the delivery option, happily said, then I'll take 2 lunchboxes. I'll cover the delivery fee. As long as it gets delivered, I'm fine. He rummaged through his wallet for a moment and finally pulled out a 100 yuan underworld bill. No need for change. Clearly someone who wasn't short on money. Great Monster's gesture made Qin Yuni smile. She replied, then you can pick a dish for tomorrow. I'll make 2 special servings just for you. Surprised, he asked, I can order something special? Indueni explained, normally, no. I'm just a small operation, and it's just me. If everyone placed custom orders, I wouldn't be able to keep up. But since you gave more than necessary, I'll make an exception for you this once. She wasn't as desperate for money as she had been in the beginning. What she needed now was to build and maintain customer loyalty. Plus, after her experience with the Eastern Emperor, she still felt cautious. Hearing this, Great Monster quickly understood. Her approach was clever, accepting the money without being overly generous, while offering a suggestion he couldn't refuse and would appreciate. The reasoning made him feel valued. After all, not every ghost could enjoy the privilege of custom orders. Even if she hadn't offered to make a special dish, he would have done the same since he didn't have smaller bills on him. No matter how he looked at it, he was satisfied with her response. Great Monster added her as a friend, sent her the delivery address, and left with his lunchbox. After finishing her sales, Qin Yuni tallied her earnings for the day over 2,900 yuan. While slightly less than the previous day since she hadn't sold much incense, the judge's 2,000 yuan payment brought her total to over 4,900 yuan. After depositing the money, she returned home, stored her cart, and went out to buy a case of beer, some loose white liquor, and smaller bottles for repackaging. She also bought several tables and chairs from a furniture shop. Back home, she ordered a batch of disposable lunchboxes online, customized with her stall's name. She also bought peanuts from villagers, planning to roast them as snacks. Before going to bed, Qin Yuni messaged Xiao Nia about helping with deliveries. He agreed without hesitation. She then posted her first group announcement. Anyone with a special story or sentimental connection to a dish can request a one-time custom order. The group chat immediately erupted with excitement. Forever 18, boss. Can we really order custom dishes? Come on, come on. Boss, I've got a story. Chin Yuni. Yes, but you'll have to wait your turn. Scattered by the wind. Boss, why can't everyone order custom dishes? Bright white brain. Yeah, I've got so many cravings. Custom orders would be amazing. Chin Yuni, it's just me for now. If I took all custom orders, I wouldn't be able to keep up. Abyss. If the boss gets overworked, who'll cook for us then? Abyss's comment silenced the ghosts clamoring for custom orders. Daily hot meals were more appealing than occasional custom orders. Plus, with the group voting on a meat dish every day, they all had a chance to enjoy their favorites eventually. Now, it became a game of social networking as everyone began inviting friends to the group, hoping to boost votes for their chosen dishes. The group's membership quickly surpassed 150 online users. Lemon passion fruit. Boss, what kinds of dishes can you make? After some thought, Chin Yuni cautiously replied, I can make most home-style dishes and a few simpler gourmet dishes. Chin Yuni, if you can't make it to buy a lunchbox, Speed Express can deliver it to you. Group members. Boss, you're amazing. Boss, you're the best. Wishing the boss booming business. Flattering messages flooded the chat. Chin Yuni, what meat dish do you want tomorrow? Scattered by the wind. Braised pork with preserved mustard greens. Come on, come on. Shredded pork and garlic sauce. Forever 18. Cola chicken wings. Autumn. Braised pig trotters. Chin Yuni created a poll with the most popular options and shared it in the group. While they voted, she scrolled through her contact list and messaged Biluo. Chin Yuni, are you free to help me create a meal ordering app? She barely had any time to spare between cooking and selling and couldn't work on the software herself. Biluo replied a few minutes later, still working overtime. Crying emoji. Biluo, when do you need it by?
Induenie, no rush.
You can work on it when you have time. Biluo, got it. Chin Yuni understood how demanding their profession was even in the afterlife. Overtime seemed unavoidable. She gave him a brief outline of what she had in mind. While she hadn't seen any meal ordering systems in the underworld yet, she had spotted a few delivery workers. Once the app was ready, she could recruit some to handle deliveries. After all, relying solely on Xiao Nie for deliveries wasn't ideal. Lunchboxes tasted best when fresh and hot, and it would take too long for him to deliver them all alone. Since it was already late, Chin Yuni decided to postpone decorating her online shop and instead focus on preparing for the next day. She'd take things one step at a time. There was no need to rush. Checking the poll results, she finalized the next day's meat dish before turning off her phone and happily drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, the judge had just returned to the King of Hell's Hall with his lunchbox. Before he could deliver it to Xia Bayan and Fan Wujiu, Yan Wenting caught a whiff of the aroma and asked, "What's that smell?" Chui raised the bag slightly and replied, "Lunchbox." Yan Wenting glanced at the unremarkable packaging and then at Chui. "You're eating this now too?" The human girl cooked a feast last night to thank Xia Bayan, Fan Wujiu, and the Eastern Emperor. I tagged along for a bite, Chui admitted. His usually stern face softened with nostalgia. I have to say it was really good. That's why I had her prepare one for me today.
Yan Wenting eyed Kuyu curiously.
Knowing him, he wasn't the type to care about food, let alone join others for a meal. Thinking back to Chin Yuni's cooking, Yan Wenting couldn't deny it had been impressive. But the fact that even Chui Yu, normally indifferent to such things, went to eat with black and white impermanence and the Eastern Emperor without inviting him, that was unacceptable. Hiding his thoughts, Yan Wenting glanced at the plain lunchbox. Casually, he said, "Since you've already eaten it, you won't mind if I have this one, right?"
Kuyu. Oh.
Actually, he did mind. Yan Wenting, usually uninterested in anything that disrupted his work, suddenly showing interest in a lunchbox? That wasn't a valid reason to steal it. Chui tightened his grip on the bag, his expression turning into a strained smile. She probably hasn't sold out yet. Why don't you go buy one yourself? Yan Wenting's aura grew imposing. Smiling faintly, he asked, "Judge Chui, have you finished your work?"
Kuyu.
No, he hadn't. Reluctantly, he handed over the lunchbox, feeling defeated. Yan Wenting accepted it nonchalantly, patted Cui Yu's shoulder, and said, "Actually, I was going to say it's fine to wait until later." Cui Yu's eye twitched. Yan Wenting left with the lunchbox, leaving Cui Yu stewing in frustration. In the King of Hell's hall, Yan Wenting opened the unassuming lunchbox and inhaled the aroma. He unwrapped the chopsticks and began eating elegantly yet swiftly, finishing the entire meal. Looking at the empty box, he mused, "I'll have Cui Yu buy me another one tomorrow." It was already the evening of the next day when Qin Jing returned home after the performance. He was still wearing his performance clothes and had on exquisite makeup. He threw his suitcase aside and walked straight to the sofa. He slumped down on it and yelled, "Brother, what's the matter that made you call me back so anxiously?" Qin Hao came back from Qin Yuni's hometown and went to the room where she used to live. He found it empty. There were no warm decorations for girls, nor any beautiful clothes or dolls that girls liked. He asked Aunt Tian and found out that the day Qin Yuni left, she only took a very small suitcase, which she brought with her when she came. In other words, Qin Yuni hardly bought anything in the past few years since he came to the Qin family. This is obviously not normal. He didn't know about other girls, but taking Qin Yan, for example, she used to buy a lot of clothes, bags, shoes, etc. for her family almost every month, as well as countless dolls of different sizes. As long as they were pretty, she would buy them home. Her room is the largest, but because she has so many clothes and bags, the original dressing room is not big enough, so the next room was specially connected to make a dressing room for her. In contrast, Qin Yuni's room was so clean and tidy that it didn't look like a girl was living there. Instead, it looked like a short-term tenant who could leave at any time. Qin Hao leaned forward and said, "I went to see Yunya's room yesterday." Qin Jing didn't care much and picked a grape and put it into his mouth and said vaguely, "And then?" "I asked Annie Tian, and she said that Yunya only took a suitcase when she left, but when I went to see her, her room was so clean and empty that it didn't look like a girl's room." Do you know what this means? This means that she has lived in our house for so many years, but she has no sense of belonging at all. This is clearly her own home, but she has no sense of belonging. Qin Jing said indifferently, "Maybe she is a germaphobe and doesn't like to have too many things in her room." "It's not as complicated as you say. You went to so much trouble to get me back, just for this? Do you know how many schedules I still have waiting for me?" Qin Jing became more and more dissatisfied as he spoke, and in the end he even refused to eat the grapes. Qin Huai was the first to push 2 suitcases into the house, and saw his eldest brother and second brother were both there. He asked in surprise, "Second brother? Why are you back? What are you talking about?" When Qin Yan heard that Qin Jing had returned, he quickly walked in holding Qin's mother's hand and said with sparkling eyes, "Second brother, when did you come back?" Qin Jing shouted, "Mom." He nodded and said, "I just came back not long ago, and my elder brother was talking about Yunya's departure." Qin Huai's face immediately fell when he heard this, and he said unhappily, "She's gone. Why are you still mentioning her?" Qin Yan's face didn't look very good either. Qin Hao stood up and said, "Since everyone is here, let's go and take a look together." Everyone looked at each other, with a puzzled look on their faces, and followed Qin Hao to the door of a room. He stood at the door and pushed it open. Qin Huai asked doubtfully, "Isn't this just an ordinary room? What do you want us to see?" Qin Hao said, "This is Yunya's room." Qin Yan only took a glance and immediately understood what her elder brother asked them to see. She pursed her lips to hide the depression in her eyes. "Qin Yuni has been gone for so long. Why are you still fighting with her?" Qin Jing asked in confusion. "Is this her room? How come she lives on the same floor as the servants?" He just heard his eldest brother say it and didn't have any great feeling. But after he saw it with his own eyes, he found that the room was really unusually clean. There was nothing there except the basic furnishings and bedding. Qin's mother was also shocked. It felt like she was abusing her own daughter. She defended herself by saying, "I had people transfer money to her every month. She didn't buy it herself." At that time, there was no extra room at home, so she lived here temporarily. Mother Qin seemed a little lacking in confidence when she said this. Qin Hao suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, "Mom, how much money do you ask people to send to her every month?" She subconsciously said, I don't have time to transfer the money myself. I can just ask the finance department to transfer the money to her on time every month. He asked again, how much does Qin Yen get every month? Mother Qin blurted out, 100,000. After Qin's mother finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. Sure enough, not only Qin Hao's eyes had a complicated look, but Qin Jing's expression was also not right. They are all daughters, but one of them doesn't even know how much money is transferred to her every month, and she still asks the finance department to pay it. The other is to transfer it personally. The difference between them is not only in terms of money, but also in terms of psychological importance. As they talked more and more, Qin Yen's face became paler. She had a premonition that everything was about to change. Qin Jing also realized that Qin Yuni might not have a good time at home, so he began to recall the previous time when Qin Yuni looked for him. I remember that I had a drama filmed in their school before. She seemed to bring her friends to ask me for an autograph, but I seemed to be acting with the heroine at the time and didn't pay attention. My assistant probably thought she was a student asking for an autograph, so he asked her to leave because it was inconvenient. He paused and continued. I remember vaguely hearing her classmate say, didn't you say Qin Jing is your brother? Why didn't his assistant even let me sign an autograph? When I looked up, I didn't see anyone, so I thought I had heard it wrong. It was only later that she came to apologize to me and said she shouldn't have disturbed me while I was filming that I realized I had heard it right. The more Qin Jing thought about it, the more he felt that what he had thought was a trivial matter must have had a great impact on Qin Yuni, who was in school at the time. But it's too late to say this now. Mother Qin hesitated for a second and said in surprise, didn't you film at a university? How did you run into her at a university? As soon as she said this, everyone except Qin Yen fell silent for a moment. Qin Jing was even more shocked than his mother. Mom, you didn't know she was from university, eh? Mother Qin frowned. She comes from a small place like that. How good can her grades be? That's why I don't pay much attention to her. Qin Hao said sarcastically. She got into number 1 middle school by herself and scored 695 points in the college entrance examination, ranking 3rd in the province. In fact, he had forgotten a lot of things. It was only after he started paying attention to Qin Yuni's affairs in the past 2 days that he learned a lot of things he didn't know before. But at the same time, the more he knew, the more he understood why she was so determined to leave this home. His words reminded everyone of the time when the college entrance examination results came out. At that time, everyone's attention was on Qin Yen, and no one paid attention to Qin Yuni at all. Whether they were partners or friends, they all praised Qin Yen for her good performance in the exam and said that their Qin family had a good daughter. At that time, not many people knew that Qin Yuni was also the daughter of the Qin family. Because Qin's father and mother were ashamed to tell others that they had a daughter from the countryside, everyone tacitly agreed that the Qin family had only one daughter, Qin Yen. Therefore, when Qin Yen, who scored less than 600 points, was praised by everyone, Qin Yuni, who scored nearly 700 points, could only watch silently from the side. It's not that she didn't fight for it. On the contrary, she fought for it too many times, but she was bruised and battered every time. Again and again. She has lost the courage to fight again. That's why I gave up everything. I asked Annie Tian. She said that Yunia always wears school uniforms and only wears 6 sets of private clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. I didn't expect that this number would appear in our family. Not to mention Mom and Nian Nian just talking about us boys, who doesn't have several or even dozens of sets of clothes in the closet for every season every year. Mother Qin was very shocked and just murmured, I asked the finance department to transfer the money to her. Qin Hao, why don't you ask the finance department how much he transfers every month? Qin's mother held the phone for a while before calling the finance department. Madam, what can I do for you? Mother Qin asked under Qin Hao's gaze. How much money do you transfer to Qin Yuni every month? The financial officer asked suspiciously, didn't you ask that 1,000 yuan be transferred to Miss Yuni's account every month? Do you need to change it? The financial aspect undoubtedly gave everyone a loud slap in the face. In City A, where every inch of land is valuable, Although the Qin family is not considered very powerful, their wealth is still worth several hundred million. But he only gives his own daughter 1,000 yuan a month? Especially when he knew that Qin's mother gave Qin Nian 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month, it made it even more obvious how unappreciated Qin Yuni was in this family. Mother Qin then remembered that the reason why she gave Qin Yuni such a low living allowance was because she heard from someone that they only gave children a few hundred yuan a month for living expenses, and they were afraid that the child would spend it recklessly and learn bad things. Thinking that Qin Yuni had just arrived in City A and must not be used to it, in order to prevent her from learning bad things, he deliberately raised the salary by several hundred yuan to 1,000 yuan and kept giving it for so many years. This amount of money is barely enough even if Qin Yuni eats in the cafeteria every day and does not go out to eat. Not to mention that girls all love beauty and need skincare products, cosmetics, various daily necessities, fruit snacks, etc. This is simply not enough in City A. Just a set of slightly better skincare products can cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars. No wonder her room is so simple and empty, with nothing in it. Her monthly living expenses are barely enough for her to live on, so she doesn't have any extra money to pursue beauty. Qin Hao suppressed his anger. No wonder Aunt Tian said that Yunia often works part-time. If she didn't work part-time, she wouldn't even be able to afford clothes. It is for both myself and this family. If anyone cared about her a little more, they would realize how difficult her life was. Mother Qin's face also looked a little ugly. I thought you would subsidize her. Didn't you often buy things for Nian Nian and give her money privately before? Mother Qin's words made Qin Hao and Qin Jing silent. Even Qin Huai, who had always been at odds with Qin Yuni, rarely said anything. Qin Jing is often away filming and performing and rarely comes back. Although he always brings gifts for his sisters every time he comes back, he rarely gives them money. Qin Hao would give it to Qin Yuni, and at first she would accept it, but later on she would not accept it as much. Unless she needed money, she would ask him to borrow some, and she would return it to him afterwards. Qin Hao thought she had enough money to spend, so he didn't give her any money. He didn't expect that all that was earned from her part-time job. As for Qin Huai, it was even more impossible for him to give money to Qin Yuni. Given his relationship with Qin Yuni, it would be good enough if he didn't make her more sad. So why would he give her money? Qin Jing is rarely at home, so he can't say he is good to his sister, but he can't say he is bad either. But the thing he just thought of made him suddenly feel a little guilty. So he said, call her and ask her to come back. She has suffered so much and is now alone in the village. Her life must be hard. We all know that she was wronged at home before, and it won't happen again in the future. Qin Hao just said, she won't come back. Thinking back to when he asked Qin Yuni to come back, he had thought the same thing, but the more he learned about her life in the Qin family, the clearer it became to him that she was serious when she said she would not come back. Second brother, I asked you to come back only because I wanted everyone to know that it was our indifference that made her feel cold and determined to leave. Although she left, it was all caused by all of us. There are so many people in the family, but no one cares about her. The family is not short of money, but both of them are sisters. One has 100,000 yuan in pocket money, while the other has to work part-time to maintain basic living. Qin Hao closed his eyes tightly, took a deep breath and exhaled. If that's the case, why did you bring her back in the first place? You brought her back, but didn't treat her with care. Mother Qin said unhappily. Boss, are you blaming me? Even if it was me who asked someone to only give her 1,000 yuan for living expenses, you are still her brothers. What did you do?
Mom.
Qin Yen shouted with red eyes. She was the one who benefited from everything. No matter what she said at this moment, it would be wrong. But she couldn't really remain indifferent. She could only stand aside with an anxious and fearful look on her face. Compared to the noisy Qin family, Qin Yuni's side seemed full and orderly. Qin Yuni fried the peanuts in advance and let them cool. After a simple breakfast, he immediately rushed to the street to buy ingredients. I prepared a lot today, and there were a few dishes that needed to be made separately, so it took quite a while. While she was still cooking, people in the group were already asking her why she hadn't set up her stall today. Some were even worried that something had happened to her, and whether she needed help. Chin Yuni was afraid that if he didn't reply, they would imagine more things, so he had to find time to reply. Chin Yuni, picture I have a lot to prepare today, so I am still working on it. It will be here soon. Thank you for your concern, Forever 18. You scared me. I hope the boss is okay. Today's dishes look delicious. I'm drooling, JPG White Brain. I'm glad I'm alright, boss. Come here soon. I'm hungry for food. Come on, come on. I want to eat.
I'm hungry.
The group was flooded with messages, asking Chin Yuni to come and set up a stall. Chin Yuni was so busy that he had no time to reply to the message. By the time she was done, it was already much later than usual. She then tied the table and stools to the roof of the car and pushed her stall to the underworld to sell box lunches. As soon as she arrived, she saw that there were already more than a dozen ghosts queuing up at her stall. Boss, you're finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Yeah, what delicious food is this today? I want to buy 2. One is not enough. Chin Yuni apologized with a smile, but her hands did not stop moving. Sorry, I made too many dishes today, so it's a little late. But today we have beer, white wine, and peanuts as snacks. If you like, you can sit here and eat. Are you having wine today? I'd like a can of beer. I haven't had a sip in a while. I really miss it. Chin Yuni chatted with them in a random manner, his hands moving non-stop. A few ghosts even helped to put everything in place and took down the table and stools and placed them on the ground behind the stall. Immediately, several ghosts came to sit at the table behind her. They drank together, and it didn't matter if they knew each other or not. As long as they drank together, they were brothers. She returned to the stall and first brought them a few bottles of wine and peanuts, then packed lunchboxes for them, and also packed lunchboxes for the ghosts in line. After everyone who had taken away had left, and everyone who had sat down to eat had finished their meal, Chin Yuni finally had time to send a message to the group. Vegetarian Underworld Lunch Group. Chin Yuni. Picture today we have beer, liquor, and peanuts. Chin Yuni not only took pictures of the wine, but also took pictures of the ghosts sitting at the table drinking. Bai Luo was the first to see the news and immediately sent a message in the group. Bai Luo, boss. I haven't been here for a few days, and your small stall has a table? The wind blows, and the head feels cold. What good day is today? There is wine and peanuts? What's wrong with having a beer belly? They're eating now. Boss, please leave some for me. I want a dozen beers and 2 plates of peanuts. The fat on the belly is not meat. Just for the boss's peanuts, I must have a bottle to make it worthwhile for the boss to do this. Brothers, I'll go first. Abyss. Shall we sit at the same table?
Autumn, come.
Great monster. Hungry, JPG boss. Give me a bottle of beer, a bottle of liquor, and a plate of peanuts too. Chin Yuni looked at the message in the group, curved his eyes, raised the corners of his lips slightly, and typed out a sentence that was extremely cold to the drunkards. There are not many portions. First come, first served. As soon as these words were spoken, many old comrades in the group were shocked. They all loved drinking when they were alive, but after they died, it was extremely difficult for them to have a drink. Haifeng, boss. You must save a portion for me. An old friend of mine said he will be coming down soon, so I have to prepare some for him in advance. As soon as Haifeng said this, the group fell silent for a moment. Then a ghost replied, Grandpa Haifeng, does your old friend know about this? Sea breeze. Haifeng, this is not important. What is important is that the boss must leave a copy for me. I will ask my unfilial son to buy it now. Mo Wenqianchin. Boss, please leave me a portion. I haven't had a sip of this for decades. Qin Yuan. Boss, I'm telling you, if I don't have a sip of this today, I'll just sit at your stall and not leave. Because of the wine, the most active people in the group today were actually these old guys. Chin Yuni didn't have time to reply after reading the message, so he didn't have time to read the message anymore. Because there was a long line in front of her stall again. I want a box lunch, a plate of peanuts, a bottle of beer, and 2 bundles of incense. Chin Yuni smiled and responded. Okay, she packed it quickly and handed it over to collect the money and give the change. Occasionally, I chat with them. When I'm not busy, I listen to them drinking and chatting in the back and learn about the situation in the underworld at the same time. It feels pretty good. Not long ago, someone in the group said they wanted to set up a table. I didn't expect that they really set up a table. The table was not big enough for everyone, so they even went to the next door to buy stools. The small table was filled with 7 or 8 people, and it was packed. Immediately, someone who was familiar with Qin Yuni complained, "Boss, you have too few seats. Not enough for us." Qin Yuni heard this and turned around to find that they were all crowded together. "You next to me." I squeezed yours, a little bit amused, and said bluntly, "Or I should go buy another table." Chiyo waved his hand generously. "No, it's good this way, lively. Next time we'll come earlier to grab a seat." Qin Yuni did take note of it and would buy more next time. At worst, he could just leave the table and chairs behind, so it wouldn't be a hassle. When Xiaonia arrived, there were 20 to 30 ghosts lined up in front of Qin Yuni's stall. "Boss, business is good." Qin Yuni heard the voice, looked up, saw that it was Xiaonia, and said with a smile, "Wait a moment, I will pack this and give it to you." Xiaonia nodded. "Okay, I'm not in a hurry, pack one for me too." Qin Yuni nodded. "Okay, then you can eat first and then send it." The conversation between the two fell into the ears of other ghosts, and one ghost immediately asked, "Boss, can you deliver this?" Qin Yuni nodded and explained, "Sure, but it may be a little late. We don't have anyone who specializes in delivering food yet, and the ordering software is still being developed. When it's ready, you can order directly on it, and it will be delivered to your home." A man wearing a Republic of China costume asked in confusion, "Boss, what do you mean by ordering? How do you order? Delivery? How do you deliver?" Before Qin Yuni opened his mouth to explain, the other ghosts who were queuing up and knew the answer came to help explain. You can think of takeaway as eating the lunch prepared by the boss at home without leaving the house. When the boss's software is ready, he will teach you how to operate the purchase. After you place the order and pay, you just need to wait for the lunch to be delivered to your door. The other party nodded, not quite understanding. "That's good." Qin Yuni waited for them to finish explaining before saying, "We may need 2 delivery men at the moment. If you want to do this, you can introduce us. We will give you 1 ghost banknote per order, a boxed lunch every day, and 2 bundles of incense per month. It is more suitable for ghosts who have free time during this period. You may not earn much, but you won't starve." After a pause, he added, "It's best to have an experienced person who is familiar with the underworld. Otherwise, she will have to teach her step by step when the time comes. If she is not familiar with the underworld, things will easily go wrong during the delivery." When they heard about the treatment, some of them immediately said excitedly, "Boss, do you think I can do it? I mainly want to exercise, not to eat that box lunch." When the ghosts around heard his words of trying to cover up the truth, they all burst into laughter. The other person touched the back of his head and laughed too. Qin Yuni watched them play funny and couldn't help laughing. "The bosses are all here. Ask them if they agree." The young man who just recommended himself bared his teeth and said loudly, "Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, how about I deliver meals to you in the future?" Everyone responded, "I think he can do it. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation. I think he can do it. The young man runs fast, so he must be able to deliver the food fast as well." Qin Yuni nodded and said directly, "Okay, when the software is out, remember to report." At this moment, a small voice asked hesitantly, "Excuse me, is the lunchbox stand that's been very popular recently here?" Qin Yuni didn't need to answer. The nearest ghost immediately answered for her. "Yes, this lunchbox is the only one in the whole underworld." He pointed to the long line and said, "Just look at the length of the line, and you'll know how good this lunchbox tastes." That's right, there are ghosts who sell themselves to the boss just for a box of lunch. "I'm not selling my body. I'm exercising and making money." Qin Yuni was quite happy at first, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. He quickly stopped what he was doing, looked up and interrupted their conversation, correcting them. "What do you mean by selling yourself? This is a legitimate stall. We are legally hiring employees." When the ghosts heard this, they all laughed and said, Yes, boss, this is a legitimate stall. The food tastes good, and it's unique. Qin Yuni looked at the kid, who didn't look very old. His clothes were very old but clean. He looked like a kid whose family didn't have much money, but whose mother tried her best to make sure he lived a good life. She asked softly, "Do you want a box lunch?" The child nodded, yes. He asked hesitantly, "How much is a lunchbox?" "I may not have that much money." Qin Yuni approached and bent down to ask patiently, 12 yuan per portion. "Little boy, are you eating by yourself?" The child shook his head and said, "No. My mother is going to be reincarnated tomorrow. She has never had a full meal before. I heard from my uncle who lives in the same room that you have lunchboxes for sale. I want her to have a full meal before she is reincarnated." The ghosts present, both male and female, were all quite old. The youngest one had just applied for a job, and the others were mostly in their 20s or 30s or older. Almost everyone in the family, regardless of age, has children, and they couldn't help but be moved when they heard him say this. Among them, a female ghost in her early 30s said with red eyes, "Boss, the lunch money this kid wants is mine. I bought it for him." Her child was only this old when she died. Now, when she sees this little boy, she immediately thinks of her own child. "Yes, it's ours. Let his mother be full and reincarnate." The child was startled, but after realizing that they were all kind-hearted people, he quickly bowed and thanked them. "Thank you, uncles and aunts." He held up the few paper money in his hand, grinned, showing his gap teeth, and said, "I have money. I want to buy it for my mother myself." He turned around and handed the money to Qin Yuni. "Annie, can you give me a box lunch?" Qin Yuni's nose was sore. He took the money and nodded as he went back to the stall to get 2 full lunch boxes. Each dish was cooked to perfection. Then he handed them to him and said, "Buy 1 lunch box and get 1 free today. Here are your 2 lunch boxes." He took the lunch box and said with a smile, "Thank you, Andy." Then he walked back, carrying 2 lunch boxes. A female ghost in her 20s wiped her eyes and said, "I'm too old to watch such sentimental scenes." The male ghost next to her looked at her for a few seconds and couldn't help but said, "There are no tears in the corners of your eyes. No need to wipe them." Female ghost. She gave him a displeased look. "If you were a straight man when you were alive, you would not become a romantic man even after you die." Qin Yuni was feeling a little sour just now, but in an instant he was amused by the 2 of them. The other ghosts couldn't help laughing as well. For a moment, it did dispel some of the heaviness that had just been felt. After the lunchboxes were sold out, Qin Yu calculated today's income and found that today's income exceeded the previous highest income, reaching 5,000 yuan. This is a real day's income. According to the 8-fold exchange rate, her income today alone is as high as $40,000. Qin Yuni's peach blossom eyes were shining. It was so cool to make money. Making money made her happy. Her whole body, even her hair, exudes the joy of "I am so happy, I am so pleased." She grinned happily, hummed a little tune, and went across the street to deposit the money. What if I lose such a large sum of money? Xiao Nie carried a box lunch to the great monster's house. The great monster lived in a famous, wealthy area in the underworld. It was a 2-story villa. Although it was not as big as when he was alive, this small villa would cost 20 to 30 million. Most people who live here are rich. Xiao Nie delivered the lunchbox to the door of the villa before calling Great Monster. The Great Monster hurried downstairs to get it. An old but powerful voice sounded behind him. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Great Monster turned around in surprise. "Grandpa, it didn't go out for a walk today?" The old man stood with his hands behind his back and complained slowly. "They want to play chess, but I was bored, so I came back. They are not very good at chess, but they still like to play. Grape's strange name is Li Ming. The old man behind him is his great-grandfather. Currently, they are the only 2 living in the villa. Great-grandfather liked to play chess, but the old men nearby were not very good at chess, but they all loved to play. Grandpa Li was not very happy to watch them, the novices, fighting each other. Li Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't join in the complaints. "I'll go get something from the door first." Grandpa Li waved his hand and said, "Go ahead." Li Ming came back with a box lunch within 2 minutes of going out. Grandpa Li was making tea and didn't even bother to look at him. He raised his eyebrows, did not disturb the old man, and walked to the dining table. Open the lunchbox. Today's box lunch is braised pork, fish-flavored eggplant, and shredded potatoes and carrots. He specially ordered the braised pork. The old man has no teeth and can only eat this soft and mushy food. When ordering food yesterday, he specifically asked the boss to stew it for a little longer so that it would melt in his mouth. As soon as he opened it, the aroma of braised pork instantly filled the entire room. Grandpa Li smelled something and sniffed it hard. Braised pork? Li Ming poured out more white wine. Grandpa Li looked towards his great-grandson, a bright light flashing in his cloudy eyes. Where did you get this food? There's even wine. Li Ming showed a smile as expected and raised the wine glass in his hand. Grandpa, would you like a drink? There's a new lunchbox stall in the underworld, and I specifically asked for 2 to be delivered. I didn't expect there would be alcohol today, so I asked the boss to deliver a bottle of white wine, a bottle of beer, and some peanuts. The old man stopped messing with his tea and walked straight to the dining table. He picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the braised pork melting in his mouth. The taste of the braised pork instantly filled his mouth. He sighed and said, I haven't had this much braised pork in years. Then he picked up the wine that Li Ming had just poured and placed in front of him and took a sip. TSK, delicious. Seeing this, the old man took another piece of braised pork with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Yeah, that's the taste. This braised pork tastes a bit like the best restaurant at that time. You don't know how good their food tasted back then and how popular it was. You had to queue up if you wanted to eat. In our time, being able to treat someone to a meal was something you could brag about. It's easy to make braised pork, but to make it to this level, it takes more than 10 years of hard work to achieve this taste. This boss is really something. When the old man talked about food, he became more talkative. Li Ming was so greedy just by listening to what the old man said that he immediately took a piece of the braised pork with chopsticks. The taste was so good that he took a few more pieces with chopsticks. It tasted really good. Seeing that he looked like he had been hungry for hundreds of years, the old man wanted to say something to him, but then he frowned and said, as if he remembered something, Boss, with your cooking skills, you can only set up a stall to sell box lunches? Li Ming explained, well, she said that because she is the only one. If she takes all the orders, she will be too tired and too busy. Boxed lunches are the easiest to accept and are faster to make. He hesitated and said, but, great-grandfather, are you sure it takes more than 10 years to make this flavor? The old man took a sip of wine while talking. Even if you're gifted, it is not easy to control the heat. Look at the knife skills and the selection of ingredients. The meat is fat and lean. If there is too much fat, it will be greasy, and if there is too much lean meat, it will be dry. But this braised pork tastes fat but not greasy, and it melts in your mouth. Li Ming frowned and said, that's not right. The boss is a young girl who looks no more than 20 years old. Cough, cough, cough. The old man was choked by his mouth, and his eyes widened in surprise. He said, what did you say? This was done by a girl in her early 20s? Seeing that the old man was choked by his words, Li Ming said innocently, yes, that's why I asked you if it really takes so long to make such braised pork. For a moment, the old man was silent. After a long while, he finally managed to say, maybe he is really gifted and was born to be a chef. Li Ming smiled and put a piece of braised pork in his mouth, saying, so, I made a profit by spending 100 yuan to order such a portion of braised pork. The old man ate 2 pieces of braised pork with some regret. With this skill, she can open a nice restaurant in the underworld. Grandpa, do you think it's easy to open a restaurant? Renting a store, decorating, hiring waiters, chefs, etc., all require a lot of expenses. Since the girl chose to sell box lunches, it's probably because it's too tiring to do it alone, and it's probably because she doesn't have enough funds. Li Ming thought about what happened yesterday. Based on my dealings with her yesterday, she probably won't accept the investment. The old man didn't say anything more. Everyone has their own aspirations. If the cook is in a good mood, the food will taste better. The old man went to the kitchen to get a plate, poured the braised pork into it, simply arranged the dish, took a photo, and sent it to his group of old friends. Happy. Picturely hee. Xiaoming is really something. He said that I haven't eaten braised pork for a long time, and he insisted on buying braised pork for me. He knew that I have bad teeth, and he specially asked the boss to stew it for a longer time. Although the taste of this wine is a little worse, I'll drink it. A cup of ergo too. Tomorrow's first. Old Lee. You eat alone. That's right. You don't share the delicious food with us. After the old man posted it, he stopped checking the group messages. The grandfather and grandson kept talking to each other, totally ignoring how much impact his picture had in the group. A few minutes later, there was a knock on their door. Old Lee, open the door. Don't hide in there without making any noise. I know you are in there. When the old man heard the voice, his face changed. Li Ming looked towards the door and said, Great-grandpa, it's Grandpa Su. The old man said unhappily, I know. Why are you here so fast? Then he looked at the plate with a few pieces of braised pork left and stuffed them into his mouth in no time. Because he ate too much at once, his mouth couldn't hold it all, and a piece almost fell out. He puffed his mouth and chewed the braised pork with great effort, then finished the wine in one gulp. Li Ming, who was watching the whole process, said. He lowered his eyes to look at the little food left in front of him. When he was wondering what to do with it, his great-grandfather directly picked up the braised pork and stuffed it into his mouth. She didn't stop until his mouth was full. When he had almost finished chewing, she picked up other dishes and stuffed them into his mouth. Finally, he poured the beer into his mouth and then stood up to open the door for Old Man Su. Old Man Su saw Old Man Lee frowning and said, Why did you open the door so late? Where's the wine? Let me have a sip. I see there's braised pork and peanuts. Old Lee said, You are late. We have already finished eating.
Impossible.
As soon as I saw the picture you sent, I came here immediately. Old Man Su said as he walked in. When I got inside, I saw Li Ming's still slightly puffy mouth, with a trace of suspicious marks at the corner of his mouth, and an empty plate in front of him. He picked up the wine glass on the table and found it was empty. Old Man Su's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, Old Lee, didn't I just say that you are bad at chess and you always regret your moves? And you refuse to admit it? Why are you so stingy? Old Lee seemed to have his tail stepped on and immediately retorted, Don't talk nonsense. I didn't do that. It's obviously you guys who are new and like to play around, and you won't admit your loss. Old Lee snorted twice, looking at Old Su with a disdainful face. I'd rather throw it away than give it to you. What's wrong with that? My great-grandson bought it for me. If you're capable, ask your son to buy it for you. Grandpa Su's son was in a car accident and his legs were paralyzed. He died earlier than him. Li Ming quickly pulled the old man, but the old man waved him away and said, Don't worry about this. Old Su was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he turned to Li Ming and asked, Xiaoming, where did you buy this? Li Ming answered honestly, Grandpa Su, there's a new stall across from Tiandi Bank. There's a young girl selling lunch boxes there. But it's already this time today. She should have sold everything and gone back. For a moment, the two old men who were originally arguing with each other were attracted by his words. Old Lee, a living person? Old Man Su, setting up a stall in the underworld? After they finished speaking, they looked at each other. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Li Ming said with a smile. How is that possible? Many ghosts in the underworld know about this. If you want to eat it, you can buy it tomorrow. Thinking of the aroma he had just smelled, Old Man Su swallowed his saliva greedily, glanced at Old Man Lee, and said, Xiaoming, when you buy it tomorrow, can you bring me a portion? Li Ming said under the eager gaze of his great-grandfather. Grandpa Su, the boss has a group. You can join the group and ask the boss to deliver it to you. After he finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and invited Old Man Su to join the group. Seeing that his great-grandfather was also staring at him, he quickly invited his grandfather to join the group. When Old Man Su saw the invitation message, he immediately clicked to join and did not forget to play a trick on Old Man Lee. Haha. Thank you, Xiaoming, for not being stingy and mean like your great-grandfather. Old Lee said angrily. I agreed to his invitation. I have done my best. Humph, old man Su turned his head and walked away. Old Li looked at his back and paced the ground angrily with his cane. Li Ming tried hard to minimize his presence, for fear of being implicated by his great-grandfather. However, Old Li suddenly said without thinking, "Ask the boss if he can come to your house and cook a meal. The price is negotiable." Li Ming didn't know what his great-grandfather meant. He just thought that he liked the food cooked by Qin Yuni, so he told Qin Yuni about it. "Great monster. Boss, my great-grandfather ate the braised pork you made and liked it very much. I would like to invite you to our house to cook a meal for him. Price is not a problem. Do you think it is convenient for you?" Qin Yuni was having dinner when she heard the notification tone of her cell phone. She picked it up and clicked on the dialog box. She looked at what Great Monster said, thought for a few seconds, and was about to reply when she saw that he had sent another message. "Great Monster, I know the boss doesn't want to order a la carte. How about 1,000 ghost coins for a meal? I only need to make 2 or 3 dishes." Qin Yuni's eyes suddenly lit up, and he typed the word OK in the dialog box without hesitation. However, before she could send the message, the Great Monster sent another message. "Great Monster, my great-grandfather said that the braised pork you made is comparable to the skills of the chefs in the best restaurants of his time. 1,000 is too much of a sacrifice for your skills. Let's pay 5,000 ghost money for a meal." Qin Yuni looked at his words and felt a little flattered by the praise. With a red face, she replied modestly, "Sure, but you have to wait until I finish selling the lunch boxes." "Great Monster, no problem. I'll pick you up when the time comes." Excited, JPG Qin Yuni, "Okay." Qin Yuni thought for a moment and asked, "Does the old man have any taboos or special favorite dishes?" "Great Monster, Grandpa has bad teeth, so he can only eat soft food. There is nothing he should avoid." Qin Yuni, "Okay." After Qin Yuni replied to the message, he couldn't help humming a song in a good mood while eating. Today is really her lucky day. Not only did the daily income reach 40,000, but I also received a big order. For this reason, Qin Yuni was still thinking before going to bed what dish to cook for the Great Monster and his great-grandfather tomorrow. The next morning, she went to the market to buy ingredients, and then went to buy the marinade ingredients. Today's meat dish was braised meat, so she had to start braising early, otherwise it would not be flavorful. She also went to the wholesale market to buy a lot of wine and left her phone number to have it delivered to her home. Yesterday's wine was not enough to sell, otherwise the profit yesterday could have been more, so she planned to bring more today. She went to buy a few more tables. Seeing that she bought so many things, the boss offered to deliver them to her home. So, Qin Yuni took the delivery car and arrived home not long after. As soon as Qin Yuni returned home, he washed all the meat, cut it into small pieces and put it into the stew, and also put 2 pig's trotters in. Then I started preparing the food and today's lunchbox. Qin Yuni saw them queuing up as soon as he arrived, and he was used to it. "Boss, your stall cart is packed full today." Other ghosts followed suit and said, "Boss, your truck is almost full. Why don't you get a bigger truck? Looks like there's plenty of wine today." Hearing this, Qin Yuni also realized that her small stall cart was really a little full and there was not enough space. If there were any more, this small stall wouldn't be able to handle it. She nodded and said, "I'll go to the city later to get a bigger stall. Big is good, it can hold more things. In fact, the boss can just get a large food truck and drive it away. It can hold a lot of food, but the price is a little bit expensive." While chatting, they took the initiative to help her set up the stall. Qin Yuni seriously considered the possibility of this kind of dining car. She had this stall customized, and it only cost her 3 or 4,000 yuan in total. To buy the kind of dining car they're talking about, it would cost at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. The savings she currently has are enough to buy one, but after buying it, she will be back to the time before liberation. However, this kind of dining car has one advantage. It is convenient and has a large carrying capacity, so even if she makes more in the future, there will still be enough space. The more Qin Yuni thought about it, the more he felt that this was feasible, so when he packed their lunch boxes, he put some fried peanuts in each person's box as a thank you. Because of the wine, There were more ghosts surrounding Qin Yuni's food truck than ever before. When she was almost done, she vaguely felt that there was a ghost standing in front of the stall. She subconsciously smiled and asked, "Heko, do you want a box lunch?" She looked up and found that Lord Yen was standing in front of her stall. The smile on Qin Yuni's face froze. "Lord Yen, why are you here?" Yan Wenjing glanced at her stall and said calmly, "I was out on patrol and happened to walk here. I saw you selling lunchboxes here, so I came to take a look." Judge Chui behind him slapped his cheeks and wanted to curse. Bullshit. It's obviously the lunchbox of the greedy little girl. When has the king of hell ever come out specifically for inspection? It's obvious that he just wants to eat a box lunch. I still remember that just now when he was working, the king of hell suddenly asked, "Aren't you going to get your lunchbox today?" Judge Chui was just about to say that he would send it to him when he suddenly felt something was wrong. Recently, the king of hell seemed to be paying special attention to the lunchboxes made by this girl. He not only asked about the taste of the lunchboxes of the black and white impermanents, but also snatched a lunchbox from him. What does it mean? This means that even the king of hell was conquered by the taste of this lunchbox. It's just because of face that I can't say it directly. That's why I asked him in a roundabout way why he hadn't gone to get his lunchbox. In fact, it is the king of hell who wants to eat. After Judge Chui figured it out, the look in his eyes when he looked at the king of hell changed to, "I didn't expect you to be such a king of hell." So there were two of them on this trip. However, the next second, he felt a chill on his back, and when he raised his eyes, he met the threatening gaze of the king of hell. Chui nodded quickly. "Yes, we were on patrol and happened to pass by, so we stopped by to pick up our lunch." Qin Yuni didn't suspect anything and took out their lunch boxes from downstairs. Just as he was about to hand them over, he suddenly remembered that the king of hell was still there. It would be bad to give it to the judge and not the king of hell, right? Although the judge gave her money, she was still able to set up a stall here thanks to the mercy of the king of hell. Last time I invited him to dinner, I didn't invite the king of hell. Now that he is here, it would be appropriate to give him a share. Whether he eats or not, she has to be polite. So, Qin Yuni immediately packed another portion and handed over 2 lunch boxes. "Lord Yen, today's meat dish is braised meat, and it tastes pretty good. Would you like to try it?" Yan Wenjing took it modestly and said calmly, "Thank you. I heard from Xie Bian that you want to buy a house in the underworld. There is another house in Xiangshan that I can keep for you." Upon hearing this, Judge Chui looked at Yan Wenjing in shock. "Isn't that where the king of hell and the emperor of Dongyue live?" "Really?" Qin Yuni's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Thank you, Lord Yama." "You are such a good Lord Yama." Qin Yuni asked excitedly. "What do you like to eat? I will make it for you tomorrow. If you are free, you can come to my house anytime. Freshly made food tastes better." Yan Wenjing said calmly, "You're welcome. Just do what you're good at." Judge Chui looked at Qin Yuni and then at Yan Wenjing. "I didn't expect you to be such a devil. So, I am also part of your play?" Yan Wenjing was in a good mood and did not notice the strangeness of Judge Chui. For him, as long as Qin Yuni needs it, it will be easy. Especially for Yan Wenjing, her request was just a matter of moving his mouth. "When she lives next door, are you still afraid that she won't invite you to her house for dinner? What's more, it was just a meal." He had already eaten there and got the freshly prepared food before them. Yan Wenjing nodded slightly and said, "You go ahead and do your work. We'll leave after we finish our patrol. Okay, if you want to eat anything, you can ask Brother Xie and the others to tell me, and I will prepare it in advance." The smile on Qin Yuni's face remained unchanged. She now felt that Yan Wenjing was almost worshipping her. It turned out that handsome men were kind-hearted. She apologized for the bad feelings she had in her heart before. And he said he was mean. How can the king of hell be cruel? He is clearly so kind. Qin Yuni sold out soon after the king of hell and Judge Chui left. When Li Ming arrived, Qin Yuni still had the last 2 boxes of lunch. When she saw Li Ming, she quickly said, "Wait for me for a moment. I'll pack up and send the stall back. I'll take the things and go with you." Seeing that she was busy, Li Ming quickly said, "I'm not in a hurry, you go ahead." Okay, you can take these 2 lunchboxes back to give to others or eat them yourself. Qin Yuni handed him the lunchboxes and then began to pack up the stall cart. Li Ming looked at the 2 extra lunchboxes in his hand, a little dazed. He was about to say something when he saw Qin Yuni moving things into the car and hurried forward to help. After Qin Yuni packed up, he sent the stall cart back without giving Li Ming a chance to speak. She went back and took the pot and ingredients that had been simmering on the stove and returned to the underworld. Li Ming saw her and quickly stepped forward to take the stew pot. Let me do it. The car is in front. Qin Yuni was surprised. You have a car? Yes, there are still quite a few cars in the underworld, but because the roads here are narrow and it's not easy to park, you may not have seen them. Qin Yuni. What is the difference between the underworld and the human world? Oh, maybe the only difference is that one is inhabited by living people and the other is inhabited by dead people. It turns out that I should buy a house directly in the underworld. Can stay for a long time. Unlike the 70-year lifespan in the human world, although you can still live there after 70 years, you still have to pay. There is no such thing as a lifespan in the underworld. Once you buy a house, you can live there forever without having to pay any more money. Thinking about it this way, it is reasonable that housing prices in the underworld are a bit more expensive. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Li Ming didn't urge her. He walked to the back of the car and was about to put it in the trunk. When he opened the trunk, he accidentally opened the lid a little, and the overbearing fragrance immediately hit him in the face. Li Ming, who smelled the fragrance, immediately asked, "What's in it? It smells so good." Qin Yuni came back to his senses and explained, "I stewed the braised pig's trotters, chicken feet, and the like for a long time. The meat is very tender, and the old man can eat it." Li Ming felt saliva continuously secreted from his mouth just by smelling the smell. And seeing that he seemed very greedy, Qin Yuni suggested, "Do you want to try it? Is it okay?" Upon hearing this, Li Ming immediately looked up at her, his eyes full of anticipation. "Of course, this is for you." Qin Yuni opened the lid with a smile on his face, picked up a chicken claw for him with the tongs, put the tongs back, covered the lid, and took the stew pot back to himself so that he could eat the chicken claws. Li Ming took only one bite, and his eyes widened. It's delicious. It's so sticky, and even has glue in it. At this time, a familiar voice came. "What is glue?" Li Ming looked up in surprise at old Li, who was walking towards them with a cane. "Grandpa? Why are you here?" The old man looked at Qin Yuni and said, "I saw that you hadn't picked up the person for a long time, so I asked the driver to take me over to take a look. I didn't expect to see you guys coming out just after I parked the car. I didn't expect that the boss who made such delicious braised pork was so young. He is really young and promising." Qin Yuni blushed a little after being praised. Before he could say anything, the old man asked again, "By the way, what were you talking about, glue?" After listening to the old man's explanation, Li Ming's mouth twitched. Judging from the speed at which the old man arrived, it was obvious that he had come right after him. Li Ming didn't expose him and explained, "We were just talking about the boss's braised chicken feet. They are tender and sticky and taste very good. I'm sure you will like them." The old man's cloudy eyes lit up, and he looked at Qin Yuni expectantly and said, "Little boss, what's your name? Can I have a taste?" The heat on Qin Yuni's face had not yet dissipated. Hearing this, he nodded quickly, "Of course, but I'm not a boss. I'm just a vendor selling lunchboxes. You can just call me Xiao Qin." Then he opened the lid and asked, "Do you want chicken feet or pig's trotters?" The old man said cheerfully, "Boss Qin, I'll have some chicken feet too. I'll eat the pig's trotters when I get back." Qin Yuni quickly picked up a chicken foot and handed it to him. The old man took only one bite, and his eyes widened in shock. He had eaten a lot of braised food. However, the braised chicken feet made by Qin Yuni were stewed to the point where they melted in the mouth and were easy to remove from the bones. The braised chicken feet were also very tasty, and the heat was well controlled. The key was the marinade. He was not exaggerating about the marinade, as it could be anything he braised, and the taste would not be bad. This tasted even better than the lunchbox his great-grandson brought back that day. Such delicious food can be created by using the most common ingredients and making the simplest dishes. With her cooking skills, if she opened a shop, the business would be packed. Fortunately, he wisely asked his great-grandson to invite people to his house in advance to cook the meal. If this was discovered by that group of gluttons, it would be difficult to jump the queue and invite people. The old man immediately decided that he must establish a good relationship with Chin Yuni. When Chin Yuni saw the enjoyment on the old man's face, she felt less uneasy and a smile appeared on her face. After all, this was her first time taking a private job, and she was paid such a large sum of money. She was also afraid that the old man would not like the work she did. Although she is very confident in the recipe of her marinade, after all, everyone's taste is different. Fortunately, the response was good. The old man quickly finished his chicken feet and then hurriedly urged the two to get in the car, saying, "It's not elegant to eat on the street."
Li Ming.
Although Chin Yuni didn't understand why the old man was suddenly so anxious, she had to meet the customer's request, not to mention that it was not an excessive request. However, this time the old man learned from his previous experience and did not post photos to the group. He planned to post them after he finished eating. The car drove into the villa. It was the first time that Chin Yuni saw the interior of the villa at such a close distance. It looked quite old. It did not look like the villas in the world today, but more like a small villa built by himself in his hometown. Li Ming didn't know whether living people could drink what they had and hesitated to let her drink it rashly. Chin Yuni seemed to see his embarrassment and said directly, "Take me to the kitchen. Time is tight." He nodded, led her to the kitchen, and carefully told her where everything was placed and how to use it. He then said, "You can use whatever is in here. If you need anything, just tell me and I'll buy it. If you need any help from me, please feel free to ask." The old man said seriously, "That's right, Boss Chin. If you need any help, just use him. He's tall and strong, but that's all he can do." Chin Yuni stroked those things and counted the tableware she needed. Hearing this, she chuckled and nodded. "Okay, you guys do your thing. I'll call you if I need anything." She really doesn't need any help right now. Li Ming didn't leave either. He was afraid that Chin Yuni wouldn't be able to find him when she needed him, and he was also afraid that Chin Yuni would feel uncomfortable with him around. So he went to the next room and played chess with the old man. After Chin Yuni steamed the pork with preserved vegetables, she began to prepare other dishes. The two meat dishes she made were both relatively soft and tender, suitable for the elderly with poor teeth. The two said they were playing chess next door, but the aroma of Chin Yuni's cooking could be clearly heard through the door. The two played until the back of the room, and they didn't pay any attention to the chessboard at all. From time to time, he glanced in Chin Yuni's direction. Fortunately, Chin Yuni was very quick. After cooking the rice, he began to prepare the ingredients for the braised lion's head. When Chin Yuni was making the braised lion's head, the aroma so overbearingly penetrated into their noses that it almost covered up all other aromas. Chin Yuni didn't react much, but the grandfather and grandson in the next room impatiently followed the smell to the kitchen. Chin Yuni glanced at them, and seeing that they didn't do anything else, he ignored them. After she finished making the braised lion's head, she put the braised pig's trotters and chicken feet on a plate and carved a pattern with radishes and carrots and placed it on the plate as an arrangement. By the time everything was ready, her steamed pork with preserved vegetables was almost done. The timing is just right. Before she even started, the old man and the young boy standing behind her couldn't wait to come over to help. The old man stared at the fragrant dishes with his eyes fixed on them and said without raising his head, "Boss Chin, you've worked hard. Let my great-grandson do the rough work." Yes, Boss Chin, let me do this kind of work." Li Ming agreed and took 2 steps at a time to quickly serve the dishes. In the end, Chin Yuni didn't say anything and just followed them silently. After several dishes were placed on the table, Li Ming couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork and eat it. When he was still eating it, he felt so greedy that his saliva was about to flow out. He took a bite of the braised pork and then a bite of the braised lion's head, with a look of satisfaction on his face. The old man kicked him angrily and said, "Be more restrained." "How shameful." The old man said with a smile, "Boss Chin, please stay and eat with us." "No, I have something else to do when I get back." Chin Yuni quickly refused when she heard that. Seeing that Li Ming was very satisfied with the meal, she suggested leaving. Li Ming quickly wiped his mouth, stood up, took out a stack of ghost money, and handed it to Qin Yuni. Boss Qin, this is the 5,000 ghost money we agreed on before. Qin Yuni only took a glance and saw that there must be more than 5,000 ghost money in this stack, so he said, "There are more than 5,000 in here. You can take the extra back." Li Ming shrugged helplessly and said, "My great-grandfather likes your cooking very much. He thinks that 5,000 is too little. Your cooking skills deserve more. If you don't accept it, he will definitely scold him. Besides, I also hope to make friends with you." In fact, the old man had already scolded him, saying that it was very rude to hire such a private chef at such a low price. This is because Qin Yuni's craftsmanship has not yet been discovered, which is why his great-grandson invited him back at such a low price to prepare this private meal for him. The old man stuffed it into Qin Yuni's hand without saying anything and said with a smile, "Boss Qin, just accept it. I look forward to eating your cooking next time." Seeing this, Qin Yuni couldn't refuse and put it in her bag. "Okay, you can tell me what you want to eat in advance. I'll come over when I'm free." The old man pushed Li Ming and said, "Why don't you send Boss Qin off quickly?" Li Ming quickly responded and sent Qin Yuni out. As he was walking back, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. He quickly returned to the restaurant and saw the old man sitting at the table, eating meat with big mouthfuls, and he knew it. He immediately exclaimed, "Grandpa, leave some for me." When the old man heard the sound, he ate faster. After that, Li Ming directly joined the battle and had no time to talk. The old man and the child actually ate almost all the dishes on the table, leaving only a pig's trotter which they could not eat anymore. The two of them just slumped in their chairs, their eyes staring blankly and their heads empty. It took the old man a while to recover. He hadn't eaten so full in a long time. He didn't get to eat these when he was alive, but he didn't expect that after he died, he would still have the chance to eat such delicious food. Just then, Mr. Su sent a picture to the group. "Old man Su, this lunchbox tastes really good." Picture old Su, you're eating their box lunches too? Old man Su. The boss asked Sufing to deliver it. Old man Su. Why is old Li so quiet today? Didn't you buy any? I still have some left. Do you want some? When old Li sees this, can he tolerate it? He immediately sent the photos he had just taken to the group. Old Li, tonight's dinner. Picture old Li, it tastes really good. I have never tasted something so delicious when I was alive, but now I am dead. I can eat it. Old Li. I hope I can eat it again tomorrow. Old Li's boastful speech directly aroused the anger of the crowd. "Ah, you old man. You're cheating on me again. Why is this dish different from old man Su's? Anything else? With our relationship, is it okay for me to take some? Don't force me to beg you." Old Li, it's definitely different. Boss Qin came to our house to make it. It tastes much better than the box lunch. It looks very appetizing. We've been friends for so many years. Do you mind if we come and have some food? Old Li, I have finished eating. Picture. Does this boss still take private jobs? When old man Su saw old man Li's dishes, they were obviously very different from his own and looked more appetizing. Especially since Qin Yuni had made a simple plating arrangement, the level of the meal was instantly raised a lot. It's made with care, and it's like a box lunch cooked in a big pot. Plus, it's been left for a while, so the taste and appearance are affected. This time, anyone with a discerning eye can tell who will win and who will lose. Old Li saw that old Su hadn't said a word for a long time and knew that he was angry, and his mood suddenly became better. Li Ming saw that the old man was just sending messages on his mobile phone, and soon a smug smile appeared on his face. He immediately understood that he was probably chatting with his group of old friends just now, and Grandpa Su lost. He sighed helplessly. Grandpa Su and his great-grandfather would often compete with each other like this. They would win and lose. When they won, they would be happy, but if they lost, they would dislike Grandpa Su for a long time. Just an old kid. Qin Yuni had no idea what kind of conflict the meal she cooked had caused. She had just saved the 10,000 ghost money. She earned more than 120,000 yuan today. Who would believe this kind of profit? The corners of her mouth have not lowered since she came out of the bank, and it is even harder to suppress than AK. Chin Yuni immediately decided that she wanted to change her car. The total amount she has earned during this period is more than 200,000. Enough to buy a nice dining car. Since she has money, she naturally doesn't want to treat herself badly. Chin Yuni thought that he had to find time to go to the county town tomorrow to buy the dining truck. But now the most important thing is to find someone to help. Now that we have decided to buy a dining truck, we have to do more. In addition, after these 2 days, she found that she was too tired to be alone. During this period, the increasing quantity made Chin Yuni feel that she had to ask someone for help, otherwise she would not be able to handle it in the morning. In the past, it would take her 2 or 3 hours just to prepare the side dishes. Due to the recent increase in orders for packaged lunches, it now takes almost 3 or 4 hours to prepare all the dishes. It takes her time to cook. Although she earns a lot every day, she is really tired and has almost no rest time. She didn't have any extra funds before, and she didn't expect that her small stall business would be so good that she could more than support herself. But now, the stall business is pretty good. Many times there are not enough to sell, mainly because she is too busy to handle it alone. It was almost 9 o'clock when Chin Yuni returned home and had dinner. She took the things she had prepared for dinner and went to Aunt Wang's house. Aunt Wang's house was not far away, and she arrived there in just a few minutes. At this time, Aunt Wang and her family were sitting together watching TV. Chin Yuni shouted, "Aunt Wang, are you asleep?" When Aunt Wang heard the voice, she quickly opened the door and saw Chin Yuni standing outside with something in her arms. She quickly called out, "Yuni, why are you here so late? Come in quickly." Chin Yuni handed the things over and said with a smile, "I came here to ask Aunt Wang for a favor." Aunt Wang evaded the question. "If you need help, just tell me." "Why are you bringing things?" Uncle Wang poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Chin Yuni. "That's right, you're here if you want to. Why are you bringing anything with you? If you need any help, just tell us directly." Chin Yuni smiled and replied, "I'm here to ask for your help. These are all braised dishes I made myself. It didn't cost me any money." "Aunt Wang, that's fine. You just said you wanted to help me. What do you want me to do for you? You know I'm selling box lunches and my business is going well. You know everything about the village and you know everything about that family, so I'd like to ask you to find 2 aunties who are quick and clean to help me prepare the food, preferably with good knife skills." When Aunt Wang heard this, she immediately started thinking, if we talk about being quick and clean, Widow Li at the end of the village must be the first one, but her knife skills are a little poor. My brother's wife is pretty good. Although her knife skills are not as good as those of people who run restaurants, they are still among the best in the village. She is often invited to help in the kitchen when the villagers have various events. Chin Yuni nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, then you can talk to them and ask them to come to my house the day after tomorrow to start. It's 2,000 a month, and you need to work about 3 hours a day and meals are not included." Since she has decided to expand, she can't just do a small amount like before. Aunt Wang was surprised and then couldn't help frowning. It's just 2 or 3 hours of work. Even if meals are not included, the salary is too high. Don't you want to test their level? Is it settled like this? Aunt Wang, I'm naturally confident in the person you introduced. In addition, there is one more important thing. I hope you can help me buy some seasonal fresh vegetables in the village, as well as some meat I need, and deliver them to my home every day. If there is no meat in the village, I will buy it on the street. I will let you know one day in advance. There is only one thing, the quality needs to be strictly controlled. Aunt Wang nodded without hesitation. That's no problem. 3,000 a month. Aunt Wang. Then he hesitated and said, "Yun, I know you made some money from selling lunch boxes. You have to think about the future now and don't waste it." He almost said directly that her salary was too high and she didn't know how to save money. Chin Yuni knew that Aunt Wang was worried about her, so she said soothingly, "Aunt Wang, I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, I will definitely make money." After all, she now earns tens of thousands of yuan a day. But she didn't tell Aunt Wang this. The main thing is that she couldn't say anything about the fact that she was selling lunch boxes in the underworld. Even if she told it, no one would believe it. Seeing this, Aunt Wang didn't know what to say. I'm going to the county town to buy a large dining truck tomorrow. Please tell them to come to my house the day after tomorrow morning. Then she told Aunt Wang about the food she needed for the day after tomorrow morning and gave Aunt Wang another 1,000 yuan to buy the food. Every bit of money we can help the village earn is valuable. The price is the same if we buy it outside anyway, so why not buy it from the villagers?
Aunt Wang nodded. Okay.
Then I won't disturb your rest. You should go to bed early. After Qin Yuni said this, he got up and went back. Because he wanted to buy a food truck, Qin Yuni asked for leave from the group in advance. The next morning, Qin Yuni got up and took a bus to the county town. After a long time of selection and comparison, she chose a relatively plain-looking dining car with a nice interior. She spent more than 50,000 yuan in total, which was about what she expected. But because she didn't have a driver's license for this type of vehicle, she asked the other party to deliver it to the village. When she got home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. She went to the street to pick up the lunchbox she ordered. She also asked the owner of the incense shop and the wine shop to send some incense and wine to her house. Then she went home to wait for the things to arrive. She was exhausted after running all day. So she had dinner early and went to bed. At about 8:30, Aunt Wang came with the 2 people she mentioned. Qin Yuni had just gotten up and finished breakfast when she heard Aunt Wang's voice. Yuni, are you awake? I brought you some food and brought them here as well. Because Qin Yuni wanted a large quantity, Aunt Wang specially used a small trailer to transport it. She made arrangements with the people in the village who grew vegetables that Qin Yuni needed one day in advance and asked them to bring them to her house early the next morning. She only needed to pick out the ones with better quality. If she didn't have anything else, she would buy it from the vegetable vendors on the street. Generally, people in the village who sell vegetables on the street get up very early because they need to reserve a spot in advance. Some even get up at 3 or 4 in the morning. Therefore, many people knew that it was Qin Yuni who asked Aunt Wang to pick vegetables in the village, and they were all grateful to Qin Yuni. After all, you don't have to get up early or stay for a long time to sell the vegetables, and the price is still the same. Everyone hopes that Qin Yuni's business will get better and better. Qin Yuni heard the voice and quickly opened the door. Aunt Wang, you are here?
Come in.
Widow Li saw Qin Yuni and called out a little stiffly, Boss Qin. Aunt Wang's sister-in-law was just as straightforward as Aunt Wang, and she asked directly, Boss Qin, we are going to wash these vegetables and prepare them, right? She nodded.
Yes.
After getting Qin Yuni's approval, the 2 of them began to deal with the matter efficiently. Because they have been doing this kind of work for many years, the 2 of them are very fast and handle it very cleanly. Aunt Wang recorded every purchase she made, including price per pound, total pounds, amount spent, and so on. Aunt Wang handed her the remaining money. Yun, this is the money left over from buying groceries, count it. Qin Yuni checked it and said, that's right. Aunt Wang smiled, her face full of the baptism of time, and immediately joined in. While they were processing it, Qin Yuni was not idle either. She fried the peanuts and let them cool down. Aunt Wang's sister-in-law shouted directly, Boss Qin, do you think this is okay? Qin Yuni walked over and checked carefully. The vegetables were washed very clean, and the meat was cut to the right thickness. She smiled and said, not bad, it was handled very cleanly. Then she started to fry the dishes they had just prepared. Before long, the dishes were ready, and everyone worked together to move everything into the car and put them in place one by one. Aunt Wang said, then we'll go back first. Qin Yuni nodded. She was still counting some sundries in the car. She nodded when she heard this. Okay. I have to say that the car Qin Yuni bought is both spacious and practical. She went to the underworld only after they all left. When the ghosts waiting to buy lunch boxes saw Qin Yuni's new dining car, they immediately said, Boss, did you get a new car? This car looks good, big and spacious. Qin Yuni smiled and said, yes, the previous doll cart was too small to hold many things, so I bought a new one yesterday. Boss, your new car is much better than the previous one. Can you sell more of it in the future? Then boss, you can bring more wine in the future. You have to grab it every time, otherwise you won't be able to buy it. Qin Yuni waved his hand proudly and said, today, there are enough box lunches and enough wine. With Qin Yuni's words, the ghosts were very excited. They would never have to fight again. The food had already been arranged when Chin Yuni was at home. Now the food is still steaming, so we can start selling it right away. The first person in line immediately said, "Boss, give me 2 bottles of beer, 2 box lunches, 1 serving of peanuts, and 2 bundles of incense." She nodded. "Okay." The ghost noticed that the lunch box was different from before and said jokingly, "Did you change the box? It looks pretty good." Chin Yuni smiled and said, "Yes, it was custom made and just arrived yesterday. New car, new lunchbox. I wish the boss a prosperous business." Thank you, everyone. Chin Yuni's new car attracted a lot of ghosts to watch. Especially some people who had died a long time ago and had never seen this kind of car. They all gathered around to watch out of curiosity. As they looked at it, they were attracted by the smell of Chin Yuni's lunchbox. Although they were reluctant to spend paper money to buy it, they couldn't help but buy one under the temptation of the lunchbox. Seeing her booming business, the people in the incense shop on the other side looked increasingly unhappy. "Brother Chi, the lunchbox business of that store is getting better and better. I heard from previous customers that the incense she sells is cheaper. Customers who used to buy incense from us now go to buy it from her because her incense is cheaper." When this was mentioned, the man named Chi Sin glared at him with displeasure. "It's because of your mistake some time ago that our store lost so many customers." The person who was scolded smiled awkwardly. Chi Sin said with a grim smile, "Let's go and find a few more ghosts. I want to see what she is going to do as a lunchbox seller." Another ghost in the store hesitantly advised, "Brother Chi, I heard that she knows the black and white impermanence. Would it be a bad idea for us to go there like this?" Chi Sin said arrogantly, "What are you afraid of? I know the king of hell." Chi Sin brought several ghosts to Chin Yuni's dining car and saw a long queue in front of it. Especially after he saw several familiar customers in it, his expression became even uglier. Chi Sin walked over and said sarcastically, "Boss Chin, business is good." Chin Yuni and the ghosts around him heard the sound and turned to look over. Then, the ghost who knew Chi Sin started talking in low voices. "Isn't this Mr. Chi, the incense seller? Why is he here? Look at him bringing so many ghosts here. It doesn't look like he's here to buy lunch. I heard that his business has not been very good recently. I am afraid that this person may have bad intentions." A ghost close to Chin Yuni reminded him, "He is the owner of the incense shop over there, known as Master Chi San. It is the largest incense shop in the underworld. He is a petty person. Maybe your business is too good and attracted his attention. Boss, you'd better be careful and see if you can contact the 7th master and the 8th master to come over." Chin Yuni understood something when she heard this. The other party thought she was blocking his financial path. "I had thought I would just sell it to old customers who were buying lunch boxes, but I didn't expect this to happen." Chin Yuni adhered to the principle of not hitting a smiling person and asked with a faint smile, "Heko, may I ask what I can do for you? Make way, leave some space." The ghosts that followed Chi San quickly cleared a path for him. Chi San walked slowly around Chin Yuni's dining cart, tapping it with his folding fan and said lazily, "It's not a big deal. I heard you sell incense?" Chin Yuni saw that he was obviously looking for trouble and knew that it would not end well. The smile on his face faded a little. "A little, but not much. I just brought some for the old customers who bought lunch boxes." After Chi San stood in front of the dining car, he knocked on Chin Yuni's bowl with his fan and said, "You may not know clearly since you just arrived. All the incense in the underworld must be bought from me, and the price is unified." Chi San's action made Chin Yuni frown unhappily. It's okay for him to knock on the food cart, but as a chef, I can't tolerate him knocking on the pot. Chin Yuni's smile completely disappeared from his face, and he said coldly, "Can I understand that, Boss Chi? You came to me just to let me get the incense from you? And by the way, remind me that the price must be the same as yours?" Chi Laosan nodded. "If you put it that way, it's not wrong." As soon as he said this, many ghosts who were very familiar with Chin Yuni stood up for her and said, "What kind of robbery are you doing? The boss can take whatever he wants. Do you think you own the underworld? Do you think you can dominate the world alone? That's right. You're bullying a boss who's a little girl. You're not ashamed. It's really insulting." Qin Yuni took advantage of his inattention to send a message to Xie Bian and then said calmly, "What if I don't?" Qi Laosin glanced at Qin Yuni confidently, "Then ask my men whether they agree that you have destroyed their bonuses." Several ghosts who had just surrounded Qin Yuni's dining cart came forward and surrounded it. These ghosts are all strong men with muscles all over their bodies. Many ghosts in the queue moved away, fearing that they would be implicated. There are also some true-hearted ghosts who can't stand their behavior and want to stop it. Qin Yuni's pretty face was covered with frost, and she said angrily, "I really don't believe that there is no law in the underworld." Based on her understanding of the King of Hell's aspects, and considering the public security in the underworld over time, he should not just ignore it. Seeing that she showed no sign of compromise, Qi Lao-san was immediately enraged. "Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Smash this broken car for me." Vegetarian Underworld Lunch Group. Chubby Dudu, hurry up and help. The boss's food truck was smashed by Qi Lao-san. Picture lousy is the best in the world, what? How dare you touch my food? Wait for me. The fat on the belly is not meat? I'll be there soon. What's wrong with having a beer belly? My beer. Dare to touch my beer. Darn it. I'll fight them. Feng Yang, you go first. I'm going a bit further. I'll be there soon. Li Ming was waiting for takeout at home when he saw the message in the group chat. He immediately asked with concern, "Is Boss Qin injured?" Wow, the boss's last name is Qin? Ting Fengyin, this Qi Lao-san is so shameless. He is just jealous of Boss Qin's good business. He blocked his way to wealth, so he deliberately came to pick a fight with Boss Qin. A ghost at the scene immediately broadcasted to all the ghost friends in the group. "Boss Qin is fine, just as things were smashed. This Qi Lao-san is so shameless. He is just jealous of Boss Qin's good business." He blocked his way to wealth, so he deliberately came to pick a fight with Boss Qin. On the other side, Xie Bian was seducing souls. After receiving the message, he quickly charmed the soul and turned back to the underworld. When he hurriedly took the elevator down to the underworld and rushed to Qin Yuni, he happened to run into the King of Hell and Judge Cui, who were returning from Qin Yuni with lunch boxes. Judge Cui asked, "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Xie Bian then saw that Lord Yama was also there, and he bowed respectfully and called out, "Lord Yama." Then he explained, "Qin Yuni said that someone was looking for trouble at her stall, so I went over to take a look." Judge Cui was surprised and said subconsciously, "We just came back from her." Yan Wenjing frowned and interrupted him, saying, "Let's go together." Xie Bian didn't have time to think about it. When he heard the King of Hell say that he wanted to go together, he could only nod. "Ah? Oh, okay." When Xiaonia saw the message in the group that Qin Yuni's food truck was surrounded, he immediately rushed over with a few friends. When he arrived, Qi Lao-san's men had just smashed it a few times. Even though many ghosts tried to stop them, Qin Yuni's food truck still suffered a lot of damage. 2 vegetable bowls were overturned, several boxes of beer were broken, even a table next to them was overturned, and the newly purchased food cart was also smashed with several dents. Xiaonia quickly shouted, "Stop." Qin Yuni was a little surprised to see Xiaonia coming with a few ghosts. He didn't expect Xiaonia to come to help at this time. Xiaonia also noticed her gaze, nodded at her, and then stood in front of Qi Lao-san. When Qi Lao-san saw Xiaonia coming over, he waved his hand, signaling them to stop, frowned and asked, "Xiaonia, what are you doing here?" Xiaonia glanced at Qin Yuni and saw that she was not injured, so he smiled and said, "I am friends with Boss Qin. I heard that something happened to her, so I came to see her." Boss Qi. In business, harmony brings wealth. It's not easy for Boss Qin to sell box lunches, so don't be too unreasonable. Qi Lao-san snorted coldly. "It's not that I'm unreasonable, it's that she's too arrogant." Xiaonia frowned slightly when he heard this. Judging from his interactions with Qin Yuni during this period, she should not be that kind of person. On the contrary, Qi Lao-san often relies on his connections in the underworld to bully others. Qi Lao-san glanced at Qin Yuni with a sinister look and sneered, "She sold incense at a low price and snatched away all my customers. I negotiated with her in a nice way and asked her to match our price, but she refused. I heard that she knows the 7th master and the 8th master. Maybe she thinks she has a backer. So she doesn't take me seriously at all. Although Xiao Nye looks young, he's been doing business in the underworld for many years after all, and he thinks he is quite accurate. Boss Qin, he doesn't look like that kind of person. Is there any misunderstanding here? Qi Lao Sin sneered. Misunderstanding? I don't think it's a misunderstanding. He simply looks down on us peasants doing business. The ghost who is broadcasting in the group immediately spoke up for Qin Yuni. He is talking nonsense. Boss Qin, it's obvious that your price is too high and many ghosts can't afford it. In order to reduce the burden on these ghosts, you lowered the price a little. That's clearly a threat. It's not like what you said, to discuss it in a nice way. That is. Qi Lao Sin turned around and shouted angrily, "Shut up. If you make any more noise, I will beat you up too." Yan Wenjing arrived first and saw the chaos in front of the dining car, frowning slightly. A ghost saw Yan Wenjing appear here. After being shocked, he immediately knelt down in fear and shouted, "Lord Yama." Qi-san, who was being arrogant, thought that other ghosts were trying to trick him when he heard them calling out for the King of Hell. The King of Hell is so busy. How could he possibly come here? Don't think you can trick me like this. Even if the King of Hell comes today. However, the next second, the powerful pressure made Qi-san unable to stand, and he fell to the ground. Yan Wenjing looked down at him and asked casually, "What do you want?" Such a strong pressure made all the other ghosts kneel down. Even the ghosts passing by knelt down and shouted loudly, "Welcome to the King of Hell." Qin Yuni's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Yan Wenjing floating in the air. Didn't he just leave? Why are you back again? But the posture of the King of Hell is so handsome. The long hair scattered behind him fluttered in the wind, and the majestic aura made his handsome face look a little sharp. Qin Yuni was not a flower maniac, but he was a little dazed at this moment. While she was stunned, all the ghosts had already knelt down. Qin Yuni looked at this grand scene, and she realized how powerful the King of Hell was. This is a magnificent sight that is impossible to see in the human world. Qin Yuni saw that all the ghosts were kneeling, and she was the only one standing, which seemed a little awkward. Just when she was hesitating whether to kneel down as well, Xie Bian and Judge Cui arrived right behind her. Looking at the ghosts kneeling in the mess, and Qin Yuni, who was still standing there motionless, as if he was scared. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for Xie Bian and Cui Yu to just go over there. After all, there were so many ghosts watching, and it would be difficult to blatantly show favoritism. Qi-sen turned his head stiffly, and after seeing Yan Wenjing in midair, he trembled and got up from the ground and knelt down. "Lord Yan, I was just trying to scare her. Even if you didn't come, I wouldn't dare to do anything under your jurisdiction." Yan Wenjing's long black hair fluttered slightly, and he said casually, "Really?" These two simple words made Qi-san's already pale face even paler, and even sweat dripped down his forehead. He stammered, Yes, I was just talking nonsense. Yes, I was just talking nonsense. I really didn't mean to do anything." Qin Yuni raised his eyebrows. That's not what he just said. Yan Wenjing ignored him, and his eyes fell on Qin Yuni, the only person standing in the audience. Then he retracted his gaze and said calmly, "Take away all those who are causing trouble at the scene." Xie Bian and Cui responded, "Yes." Then he summoned the ghost messenger to take these troublesome ghosts away. Xie Bian walked straight to Qin Yuni and whispered, "Don't be afraid. Just tell the truth when the time comes. As long as it's not your fault, the King of Hell won't do anything to you." Qin Yuni subconsciously looked at Yan Wenjing, then nodded, "Okay, thank you, brother." She didn't ask why the message she sent to Xie Bian turned out to be from the King of Hell. She just thought that he hadn't returned to the King of Hell yet and happened to be nearby. The ghost catcher came quickly and took the other ghosts away one after another. Xiaonya looked worriedly at Qin Yuni, who was taken away by Xie Bian. She was a living person who was caught by the King of Hell getting involved in a large-scale disturbance in the underworld, and now she was taken away by the King of Hell again. Even if she knew the black and white impermanence, she would not have an easy life with the king of hell's justice and majesty. Qin Yuni noticed Xiao Nie's gaze and winked at him, signaling him to rest assured. Yan Wenjing noticed her actions, glanced at Xiao Nie, and returned to the king of hell. The Hall of Heck. Yan Wenjing was sitting in the palace. Judge Cui was standing beside him, and Xie Bian was standing not far from Qin Yuni. The hall was dim and filled with green light, and even without anyone speaking, one could still feel timid. Qin Yuni didn't expect that she would be in the King of Hell's palace today, where she had never been able to visit in her previous life. She glanced at Yan Wenjing, who looked even more majestic sitting there, and her old-fashioned impression of the King of Hell completely disappeared, turning into the King of Hell of today. But whose idea was it to design such strange lighting in the Hall of Yama? It's really a bit scary. However, the layout of the Yama Palace is quite new. Yan Wenjing saw Qin Yuni's little movements clearly from above. His eyes were a little complicated. It was the first time that someone dared to look around in the hall. I don't know if her calmness is because she is sure that he will not let anything happen to her, or if she is simply too carefree. Qin Yuni didn't realize that Yan Wenjing could see everything about her, and she looked around with great interest. When she saw something beautiful, her eyes lit up with curiosity. Soon, Yan Wenjing's indifferent question interrupted Qin Yuni's wandering thoughts. Who is this person in the hall, and why are you gathering to cause trouble? Qi San boasted before that he knew the King of Hell, but in fact it was just that his uncle also worked in the underworld, and his uncle would turn a blind eye to minor fights. But he had even anticipated that if his uncle found out that he was causing trouble and was caught by the King of Hell, with his uncle's temper, he would definitely abandon him without hesitation. Qi San no longer had the arrogance he had just now. My name is Qi San, and I'm the owner of the Juxiang Tang incense shop. We didn't cause any trouble. It was just a friendly exchange between merchants. Qin Yuni put away his messy thoughts and answered respectfully, Your Majesty, my name is Qin Yuni. With your permission, I set up a small stall in the underworld to sell box lunches. Today, this boss Qi suddenly said that if I want to sell incense, I must get it from him. Otherwise I can't sell it, and the price must be the same as his. Your Majesty, I want to ask, isn't buying and selling free in the underworld? He forced the merchants to purchase from him. Doesn't this constitute forced buying and selling, triggering the laws of the underworld? She said righteously, I don't know if he does this kind of thing often. If so, how many merchants in the underworld have suffered such persecution? How dare he be so arrogant in your territory? Isn't this a blatant challenge to your authority? If you don't stop this from happening, how are you going to control those ghosts in the future? At the end, Qin Yuni's voice was obviously more angry. He almost poked my dish with a fan. As a chef, how could I watch the dishes I worked so hard to make being ruined like this? So I refused, and he let the ghost smash my dining cart. I just bought a new dining cart yesterday. I used it for the first time today, and it was smashed like this. Xie Bian's eyebrows jumped at Qin Yuni's righteous words, and he subconsciously looked up to see the face of the King of Hell. He didn't expect that she was so bold as to say these words in front of the King of Hell. Qi San was so frankly shocked by Qin Yuni's words that he broke out in a cold sweat. This woman has no moral principles at all. However, there are some people who are gloating over other people's misfortune and even dare to say such things in front of the King of Hell. Since she is asking for death, don't blame him. Yan Wenjing. Yan Wenjing was silent for a long while, then said calmly, That makes sense. If this matter is not severely punished, it will be difficult to convince the public. Qi San, is what she said true? Qi San didn't dare to admit it and quickly explained, No, it was really just a friendly exchange. How dare I act rashly on your territory? My uncle often taught me not to bully others by taking advantage of my power. I have always followed the rules of the underworld and dare not act recklessly. This time I went to find Boss Qin because I hope that the prices in the underworld can be unified. Merchants can't engage in price wars. Although it is a matter between merchants, it involves many innocent ghosts in the underworld. After hearing this, Judge Cui took a closer look at Qi San, then leaned over to Yan Wenjing's ear and reported, Chi-san's uncle is Chi Tong, the ghost officer in charge of the prison. Yan Wenjing's expression did not change when he heard this. He just whispered something to Judge Cui, then glanced at Chi-san nonchalantly and said, "It seems that you two have different opinions. Bring the other troublemakers and Chi Tong to the palace." When Chi-san heard Yan Wenjing ask him to bring Chi Tong to the palace, he collapsed to the ground. Finished. He is really finished. In the hall, no ghost noticed him. The ghost catcher immediately brought up a group of ghosts that had just gathered. At the same time, 2 confessions were placed on Yan Wenjing's desk, and there was another unknown object. Because there were so many ghosts, the hall became crowded and noisy for a while. Judge Cui said coldly, "Quiet." For a moment, the hall was so quiet that even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. It was at this time that Chi Tong was brought to the main hall. Chi Tong was patrolling the prison when he was escorted to the main hall by a ghost. On the way, he kept trying to find out the reason why the King of Hell sent him to the Hall of Heck, but to no avail. The ghost escorting him refused to reveal a single word, leaving him with no way to do anything he wanted to do. When he arrived at the main hall and saw his good nephew among the ghosts, he immediately understood a little. Chi-san saw his uncle avoiding his gaze and didn't dare to say a word. Chi Tong knelt down and shouted respectfully, "Lord Yama." "Yan Wenjing, do you know why you were summoned here?" Chi Tong glanced at Chi-san and replied, "How much can you guess? Is it because my nephew has committed a crime?" Yan Wenjing glanced at the confessions on both sides, threw the 2 confessions at his feet, and said coldly, "Take a good look at the good things he has done." The more Chi Tong looked at it, the gloomier his expression became. Finally, he even clenched the testimony and said angrily, "Lord Yama, I didn't know he had done so many bad things." Chi-san's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously turned to look at the group of ghosts following him. However, the other ghosts lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. These simultaneous actions made Chi-san realize that they must have confessed everything, and he felt hopeless for a moment. Upon hearing this, Yan Wenjing said meaningfully, "You really don't know?" Chi Tong said with a righteous attitude, "Lord Yama, I really didn't know that this kid would take advantage of my relationship to do such evil things. According to what he did, he should be sentenced to imprisonment." Upon hearing this, Chi-san looked at his uncle in shock. Although he knew that his uncle would sever their relationship if he knew about his affairs, he just didn't expect that he would be so righteous as to kill his own relative. Yan Wenjing asked calmly, "Chi-san, do you have anything else to say?" He closed his eyes, looking completely depressed. "I have nothing to say." Yan Wenjing then threw another report at Chi Tong and sneered, "If that's the case. Chi Tong, see if you have anything else to say." Chi Tong picked it up and just glanced at it when his expression suddenly changed. He was completely different from the righteous words he had just said to kill his relatives for the sake of justice. His hands were shaking and he said anxiously, "Lord Yama, this is all a false accusation." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost who went to search his room arrived with the ghost money found in Chi Tong's house. The ghost respectfully presented all the ghost money to him. "Lord Yama, these were all found in Chi Tong's room." Chi Tong wanted to argue, but after opening his mouth, he fell to the ground. The next second, he got up and knelt in front, crying and shouting, "I was wrong, Lord Yama, I was wrong. Please give me another chance, I won't dare to do it again." Yan Wenjing read out the verdict in a cold voice. After investigation, it was found that Chi-san threatened the merchant Ms. Chin during this gathering and riot, and smashed Ms. Chin's dining cart, tables and chairs, etc. He also threatened other merchants many times by relying on his uncle relationship and engaged in vicious competition. He is fined to compensate Ms. Chin for her dining cart, tables and chairs, etc., as well as psychological comfort for Ms. Chin's customers, totaling 100,000 ghost money, and to take back his shop and put him in prison for 1 year, extending his reincarnation time. His uncle Chi Tong accepted bribes of more than 1 million ghost money, protected his nephew Chi-san, and used improper means to seek benefits for him many times. He broke the law knowingly. He is sentenced to 20 soul whips, dismissed from the post of prison ghost officer, and will never be reincarnated. All his money will be confiscated. All the ghosts under Chi-san's command, except Chi-san, who were involved in the incident, will be fined and ordered to compensate Ms. Chin and Ms. Chin's clients with 1,000 ghost coins each. I hereby promise that if Ms. Chin needs a shop, no matter where it is, I can buy or rent it at a 10% discount to make up for the injustice Ms. Chin suffered in the underworld today. Yan Wenjing raised his eyes slightly, looked down at all the ghosts, and said calmly, "Do you have any objections?" Qin Yuni's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he widened his eyes in surprise. I didn't expect that being picked on could lead to such a good thing. If this good thing could happen every time, she would like it to happen more often. The rest of the ghosts, especially merchants like Xiao Nie, were all shocked. After all, in all these years, there had never been any discounts on houses or shops in the underworld. You can imagine how great a good thing this was. Yan Wenjing glanced at Qin Yuni's peach blossom eyes that were curved with laughter and raised his sword-like eyebrows. Since there is no objection, everyone can leave. At this time, Xie Bian and Judge Cui came over and said, "Congratulations." Qin Yuni whispered, "I also want to thank Big Brother and Judge Cui for coming in time to speak up for me. When you guys are free, I'll cook something delicious for you. Or you can discuss it, and I can prepare the food and come to the underworld to cook it. By the way, please tell the King of Hell to thank him for me." "Okay, let's discuss it." Xie Bian and Cui Yu nodded quickly. After all, they were on duty, and the King of Hell was watching them. It was not appropriate to say too much to Qin Yuni, so they returned to work. Before leaving, Qin Yuni met Yan Wenjing's gaze, smiled, opened his mouth, and said silently, "Thank you, Lord Yama. Remember to come." Yan Wenjing raised the corners of his lips slightly and nodded slightly at her. Qin Yuni then followed the other ghosts and left the palace of Yama. Outside the Hades Palace, other ghosts who were familiar with Qin Yuni came over to congratulate her. "Congratulations, Boss Qin." "Boss Qin, congratulations. If you open a shop, please inform us in advance." "That's right. I'm counting on getting a bottle of wine and some peanuts from Boss Qin every day to survive. If I don't eat them one day, I'll always feel like something is missing in my heart." Qin Yuni smiled and said loudly to the ghosts who had helped her so much today, "Don't worry. Thanks to everyone's help today. Everyone remember to come tomorrow. The drinks and lunch boxes are all free. I'll treat everyone." Compared to Qin Yuni's joy, Chi-san and his uncle Chi-tong were escorted out by the ghost. When Chi-san's ghost men came out, they were all unhappy. When they saw Qin Yuni and the others, they all moved away from them. Qin Yuni saw their actions and smiled. Today it was thanks to Yan Wenjing. If the King of Hell was someone else, she might not have been able to leave so smoothly. After all, Chi-san has an uncle who is a prison guard, and she is a living person with no connections in the underworld. Normally, she would only suffer losses if she faced Chi-san. But unfortunately, she met Yan Wenjing, and not only was she not punished, she also received a large amount of compensation. Qin Yuni thought about the 100,000 yuan compensation she received, which would be exactly 800,000 yuan when converted into dollars. It's more than tens of thousands more than what she has earned from selling lunchboxes recently. Qin Yuni felt happy just thinking about it. After she calculated, she had nearly 1 million in savings. She experienced the feeling of becoming rich overnight. She is now a wealthy woman. The more I think about it, the happier I am. This was the first time in her life that she had seen so much money. With this money, she can buy a house in the county town. It would take some time to get the money that was awarded, so after separating from them, Qin Yuni returned to the dining car and took a careful look at it. Although it was smashed, the damage was not serious, and it should be able to be fixed by finding a repair shop. The other tables and other things were still usable. The only thing was that the lunch boxes were all ruined. Qin Yuni put all the tables and chairs into the dining car and returned to the human world. He took a broom from home and began to clean the inside of the dining car. After she cleaned up, she pulled the food truck onto the street and found a repair shop to have them repair the dented parts. Although her newly bought car was damaged, the compensation money was enough to buy several of her food trucks. Also, because of what happened today, the underworld issued 2 new decrees, requiring all items to be priced uniformly by the underworld and not to be adjusted privately, in order to force other merchants. If a merchant engages in vicious competition and reports it to the ghost catcher, and it is verified to be a fact, the merchant's shop rights will be revoked. In other words, if a merchant has these situations, he will no longer be able to open a store and sell things in the future. Qin Yuni also did a good thing in disguise by correcting these bad behaviors for those merchants. Because he finished work early today, Qin Yuni was completely free and had time to check the messages on his phone. As soon as Qin Yuni turned on his cell phone, he heard the phone beeping non-stop. Vegetarian Underworld Lunch Group. Fengyang, is Boss Qin okay? Are you alright? Do you need me to call someone over to help? White Brain? Can anyone tell me what is going on now? I am so anxious. Lousy Tianxia Digit. Where is the brother who was broadcasting just now? How is he now? Wow. I heard that the King of Hell has gone. If the King of Hell has gone, then there should be nothing to worry about. The wind blew it all over the ground. Did I miss something important? Even the King of Hell is here. She scrolled down and found a message from Bai Luo. The ordering software you requested is ready. I tested it myself, and the results are pretty good. Please see where it needs improvement. Then I sent her the software. About an hour later, he sent another message. I heard in the group that your stall was smashed. Are you okay? Do you need help? Qin Yuni quickly replied, I'm fine. No need for help. The King of Hell is here, and I've received a large sum of compensation. I quoted his words again and replied, I will try it now. Then he sent another message to the group. Qin Yuni, thank you for your concern, I'm fine. Sea Breeze, I'm glad you're okay. Ting Fengyin, how did they resolve this? It's impossible for them to just smash things and let it go. She opened the software and asked it to run various tests. I felt it was pretty good after using it, so I sent the software to the group. Qin Yuni, ordering app Qin Yuni, the food delivery software is ready. You can download it to your phone and order food at home without leaving your home. Our food delivery guy will deliver the food to your door after sending the message. She replied to Ting Fengyin. They paid for all the things they damaged, and Chi Sen also got the punishment he deserved. Qin Yuni, to thank everyone for their concern, all lunch boxes will be 20% off tomorrow. The same applies to Takeout Forever 18. Wow. Takeout is finally online. The wind blows and my head feels cool. I finally don't have to queue up for lunch boxes every day. Come on, come on. Boss Qin has now changed his stall into a food truck. Now there is no need to fight for food, and there is also takeaway, which will be more convenient in the future. I am the best in the world. My heart is so excited that my hands are shaking. I will know if there is any takeaway food when I open the boss's food delivery app. White Brain, when can Boss Qin order a la carte? I promise I will be the first one to order. Although the box lunch is also delicious, I haven't eaten the kind of food that is served in the restaurant for many years. I miss it. Abyss. You can urge Boss Qin to open a store. Boss Qin can hire more people when he has a store. This should still be possible. It has to be said that they expressed Qin Yuni's thoughts. If she could really buy a shop in the underworld, she would definitely hire people and turn it into a restaurant. But you can imagine that the prices in the shops in the underworld are not cheap. The prices of shops in the human world are much more expensive than normal housing prices, let alone in the underworld, where there are few storefronts, so I'm afraid the prices will be even higher. But it is always good to have a goal, and having a goal will tell you the direction to work towards. The wind blew away everything, but the shops in the underworld are so expensive. I heard that the cheapest one costs 5 or 6 million, and it's only 20 or 30 square meters. Lousy is the best in the world. How about we crowdfund? Crowdfund to let Boss Qin open a restaurant. I will give 100,000 ghost money. Do you think I'm beautiful? I'll also give 100,000. I like the dishes cooked by Boss Qin. Fengyang, I don't have that much money, so I'll just give you 50,000. Wow. I am even poorer now. I will give all my lunch money to Boss Qin. 5,000 heck money. Lousy is the best in the world. I thought it was so much, but this is it? Wow. At least I paid. It's better than those who didn't pay a dime, right? Li Ming directly said in the group, "If Boss Qin really wants to open a store, I will support him with 1 million. But Boss Qin should have his own plans." As soon as the news about the grape monster came out, the group fell silent for a few seconds. Then the screen started to refresh immediately. Cute girl. Rich man. Big-eyed cute kid. Boss, are you still in need of a younger brother? Forever 18. Boss, do you need a pendant? I can eat and dress myself. Qin Yuni was distracted for a while, and she didn't expect the atmosphere in the group to change. She looked at the friends in the group who wanted to crowdfund for him, and she felt happy and sad. Qin Yuni, thank you for your support. The store is on schedule, but it will take a while. Don't worry, everyone will get what they want. Do you think I'm beautiful? Boss Qin is mighty. JPG, the big-eyed cute kid, said eagerly. Boss Qin, in my age, is there still hope of seeing it? Feng Yang, I think it should be possible. There are so many ghosts in the underworld, and many of them don't know that Boss Qin is selling lunchboxes here. As long as we can attract all these ghosts, Boss Qin will be able to open a store in no time. Grape monster. That's right. Boss Qin's food is so delicious. It would be unjust if it wasn't popular. Wow. Yes, yes, yes. Just like me. As long as they have eaten the lunchbox made by Boss Qin once, they will never forget it. Qin Yuni. She wasn't sure if she could open a store in their lifetime. There's really no need to put such a high hat on her. After all, it's 5 or 6 million ghost money. It's not dollars. If this were dollars, she would be able to succeed if she tried harder. But this is 5 or 6 million ghost money. Even if she didn't eat or drink, it would take her several years to be able to afford a store based on her current income of several thousand a day. The more Qin Yuni thought about it, the more sad she felt. She had just felt like a wealthy woman 1 second ago, but the next second they beat her back to her original form. She was still a long way from truly becoming a wealthy woman. It will take at least several years to achieve financial freedom. Houses worth millions, shops worth millions, and reincarnation. While I can't think about it, the more I think about it, the sadder I get. Qin Yuni silently pressed his finger towards the words he had just sent out, or else he should withdraw them. The dining car is actually pretty good. If that doesn't work out, I can just rent a shop later. Buying a store or something. Actually, it's not that necessary. The friends in the group had no idea of Qin Yuni's melancholy heart. They were all looking forward to her opening a shop as soon as possible so that they could eat restaurant meals in the underworld when they were reborn as ghosts. So much so that Qin Yuni would dream of them chasing her and asking, Boss Qin, when will your store open? Yeah, when will it open? I'm almost reincarnated. Boss Qin, are you opening the store today? Later it became, is Boss Qin's store open?
Not yet.
Hurry up and get up and make money. Qin Yuni ran and shouted, I will do it as soon as possible. I really will do it as soon as possible. She was awakened by a scream and sat up in bed, breathing heavily. Her whole body felt soft and wet, as if she had been fished out of the water. Qin Yuni then realized that what she had just done was just a dream, and it was not real. She exhaled and wiped the sweat from her forehead. So scary. Qin Yuni lay down and wanted to continue sleeping, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard she tossed and turned. However, it was still very early before dawn, so she got up, picked up a bucket of water, and went to the backyard to water her vegetables. The underworld, the palace of Yama. Yan Wenjing was sitting at the 8 Immortals table taking care of other things. Seeing that Judge Cui and Xie Bian had finished their work but had not left yet, he paused and looked up at them. Anything else? Xie Bian gave Judge Cui a look, indicating that he should speak. Judge Cui looked at him unhappily and said, Why don't you go up? Xie Bian, do you still want to eat? Judge Cui thought about the incident when Yan Wenjing stole his lunchbox and thought that it should not be a problem to borrow the big kitchen in the King of Hell's house. Besides, Miss Qin also invited the King of Hell, right? Judge Cui cleared his throat and said, Miss Qin wants to invite us to dinner to thank us for giving her justice today. She wants to borrow your kitchen. Yan Wenjing, we?
Yes.
Judge Cui nodded and then added, Miss Qin specifically asked us to invite you along. Yan Wenjing nodded in agreement. Okay, what time? Judge Cui. Miss Qin asked us to discuss it with her, so that she can bring the ingredients over. Yan Wenjing thought for a second, and then said, then let's do it tomorrow. After Xie Bian received a positive reply, he immediately sent a message to Qin Yuni. Qin Yuni was busy in the backyard at this time. She originally planned to water the vegetables in the backyard, but she found that there were a lot of weeds growing in the vegetable garden. She started weeding again. After all the weeds were pulled out, she watered the vegetable garden. By the time she saw the message, the sky was already brightening. After she replied to Xie Bian's message, she hurried back to the house, took a quick shower, changed her clothes, and didn't even have time to make breakfast. She hurried to the street, planning to eat something on the street later. The dishes she asked Aunt Wang to prepare were only enough for her to make lunch boxes. If she was going to invite the King of Hell and his men to dinner, it naturally couldn't be handled that easily. Aunt Wang said that the village was slaughtering a pig today, so there was no need to worry about pork. She bought some beef, boneless chicken feet, shrimp, and some other vegetables and prepared to make a hot pot. But this hot pot is not a big pot, but a separate small pot. Qin Yuni didn't dare to let the King of Hell and other ghost officials share the same pot. She didn't even dare to think about what Yan Wenjing's expression would be if she cooked a big pot, although she really wanted to see it. But my life is more important, so I'd better not challenge the majesty of the King of Hell. Qin Yuni went to the repair shop to see if her food truck was repaired. Unexpectedly, before she arrived, she ran into a clerk from the repair shop driving her food truck and preparing to deliver it to her. Qin Yuni took a close look at the exterior and found that it was almost the same as a new one. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to tell that the car had been hit with several dents yesterday. So Qin Yuni got on the food truck and returned home with the purchased ingredients. When she got home, she found that Aunt Wang and others had already arrived. Qin Yuni didn't even have extra time to chat with them. While they were preparing the dishes, he made the shrimps into shrimp orb and cut some of the beef into beef orb. She chopped the meat into small pieces, beat eggs, and planned to make egg dumplings. Aunt Wang asked in confusion, "Why did you cook so many dishes today?" Qin Yuni just said this, but thinking of the identities of Yan Wangye and the others, he changed his words and said, "Yesterday. My friends helped me a little. I plan to treat them to hot pot tonight." Aunt Wang nodded. "Is that so? Then we should treat them to a meal." Widow Li and the others saw that Qin Yuni was so busy, so they helped to prepare the other ingredients for the hot pot. After completing all the preparations, Qin Yuni started cooking without stopping. After Qin Yuni finished all this, she remembered that she didn't make glutinous rice cakes. How can you have hot pot without brown sugar rice cakes and crispy pork? Seeing Qin Yuni anxiously wanting to go to the street to buy some glutinous rice cakes, Widow Li next to him said weakly, "Boss Qin, I made some glutinous rice cakes the day before yesterday and put them in the refrigerator. I just don't know if it's okay." Qin Yuni said repeatedly, "Yes, yes. That's great." While Widow Li went back to get the glutinous rice cakes, Qin Yuni and Aunt Wang moved all the things onto the dining car. Qin Yuni worked all morning before he hurriedly took the dining car to the underworld. Maybe because yesterday's incident was a bit too serious, there were unexpectedly many ghosts today. Some heard about what happened yesterday and came to watch the fun, while most heard that there was a 20% discount on lunch boxes today and lined up to buy them. No matter what you come here for, as long as you are here, you are a customer. Even if they don't buy today, they are still potential customers and may buy on that day. Qin Yuni raised his signature smile. "Everyone is up so early today, Boss Qin, you are late." "Yes, it's much later than usual." A middle-aged male ghost circled the dining car and said with a strange expression, "I heard that Boss Qi smashed the car very hard yesterday and even damaged the car. Why doesn't this car seem to be damaged?" Qin Yuni kept smiling as he explained, "I took it to a repair shop yesterday to get it fixed. I was in a hurry to get the car this morning, so I was a little late. If you want to buy lunch boxes, please line up. You can eat at the table in the back or take them home." Qin Yuni pointed to a code posted next to him and said, "The store has launched a new takeaway app. You only need to download the app, and you can buy lunchboxes without leaving your home. Some ghosts curiously scanned the code and downloaded it to their phones. Is this the food delivery app you mentioned, Boss Chin? Chin Yuni nodded. Yes, after you download it, you just need to log in, set the address, and place the order. The guy who applied for the job last time will deliver the lunchbox to your home according to the address you filled in. The ghosts in line listened to Chin Yuni's explanation and nodded one after another. This is good. It's convenient. Those who had mobile phones took out their phones, downloaded the software, and then filled in the address according to what Chin Yuni said. This software is simpler than some other software. There is nothing complicated about it. You can understand how to operate it at a glance. Even some of the old ones can be operated with just a little teaching. Chin Yuni's initial request was for simplicity, because there were many things in the underworld that were from ancient times or the Republic of China, and they had never come across them. If they were too complicated, they wouldn't be able to operate them at all. Therefore, when you open this software, you will see the lunchbox purchase location of Chin Yuni's small food truck. You only need to fill in the address for the first time. As long as the address is not changed frequently, you don't even need to click on the second page below. The second page only contains the name and address, and you don't even need to bind a bank card. You can pay directly with the account you used when logging in. The goal is to make it as simple as possible, for fear that the operation will be too complicated and they will not be able to operate it. The young man who volunteered to help Chin Yuni deliver food last time was also here today. When he heard that the food delivery business had started, he immediately helped those who didn't know how to do it and taught them how to operate it. After all, everyone who downloads the software is his potential customer. He can eat Boss Chin's lunchboxes and earn money at the same time. If he is not proactive, there will be many people rushing to do this good thing. He heard that after he recommended himself that day, the boss stopped hiring the next day, saying that the vacancy was full. Fortunately, he acted in time. As the saying goes, opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. Always be ready to go to work and take advantage of opportunities. While Chin Yuni was busy packing lunchboxes, she also took the time to see the young man who was actively promoting the food delivery software for her. Just then, a group of ghosts came. After what happened yesterday, seeing such a large group of ghosts surrounding them, not to mention Chin Yuni, the other ghosts formed a conditioned reflex, thinking that they were another group of people coming to cause trouble. All the ghosts, including Chin Yuni, looked at them warily. The other party seemed to sense their vigilance, so the leading man asked in a friendly manner, "Excuse me, is the boss who defeated Boss Chi yesterday here?" The man closest to him looked at them and asked, "What do you want from Boss Chin? If you want to buy a box lunch, please get in line. If you want to pick a fight, don't blame me for not reminding you that Boss Chi is still in jail yesterday." He quickly explained, "You misunderstood. We are here to thank the Boss Chin you mentioned." He pointed at the ghosts following behind him and said, "We are all the owners of nearby shops. Chi-san used to bully us by relying on his uncle, who is a ghost catcher. This time, he met Boss Chin and kicked the iron wall and went to jail. For this reason, the underworld issued 2 new rules yesterday so that we small bosses no longer have to do things according to their wishes. We heard that Boss Chin is setting up a stall here, so we came here to thank him." As soon as he finished speaking, the ghosts queuing to buy lunch boxes all pointed in the direction of Chin Yuni. The one carrying lunch boxes on the dining cart is Boss Chin. Chin Yuni was quite far away and didn't hear clearly what they said. She just saw all the ghosts pointing in her direction. Then they arrived at the dining car. Chin Yuni didn't know what they were going to do specifically, but since her group of customers recognized them, they should be here to buy lunch boxes, so she asked with a smile, "Heko, do you want to buy lunch boxes?" "Heko, Boss Chin. I'm the incense seller at the end of the alley. You can call me Chienda. This is my younger brother. We opened this store together. This is Wang Qian. Opposite is the clothing seller. This is Wu Yu. This is..." Before she could respond, the next second, in front of everyone, 2 thick stacks of paper money appeared in front of Chin Yuni. Chin Yuni. She was so shocked that she took a step back. "What are you doing?" "Boss Chin, don't think too much. We just want to thank you for helping us punish Chi-san. The King of Hell even issued 2 new orders because of this. You are a living person and we don't have anything to give you, so we just pooled some money together." The corners of Chin Yuni's eyes twitched. Are all thanks from the underworld so direct? She glanced at the 2 stacks of paper money and estimated that there were at least 20,000. Straightforward. Let her cough, cough, cough. Not to mention, she actually quite likes this sincere way of thanking others. Chin Yuni turned his eyes away from the 2 stacks of heck money and said seriously, this is what I should do. I just don't like his behavior. You don't have to give me so much heck money. I am just speaking for myself. As for the new order you mentioned, it was also issued by the King of Hell. It has nothing to do with me, so there is no need to thank me. We all understand what you said, but if it weren't for you, the King of Hell wouldn't have issued a new order, and Chi-san and his uncle wouldn't have gone in. No matter what, we should thank you. You don't need us to thank you. It's because you are generous. We want to thank you because even though you saved us unconsciously, we can't rely on your generosity to not thank you. Chin Yuni's head was buzzing as he listened to it, and he felt like he was listening to Tang monk chanting sutras. In short, in the end, Chin Yuni accepted the 2 stacks of ghost money in a daze under their strong persuasion. I always feel a little uneasy when I hold this money. But if she doesn't accept it, they will keep talking in a bunch of nonsense like chanting a sutra, and who knows how long she'll have to keep talking to them. Before they left, they each bought a few box lunches, some of which they brought to their families, and some of which they intended to give as benefits to employees. They insisted on buying it themselves, so Chin Yuni had no choice but to give them a discount. The key point is that she herself did not expect that because of this incident, Chin Yuni's small food truck became more popular than ever before. More and more ghosts came to buy lunch boxes. She received dozens of takeout orders on the first day. Because it was only the first day, many ghosts did not know that the takeout was online. As a result, the number of ghosts in her group reached more than 200. When she finished selling and closed the stall to count the income, Chin Yuni found that she had sold more than 6,800 today. You have to know that this is based on her discount. If not, today's income would have directly reached 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a day. Not only were the lunch boxes sold out, but even the wine and incense were almost sold out. Adding the 2 stacks of paper money given by Qianda and his friends, she earned more than 26,000 yuan today. This means that she earns more than $210,000 today. When Chin Yuni calculated her income for the day, she was a little confused. 210,000. This was an income she had never dared to imagine before. Is it achieved so easily? Boss Chin? What's wrong with you? When the ox head and horse face came to pick up Chin Yuni to collect the compensation, they unexpectedly ran into Chin Yuni standing at the door of Tiandi Bank in a daze. Chin Yuni heard the voice and looked over with lifeless eyes. Oh, it was the ox-head and horse-faced monster. Ox-headed and horse-faced. Chin Yuni immediately came back to his senses and asked in confusion, I didn't hear clearly what you just said. Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Neo Tu said, the compensation for Chi-san and Chi-tong has arrived. You need to sign, and then you can take the compensation. Oh, okay, I'll go get something. Chin Yuni nodded and walked towards the food cart. She went to the dining car, took out a large bag of food that had been packed in a cardboard box and held it in her arms, holding a large bag in one hand, and got off the car and said, I'm ready, I can go now. Seeing that she was holding a large box that was almost taller than her upper body, and that she was holding so many things in her hands, the horse face guard took the box and asked, What are you holding? So many? Let us help you carry it. Nyoto also took the 2 bags. Chin Yuni explained, Yesterday, Lord Yen and his men helped me a lot. I didn't have anything else to offer, so I bought some food and planned to treat them to a meal. Since they had already asked and helped carry things, it seemed unreasonable not to invite them. So they asked, Is it convenient for you? Do you want to join us? Hearing this, Horse-Faced wanted to agree subconsciously, but when he thought about going with the King of Hell, the horse's face showed a conflicted expression again. I want to eat the food made by Chin Yuni again, but if I do that, I will have to eat with the King of Hell. For a moment, Ma Mian was wavering between Chin Yuni's cooking and having a meal with the King of Hell. Nyoto also remembered the taste of Chin Yuni's lunchbox last time. He hadn't eaten it for many years. In the end, Qin Yuni's food won. So they looked at each other and said, "It's convenient. We don't have anything to do today." Qin Yuni nodded. "Then after we sign, I'll ask you to take me to the King of Hell's house, and I'll cook for you." This morning, Xie Bian told her that there was a large kitchen in the King of Hell's house, but it had never been used, so he borrowed it to cook for her. But she didn't expect that business was so booming today that she closed the stall much earlier than usual, so she didn't have time to tell Xie Bian and the others. Thinking of this, she sent a message to Xie Bian, asking him not to pick her up, and also told him about the ox head and horse face. Fortunately, she thought that it was a dinner party after all, so she would rather prepare more ingredients than have insufficient ingredients. So, she prepared a lot of ingredients, enough to feed a few more people. Qin Yuni followed the ox head and horse face to sign the document, received a compensation of over 100,000 yuan, and then followed them to the King of Hell's house. Qin Yuni watched the car go further and further off the track, with a puzzled look on his face. "Aren't we going to the King of Hell's house?" Nyoto explained, "The King of Hell likes quietness, so he lives in Xiangshan." The horse-faced guard quickly said, "Although it is far away, it is definitely the best in the underworld. It is quiet and has beautiful scenery." Qin Yuni looked at the gray sky along the way and could not see any scenery at all. He could not help but smile at what Ma Mian said. Then she remembered that last time the King of Hell said he would reserve a house for her next to his house. If she also bought a house here, wouldn't she have to travel such a long distance back and forth every day? She thought it was in the villa area, but she didn't expect that the Xiangshan that the King of Hell mentioned was so far away. Otherwise, she should just not buy here in the future. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient for her to set up a stall. Before she could think clearly, she heard Nyoto say, "We're here." Qin Yuni got off the car and found that the scenery here was really beautiful, so beautiful that it didn't look like the underworld at all. Although the sky here is still gray, the petals flying all over the sky and the faint floral fragrance in the air make even the gray sky seem less gray. This made Qin Yuni feel for a moment that this was not the underworld, but the outside world. Qin Yuni walked in the middle of a road about 5 or 6 meters wide, with flowers floating on both sides. There are 3 or 4 small courtyards at the end of the road, each of which is about a few dozen meters apart. Each courtyard is extremely luxurious in the underworld. Just from the outside, you can tell that the people living inside are either rich or noble. Qin Yuni was dazzled and suddenly felt that it was nice to live here, but this courtyard didn't look like something she could afford. The horse-faced man held the big cardboard box and said, "It's right in front. Next to it is the courtyard of the Great Emperor Dongyue. Only the Great Emperor Dongyue and the King of Hell live here." Qin Yuni asked in confusion, "This place is so beautiful. Why don't other ghosts live here? Is this yard very expensive? Why don't you build more houses and villas here?" Nyo too explained, "The Emperor of Dongyue and the King of Hell both like quietness, and this place has been blessed by magic power. Ordinary ghosts can't bear it. There are also illusions around. If you come here alone, sometimes what you see may not be real." Qin Yuni. The King of Hell even said he would leave her a small courtyard next door. This is wanting her to die. She still thinks that the King of Hell is a good man. Even ghosts can't bear it. Wouldn't she, a living person, explode and die if she lived here? There is also a fantasy here. She was afraid that once she went in, she would not be able to get out. She was fine when she left in the morning, but when she came back, she stayed in the illusion for a long time, waiting for them to come back and rescue her. Just thinking about it makes me feel both funny and speechless. However, since the King of Hell dared to let her live here, he would not let her die like this, right? Just as Qin Yuni's mind was full of ideas, a man and 2 ghosts arrived in front of the door of one of the courtyards, and the bullhead came forward and knocked on the door. A little boy immediately opened the door. Nyoto saw the little boy serving at the King of Hell's house and bowed, saying, "We are Nyoto and Mamien, and we are here to bring Boss Qin here. This is Boss Qin, who has made an appointment with the King of Hell to come and cook." The boy quickly opened the door and said respectfully, "The King of Hell has told Boss Qin that he is coming. Please come in." The little boy led Qin Yuni and the others through a huge courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they saw a rockery with a small bridge next to it. Under the bridge was running water that came from nowhere. Although the yard is large, it is arranged very cleverly. The more Qin Yuni looked at it, the more the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. This was simply her dream room. If she could live here without having to worry about her life all the time, she would be very happy to live here. Qin Yuni suppressed the corners of his mouth that kept rising and asked, "How much does this yard cost?" "Little boy, none of these courtyards are for sale. The king of hell likes quietness and doesn't like others living here. In recent years, only the emperor of Dongyue has lived here. The 2 courtyards next to it are for temporary stays when guests come." Qin Yuni was a little puzzled. The king of hell was not the kind of person who spoke empty words. Since he said he would keep one for himself, he could definitely sell one to her. But the little boy said that this place is not for sale to the public, and the ox-head and horse-faced demon also said that the king of hell and his men like quietness, so it seems that this place is indeed not for sale to the public. So she nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The little boy led her to a wide room on the left side of the corridor, opened the door, and said, "This is the kitchen." Qin Yuni peeked inside from outside the door. This kitchen is really big. This kitchen is quite spacious even if it is placed in the human world. And a lot of the stuff inside looks high-tech, but it's all very new. The little boy walked in first and briefly introduced where the tableware was placed so that Qin Yuni wouldn't get lost because he was unfamiliar with the place. Qin Yuni nodded as he listened, and then the boy said, "The living room is next to it. If you need anything, just call me over there. The king of hell won't be back until later, so tell me if you need anything." Qin Yuni nodded and responded, "Okay, not for now." The horse-faced man carried the ingredients she brought into the kitchen and placed them on the table, then asked, "Do you need help?" "I don't know how to do it." Qin Yuni shook her head. "No, I have basically prepared everything at home. You can't help me with anything else that needs to be made now." After the ox-head and horse-faced demons left the kitchen, Qin Yuni began to slowly take out the packed ingredients. To prevent them from being crushed, she packed them all. After taking out all the ingredients, start frying the hot pot base. She asked Xiebian in advance, and they were all able to make fire by themselves, so she only brought a small pot. Less than half an hour later, Xiebian and his friends arrived. They helped put the hot pot and their respective ingredients on the table. Fan Wuju sniffed. "What is this? It smells nice and feels a little spicy." The horse-faced man had licked his lips several times out of greed. Qin Yuni explained, "This is called hot pot, a special dish of the human world, but it is a little bit spicy. If you can't eat spicy food, you can choose the simmered hot pot, which contains the clear soup I cooked in advance. But I didn't make it very spicy, you can try it. If you can't eat it, just eat the clear soup pot. It tastes good too. This is crispy pork. Brother Xia and his friends should have eaten it last time. This is brown sugar rice cake, which is also delicious. After the soup boils over the fire, you can put these vegetables in and cook them. It is especially popular in winter." She gave them another bowl of condiments. Just smelling and looking at the food, Ma Mion's eyes started to glow red with greed. "When can we start eating?" Nyoto nudged him with his elbow and reminded him, "The king of hell hasn't come back yet." Not long after he finished speaking, Yan Wenjing came back. It seemed like he had been on a long journey because she could vaguely sense a hint of coldness from him. Yan Wenjing was wearing a black suit today, but he had a cloak on the outside, and his long black hair was scattered behind him. As he walked quickly, the cloak and hair fluttered in the wind. Even though she couldn't see his face clearly, Qin Yuni could still tell from his actions that he seemed to be in a bad mood. It wasn't just her. As soon as Yan Wenjing entered the room, the whole house seemed to have been paused for a moment. All the ghosts shouted in unison, "Lord Yama." Yan Wenjing took off his cape, revealing the black suit underneath. His expression showed no sign of calmness or anger. He glanced at the things on the table and said calmly, "Well, now that we're ready, let's start eating." The little boy immediately took the cloak and hung it up. Qin Yuni noticed from the corner of her eye that his clothes were hanging right next to her thin coat. Qin Yuni withdrew his gaze and complained in his heart, You haven't come back yet. How dare we eat first? This was not the first time Qin Yuni had dinner with Yan Wenjing, but this was the first time it felt so weird. Is this what the legend says, that when dining with your boss you have to eat less? However, the next second, Qin Yuni found something wrong. There was only a small hot pot and various side dishes on the table, no fire. What's the point of having hot pot without fire? Didn't Xie Bian say there was fire? Now the hot pot is ready, but how can she make it without fire? Just when Qin Yuni was thinking about whether she should remind them that there was no fire on the table, if there was no fire, then how could she cook and eat this hot pot? Something even weirder happened. The small pots in front of all the ghost officials floated up by themselves, and a small flame started underneath, and the size of the flame could be adjusted by itself. Qin Yuni. This. What is this? She looked at the extremely strange scene in front of her, with a confused look on her face. Why does this look less and less like the atmosphere of a normal hot pot meal? Qin Yuni watched helplessly as a ball of red and blue flames floated under the small hot pot in front of them, illuminating their faces in a strange way. Still weird. Especially since the person sitting opposite her was the ox-head and horse-faced demon. If Qin Yuni had not been the one who proposed this dinner party, she would have been so scared that she would have run away the moment she saw this scene. How can this be called hot pot? This is more like a haunted place. If any normal person saw this scene, they would either faint or run away like her. If they were too scared to run, they would ask, "Are you okay?" Qin Yuni couldn't even imagine how horrible that scene was. At this moment, Qin Yuni wanted to say that if she had known that Xie Bian's fire was like this, she would definitely not choose to eat hot pot. After all, who eats hot pot like this? If you eat hot pot like this, anyone would have a heart attack. I have to say, this fire is quite magical. If you don't look carefully, it seems like it came out of the table. What kind of wooden table is this? It's so close to the fire, and it didn't catch fire? Qin Yuni looked at them with a complicated expression. Fan Wujiu, who was sitting on her left, saw that she didn't have any fire yet and said enthusiastically, "Let me help you light it." There was no sign of anything unusual on her face. Qin Yuni swallowed and nodded hesitantly. "Thank you for the trouble." Yan Wenjing sat in the upper seat, and any movement would attract his attention. He glanced at the two of them and started to put the dishes into the pot to cook. The next second, a video vortex the size of 2 palms appeared right in front of Yan Wenjing, and the image of Emperor Dongyue appeared in it. I heard the Emperor Dongyue leaning back on a recliner, blowing gently on the teacup, and just as he was about to bring it to his mouth, he lazily said, "Yan Wenjing, what do you eat at home that smells so good? It's been passed to me, so ask your child to bring some to me too." He raised his eyes to look at Yan Wenjing, and his gaze suddenly fixed. He sat up straight, moved slightly closer, and asked curiously, "What are you eating? It looks red, and seems to be delicious." Emperor Dongyue disapproved. "You actually learned to eat alone. Did you sneak off to Xiao Yuni to eat for free again? No, you're not at home?" When Xie Bian and the others heard what Emperor Dongyue said, they were so shocked that they pricked up their ears to listen to more gossip. I didn't expect that the King of Hell actually went to have dinner with Qin Yuni in private. Judge Cui had a complicated expression for a moment. No wonder the King of Hell suddenly snatched his lunchbox last time. Judge Cui glanced at Yan Wenjing, who looked unhappy, and then at Qin Yuni and the others who were all listening to gossip. Fearing that the great Emperor Dongyue would say more, he deliberately coughed and shouted, "Ahem, the great Emperor Dongyue." Emperor Dongyue then noticed the others. "Oh, Judge Cui is here too." Seeing that there was no more gossip to listen to, Xie Bian also followed suit and shouted, "Emperor Dongyue." Emperor Dongyue heard this and raised his eyebrows and said, "Are they all here? With such a sumptuous meal, Xiao Yuni must be here too?" Qin Yuni called out obediently, "Emperor Dongyue." She actually forgot to invite the Emperor Dongyue, and the key point was that she was caught. As soon as she finished shouting, the next second Emperor Dongyue appeared in the restaurant. He glanced at it and raised his eyebrows. "Is this the new food made by Xiao Yuni? It smells very good and must taste very good. You don't mind having one more, right?" Yan Wenjing gave him a glare. "If I say I mind, will you leave?" Emperor Dongyue sat upright and said confidently no. The whole audience. Qin Yuni picked her nails, awkwardly. She should have thought of it earlier. The king of hell lived so close to the Emperor Dongyue, so why didn't he invite the Emperor Dongyue to come? Now that I've been caught, it's really embarrassing. Seeing that Yan Wenjing had no intention of refusing, Qin Yuni immediately got up and went to the kitchen to find an ordinary pot from Yan Wenjing's house and fried a new pot base. She was extremely grateful that she had prepared enough ingredients. Otherwise, if the situation had continued like this, who would eat it and who would not? It is inappropriate no matter who eats it or not. It was she who suggested treating them to a meal to thank them. If this really happened, Qin Yuni couldn't even imagine how embarrassed she would be. Xie Bian and the others came in to help her serve the dishes. They quickly prepared the pot and brought it out. Before putting it on the table, they asked, Emperor Dongyue, can you eat spicy food? If not, try my yuanyang pot base. I've never tried it before. Okay. Qin Yuni placed what she was holding in front of herself, and then placed the simmered hot pot in front of her in front of Emperor Dongyue. Xie Bian, who was sitting next to Emperor Dongyue, briefly told Emperor Dongyue how to eat. The Emperor Dongyue followed their actions, lit the fire, and put the vegetables in to cook. Then Dongyue Emperor held a jar of wine in his hand and said, It just so happens that I got some good wine. It should be perfect with this hot pot. The little boy next to them immediately came over and poured them some wine. Just as Qin Yuni was looking at it eagerly, a white and warm porcelain bottle suddenly appeared in front of her. She turned her head and saw that it was Yan Wenjing. Yan Wenjing explained, This is plum wine, you can drink a little. Qin Yuni nodded and poured herself a glass. Smelling the faint aroma of plum wine, she tried to take a sip and her eyes suddenly lit up. This plum wine tastes good. Thank you, Lord Yama. Yan Wenjing nodded slightly, which was considered as his agreement. Their actions did not attract much attention. Only Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu noticed it. But Fan Wujiu was only focused on making a living and didn't think much about it. Xie Bian didn't think much about it. After all, for Qin Yuni, the wine of Emperor Dongyue was indeed a bit strong. Instead, Qin Yuni watched Yan Wenjing realize belatedly that she had actually had dinner with the King of Hell twice. The King of Hell even invited her to drink plum wine. Moreover, the people at this table were either the King of Hell, the Emperor of Dongyue, or the ghost messengers. How could she, a living person, have the honor to gather them together to have dinner with her? An indescribable excitement rose in my heart. Does this count as her breaking into the underworld? Even if it's still a little bit short, at least I've saved face. I wonder if it would be okay to ask them to help find a few ghosts? But it definitely won't work today. Otherwise it would seem like she was inviting them to dinner for some purpose. As she was thinking, she heard the voice of Fan Wujiu, who was sitting not far from her. It was so hot and spicy that he grimaced and fanned himself with his hands, saying to her, Hiss who this thing is called hot pot, right? It's delicious, just a little spicy, but the more I eat, the more addicted I am. Qin Yuni then looked over. It wasn't just Fan Wujiu. The other ghost officials were in the same situation. Some of them couldn't eat spicy food at all, and the spiciness was so intense that their pale skin turned a little bloody, making them look less scary. In fact, the underworld is now keeping up with the times. Not only are the ghost messengers younger, but even their professional attire has changed from robes to suits, and they are not as scary as before. Qin Yuni smiled upon seeing this, and stopped thinking about those messy things. He picked up the egg dumpling that had been cooked and ate one. You know what, it tastes really good. Maybe my mood is different. Come to think of it, she hadn't eaten hot pot for quite a while. The Qin family didn't really like to eat hot pot together, so she didn't eat much either. The hot pot meal was extremely delicious, but what she didn't expect was that the ingredients she brought were almost all eaten up. After the meal, the little boy started to clean up skillfully. Xie Bian and the others were all drunk and lying there in a mess. Qin Yuni was drinking plum wine, leaning lazily on the chair, holding the porcelain bottle. Her hairband had fallen off at some point, and her long hair hung behind her as she leaned on the chair. Her eyes were a little dazed, but unusually bright, and her fair cheeks were slightly flushed. Yan Wenjing stood beside her, looking down at her. Are you okay? Chin Yuni sat up straight and fell back onto the table. She propped her cheek with her hands to avoid falling onto the table, but her hair was messy and scattered on both sides. She muttered, "Huh? Why are you here?" Hearing her voice, which was even more clingy than usual, Yan Wenjing frowned slightly. He picked up the porcelain bottle in her hand and found that it was empty. Yan Wenjing. Did she finish the whole bottle of plum wine? Why are you trying to steal my plum wine? You gave it all to me. Give it back to me. Chin Yuni's wine was snatched away from his hand, and he quickly stood up and reached out to grab the porcelain bottle. In the end, he got nothing and fell on Yan Wenjing. Yan Wenjing only felt a faint fragrance lingering around, and the next second a soft body was carried into his arms so that he subconsciously wanted to throw the person out. Just as she grabbed the clothes around Chin Yuni's neck, she had already put her arms around his waist, her whole body sinking into his arms. She raised her head, smiled playfully at him, and said proudly, "Hey, don't even think about running away." Yan Wenjing froze instantly. Chin Yuni. Chin Yuni ignored him and put his hands on him wantonly, muttering, "Give me back my plum wine."
Huh.
You actually have abdominal muscles? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chin Yuni touched it again in surprise and looked at Yan Wenjing in shock. There are actually 8. Don't move, Yan Wenjing said with a cold face. He grabbed her rebellious hand and wanted to throw her out. But the drunk Chin Yuni always caught him off guard, and he was afraid that he would not be able to control his strength and hurt her. The faint fragrance lingering around his nose and the chaotic hands made him feel at a loss. Yan Wenjing had never been so close to a woman before. His thin lips were tightly pursed, and if you looked closely, his ears were so red that they seemed to be bleeding. It feels good to touch. Chin Yuni swayed her body, resting her chin on his chest, with a flattering smile. I'll give you the plum wine, and you can touch it for me. Yan Wenjing's ears were not only red and bleeding, but his cheeks were also abnormally red. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word, "You. Why are you blushing?" You are so handsome. Chin Yuni was about to reach out and touch his face. Yan Wenjing grabbed her hand and threatened her. "Chin Yuni, if you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude." Unfortunately, the other party didn't seem to notice his abnormality at all, and her voice was full of a hint of anger. "Why are you so stingy? What's wrong with letting me touch you?" The next second, she said coquettishly, "Really, can I touch it?" Just once. Chin Yuni negotiated. "Abs are not good, but the face is okay." Yan Wenjing gritted his teeth and said coldly, "No." Chin Yuni curled her lips. "Oh, then give me back my plum wine." Fan Wujiu sat up from the ground dizzily, looked at the two people entangled together, rubbed his head, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Chin Yuni poked her head out from Yan Wenjing's arms. Her face flushed. We are." Xie Bian quickly glanced at them, covered Fan Wujiu's eyes with his hands, and dragged him out of the room. "Don't look at anything indecent. Don't listen to anything indecent." Yan Wenjing. Chin Yuni blinked, his face full of confusion. "What are they doing?" Yan Wenjing shoved the porcelain bottle into her hands with a sullen face. "Here you go." Chin Yuni chuckled and raised his eyebrows in a particularly proud manner. "Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier?" She muttered quietly. "Even though I didn't get to touch my abdominal muscles, plum wine is nice." Yan Wenjing looked at her with complicated eyes. She took a sip from the porcelain bottle, but not a drop came out. "Where's my wine?" She tilted her head and moved closer to the porcelain bottle and shook it twice, but still nothing. Chin Yuni's eyes suddenly turned red. Chin Yuni turned around, holding the porcelain bottle and looking at Yan Wenjing with an aggrieved face, and complained, "Wu wow, Lord Yama. I'm out of wine." Yan Wenjing's forehead twitched, and he pursed his thin lips. For the first time, he wondered how a woman could be so noisy. Seeing her eager eyes, Yan Wenjing sighed. A bottle of plum wine appeared in his right hand, and then the porcelain bottle floated in front of her. Chin Yuni got the plum wine. Her peach blossom eyes were surprisingly bright, her rosy cheeks were smiling sweetly, and her eyes were curved. "Thank you, Lord Yama. You are such a good Lord Yama." Whenever he heard that he was a good king of hell, he felt a buzzing pain in his head. He looked around and found that except for the two who had already gone out and Emperor Dongyue who went back to sleep after drinking, no one was sober. Yan Wenjing glanced at Qin Yuni and chose to use magic to lift her up, twisting her around like a silkworm. Hey, what are you doing against me? Where are we going? I haven't even finished my plum wine yet.
Slow down.
Before Qin Yuni could finish her words, Yan Wenjing sealed her mouth with magic. Along the way, I heard Qin Yuni mumbling. Yan Wenjing felt something was wrong, so he stopped, and just as he unblocked her, he heard her say, "Let me go. I want." Yan Wenjing dodged, and Qin Yuni, without support, collapsed to the ground.
Wow.
Ugh, he should have asked other ghost messengers to send her back. The smelly air made Yan Wenjing's face turn dark. He looked at Qin Yuni, who fell asleep beside him after vomiting. There was a notebook floating in the air. He turned the page with a gloomy face to the page belonging to Qin Yuni, who died of old age at the age of 80. Yan Wenjing's eyes fell on Qin Yuni, hesitating between letting her stay here and having a big meal. Finally, Yan Wenjing closed his eyes, performed a cleansing spell on her, packed her up, and sent her home. Yan Wenjing has never served anyone since he was born, let alone expect him to know how to take care of an alcoholic. So after he put Qin Yuni on the bed, he looked at her for 2 seconds, cast a spell to cover her with a quilt, and then left. The next day, Qin Yuni woke up, covered his aching head, and groaned, as she rubbed her throbbing head, and scenes that made her embarrassed, blushing, and heart-pounding emerged in her mind. In the end, she wanted to dig a hole and bury herself. Sky. What on earth did she do last night? She actually touched the king of hell. Not only did I touch the king of hell's abdominal muscles, I also counted them. She refused even after being stopped, and even insisted that the king of hell let her touch his abdominal muscles. And when he refused, she said he was stingy. Who gave her the courage to touch the king of hell's abdominal muscles, and even wanted to touch his face? She probably didn't drink plum wine last night. She drank big guts. The point is, she almost vomited on the king of hell. Thinking of that scene, Qin Yuni felt like the sky was falling. It's over. Qin Yuni felt that today might be the day she died. She was lying on the bed with no hope in life, still unable to figure out, wasn't she drinking plum wine last night? How did she get drunk? It would be fine if he was drunk, but why did he attack the king of hell?
But,
8 packs. A full 8 packs of abdominal muscles, don't mention it. It feels pretty good, but why didn't she touch her face? I really want to know what it feels like to touch the face of the king of hell. I wonder if it is as cold as other people? You've already teased me to this extent. Why don't you be a little bolder? He just touched her abdominal muscles, but she had to touch him all over to make her bold move worthwhile. Qin Yuni sat up suddenly, her eyes widened. She was at a loss. I was going to die today anyway, and she just touched his abdominal muscles. I should have taken advantage of him a little more earlier. Otherwise, I would have died like this. What a loss.
but,
I didn't expect that the king of hell would blush. Not only is he handsome, but he also looks so good when he blushes. The key point is, even at this point, he didn't throw her out. I think he wouldn't let her go down so early, right? Qin Yuni thought with some hesitation. She propped up her chin, squinted her eyes, and carefully recalled the scene after she got drunk last night. She was very sure that the king of hell's face turned black several times, but for some reason, not only was she still alive, but he also sent her back. Qin Yuni suddenly remembered that when she touched the king of hell last night, Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu seemed to have seen her. How can she meet people today? I still remember Xie Bian's complicated look at that time. I'm afraid she thought she was deliberately trying to charm the king of hell. It's over. It's all over. Last night, I drank some wine, and she completely lost my dignity. Not only did she offend the king of hell, but she was also seen by his subordinates teasing him. Qin Yuni felt like the sky had really fallen. She collapsed back onto the bed, rolled over, and rolled the quilt around herself, wrapping herself up like a cicada pupa. She closed her eyes and ignored what was happening outside the window. As long as she is not awake, it has nothing to do with her. What happened last night was done by the drunk Chin Yuni. What does it have to do with her, a lunchbox seller? When they asked her about it, she said she had blacked out. I don't remember what happened last night. Perfect. After Chin Yuni convinced himself, he happily fell asleep again. She slept until about 2 in the afternoon before waking up again. The hangover feeling is still there, but it is much better than in the morning. Chin Yuni pressed his temple and turned on his cell phone, which immediately started ringing frantically. The first thing she saw was the message from Fan Wujio. Chin Yuni's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately felt something was not right. Sure enough, she clicked it and took a look. Fan Wujio. Am I seeing this right? You and Prince Yan were hugging each other? Fan Wujio. When did you two become so close? We are so close, but you didn't even hug me. Fan Wujio. The King of Hell doesn't look very happy today. Did something happen last night that I don't know about? Fan Wujio. Why didn't you come to sell lunchboxes today? After Chin Yuni finished reading it, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. Although Fan Wujio didn't seem to think too much about it, he simply thought that she hugged the King of Hell instead of him, which was easy to explain. But the King of Hell didn't look too good, probably because of what she did last night. Thinking of this, Chin Yuni smiled bitterly. She was really ready to lie down. Chin Yuni asked tentatively, Lord Yama, is he in a bad mood? Chin Yuni, I fell accidentally last night and was kindly caught by the King of Hell. Less than 2 minutes later, I received a message from Fan Wujio. Is that so? Fan Wujio. Lord Yama has a gloomy face today and doesn't look very well. His words immediately made Chin Yuni's heart rise, and the next second, he sent another message. But the King of Hell usually looks the same. Chin Yuni. So is Prince Yan in a good or bad mood? Chin Yuni's eyes turned, and just in case, she still posted a 3-day leave notice in the group. As long as she doesn't go to the underworld, the King of Hell shouldn't bother her. Vegetarian Underworld Lunch Group. Everyone in the group was asking why she didn't come to sell lunchboxes today, and some were concerned about her. When the group saw the leave notice she posted, it immediately became active again. Wow. Boss Chin, why did you ask for leave? Are you feeling unwell? Do you think I'm beautiful? What's wrong with Boss Chin taking a few days off? Don't you know that girls always have those few days every month when they don't want to move? White brain. Which days of each month? Which days? Forever 18 years old. If you don't know, don't ask. Just keep quiet. Lousy is the best in the world. What are you guys talking about?
I don't quite understand.
Emma Wen Chen Chen. When will Boss Chin come back to sell lunchboxes? I don't have enough wine to drink. At Chin Yu Lea Chin Yuni. Today is because I drank too much last night, overslept, and my body hasn't recovered from the hangover yet. I'm taking a few days off just to rest for 2 days, and then continue my work as a worker after resting. Ting Fengyin. Boss Chin, take a good rest. We are waiting for you. Hai Feng. Yeah, we're not that greedy, just bring us some more wine. Chin Yuni smiled and replied, Okay, enough wine. But the next second, Chin Yuni couldn't laugh anymore, because she remembered where was the coat she wore to the underworld last night. She even had the compensation of over 100,000 new Taiwan dollars she received yesterday in her coat. Chin Yuni jumped up from the bed in panic and searched all over the house, but she couldn't find the coat she wore yesterday, even after searching the entire house. It's over, it's really over now. She even wanted to hide from Yan Wenjing. As a result, such a large stack of paper money for the dead ended up in someone else's house. Isn't this forcing her to come over? Chin Yuni was extremely conflicted as to whether to choose the 100,000 underworld banknotes or to go to the underworld to be beaten up by Yan Wenjing, or even worse, to die on the ground. I feel like it's a loss no matter what. 100,000 ghost money. This is equivalent to $800,000. Chin Yuni felt like his heart was bleeding if he didn't get it back. But go get it. Her life might be in danger. With this calculation, no matter what she chooses, it feels like a bad deal. Or, is she taking a gamble on the conscience of the King of Hell? Maybe the King of Hell just gave her a light beating because she was a nice person and had good cooking skills? Chin Yuni was completely depressed. If she had known, she would not even drink plum wine. Who knew that plum wine could actually hold its alcohol? She drank too much after just one bottle. Chin Yuni got up from the bed in a depressed mood. No matter what, life had to go on. It's impossible for her to starve herself to death before the king of hell does anything. That would be so ugly. Although it's a death by a knife anyway, it's better than starving to death. The key point is that if you starve to death, you will have to face the king of hell and be under his jurisdiction. Chin Yuni didn't eat breakfast or lunch, so her stomach was empty, but her appetite was not that strong. So she simply cooked some porridge and fried some light side dishes. As soon as the porridge entered her stomach, she immediately felt better. She didn't know what other people's hangovers were like, but she felt okay, not as bad as others said. She seemed to feel more sore physically. Chin Yuni actually had some doubts. Was it because the king of hell took advantage of her drinking too much and threw her to the ground? Otherwise, why did she feel that her body was more uncomfortable than her head? When Chin Yuni was relaxing after dinner, she called the boss of the liquor store and asked him to send her more wine according to the old rules. She also asked for some incense and then went to the group to cancel her 3-day leave request. What's the point of hiding now that things have happened? Can she really defeat the king of hell? As long as he wants to find her, it doesn't matter whether she is setting up a stall in the underworld or hiding at home. It all makes the same difference to the king of hell. In that case, it's better to be open about it. Chin Yuni posted a vote on tomorrow's meat dishes in the group. White brain. Boss Chin is dedicated. JPG wow, I want to eat tomato beef brisket. Chin Yuni. Then you do your best. As soon as she said this, Wawa immediately started shaking the ghosts wildly to vote for tomato beef brisket. Unexpectedly, he actually won. After ordering the meat dishes, Chin Yuni sent a message to Aunt Wang and the others in advance. Chin Yuni suddenly received a group invitation from Xie Bian. The name of the group is Heck Group Number 1.
She thought it was just an ordinary group.
As a result, after she accepted the invitation and entered the group, she clicked on the WeChat group member column, only to find that this was not an ordinary group, but a group of ghost messengers from the underworld. There were hundreds of ghost officials, big and small, in there. The King of Hell is particularly conspicuous inside. His profile picture is very simple, just a black background. Just when Chin Yuni was hesitating whether to quit, the message in the group kept vibrating. Heck Group Number 1. Xie welcome Boss Chin. Applause at JPG fan Wujio immediately followed up. Boss Chin, welcome, welcome. Applause at JPG Judge Tui. Welcome, Mr. Chin. Horse-faced mask. Boss Chin is here? Welcome. Welcome. The other ghost officials were confused, but when they saw that it was the 7th master who invited them, and even knew Judge Tui, they all followed to welcome him. Chin Yuni was caught off guard by being welcomed by so many ghost officials. Since they all saw her joining the group, it was difficult for her to leave. Chin Yuni. Hecko everyone, I am Chin Yuni. If you want to eat lunch, you can tell me. Little Rabbit says heckoed. JPG the ghost who had just greeted Chin Yuni immediately realized that this was the living girl who sold box lunches in the underworld and was protected by the 7th and 8th masters. I didn't expect that Mr. Chi was so bold that he dared to invite people to this group so blatantly. Isn't he afraid that the King of Hell will punish him? Some people who don't get along with Xie Bian and the others even started to watch the show. Let's wait and see how the King of Hell will end it when he gets to know about this. But most of the ghost officials in the group were still friendly to Chin Yuni and began to respond. Ghost Messenger Number 1. Welcome Boss Chin to the Number 1 group of the underworld. I have heard from other ghosts that they have not had the chance to eat it yet. I will definitely try it if I have the chance.
Ghost Messenger no.
And welcome, Boss Chin. I really like the lunch boxes you make, but they are a little hard to get. Can I make an appointment in advance in the group? Chin Yuni. The food delivery app was launched yesterday. You can order food delivery directly on the app and eat lunch boxes anywhere. Xie Bian thought he had seen through Lord Yan's behavior last night. The two of them were hugging each other like that, so how far was Miss Chin from becoming their princess? What's more, the King of Hell obviously likes the food made by Miss Chin. Last night, he gave Miss Chin the rare plum wine. Isn't this a gesture of goodwill? It's not easy for the king of hell to do things, so his subordinates have to be smart. Qin Yuni had no idea of Xie Bian's imagination. At this moment, she did not feel any joy at all for having successfully penetrated into the underworld. Although she had just successfully brainwashed herself, she was still a little nervous when looking at the portrait of the king of hell. Fortunately, the king of hell did not appear until the group quieted down. I guess he should be busy. After all, he is to manage such a big underworld, so it must be very busy. What she never expected was that just when she breathed a sigh of relief, the clue she had been staring at for a long time suddenly sent a message in the group. Lord Yama. Welcome. There were only 2 simple words, without too many sentences or even any punctuation marks, but these 2 simple words made Qin Yuni's scalp tingle. When Xie Bian saw the message sent by the king of hell, a smile of as expected appeared on his pale face. The ghost who was planning to watch Xie Bian's miserable plight was silenced by the words king of hell. How is this different from what they thought? Isn't the king of hell most averse to this kind of thing? Why didn't they kick him out? Why didn't they punish Xie Bian? Qin Yuni had no idea about the lawsuit between them. At this moment, she was just gritting her teeth and clicking on the profile picture of the king of hell and pressing the add friend button with her stiff hand. It didn't take long for the other party to accept her friend request. Qin Yuni looked at the words on the friend interface. The other party has accepted your friend request, and you can start chatting. Qin Yuni.
So fast?
She hasn't prepared herself mentally yet. Qin Yuni sent a kneeling emoticon. Lord Yama, I was wrong. I shouldn't have drunk so much. Qin Yuni, you are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with a little girl like me. I kneel down to you. JPG, Yan Wenjing was sitting in the hall of heck handling official business at this time, and kneeling below was a ghost who had just been brought up and had committed many evil deeds when he was alive. In the silent hall, the king of hell's cell phone kept ringing. The ghosts below, who had committed many mistakes when they were alive, couldn't help but look up slightly at the king of hell who was sitting in front of the 8 immortals table.
Judge Kui frowned.
Who would be so blind as to send a message at this time? The king of hell sat there with an imposing manner without any emotion, but he took the phone and opened the message sent by Qin Yuni and glanced at it. In the shocked eyes of Judge Cui, Yan Wenjing replied calmly. Judge Cui glanced at his phone, then at Yan Wenjing, and wanted to dive into the phone to see who the unknown person on the other side of the phone was. How could he let the king of hell let the ghosts in the hall reply to his messages during the interrogation? Is this still the king of hell he knows? Qin Yuni looked at the message sent by Yan Wenjing. There was only a question mark and nothing else. It was impossible to tell whether he was angry or not. She bit her fingers in confusion, hesitating on how to respond. Qin Yuni said tentatively, I heard from Brother Fan that you were the one who sent me home. I drank too much last night. I wonder if I did anything I shouldn't have done? Qin Yuni asked calmly. By the way, have you seen my clothes? I don't think I saw them at home. When Yan Wenjing saw the first message she sent, he sneered for no apparent reason. He inexplicably thought of the faint fragrance that lingered on his nose last night, and his fingertips twisted it unconsciously. His expression changed, and he said coldly, Is this your attitude towards apologizing? Qin Yuni. The king of hell is indeed angry. Qin Yuni admitted his mistake with a good attitude. I was wrong. I accept the punishment, and I will never drink again. I was wronged, JPG, Yan Wenjing. Haha. Although Qin Yuni couldn't understand the king of hell's mood at the moment, he could see from his word ha that he was obviously in a very bad mood. It seemed that what happened last night really made him very angry. After all, no one would dare to be so brazen as to touch the king of hell. The more Qin Yuni thought about it, the more he wanted to go back to last night and beat himself up for teasing the king of hell. Although the king of hell is handsome, is he someone she can flirt with? Qin Yuni asked weakly with a face full of shame. Can you ask Brother Xie and the others to bring my clothes to me? The king of hell did not reply again, and Qin Yuni did not dare to mention the clothes again. Judge Cui watched the king of hell's unhappy expression after he replied to the message, and his back straightened a little. What happened? Wasn't everything fine just now? How come his face turned so gloomy in such a short time? The ghost kneeling below saw that the pressure from the king of hell had become even stronger, and his body was shaking with fear. Just when Qin Yuni was unsure whether to go to the underworld, Yan Wenjing sent a message. You should apologize with an apologetic attitude. Take your clothes yourself, and the ghost messenger has his own job. Qin Yuni vaguely understood what the king of hell meant. He thought her empty apology was insincere. After all, she was the one who lost control of her dirty hands first, so she really needs to show some sincerity in her apology. Qin Yuni, okay, I understand. The next day, in addition to the lunch boxes that Qin Yuni was going to sell, he also made a separate exquisite lunchbox and planned to give it to the king of hell. She thought about it for the whole afternoon yesterday, but still couldn't decide what apology gift to give. The king of hell would definitely not look down on those ordinary and lovely things, and she couldn't afford the expensive ones. What's more, with the wealth of the king of hell, he doesn't care about money or anything like that. Qin Yuni didn't have any tricks to please people, and apart from his cooking skills being okay, he couldn't think of any other good gifts. The king of hell has tasted her cooking twice, so he shouldn't be disgusted. In that case, just send him some food. Qin Yuni's business today is even more popular than usual. The number of ghosts queuing up has increased sharply, and there are even a few ghost messengers coming to buy lunch boxes. Since Bai Luo developed the ordering software, Qin Yuni gave him a sum of money according to the market price after testing the feasibility of the software. After her promotion, and with the introduction of many customers from Great Monster and those bosses, the number of orders placed using the software has reached more than 100 in the past 2 days, so that the delivery volume has increased rapidly. Qin Yuni called over another delivery man, handed him 20 boxes of lunch, and said, Xiaoyu, you deliver this portion first, and ask Lin Sui to deliver the rest when he comes back. Lin Sui is the boy who had previously offered to deliver the takeaway. He is proactive and will come and wait in advance. Qin Yuni quite likes him. Who wouldn't like someone who is proactive and serious about his work? The ghost named Xiaoyu took the lunchbox and nodded okay. Ever since she put wine on her stall and put out tables and chairs, many ghosts would sit there every day and drink with her until she finished selling her food and closed the stall. Only then would they leave. Some people who were unable to come used to ask Xiao Nie to deliver the food to them. But now that she has a food delivery app, almost everyone with a mobile phone orders food from the app. Those who don't have a mobile phone can either buy it on site or tell Qin Yuni in advance where you want it to be delivered. Many of them will directly make reservations a week or 10 days or half a month in advance. If you don't want to make a reservation at that time, just let Qin Yuni know in advance. Today, due to the boom in business, although the income was not much more, I finished work half an hour earlier than usual. After Qin Yuni finished his work, he immediately rushed to the palace of Yama. Although she had been there once before, she was riding in a carriage with the ox head and horse face, so she didn't remember the route very clearly. When she went shopping before, she just walked wherever she wanted without any destination. She would then return the same way or go directly back to the human world. But she didn't remember the route to the heck last time. If she went to ask Xiebian or Fan Wujiu, they would definitely ask a lot of questions. So between asking for directions from one person to another and asking the King of Hell directly, Qin Yuni decisively chose to ask the King of Hell directly. Qin Yuni silently took out his phone and sent a message to Yan Wenjing. Lord Yama, how do I get to Yama's palace? I forgot how to get there. Yan Wenjing saw the message she sent, was silent for a while, and threw out 2 words. Wait. Qin Yuni looked around, then found a relatively conspicuous position nearby, and sent Yan Wenjing the specific location. Okay, I'm at the stone tablet. Qin Yuni originally thought that the King of Hell would most likely send a ghost to pick her up, but she didn't expect that when she just walked over and had no time to find a place to sit. She looked up and saw Yan Wenjing appear in front of her. Qin Yuni looked at Yan Wenjing in surprise. King of Hell? How come the King of Hell came in person?
But this speed is really fast.
If she had this ability, she could go wherever she wanted. Qin Yuni suddenly remembered that night when the King of Hell took her flying in the sky. Although she was drunk, she vaguely remembered that the King of Hell tied her up with a belt or something and pulled her flying in the sky. But at that time, apart from her stomach churning and wanting to get to the ground quickly, she didn't have any other thoughts, let alone feel it well. Qin Yuni was a little disappointed. He thought that there would probably not be such an opportunity again in the future. Yan Wenjing saw the disappointment in her eyes and frowned slightly. Are you disappointed to see me? Who else did you call? Qin Yuni came back to her senses after hearing this. She had just been looking at the King of Hell, and her thoughts were elsewhere. She shook her head quickly. I didn't call anyone. I just thought of something else. I thought I would never have the chance to realize it, so I was a little disappointed. Yan Wenjing nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. Qin Yuni smiled and picked up the lunchbox and handed it over. This is a lunchbox I made specially for you. You probably haven't eaten it before. Yan Wenjing glanced at the lunchbox cover, which was different from the one Judge Cui took last time. He was slightly satisfied and said, Is this your apology? Well, I thought you have everything you need, and you probably don't like those mundane things in the world. I really can't think of anything to apologize to you with. I don't have anything to show off, except my cooking skills. You can try it. If you like the taste, I will be your private chef, Xiao Qin, for the next month. Qin Yuni said with a smile. Yan Wenjing glanced at her and said, Let's go. Qin Yuni didn't react. Huh? Where to? Do you want me to have a taste of your lunchbox? Yan Wenjing glanced at the place where she had just stood with some disdain and said hesitantly, Are you asking me to eat here? She quickly waved her hands. No, I don't mean that. The next second, Qin Yuni was grabbed by the hand by the King of Hell and flew into the sky. Qin Yuni was caught off guard and flew into the air. The feeling of weightlessness made her subconsciously clench the lunchbox in her hand. She closed her eyes and screamed loudly. Yan Wenjing put an isolation shield around the two of them to prevent Qin Yuni's voice from attracting the attention of the ghosts below. After Qin Yuni felt the flight become stable, she stroked her still-pounding heart, her face pale and her voice trembling as she said, Lord Yama, could you tell me before you fly? Give me some time to react, otherwise my little heart can't stand being caught off guard and taken off. Although she wanted to have such an ability, it didn't mean she wasn't afraid of being caught off guard and launched into the air. Give her some time to react and let her prepare mentally so that she won't be as scared as she was just now. Yan Wenjing glanced at her pale face, pursed his lips and said, Sorry, this is faster. Qin Yuni was a little surprised when she heard the King of Hell apologize to her. She didn't expect that the King of Hell would apologize to others. Then she realized that his next words were probably explaining to her the reason for his sudden flight. After I understood it, I wasn't so nervous anymore. After Qin Yuni got used to flying in the air, he calmed down a lot and began to look down. She suddenly had the feeling of watching the protagonist on TV flying in the sky and looking down, taking in everything. When she was on the ground, she felt that the things that seemed normal in her eyes became much smaller at this moment. Qin Yuni felt the joy of flying in the sky. Unlike the previous restraint, he spread his arms, closed his eyes, and felt the wind hitting his face. If she had to use one word to describe her mood at this moment, it would be awesome. She actually wanted to shout loudly, but she was afraid that the King of Hell would get impatient and throw her down. Qin Yuni didn't expect that she might not be able to realize her wish of flying in the sky in the future, but she didn't expect it to come true so soon. Qin Yuni's happy mood made Yan Wenjing next to her look sideways frequently, as if he couldn't understand why she changed so quickly in just a short while when she looked so scared to death just now. No wonder people say women's minds are hard to predict. Soon, Yan Wenjing brought her to the gate of Yama's palace. The ghost outside the door felt the strong pressure and subconsciously became alert. When he saw that it was the King of Hell, he stopped attacking and respectfully called out, King of Hell. But his eyes fell on Qin Yuni, who was standing next to the King of Hell. Isn't this the little human girl selling lunchboxes who was bullied by Chi-san a few days ago and happened to be bumped into by the King of Hell, causing Chi-san and his uncle to be in jail now? How could he be with the King of Hell? Just now it seemed that the King of Hell was still holding the little girl's hand. The ghost was so frightened by the thought that he looked at the King of Hell's hand. Qin Yuni felt a little embarrassed when being looked at and was at a loss as to what to do. Then, The King of Hell responded, glanced at the ghost indifferently, and walked into the King of Hell's palace. Qin Yuni hurriedly followed. The ghost catcher was so busy imagining that he didn't even notice that the King of Hell had gone in. It was not until another ghost catcher reminded him that he realized what he had just done. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. The King of Hell did not go to the main hall, but went to the side hall next door. As soon as Yan Wenjing sat down, Qin Yuni quickly put the lunchbox on the table, took it out of his pocket, and put it in front of the King of Hell, then took out the chopsticks and handed it over. King of Hell, please eat. Yan Wenjing took a look at the lunchbox. It was something he had never eaten before. It was obviously carefully arranged and looked quite appetizing. He glanced at Qin Yuni, and under her expectant gaze, he picked up the chopsticks, picked up the food, and took a bite. Qin Yuni, how is it? Yan Wenjing nodded slightly, yeah. Qin Yuni suppressed his excitement and asked, what about my suggestion just now? Can Qin Yuni said with a bright smile. Then Lord Yan, I will make you a different lunchbox every day and have the rider deliver it to you. Yan Wenjing frowned. I don't like others touching my things, she said without hesitation. Then I'll give it to you. Yan Wenjing nodded and agreed. Qin Yuni saw that he was in a good mood, so he asked tentatively, then can you forgive me for my recklessness that night? When talking about what happened that night, Yan Wenjing seemed to smell the faint fragrance of Qin Yuni again, and his brows slightly frowned. Qin Yuni saw him frowning unhappily, and her heart skipped a beat. How could she dare to ask anything? She quickly said, I understand. An apology must be made with sincerity. You eat first. If you want to eat something else, you can tell me in advance. Then I won't disturb you while you eat. Qin Yuni finished speaking and quickly retreated. Yan Wenjing looked at Qin Yuni, who ran faster than a rabbit, and was silent for several seconds. Less than a minute later, Qin Yuni came back dejectedly. She said hesitantly that the King of Hell. Upon hearing this, Yan Wenjing put down his chopsticks and looked at her, as if waiting for her to speak. Qin Yuni faced Yan Wenjing's gaze and said awkwardly, where's my coat? Yan Wenjing raised his chin slightly towards the table next to him and said, it's on the table, take it yourself. Qin Yuni's gaze then fell on the table that she had been ignoring. There was a neatly folded piece of clothing, and it was her clothes. She quickly picked it up and held it in her arms, pressing her hand slightly on the thick stack of paper money, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she could fully breathe down her breath, she heard the King of Hell say slowly, why? Are you afraid that I will take the ghost money in your pocket? Qin Yuni quickly said righteously, how is it possible? This money was originally obtained by you, Lord Yan, so even if I give it all to you, it is what I should give you. Seeing Qin Yuni was anxious, Yan Wenjing leaned his head and said in a good mood, oh, so it doesn't matter if you give them all to me? Qin Yuni gritted his teeth and smiled. Of course. Yan Wenjing nodded. I thought you were so anxious to find your clothes because you were afraid that the paper money in them would be lost. It seems that I misunderstood you. Qin Yuni was choked. Although that was what she meant, it was impolite for you to say it so bluntly, Lord Yan. Qin Yuni could hardly maintain the smile on her face. How could that be? Seeing that Qin Yuni obviously cared about the paper money for the dead, but had to say against his will that he wanted to give it to him, Yan Wenjing's cold face rarely showed a smile. Looking at her expression, if he continued teasing her, due to his status, she might really give him some paper money for the dead and then turn around and cry. Yan Wenjing stopped teasing her and said, since you have taken the clothes, go back. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuni said goodbye to him slowly and left without looking back. It looked as if she stayed for one more second, the paper money in her pocket would no longer belong to her. Her look made Yan Wenjing unable to hold back his laughter. Before Yan Wenjing could stop smiling, Judge Cui walked in and asked in confusion, how did Miss Qin get out of here? As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly fixed on the smiling face of the King of Hell. He widened his eyes in shock, and the rough man began to stutter. Yan, King of Hell? Yan Wenjing put away the smile on his face and asked, what's the matter? Judge Cui also immediately became serious and said, nothing. I just heard the ghost messenger at the door say that you are back. I came to discuss this year's ghost market with you. Isn't the ghost gate about to open soon? There are a few restless ghosts in the underworld. Do we need to send more people to the ghost market when the time comes? Yan Wenjing tapped the table with his slender fingertips and said, "Send more people to focus on those ghosts, and the rest will be the same as in previous years."
Judge Kui nodded, "Okay."
His eyes fell on the lunch box on the table, where Yan Wenjing had almost finished his meal. "Miss Qin just came to bring you a lunch box? This lunch box looks different from what we've had before, and it looks quite appetizing." Yan Wenjing hummed lightly, and his voice was different from the usual indifference. It carried a hint of joy, but Judge Cui didn't hear it. Judge Cui pondered and said, "She didn't look too good when she left just now. Could it be that she was not in a good mood today, and you were not satisfied with the taste of the dish she cooked?" Yan Wenjing glanced at him without any emotion, saying nothing, but it seemed as if he had said everything.
Judge Kui.
He seriously suspected that the King of Hell had just disliked him, and he had evidence. Although Judge Cui was not very popular with him today, he was the only ghost here at the moment. Thinking of how Qin Yuni was frightened just by seeing him frown, Yan Wenjing turned to Judge Cui and asked, "Am I scary?"
Judge Kui.
Judge Cui's forehead twitched slightly. He didn't expect that in his later years as a ghost, he would actually hear the words, "Am I scary?" from the mouth of the King of Hell. What does the King of Hell think of himself? In the entire underworld, there is no ghost who is not afraid of the King of Hell. Not to mention the underworld. Even in the human world, hearing the 3 words King of Hell can stop people from crying. It is said, if the King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, who dares to keep you until 5 o'clock? Just by reading the sentence, one can imagine the majesty of the King of Hell. This is no longer scary. It is the fear that is engraved in everyone's bones. Judge Cui said righteously, "Lord Yama, that's not scary. That's majestic. They're not afraid. They're in awe." Knowing that he would not get an answer from him, he waved his hand at Judge Cui and said, "Go on with your work." After Judge Cui left, he immediately sent a message to their small group. "Judge Cui, guess what I just saw?" "Fan Wujiu, what did you see?" "Bullhead." "Xie Bian, please speak." Judge Cui said seriously, "I just want to see the King of Hell," and saw Miss Qin crying and leaving from the side hall of the King of Hell's palace. Miss Qin even made a box lunch for the King of Hell that was completely different from what we had eaten before. It looked very appetizing, and it was made with great care. Here comes the key point. The King of Hell even asked me if he was scary. Fan Wujiu, shocked. Horse-faced demon, shocked. What a love-hate relationship this is. Xie Bian, nonsense. This is clearly a touching love story. Miss Qin was probably rejected by the King of Hell, and the King of Hell thought his tone was too harsh and was afraid of hurting Miss Qin. Nyoto, I didn't expect that the King of Hell is such a considerate person. Fan Wujiu, I was wondering why King Yen and Miss Qin were hugging each other that night. The next day, Miss Qin explained that she accidentally fell and King Yen kindly caught her. It is very likely that King Yan's heroic rescue made Miss Qin fall in love with him. No wonder Miss Qin specifically asked King Yen if he was in a good mood yesterday. I'm afraid it was just to confess her love. Horse-face guard, shocked. Lord Yama and Miss Qin are hugging each other? When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? Lord Yama and Miss Qin have so many things going on, and I don't know about them all. Nyoto, I don't know about this either. Judge Cui, I'll tell you something secretly. The day after Miss Qin invited me to dinner to thank Master Qi and Master Ba, I asked her to bring me a lunchbox. But the lunchbox was snatched away by the King of Hell. He even threatened me with my job. So I suspect that they actually like each other, but because of their different status, the King of Hell couldn't bear to hurt Miss Qin, so he resorted to this desperate measure to reject her. After sending the message, Judge Cui happily put away his phone, hummed an old-fashioned song, and went to work. Fan Wujiu. Horse-faced demon. Xie Bian. Xie Bian, I didn't expect that the King of Hell is such a sentimental person. Fan Wujio. Then how should I call Miss Qin from now on? Horse Face Guardian. Are we going to have a wife for the king of hell soon? Fan Wujio. If Miss Qin is our queen, I will agree with her wholeheartedly. But can Miss Qin also make lunchboxes for us in the future? I heard that the unit next door has a canteen. If we also have a canteen, can we invite Miss Qin to cook? Xie Bian. Think about something realistic. Nyoto, no matter what, we must be more respectful to Miss Qin in the future. Fan Wujio, from now on, if Miss Qin tells me to go east, I will definitely not go west. If she tells me to slack off, I will definitely not slack off. Xie Bian. It doesn't have to be so serious. If it were true, she probably wouldn't be used to it. She definitely doesn't want us to know that her confession was rejected. So we just pretend we don't know and treat her the same way we usually treat her. Fan Wujio. Received. Horse-faced guard. Understood. Just when Xie Bian and the others were speculating wildly about her relationship with the King of Hell, she was happily counting the extra zeros on her card. If she knew what they were thinking, she would definitely say righteously, "She is just an ordinary mortal. How dare she spy on the emperor? Whoever dares to disturb her to make money is against her." Compared with Qin Yuni's successful money-making, Qin Hao and Qin Jing wanted to make up for it after discovering that they neglected to care about their sister. But because Qin Hao went to see Qin Yuni last time, she made it clear that she would not leave the village and return to the Qin family. In this case, they had to find a way to make Qin Yuni's environment better. After discussing with Qin Jing, Qin Hao decided to invest in Qin Yuni's village, and Qin Jing took time to endorse the projects invested by Qin Hao and attract traffic for them, thereby improving the local economy and making Qin Yuni's life more convenient. With more people coming in, no matter what she wants to do, it won't be too difficult. Qin Hao first approached the local government to build a large amusement park with local characteristics near the village where Qin Yuni and his friends lived. He then promoted Qin Jing to use his popularity to drive traffic, and then hired some handsome men and beautiful women as NPCs to stabilize the absorption of traffic. There is a relatively famous tourist attraction here. Although the traffic is not very large, it is still good. By then, as long as there is enough gimmick and the big star Qin Jing is there to support it, and when the traffic reaches its peak during the National Day holiday, it will be given a boost and promoted well. I believe that many people will come to visit. During this period, not only Qin Jing, but also Qin Hao was hardly at home. Even when he was at home, the atmosphere in the Qin family was not as usual. The sudden indifference of her two sons made Qin's mother feel a little uncomfortable. At this time, Qin Yan was also having a headache. Just 2 days after she returned from her trip with Lin Yang, she received a text message from a stranger. The text message didn't say anything, only a picture. After Qin Yan clicked on the picture, she found that the person in the photo was her fiancé Lin Yang. She also recognized the other person in the photo. It was a little star she had seen before with Lin Yang. At that time, Lin Yang explained to her that she was a little star under the film and television company he had recently invested in, and he brought her out to show off his face. They were in a good relationship at the time, and Lin Yang had always been very good to her. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a very good boyfriend, so she did not have any suspicions. Qin Yan's face turned ugly, and she immediately sent a message to the other party. "Who are you? What do you want to do by sending me photos? I don't believe this is true. I'm pregnant, and he said he wants to break off the engagement with you and marry me. If you don't believe it, come to Rongjing Villa." Qin Yan saw the 2 messages on the text message. When the other party said she was pregnant, she could treat it as fake, but when she saw the words Rongjing Villa, the blood in her body almost flowed back. Although it was still summer, she felt as if she was in an ice cellar, and her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. Rongjing Villa is one of Zhang Linyang's villas. At the beginning, she said she wanted to go and see it, but he said it had not been renovated yet and would be used as their wedding house after it was renovated. Wedding room. Lin Yang actually kept someone in their wedding room. It even made someone pregnant. Qin Yan's eyes were red, and her face was already covered with tears. She angrily threw everything on the dressing table. A witch. Qin Yen grabbed his cell phone and hurried out. As she passed the hall, she bumped into Aunt Tion, but she didn't look back and ran out the door quickly. Annie Tion called out from behind. Second miss? Where are you going in such a hurry? Qin Yen couldn't hear anything and was only focused on going to Rongjing Villa.
In Rongjing Villa.
Lin Yang was hugging her and coaxing her. You just need to rest here and take care of the baby.
I will take care of the rest.
Yu Qian buried her head in his arms and nodded, saying softly, what if she finds out about us and forces me to abort the baby? Lin Yang comforted her. Unless someone tells her, she won't find out, let alone know that you live here. Yu Qian lowered her eyes, hiding the ambition in them, and nodded obediently. My child, and I will wait for you here. I just hope you can come and see us more often. Don't worry, she doesn't have that brain. Yu Qian gazed at him affectionately and murmured, I can't bear to leave you. Why don't you stay? Lin Yang was so pleased with Yu Qian's words that he couldn't help but kiss her. When Qin Yen arrived, he happened to see the two of them flirting with each other. Qin Yen was furious. She rushed forward, picked up her bag, and threw it at Yu Qian.
Witch!
How dare you charm my people? Yu Qian covered her stomach and shouted palely, eyeing my stomach. Lin Yang didn't expect Qin Yen to come here, and he didn't react for a moment, allowing Yu Qian to be hit several times. Until he heard Yu Qian shouting that her stomach hurt, he grabbed Qin Yen and threw her aside. Lin Yang ran to Yu Qian and hugged her in a panic. How are you? Yu Qian covered her stomach and grabbed Lin Yang with a painful look on her face. My child, save him. He picked up Yu Qian and said, the child will be fine. I promise. Qin Yen grabbed Lin Yang's arm and said, you are not allowed to leave. Tell me clearly, what is your relationship with her? Why is she living in our wedding room? Lin Yang glared at her fiercely. Qin Yen, if anything happens to her, I will never forgive you. Qin Yen had never been yelled at like this by Lin Yang before. I didn't touch her stomach at all. I just hit her a few times. However, Lin Yang had already left with Yu Qian in his arms. Qin Yen returned home in a daze. Mother Qin had just come downstairs after hearing Aunt Tian's call. She had been waiting downstairs. Now, seeing Qin Yen coming back in a daze, she hurried forward and asked, what happened? Why did you become like this? Qin Yen threw herself into her mother's arms and cried, Mom, Lin Yang cheated on me. Mother Qin was stunned for a second, and her delicate face was filled with anger. Did you see it with your own eyes? Well, that woman is pregnant. Mom, what should I do? Mother Qin, don't worry, our Qin family is not a pushover. We will definitely make him give you an explanation. Just then, Qin Yen's cell phone rang. Qin Yen wiped her eyes and found that it was a call from her best friend. She picked up the call and heard the other party say, Yen, check the news, Lin Yang is on the hot search list. Qin Yen quickly clicked on the hot search, and the #1 hot search was the young master of Lin Group appeared in the hospital and was suspected of having a child. Looking further down, Lin Yang occupied more than half of the top 10 hot searches. The young boss of Lin Group cheated on actress Yu Qian. Actress Yu Qian is pregnant. Her biological father is suspected to be the young master of Lin Group, Lin Yang. The young master of the Lin Group forced several girls to have love with him. Lin Yang, the young master of the Lin Group, hangs out in nightclubs and has a chaotic private life. Lin Yang time management master Qin Yen saw the ones that were on the hot search list. Not only did they contain various videos, but also those girls came forward to provide evidence. Seeing this, Qin Yen felt a darkness before his eyes. The cause was that Lin Yang was filmed while sending Yu Qian to the hospital. Although Yu Qian is not a popular actress, she is also a 3rd or 4th tier star. When the video was released, it happened to be when the traffic was high. As soon as this video came out, it went viral. But afterwards, it was obvious that someone was behind it. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that at the same time, someone came out to say that he forced people to have love, and he was also filmed in a nightclub, and his private life was chaotic? It was obvious that someone leaked it deliberately. When Qin Yen saw those trending searches, for some reason, he suddenly thought of what Lin Yang had said before, that Qin Yuni charmed him. Was it really a misunderstanding? In fact, Lin Yang failed to bully Qin Yuni and instead framed her. Also, She and Lin Yang went to watch Qin Yu read jokes, but Qin Yu said that he was in trouble and called Lin Yang a scumbag. No wonder when she invited Qin Yuni to attend the wedding, she agreed without any hesitation and even said that if he still wanted to invite her at that time, it meant that Qin Yuni knew everything. But she didn't tell me a thing. Qin Yuni just wanted to see her make a fool of herself. She often boasted in front of those people that she had a fiancé who treated her very well. As a result, Lin Yang not only had several girlfriends at the same time, but he was also available to accompany her in various occasions. Now that Lin Yang's affairs have been exposed, the Lin family will definitely be affected. Her marriage to Lin Yang was like a joke the moment the incident broke out. She, Qin Yan, is a joke in the socialite circle today. Qin Yan could even imagine how those people laughed at her behind her back. Qin's mother noticed that her expression was not right from the moment she answered the call and looked at her phone, so she quickly asked what happened. Qin Yan handed the phone to her mother. She took it and looked at it. Her expression became uglier and uglier. Is this how the Lin family teaches their children? I need to tell your father about this. We have a lot of cooperation with the Lin family. If they are like this, we can't cooperate with them anymore. After that, Qin's mother went to make a phone call. Qin Yan was in a daze and locked himself in the room. He did not go out for a whole week. No matter how Qin's mother and the others tried to persuade her, it was useless. Until this day, Qin Yan heard that her eldest brother was investing in a new project. It was said that he was planning to build an amusement park in a village, and her second brother was also endorsing the amusement park. Qin Yan didn't need to think about it. The village her elder brother and his men invested in was most likely the village where Qin Yuni was. When she thought about how her brother and the others just called her when she was in trouble and told her to take it easy, and the compensation the Lin family made to her. Is that compensation for her? That's all compensation to the Qin family. He just asked for a lot of benefits from the Lin family in her name. But compared to Qin Yuni, she was unwilling to come back, so they went to her place to invest. This means that they have never given up on Qin Yuni. Thinking of this, Qin Yan's face was distorted and her nails were almost broken. Her eyes were full of hatred. They are the same sister, but they are so perfunctory about her affairs. But they're trying to please Qin Yuni in every way. Didn't they love her the most before? But now they are silently doing this for Qin Yuni. Qin Yuni clearly said that he would not return to the Qin family. Why are they still unwilling to give up? The malice in Qin Yan's heart grew wildly. Why was it that her fiancé got into trouble? She was cuckolded and her reputation was ruined. But Qin Yuni was loved by her brothers.
Why?
She refused to accept. Since she can't get it, then no one else can get it. From that day on, Qin Yan opened the door and went downstairs. At this time, everyone was eating. Aunt Tian was carrying the dishes. When she heard Qin Yan coming downstairs, she shouted in surprise, "Second miss, you are out." Qin Yan smiled sweetly and shouted, "Auntie Tian, I've figured it out. It's just a man. I'm still young. Why should I risk my life for a man?" Aunt Tian was closest to Qin Yan. Although Qin Yan had a smile on his face, she vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. When I looked again, Qin Yan had already walked to the dining table. When Qin's mother saw Qin Yan smile again, she quickly stepped forward, hugged her, and said, "I'm glad you've figured it out. I was really worried about you getting into trouble the past 2 days." Qin's father also said, "Even if our Qin family's daughter doesn't have Lin Yang, there are still thousands of men who are better than him. You can choose. Let your brother recommend all the young talents he knows to you. You can slowly pick one you like." Qin Yan smiled and said, "Thank you, Mom and Dad. I'm fine now." Mother Qin turned to Aunt Tian, who had just served the dishes, and said, "Aunt Tian, bring a set of bowls and chopsticks for the second young lady." Then he pulled Qin Yan to sit next to him. Qin Yan looked at the dishes on the table and praised sweetly, "Aunt Tian's cooking skills are still so good." Aunt Tian smiled kindly and said, "If second miss likes it, please eat more." Second miss, second miss. Everyone calls her second miss. Before Qin Yuni came back, she had always been the eldest daughter. During this meal, Qin's father and mother took good care of Qin Yan. Qin Yan looked flattered the whole time, which made Qin's mother feel distressed. Qin Yan asked casually, "Dad, I heard that my eldest brother recently invested in a new project. My friend asked me if this project has any prospects, and he also wants to get some benefits." Qin's father didn't suspect anything. He just thought that her friend really wanted to have some soup, and he never interfered with their friendship. In addition, Qin Hao stands out among his generation and is extremely calm in both vision and style of doing things. He thought for a moment and said, "It seems there is a new project. Your eldest brother mentioned it to me, but he has always had a good vision in this area. I think it should be good." Qin Yan nodded innocently and blurted out, "I see," because he heard that it was an amusement park in a remote countryside and thought that my eldest brother got some wind of it, so he asked me to ask if there was any need to follow. Upon hearing this, Mother Qin frowned and said, "A remote countryside? Who would be able to find people to build an amusement park in the countryside? It seems to be saying that there is a good tourist attraction with decent traffic, and my second brother is going to help endorse it." Mother Qin felt vaguely familiar with what she said, and said to Father Qin, "Call and ask the eldest brother." Father Qin, he has always had his own ideas. He must have a reason to invest in a certain place. Don't you still believe in your son's vision? Qin's mother refused to give in, so Qin's father had no choice but to make a phone call. Because the phone was a loudspeaker, when Qin's mother learned that Qin Hao and others had invested in an amusement park where Qin Yuni was, her face suddenly darkened. Qin's father had previously learned from Qin's mother about what happened a few days ago. Now that he knew that his son had invested in such a project, his face suddenly looked unhappy. Qin's father immediately said with a cold face, "Stop this project. If she doesn't want to come back, then don't come back." She is not the only daughter in the Qin family. Qin Yan's eyes flashed with pleasure at his father's words. Since she is not having a good life, then don't even think about having an easy life. Originally, Qin's mother had alienated her and her two sons because of Qin Yuni. Now, after knowing that Qin Hao and others even invested in an amusement park in that place for Qin Yuni, Qin's mother directly felt resentment towards Qin Yuni. If it weren't for Qin Yuni, how could her two sons have turned away from her and made the family become like this? If she had known that these things would happen after bringing Qin Yuni back, she should not have brought Qin Yuni back in the first place. Seeing that her mother didn't look very happy, Qin Yan realized that her goal had been achieved, so she stopped talking. While concentrating on eating, she also served food to her father and mother and told them some interesting stories about her brothers when they were teenagers to make them happy. It seems that he is trying to make them happy, but in fact he is reminding them how harmonious their family used to be. On the other hand, now the eldest brother obviously favors Qin Yuni, the second brother is away all year round, and the third brother is just a person who can't take on things. Recently, he has been devoted to racing, and the family is no longer united. In the eyes of Qin's mother, it seemed that Qin Yan saw that they were in a bad mood and tried to divert their attention. He felt more and more distressed for her. Qin Yan used to be the darling of their Qin family. Although he was considerate, he had never looked at people's faces like this. Qin Yuni talked about this matter with Aunt Wang and the others the next day, and only then did she know that a rich man came to their place to invest in an amusement park. Qin Yuni was a little puzzled. Even if we have a tourist attraction here, the flow of people is far from enough to make investors spend money to build an amusement park here? That investor is so stupid? Isn't this a business that can only lose money and not make money? In her opinion, those investors are all very shrewd and would take advantage of every opportunity. It seems to Qin Yuni that it is not in line with their behavior as capitalists to come to such a small place to invest. I don't know. I just heard about it. It seems like they have invited a big star to be the spokesperson. If this amusement park is really built, our lives will be much better. Widow Li said this with a smile on her face. Qin Yuni nodded, "That's right. If this amusement park is really built, it will definitely boost our economy. And whether it succeeds or not, it's not a bad thing for us. I didn't expect that capitalists would do good things one day." Qin Yuni remembered that she had run out of some seasonings, so she said yesterday morning that she would come back to buy some in the afternoon. However, she forgot about it after returning from a trip to the Yama Palace. She thought she must not forget it again in the afternoon. After Chin Yuni sold all the lunch boxes, he hurriedly went to deliver the lunch boxes to the King of Hell. When she went there, the King of Hell seemed to be busy, so she just gave the lunch box to the ghost messenger at the door. Then he went home, parked the food truck in the yard, and immediately drove the trailer to the street. At the beginning, I didn't buy much because I was not sure about the business. During this period of time, I have almost used up everything I purchased last time. This time I can buy a little more. Chin Yuni went to their wholesale point and bought a box at one time, and the price would be much more favorable. The seasonings she bought filled up the trailer. Although it was not very difficult to pull it, it still took some effort. As soon as Chin Yuni pulled the trailer to the main road, he saw a lot of people walking in one direction and vaguely heard them discussing the investors of the amusement park. This aroused Chin Yuni's great curiosity. She put the things in a store she knew and followed the crowd there. Along the way, she understood that the construction here had actually been in operation for a few days, but it just happened that the investors came today and their leaders went there in person. After all, this is considered the political achievement of the local leaders, so naturally they have to run faster. Look, the young man next to Director's son is the investor of this amusement park. I didn't expect him to be so young. TSK, this kid is so handsome. He is rich and handsome. I can't imagine how many girls are throwing themselves at him. Why does this kid look familiar? Those rich people look familiar to you. Is it the people you are familiar with? It's the money. Chin Yuni wanted to laugh when he heard it, and his eyes looked across the street in the direction they were talking about. But I saw an unexpected person. Her eldest brother Chin Hao. The smile on Chin Yuni's face faded slightly. Why is he here? Could he be the investor of this amusement park? Could the big star that Widow Li was talking about be her second brother Chin Jing? Thinking of this, Chin Yuni frowned. Her relationship with her second brother was not very good. After all, they only saw each other a few times throughout the year. All I can say to her is that I treat her as an ordinary sister, and she should also be included in the gifts I bring back every time. She really couldn't figure out what they meant. It can't be that this place is really worth investing in, right? It's not that she was intentionally belittling the place where she had lived for more than 20 years, but apart from a fairly famous tourist attraction, it was far away from the county town and had no other advantages. So, she really couldn't think of any reason for them to open an amusement park here. In addition, with her eldest brother's intelligence, he would not make such a low-level mistake. If he had not agreed, this matter would have been rejected in the early stages of the investigation. Perhaps it was because Chin Yuni's gaze was too direct, or perhaps it was because the siblings had a tacit understanding. Chin Hao glanced in her direction, and unexpectedly, their eyes met. I don't know what Chin Hao said to Director's son beside him. Director's son glanced in her direction and nodded. Then she saw Chin Hao walking towards her. Chin Yuni didn't intend to meet Chin Hao here, so he turned around and left. Wait for him in a small alley where few people go. Seeing Chin Yuni's figure disappear, Chin Hao, who was chasing after him, didn't see anyone and looked around for him. Chin Yuni saw Chin Hao in the alley and said, "I'm here." Chin Hao hurriedly walked towards her. Without waiting for him to speak, Chin Yuni stared into Chin Hao's eyes and asked, "I heard from the villagers that an investor came here to build an amusement park. I didn't expect it to be you. It's not like you to open an amusement park here." Chin Hao said bluntly, "Because of you, since you don't want to leave, then I can only try my best to make this place a little better." Chin Yuni sighed when she heard this. She guessed that this was the case. "Brother, I've already said it last time. I'm living a good life now. If you're doing this because of what I reminded you last time, you don't have to do this. The investment here is not proportional to the return. It's not worth it," she suggested earnestly. "Now is the beginning, and the investment is not much, so withdraw." Chin Hao did not interrupt her, but listened carefully. After she finished speaking, he said, "I decided to invest here after careful consideration. The natural conditions here are good, and there is also a famous scenic spot. Your second brother will come here to film a drama. With his popularity, there should be many fans who come here to check in. As long as people come, all aspects of this place will develop, and living conditions will be greatly improved. and Director Sun, and the others all know about your relationship with me. I am now well known in the county. If you have any problems while living here, you will have someone to help you. Qin Yuni, I live a normal life and don't need anyone's help. It's better if you don't need it. Qin Hao said helplessly. If you don't want to go home, I won't force you. You said that the money you earn is enough and you don't want the money I give you, then I can only think of other ways. If you insist on saying that it's because of what you reminded me last time, that's fine. No matter what the reason is, at least within my ability, I still hope that you can live a better life. Qin Yuni didn't expect that her words didn't dissuade him at all, and he felt helpless. What's the point of doing this? Besides, if you do this, the rest of the Qin family won't agree, right? When Qin Hao said this, there was a hint of pride in his voice. I used my own money to do this project, not the company's money, so they have no right to interfere. For some reason, when Qin Hao said this, Qin Yuni actually heard a hint of rebellion. Although Qin Hao did not say it explicitly, she could vaguely guess that they probably disagreed. On the contrary, it was Qin Hao's attitude that caught her off guard. Qin Hao stared at her seriously and said, just think of it as me trying to make myself feel better. I'm sorry for what I did before. I didn't know you suffered so much injustice in the Qin family. She leaned against the wall and lowered her eyes. It has nothing to do with you. After all, before I returned to the Qin family, we were just strangers with blood ties. It's good enough that you can do this. People who have never received love will desperately want to grab anyone who shows kindness to them. She used to be like this, but now she seems to have a group of pretty good friends. It is undeniable that she used to have low self-esteem and was very insecure due to long-term lack of care. But now she lives every day to the fullest and is happy every day. Especially the bulging wallet made her feel fulfilled, and she found a substitute. That is making money. Counting money every day is the most exciting time of her day, because this is when her dopamine is secreted crazily and she becomes very happy. Whenever she counted the many zeros in her passbook, she felt safe. Qin Hao thought about the things at home and realized that it might be best for her not to go back. So he said, today was an accident. I didn't expect you to come. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. I just came to see you today and will hand it over to the assistant later. Qin Hao. Okay, I've said everything I wanted to say. I'll leave first.
They're still waiting for me. Qin Yuni nodded. Yeah.
She looked at Qin Hao's back as he left and called out brother. But when he turned around, she seemed to be hesitant to speak. But in the end she didn't remind him, I remember that the Qin family and the Lin family have cooperated. You should be careful of the Lin family. They have dirty hands. She didn't know whether Qin Hao would listen to her reminder, but she felt guilty if she didn't say it. Qin Hao suddenly smiled when he heard this. Didn't you watch the news? Lin Yang's affair is well known to everyone. The Qin family terminated their cooperation with the Lin family 2 days ago. They are currently working on a project with the Lin family. It's just in time that you reminded us. Otherwise, they might have taken advantage of us. Qin Yuni was stunned for a few seconds. She remembered that Lin Yang's affair would not be exposed until 2 months later. How come it was brought forward? He seemed to know what she was thinking and explained there was a female star around him who was pregnant. He didn't want to continue being a lover who is not allowed to see the light of day, so he sent a message to Qin Yan telling her about her pregnancy, and Qin Yan caught him red-handed. The little star then teamed up with others to expose the pregnancy, but he didn't expect that his family would use this incident to expose all his affairs. Our family has now broken off the engagement with the Lin family. Now everyone knows that the little star is pregnant with Lin Yang's child. Even if Lin Yang doesn't want to marry her, he has to pay a large amount of child support. Qin Hao looked at her deliberately before saying, Qin Yan locked himself in his room for a week because of this matter and only came out these 2 days. Qin Yuni nodded indifferently. Brother, you should go. Seeing this, Qin Hao reluctantly said goodbye to her and left. Qin Yuni also left and walked home with her things. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, and a strange tone mixed with a hint of confusion. Didn't I say that I don't like others touching my things? And you threw my lunchbox to them just to pull this thing? Qin Yuni raised her eyes and saw the king of hell who had appeared here at some point, staring behind her with a puzzled look on his face. She choked and explained, "Aren't you busy?
I didn't just throw it to them.
Asked them to leave you a message, and also sent you a message." Yan Wenjing glanced at her. "The news you said is, I have something to do, so I'm leaving first?" "Qin Yuni, that I told you that too." "Okay, you pass. But you have to make me dinner again today. It's dirty." Yan Wenjing nodded and said with some disgust. There was no other way, so Qin Yuni nodded and said, "Okay. The man just now is related to you by blood. I remember that your blood relationship is not good." Yan Wenjing glanced in the direction where Qin Hao left and said, "Do you need my help?" Qin Yuni's eyes widened in shock. "How did you know?" Yan Wenjing looked at her and said bluntly, "I have read your life and death book. When you died in your last life, no one came to collect your body." Being reminded of this, she suddenly remembered that he was the king of hell, and there was nothing he didn't know as long as he wanted to know. Qin Yuni shook his head and said, "No. Even if you are the king of hell, you can't change the fate of a living person for no reason, right?" Yan Wenjing nodded calmly. "It can't be changed without reason, but I can give you a discount. Do you want him to become a beast in the next life? Or do you want him to die now?" He looked at Qin Yuni and said meaningfully, "As long as he dies, he will be under my control." Qin Yuni. Listening to Yan Wenjing's words, Qin Yuni felt her eyelids twitching non-stop. She didn't expect that the king of hell would take cheating for granted. Qin Yuni suddenly felt that it would be better to offend a villain than to offend the king of hell. She stammered, No need. He's my elder brother, and he's very good to me." Yan Wenjing replied with some regret, "Oh, another meal missing." He turned and walked forward. Qin Yuni followed behind him and added, "He's really nice to me. Don't do anything." Yan Wenjing replied lazily, "Yeah." Qin Yuni seemed to remember something and leaned over to ask, "You just said you can give me a discount. Is that true for everyone?" Yan Wenjing lazily raised his eyelids and looked at her. "Who do you want to die?" Qin Yuni quickly shook his head. "No, just asking. Asking." "Oh, I'll tell you when you need me." Yan Wenjing glanced at her slowly. "So slow. When can I have my meal?" As soon as she finished speaking, the weight on Qin Yuni's hand lightened, and then she flew up. Qin Yuni just watched her small trailer float up, and she flew up with it. Yan Wenjing had already cast a spell around the two of them, so the others could not see or hear them, let alone see them. Therefore, no one knew that there was a small trailer floating mysteriously in the sky. Qin Yuni had the experience of the first time, so this time he was just panicked for a moment, then looked around calmly. "Her only request is that you shouldn't be so rough next time. Be a little gentle with her. She is a girl." However, the speed increased dozens of times. In the past, it would take her more than 10 or 20 minutes to walk a distance, but now she arrived in the blink of an eye. The moment he landed in her yard, Qin Yuni blinked very slowly. It's really fast." Yan Wenjing walked in first as if he was at home. Qin Yuni was a step late and walked in pulling the trailer beside him. During this time, he thought she was moving too slowly, so he sent the trailer to where it should go. Qin Yuni watched the things return to their places automatically and was silent for a moment. He once again sighed that it was great to have magical powers. He didn't have to do these trivial things himself, he just needed to cast a spell. The thought only flashed through her mind, and then she silently washed her hands and went to the kitchen to cook for the king of hell. I also made a little extra and prepared her dinner, so she wouldn't have to cook it again later. Because of the king of hell, Qin Yuni took out the more expensive plates and specially arranged the dishes. Although she is better at cooking home-cooked meals, she can also cook some less complicated dishes. These are always very easy for her to learn, and she can basically repeat them just by taking a look at them. However, if she wants to do them well, it still takes some time and effort. Qin Yuni finished and brought it out, and saw Yan Wenjing sitting there with his eyes on his nose, and his nose on his heart. He actually felt like the king of hell was quite obedient. She quickly shook her head. It was all an illusion. Hearing the voice, Yan Wenjing turned around and saw Qin Yuni shaking his head with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Qin Yuni noticed his gaze and quickly put the dishes on the table, handed over a pair of chopsticks. "Lord Yan, please enjoy." Although there are not as many ingredients here as in big cities, The taste is better and cannot be compared with those ripened in greenhouses.
Yeah.
Yan Wenjing responded, and then found that there was only his own portion on the table, so he asked, "You don't want to eat?" Qin Yuni explained, "Mine is still in the kitchen. I will eat it after you finish it." Yan Wenjing frowned slightly. "Take it out and eat it together." "I'm not that particular." Qin Yuni. The person who said that she was not so particular must have forgotten that he said just a second ago that she had made their lunch boxes dirty, so she specially prepared this meal for them. Seeing that he didn't move his chopsticks, Qin Yuni seemed to really intend to wait for her to eat together, so she turned around and went into the kitchen to bring out her portion. Seeing her put the food on the table and sit down, Yan Wenjing took the first bite. His expression didn't change much, but if you look closely you can see that he eats a little faster than before, a bit like the first time he came to eat. Qin Yuni couldn't help but think that the king of hell should prefer food that is just out of the pot and still has some aroma of the pot. This is not surprising, as food tastes best at this time. She usually brought it to them, and even if it was the fastest, it would have been kept in the lunchbox for a while, and the taste would not be as good as when it was freshly cooked. No wonder he ate very slowly yesterday, even though he remained calm, and even found time to tease her. Unless the king of hell comes to their house every day, or she goes to his house to do it, this situation is difficult to resolve. Although he hadn't figured out a solution yet, it wasn't completely a waste of time. At least this meal gave Qin Yuni a little understanding of the king of hell's taste. Qin Yuni couldn't help but add some rice because of the handsome face of the king of hell. Yan Wenjing raised his eyes and glanced at her. Qin Yuni's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pretended to be calm and asked, "Lord Yan, would you like some?" Yan Wenjing nodded seriously, handed the bowl over, paused, and said, "Thank you." It can be seen that Yan Wenjing was quite satisfied with the meal, because he not only finished it all, but even added another bowl of rice. At this moment, he leaned back in the chair. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes and brows revealed a sense of relaxation, which was completely different from his usual indifferent face. For a cook, this is undoubtedly a great compliment. Yan Wenjing suddenly asked, "Is there anything you want?" Qin Yuni was cleaning up the dishes. When she heard his question, she thought about it seriously and said, "Does making money count?" Yan Wenjing. If it were someone else, they would have said a lot about this great opportunity. On the other hand, Qin Yuni. Yan Wenjing prompted, "Whatever you want to achieve is fine." When Qin Yuni heard this, he started to speak frantically. "A lot. Buy a house in the underworld. If you have enough money, buy a shop and a few reincarnation sites." Yan Wenjing thought the first part was quite normal, but couldn't help asking at the end, "How many reincarnation positions? For the brother you have today?" Qin Yuni shook his head. "No, I want to buy a few beasts." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong. After thinking about it carefully, she immediately stared at the king of hell with shining eyes and said excitedly, "King of hell, you ask me these because you think my cooking is delicious. Do you want to reward me?" Yan Wenjing couldn't help but sit up straighter when she stared at him like that, and said mercilessly, "No, I'm just curious." She uttered a disappointed sound. Seeing her disappointed expression, Yan Wenjing couldn't help but sigh in his heart and asked, "Tell me, what do you want?" "I want to ask if my adoptive parents and my grandmother have been reincarnated." Qin Yuni immediately became alert upon hearing this, and spoke quickly and concisely, as if he would not give her the reward if she did not speak faster. Yan Wenjing looked at her strangely. "That's it?" She nodded repeatedly, "Yeah." She actually wanted to ask for a long time, but she was not familiar with the ghost officials in the underworld before, and they probably wouldn't tell her even if she asked. Qin Yuni was also afraid that if she asked these questions rashly, the ghost officials would be involved in the unspeakable parts of their work. It would be bad to let the ghost catcher take the responsibility for what she wanted to know. Therefore, she had never found a chance to ask, but she didn't expect to ask the king of hell directly today. Yan Wenjing looked at her again, confirming that she really wanted to know about this matter, and a book of life and death appeared in front of her. After taking a look, he said, "Your adoptive parents have already been reincarnated because they accumulated some merits during their lifetime. The family they were reincarnated into is pretty good. Your grandmother just happened to be on the list, and she will be reincarnated in the next few days. Qin Yuni was silent for a long time after hearing this, and then he murmured, "It's okay as long as they are from a good family." Yan Wenjing had seen a lot of this kind of thing and usually didn't think it was a big deal. But today, seeing that Qin Yuni was obviously not in a good mood, he pursed his lips. After a while, Qin Yuni regained his composure and asked, "Lord Yan, does the discount you just said still count?" Yan Wenjing nodded. "Okay." She looked at him and asked, "I want to buy a better place for my grandma to be born. How much does it cost?" Her grandmother was the one who stayed with her the longest. When she was a child, she fell ill with a high fever. It was her grandmother who carried her to the hospital in the rain in the middle of the night, saving her from becoming a fool. She had a fever, was feeling unwell and was vomiting, and couldn't eat anything. It was her grandmother who patiently wiped her body over and over again to keep her clean and fresh, and also made up stories to put her to sleep. Her family was poor. Her adoptive parents both died when she was 4 or 5 years old in order to save a child. They didn't leave much money. Her grandmother was old and didn't have any skills, so they relied on growing vegetables and farming to earn some income. "We only eat meat at home during festivals or when something happens, but most of the time, Grandma says she doesn't like meat, so we give the meat to her." Later, when she grew up, she realized that the reason she didn't like the food was because her family was poor and couldn't afford much meat, so they gave it all to her. Therefore, she hopes that her grandmother can live a better life in the next life. Yan Wenjing pursed his lips and said, "The family she is going to be reborn into is an ordinary family. If you want her to be reborn into a better one, you need at least 1 million.
Ghost money.
Qin Yuni pursed her lips. All her income in the past half-month, plus the money she lost, only amounted to 200,000 ghost money. It's not enough to buy a good place to be reborn. Even if she could earn 10,000 ghost money every day, that would only be 300,000 ghost money a month. It would take her at least 3 or 4 months to buy a place for reincarnation, unless she develops new and more profitable business." Thinking of this, Qin Yuni remembered the Taobao business she had planned to do before and immediately made up her mind. She looked up at Yan Wenjing and asked, "Can she reincarnate a month later?" Yan Wenjing nodded slightly. "Okay." Yan Wenjing stared at her and asked, "Don't you want to make money to buy a house and a shop?" He didn't quite understand Qin Yuni's behavior. There were many ghosts going to the King of Hell's palace every day, and he was used to seeing all kinds of entanglements, so he didn't understand her behavior even more. From what he learned, her biological parents did not treat her very well, her adoptive parents died early, and her grandmother died after raising her until she was about 10 years old. Given their family situation, they did not actually take much care of her and only barely raised her to the extent of not letting her starve to death. Although I don't know how much Qin Yuni earns exactly, it shouldn't be much. At least for her, 1 million is a considerable number. It can be seen that Qin Yuni loves money very much and wants to make more money. But she is willing to spend all her wealth to buy a reincarnation position for a person who will soon have nothing to do with her. Yan Wenjing didn't quite understand why she did this. Qin Yuni took a deep breath and said with a smile, "It's just this once. I'll work harder next time." There are not many people who are kind to her, and her grandmother is one of the best to her. It would be fine if she didn't have the ability, but since she did have the ability and her grandmother hadn't been reincarnated yet, she would feel a little uncomfortable not buying it. Yan Wenjing didn't understand, but was infected by her smile and didn't ask any more questions. Qin Yuni asked, "Do you know where she lives now? You can ask the ghost messenger to check for you." Qin Yuni felt much better after hearing Yan Wenjing's words. Her problem was solved, so she had to serve the King of Hell's stomach. She quickly said, "King of Hell, what do you want to eat tomorrow? I see you prefer food that's just out of the pot. Do you have any way to make it here and have it in your hands right away?" Yan Wenjing looked at her with appreciation, took out a food box from the mustard seed space, and put it on the table. "Put the food in here when you are done, and I will ask the waiter to take it." Qin Yuni was a little hesitant. Didn't the King of Hell say that he didn't like others touching his things? The King of Hell said, "The little servant has the space I gave him, so he won't touch the food box." Hearing this, she felt relieved. Chin Yuni then picked up the food box and took a look at it. Apart from the fact that its appearance was more refined than the food boxes she had seen on TV, there didn't seem to be much difference. As if seeing her confusion, Yan Wenjing explained, "This is a magical instrument made of special materials. Putting food in it can preserve the taste of the food to the greatest extent." Chin Yuni nodded. This way she wouldn't have to worry about the taste. Yan Wenjing stood up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he said, "I'll let you know when I find out." Chin Yuni nodded, okay. After Yan Wenjing left, Chin Yuni packed up her things and washed up, then immediately went to get her computer and started decorating the Taobao project she had half finished. She hadn't intended to be so anxious, but now she had no choice but to be anxious. Chin Yuni worked overtime until almost dawn before stopping to rest. In order to earn more money, Chin Yuni asked Aunt Wang to buy more vegetables last night, and she planned to cook more today. Aunt Wang and the others actually had doubts. Chin Yuni had so many box lunches every day, but most people in this small place still chose to cook and eat at home. Even if there were some tourists, there were not so many people. So, who did she sell so many box lunches to every day? And it's this much every day, not just on one particular day. In the morning, Aunt Wang's brother's wife lowered her voice and asked Aunt Wang, "Do you know where Boss Chin sells his lunchboxes?" They said they searched the streets, but couldn't find Boss Chin's lunchbox truck. Boss Chin doesn't sell his lunchboxes on the streets, so does he drive into the city to sell them? It's not like the small truck Boss Chin used to sell could go that far. Aunt Wang shook her head. "I don't know either. We just need to do our job well, and don't worry about other things. Everyone has their own secrets. Maybe she has a special channel. We can get it directly from her." Then she warned him, "You better watch your mouth and stop talking too much.
Just do your job well.
The salary is high, and the work is not much. If you don't want to do it, there are many people who want to do it." "I know. I'm just curious, so I'm asking you. Besides, do you think I'm the only one who's curious? They know I'm helping Boss Chin here, and they know that I can get a high salary and not much work if I come to help, so they asked me to help introduce them." I refused. A few days ago, they went to the street to sell lunchboxes by themselves, but they only sold a few lunchboxes in a day. Not only did they lose a small stall cart, but they also lost hundreds of dollars. They searched the street and couldn't find where Boss Chin was selling, so they came to ask me. How would I know? That's why I'm asking you. Aunt Wang said quickly, "Just ignore it. It's possible that someone else asked Yunya to order the lunchboxes in advance, and she just needs to deliver it. And didn't a boss come to invest in an amusement park recently? There are quite a few workers. Maybe they gave it to them, so don't ask around. Work hard is the serious thing. Yunya makes money, so you can work for a long time. Of course I know Boss Chin is a good person. That's why I can earn more. This is just a sisters-in-law gossiping. I'm not a big mouth, and I don't like to make noises everywhere. Let's hurry up and prepare the dishes. Didn't you say that Boss Chin ordered more orders today? That means business is good. Come on, let's hurry up and don't delay Boss Chin from selling lunchboxes." As she said that, she rolled up her sleeves and started to walk inside. As soon as they arrived in the yard, they saw Chin Yuni frying peanuts and hanging them to dry. Aunt Wang quickly called out, "Yuni, are you all up and ready?" "Aunt Wang, Aunt Lin, you're here?" Chin Yuni put the peanuts away and said with a smile, "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd get up early so I could open the stall earlier." Her words made Aunt Wang and her sister-in-law sigh. It is true that children from poor families grow up early. Other children are now spoiled by their parents, but Chin Yuni has already run her own lunchbox food truck. Although she has to get up early and go to bed late, she is doing a good job. Then let's do it quickly, so as not to waste time. The two of them didn't have time to say anything else. They took all the ingredients off the cart, put water in the basin, and started washing them. They had just started cleaning when Widow Li arrived. She explained that the child had been making a fuss for a while today, and she had to calm him down for a long time before he was able to come out. Chin Yuni didn't say anything. As long as it could be finished on time, she didn't have any other strict requirements. After all, everyone has an emergency. In the meantime, Aunt Wang took Chin Yuni into the house while they were busy preparing food. "Yun, your aunt shouldn't say anything about your business, but your Aunt Lin is right today. I bought a lot of chicken, pork, vegetables, and the like for you. Everyone in the village knows that you are doing lunchbox business, but recently some people in the neighboring village have mentioned that no one has seen you selling lunchboxes. There is no need to tell everyone about the sales channels you found yourself, but there will always be some bad people who don't want to see you do well, and they are afraid that they will use you for not having a business license or health certificate. Aunt Wang said earnestly, "It's not that I don't trust Aunt Lin and the others. What I mean is that you should be on guard against others." Aunt Wang's words dealt a heavy blow to Qin Yuni. Because she had a small stall before, she had never thought about getting a business license or a health certificate. Naturally, no one is jealous of her small stall, but now it has grown bigger. Although others don't know how much she sells every day, Aunt Wang purchases a lot of ingredients every day. In addition to what Aunt Wang just said, the fact that no one saw her setting up the stall is also a big problem. She couldn't say that she was selling box lunches in the underworld and didn't need these. Selling box lunches could be explained, but she had to apply for a business license as soon as possible. Besides, not only her, but Aunt Wang and the others also needed to go to the hospital for a physical examination. Thanks to Aunt Wang's reminder, otherwise her business would have to be suspended for a while after they reported to the relevant department. Qin Yuni excitedly held Aunt Wang's hand and said, "Aunt Wang, thank you for reminding me. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have been in trouble with them." Aunt Wang felt a little embarrassed by what she said. "Just don't blame me for talking too much." Qin Yuni, how could that be? Your reminder really helped me a lot. Can you help me out for a minute? Aunt Wang asked. What can I do for you? Qin Yuni said, take them to the hospital for a checkup and get a health certificate. I will reimburse the cost of the checkup. Aunt Wang nodded without hesitation. Okay. By the way, if other people ask about it again, you can tell them that I have a partnership with the amusement park and that they have already ordered most of the lunch boxes. The rest have also been ordered by others and I prepare them and deliver them directly to them every day, so it's normal that they don't see me selling lunch boxes on the street. Aunt Wang asked in surprise, really? Although she couldn't tell Aunt Wang about the underworld, she could tell her that the amusement park was invested by her eldest brother. I can only use her brother as a shield for now. Although there is no cooperation yet, I think it should not be difficult. Qin Yuni nodded and explained, you also know that I was taken back by the Qin family before. The Qin family is quite rich. After I came back, my eldest brother came to me and wanted me to return to the Qin family, but I felt that life in the village was better. This amusement park was built by my eldest brother so that I could live better. He wanted to improve the living conditions here so that I could live more conveniently. He knew that I was selling lunch boxes, so he asked them to order directly from me. My brother invested in building the amusement park. Only director's son and other leaders know about it. Please don't tell anyone else. Qin Yuni was not making this up. Only the part about the lunchbox was made up by her. But as long as this thing was accomplished, it would not be considered as a lie. Aunt Wang was obviously shocked when she heard this. The amusement park was actually invested by her eldest brother? Unexpectedly, the victim they had complained about before turned out to be Qin Yuni's elder brother, and the village was built specifically for her to have better living conditions. Indeed, if this amusement park is really built and can attract a large number of tourists, the conditions in their village will definitely be better than they are now. But going through all this effort just to make Qin Yuni's living conditions better? If this isn't a case of being taken advantage of, what is? However, if this really happened, everyone would know that the person who invested in the amusement park to boost the economy of their entire county was Qin Yuni's elder brother. In the future, not only would the leaders have a good attitude towards Qin Yuni, no one would dare to stop her from doing anything, and even other people would give her some face because of this. This is more than just building a house for Qin Yuni and giving her money. After all, what place doesn't want to become wealthy? But it's not that easy. Without any industries to show off and the economy unable to pick up, how can we become rich? This is why officials from all over the country are trying every possible means to attract entrepreneurs. A capable entrepreneur can boost the economy of an entire county or even a city. Similarly, if Qin Hao's amusement park is successful, it will be a great boost to their entire county. Only with talents can there be purchasing power, and only with purchasing power can the economy develop. If everyone makes money, the overall living conditions will be better. This is Qin Hao's way of thinking. Since Qin Yuni was unwilling to go back with him and refused to accept his money, he had no choice but to do this. Qin Yuni said helplessly, "I just found out about it yesterday." Aunt Wang. His expression was strange and somewhat complicated. They said that the relationship between the two siblings was good. She didn't even know that her brother was here to build a playground, and she was discussing it with them with great interest that day. It's hard to say, since her brother spent so much money to build an amusement park in this small place just for her. The relationship between these two siblings is really weird and complicated. But since it was opened by her brother, it would be much easier.
It will be easy to explain when they ask.
After Qin Yuni solved the problem, he started cooking. Because time was tight in the morning, she didn't make it for the King of Hell. She planned to make it after she came back from selling lunch boxes when time was not so tight. Qin Yuni did a lot on purpose today, and plus she was selling incense and wine, so people who were buying lunch boxes, incense, wine, and peanuts all came around, making her so busy that she wished she had 8 hands. Takeout orders have been growing steadily in the past 2 days, and now we have reached 200 to 300 orders, but there are still many people who come to buy on the spot. There were even quite a few who chose to sit there and drink and eat box lunches with a group of unfamiliar ghosts, making her business look particularly good and attracting some ghosts who had never bought anything before to come and buy. In addition, while Lin Sui and the others were delivering the takeaway, Qin Yuni also specifically asked them to bring some wine and peanuts to sell along the way, and their wages were calculated based on commission for each order. Qin Yuni didn't expect that the business would be so hot today. There were still some old customers who came to help evacuate the business and lined up to wait. They also helped to pack incense and lunch boxes, which gave her a chance to catch her breath. But the result made her very happy, even though it was a little later today. But after selling them, she did a quick count and found that her income today was close to 7,800. Almost all the drinks she brought were sold out. Because today's volume is larger than usual, her income today directly exceeds her previous income. If it were in the past, she would definitely feel very satisfied, but now she feels that it is far from enough. After Qin Yuni returned home, he took his ID card and bank card and immediately took a taxi to the county town. He planned to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to ask how to apply for a business license and what procedures were required. This is her first time applying for a business license, whether in her previous life or this life. Qin Yuni hurried to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau before they got off work. Just as she arrived at the front desk to ask, she heard an unfamiliar voice hesitantly shouting, "Miss Qin." Qin Yuni turned around in confusion and saw a strange man standing 1 meter away. She looked around and made sure that she was the only one here except the day before yesterday. Then she pointed at herself and asked, "Are you calling me? I didn't expect it was you. I'm Director Sun's assistant, Wang Yang." Wang Yang said with a smile, "I saw you at the scene with Director Sun yesterday. I just saw you from the side, so I was afraid I had made a mistake." Qin Yuni was a little stunned. She didn't expect that he was actually Director Sun's assistant. He recognized her after only meeting her once, which surprised Qin Yuni. If she remembered correctly, the distance was still a bit far. The key point is that she has a clear understanding of herself. She is not a big shot, so she should not be worth being remembered by him, the director's assistant, right? Most importantly, what did he ask himself to do? Qin Yuni looked puzzled and said with a smile, "Heko." As if he saw her confusion, Wang Yang quickly explained with a smile, "Yesterday, Boss Qin briefly introduced you to us, saying that you are his sister, and asked us to help you as much as we can if we see you need help." Qin Yuni suddenly realized that it was all because of his elder brother. Wang Yang then asked, "What are you doing at the Industry and Commerce Bureau?" "I'm selling box lunches and would like to ask how to apply for a business license." When Wang Yang heard that she was selling box lunches, his expression did not show any strangeness. Instead, he took her directly to the leader of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Then he walked over and chatted with the person for a few words, then came back and said to Qin Yuni, "I am quite familiar with their leader. I just told him about your situation. If you have any questions, You can ask him directly. Qin Yuni didn't expect that he would meet someone who could help introduce him when he came to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. He had already made arrangements for him. Qin Yuni couldn't possibly not appreciate this favor, so he quickly asked his questions. Thanks to Wang Yang's introduction, the other party was very good. He told her the specific materials she needed to prepare and how to handle it in great detail. After Qin Yuni asked clearly, he thanked everyone repeatedly. Then he went out with Wang Yang. Thank you so much for today. Wang Yang waved his hand and refused to take credit for it. Even if I wasn't there, you could still ask these questions. Besides, it was just something I did out of the blue. Yesterday, Boss Qin said in front of many leaders that he came here to invest in the amusement park because of his sister. Director Sun also heard how much Boss Qin valued his sister, so he gave instructions that day, asking them to run quickly if they ever saw Boss Qin's sister needing to do something and to take good care of her so that she would not want to leave them. As long as Boss Qin's sister continues to stay here, Boss Qin will invest in them. Wang Yang didn't expect that just after Director Sun spoke yesterday, he would run into Boss Qin's sister today. Fortunately, he took a careful look yesterday and recognized the person. You know, the plan proposed by Boss Qin is the most feasible one that can currently boost the overall economy. If Boss Qin left, they wouldn't know when they would meet another Boss Qin. Qin Yuni didn't know how to explain her relationship with Qin Hao. Listening to Wang Yang's tone and combining it with what Qin Hao said to her yesterday, she understood that her eldest brother might have said something to them, so they took care of her so much. Unexpectedly, even though she had clearly said that she would no longer have any contact with the Qin family, she was still protected by the Qin family. Although this was not what she wanted, everyone now expected this to succeed. She couldn't just jump out at this time and stop Qin Hao from investing here. What's involved now isn't just her and the Qin family, it's the entire county, so her affairs aren't that important anymore. Qin Yuni pursed her lips and smiled. No matter what, I should thank you for your help today. Wang Yang suddenly said, You just said you were making lunch boxes, right? It just so happens that the cafeteria auntie is going to take a week off in 2 days, and we haven't found a suitable chef yet. How about you deliver lunch boxes to us when the time comes? We'll charge the normal price. Qin Yuni was stunned for 2 seconds and realized that he was trying to show his favor to her. After all, they could do this kind of thing in any restaurant, and there was no need to let her do it when she didn't even have a business license. Qin Yuni thought about it, smiled, and refused. I probably can't deliver it. If I make the food and drive it to the county town, it'll take about half an hour, but I'm alone, and I have to sell lunch boxes, so I can't be away. Hearing this, Wang Yang didn't even hesitate and directly gave a solution. Well, once you're done, I'll ask the driver to go and get it. It was already this far, so Qin Yuni couldn't refuse anymore, so she nodded and said, Okay, how many people are there? Do you have any requirements starting from that day? How many meat dishes and how many vegetables? I can ask them to prepare the dishes in advance. Wang Yang took out his phone as he spoke. Aunt Li will probably leave on Wednesday. Make it on Wednesday and I'll have someone drive over to get it. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. You can make some extra dishes for a few liters. Let's add each other's contact information, and I'll send you some of their precautions. Qin Yuni quickly took out his phone and brought up the interface. After the two of them added each other as friends, Wang Yang sent Qin Yuni all the dishes that the leaders disliked or were allergic to. Qin Yuni also sent him the address so that he could pick up the food when the time comes. Wang Yang was originally going to send Qin Yuni back, but he received a phone call and left first. It was almost 7 o'clock when she got home. Qin Yuni remembered that she had not yet cooked for the King of Hell, so she went back into the kitchen and started making dinner. Because it was very late, the dishes she cooked tonight were relatively light. She simply fried 1 meat and 1 vegetable and got some flour and made some pancakes. While she was serving the food, she sent a message to the King of Hell, asking him to ask the servant to come and get it. Only then did she see that the King of Hell had sent her a message in the afternoon, but she only brought her physical cell phone with her, so she didn't see it. Yan Wenjing, I have found out your grandmother's address. I will have the ghost take you there tomorrow. Qin Yuni was so excited when he saw the message that he quickly replied, Okay. Thank you so much to JPG. After Chin Yuni finished posting, he remembered something important and quickly took a picture and sent it over. Lord Yama, your dinner is ready. Picture. After a while, the King of Hell replied, soon. The little servant she had met last time at the King of Hell's house came. Chin Yuni was almost frightened when he saw the little servant suddenly appear. Anyone would be frightened when they turned around and saw someone standing there unexpectedly, not to mention that this little servant was a real ghost. Seeing Chin Yuni shivering with fear, the waiter said quickly, I'm sorry for scaring you. I'm here to take his dinner on the orders of the King of Hell. It's okay. I'm just not used to it yet. Chin Yuni waved his hand, handed the food box to the waiter, and said, You can go back soon. Next time I'll tie a bell at the door, and when you come, just shake the bell, and I'll know. The waiter nodded, okay. Then he put away the food box and disappeared. Chin Yuni then started to eat dinner. After dinner, she continued to decorate her Taobao store, finishing up the parts that were left undone last night. After she has decorated the store, she will put the link up. Currently, the store only sells incense and delivery services. After Chin Yuni finished, she planned to share it in the group, but she thought that her business was somewhat in conflict with the dreams of the underworld. Chin Yuni was worried that something might go wrong, so she sent a message to the King of Hell. Chin Yuni, Lord Yama, I want to do the delivery business. Will it have an impact on the underworld? Yan Wenjing was still working overtime. He only took a glance at the message she sent and immediately figured out the key. Yan Wenjing stopped working. Yes. She was somewhat disappointed when she saw the reply from the King of Hell. If it would have an impact on the underworld, the King of Hell would definitely not let her do this business. Wouldn't her work on Taobao be in vain? If this business fails, how can she quickly earn 1 million to buy a place for her grandmother to be reborn? She had previously asked the King of Hell to give her a month. Based on her current income, it would be very fast if she could earn enough in 4 months. With this calculation, Taobao still has to be opened. Chin Yuni was thinking about how to convince the King of Hell to let her do the delivery business. Before she could think of a way to convince the King of Hell, her cell phone suddenly rang with a message alert. Yan Wenjing, you can do it if you want. 50% of the total revenue from the delivery business will be handed over to the underworld. When Chin Yuni saw the message, he was so excited that he almost dropped his phone. This is a no-cost business. If she sets the price of a single order at 10,000 and hands over 5,000 to the underworld, she can still earn 5,000. By completing one order, you can earn enough money for a day's lunch. If there are 10 orders on this day, that would be 50,000 yuan in paper money for the dead. Chin Yuni was afraid that what she had just seen was an illusion, so she quickly read it again carefully to confirm that the King of Hell had indeed said that it could be done, and immediately replied excitedly, Deal. Yan Wenjing, go to the Hades Palace to sign the contract tomorrow. Chin Yuni, okay. I'll bring a lunchbox over for you. She read the conversation between the two again and again to make sure that she was not dreaming. Then, she held the phone in her hands, her lips curled up in excitement. Her business is well known and supported by the King of Hell. How can she not have business? As long as she has business, she is confident that she can earn enough money to buy a place for her grandmother to be reborn in the next life. When Chin Yuni thought of this, he felt so happy. Yan Wenjing also stood up at this time and walked to the window looking at the gray sky outside. There has never been a precedent of a living person going to the underworld before, so no one has ever done this business. Chin Yuni's special case has brought some new changes to the underworld. Yan Wenjing was in a rare good mood, and even the gray sky outside seemed a lot more pleasing to the eye. This was the first time he felt this way since taking over the underworld. On the table behind him was the food box that the waiter had just taken from Chin Yuni. The food was placed on the table, but only a few bites were taken. He didn't know why. It was the same dish, but he always felt like something was missing, and it didn't taste as good as when he ate it at Chin Yuni's house. At this time, his cell phone rang. He picked it up, took a look, and replied, Yes. After Chin Yuni got excited, he sent the Taobao store link to the group. Vegetarian Underworld Lunch Group. Chin Yuni, Taobao link Meow Meow Beauty. Boss Chin, what is this? The wind blows my butt, and it feels cool. What new business has the boss started? Forever 18. I don't know what it'll be this time. Looking forward to it. Period. Boss Chin, what exactly does your store's delivery service include? How does it work? Bald Eagle. Boss Chin is awesome. This delivery service came just in time. Many ghosts in the group studied it carefully and found that Chin Yuni's delivery service was really good. With her delivery service, many ghosts who were worried that dreams would affect their family members' health no longer had those worries. The key is that it's not that expensive. It costs 500,000 ghost money to send a dream once. Chin Yu's delivery service only costs 10,000 ghost coins per trip. The most expensive express delivery only costs 100,000 per trip. In other words, as long as you make a little effort, there is basically hope that you can send letters to your family. When Chin Yuni was doing it, she thought of the fact that not all ghosts in the underworld were rich, so she made 2 links, one for ordinary ghosts and the other for express service for rich ghosts. In fact, it is the same as ordinary express and express delivery. One is car transportation and the other is air transportation. Chin Yuni also made a customized version for special needs, the price of which is to be determined. This type of item is inconvenient to send by mail and needs to be delivered in person. The price will be more expensive because it will take up 1, 2, or even several days of her time. Chin Yuni, let me briefly explain this delivery service. As long as you place an order, I can help you mail letters, and I can also help you mail the items you want to send, etc. It takes a few days for a 10,000 yuan order. If you are not in a hurry, you can choose this. The 100,000 yuan order will arrive the next day. If it is a heavier item, you need to add a surcharge based on the item. Chin Yuni, also, I don't know if you have seen a link without a price. That link needs to be delivered by me personally. The specific price will be determined based on the distance and the number of days you stay. Chin Yuni. But generally speaking, it is cheaper than sending a message through a dream, and it can also allow the family to get substantial items, so it is guaranteed to be worth the money. I come to see you from the underworld. Aw. Boss Chin, you are my lucky star. I was just thinking that I have reached the limit of the number of times I have been dreamed of, but I didn't expect that Boss Chin would actually develop this delivery service. I want to order it. Forever 18. Boss Chin, I love you. You saved me. I saved for a long time, but it was not enough for one dream. Now I don't have to worry anymore. At this price, I can send it to my parents once a month. Give me an order first. Death came first. Woo woo woo. Boss Chin, you're so kind. This price is really too much. You are my second parent.
Dao Dao, wow, wow.
This is simply the underworld version of Taobao. Boss Chin, you are awesome. I never thought that I could send things to my parents from the underworld in my lifetime. If it were in the past, I would never have dared to think about it. Lemon is so sour. I thought I would never have the chance to have a dream in my life, but I didn't expect to meet Boss Chin. This delivery service is tailor-made for poor people like us. Today is still a beautiful lady. When will this service start? Can I place an order now? I'll break your head. Boss Chin, I've placed an order. When can I give you the letter? Chin Yuni didn't expect their reaction to be so big. In just a few minutes, the number of orders reached 30. That is to say, in just a few minutes, she earned 150,000 ghost money. Chin Yuni's face turned red with excitement. She suppressed her excitement and typed, "Tomorrow you can bring the things you want to send to me on the dining car, and then private message me to send me the specific address." Weiwu. Boss Chin, how do you do this? Can you send it to the Sui dynasty? Some people in the group are from other eras. They have never been exposed to these things. In their era, messages were sent by carrier pigeons or express horse messengers. I didn't expect that I would have to learn so many things in the underworld. But Chin Yuni looked at the other party's words and fell into a brief silence. Because she couldn't be sent to other dimensions. Chin Yuni, sorry, this service can only be delivered to my era for now. Chin Yuni didn't expect that she would encounter such a problem just after launching her business. She sent this question to the King of Hell. After all, her business income was also linked to the underworld. She first sent a screenshot of the back-end order volume to the King of Hell, and then told the King of Hell about the matter. Yan Wenjing, you can only do this business in your own era. This business is a bug that appears because you can go to the underworld, so you can deliver letters for them, but people in other eras have different dimensions and cannot do this business. Qin Yuni understood immediately after hearing this. Because she accidentally broke into the underworld, she was able to connect her era with the underworld and could ensure that the letters she sent could be received by the other party. But on the contrary, the past era was a cross-generational era for her, and with her abilities, she could not transcend time and space. And from her perspective, all the previous people have passed away, so who should she give it to? Therefore, her business is limited to those who are still alive in her world. This is different from box lunches, which can do all kinds of ghost business. But the delivery service cannot be done in other dimensions unless she has the ability to travel across time and space. Qin Yuni, I understand. Even so, Qin Yuni still got more than 40 orders in one night, which was enough to make her happy for a long time. After all, this is different from the compensation she got. This is what she earned by herself in one night. The next day, as soon as Aunt Wang and the others arrived, Qin Yuni told them that Wang Yang and his colleagues wanted to order lunch boxes and asked Aunt Wang to prepare so many dishes in advance. Widow Li was the most shocked. She was so shocked that she almost didn't know how to move her hands. She stammered, the county leaders actually ordered lunch boxes from us? Aunt Wang had already known yesterday that the new amusement park was invested and built by brother Qin Yuni, so although she was also shocked, she was relatively restrained. Qin Yuni nodded. Yes, but it's only for a week, because their chef has asked for leave, so they can temporarily order lunchboxes from us. Aunt Wang also asked, do we need to do anything? Qin Yuni smiled and said, just like usual, just wash the vegetables, cut them, and prepare them. I told you this just to let you prepare in advance. The tasks may be a bit heavy recently, and I will give you bonuses at the end of the month. Widow Li waved her hands quickly. It doesn't matter if the task is heavy, and there is no need to give bonuses, as long as we can continue to work.
Aunt Wang also said, that's right.
We hope that Boss Qin's business will be good so that we can continue to do business for a long time. She deliberately said with a fierce face, are you the boss or am I the boss? This is settled. As long as I have a bowl of rice to eat, you will definitely have a bite of rice to eat. They immediately responded in unison, we listen to you, Boss Qin. Afterwards, they all worked hard for Qin Yuni. Although they didn't say it, it was obvious that they were all very happy. After all, everyone would be happy to receive bonuses. Today, there were many ghosts surrounding the place where Qin Yuni was going to place the food cart, lined up in 2 rows. The extra row of ghosts all held letters or other items in their hands. Some ghosts who didn't know much about the situation saw that they were holding papers in their hands and couldn't help but ask curiously, what are you holding in your hands?
What?
This is a letter I wrote to my family. Boss Qin just launched a new business that can help deliver it to my family. It only costs 10,000 ghost money each time. This is much more cost-effective than sending a letter in a dream. That's right. I never thought that I could write letters to my family after I died. I wrote all night last night and wrote more than 10,000 words. I can't help it. There are too many things I want to say. I didn't care before I died, but after I died, I found that I really miss them. However, it is too expensive to send a dream to them. I haven't saved enough money yet. Fortunately, Boss Qin has launched this new business, otherwise I don't know when I can send a dream to them. Maybe I will be reincarnated and never see them. But now it's different. 10,000 ghost money can realize the opportunity to write to them. As she spoke, the female ghost's voice became choked with sobs. I also wrote this last night while working overtime. I didn't expect to have such an opportunity in the underworld. This feels a bit strange. It feels like making pen pals when I was a kid. He couldn't help laughing as he spoke. The ghosts who were listening nearby were all shocked. Delivery service. It only costs 10,000 yuan to send a letter to your family. One ghost asked in disbelief, is it really true that I can send a letter to my family with only 10,000 ghost money? He pointed at the queue he was in. Yes, but you have to place an order with your phone. Do you see our queue? We all placed orders last night. Bring the letter to Boss Chin today. Regular delivery takes a few days, but the advantage is that it's cheap, only 10,000 ghost coins. There's also an express delivery, but it's more expensive, 100,000 per delivery, but it arrives the next day. I don't have that much ghost coins, so I ordered the regular one, which is suitable for poor people like us. I want to order it too. How do I order it? Can I just go to Boss Chin? Go join the group first. Boss Chin sent a Taobao link in the group last night. You can place an order there. Then go back and get the things you want to send, whether it's a letter or something else. But if the item is too heavy, you'll have to pay extra. But one thing is that it can only be sent to people of Boss Chin's current age. When many ghosts heard this, they became eager to try. Some of those who had not joined the group joined and started placing orders. In just a few minutes, a lot of orders came in. But some ghosts also raised doubts. Will there be any accidents with Boss Chin's delivery service? Will the King of Hell cancel it? After all, it's so cheap. No ghost will be willing to send a message in dreams in the future. As soon as he said this, many ghosts fell silent for a moment. Immediately, a ghost said excitedly, "That's why we have to hurry up. Deliver it quickly before the King of Hell knows about it. This way, even if the King of Hell finds out, the letter has already been delivered. Delivering it once is a profit."
Yes.
I'll join the group and place the order first. Then I'll go back and write the letter right away. Yes, you earn money by giving it away once. Don't push. There's still time. Boss Chin hasn't arrived yet. When Chin Yuni arrived, he found that the team that used to be neatly arranged was in chaos today. She pulled a ghost at the edge and asked in confusion, "What's going on? What are you all doing together?" The ghost she was holding was suddenly slapped and was a little unhappy about being interrupted. He turned his head with his teeth bared, and his eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted in surprise, "Boss Chin!" When they heard someone calling Boss Chin, the other ghosts turned around and found that Chin Yuni's food cart had been set up and was looking at them with a puzzled look on his face. At once, all the ghosts said, "Boss Chin, you're finally here. You're so late today. I've finished writing my letter. Can you deliver it today?" "Boss Chin, I don't have a cell phone. Can I just give you the ghost money and ask you to help deliver it?" Boss Chin, Chin Yuni only felt like there were hundreds of ducks quacking in her ears, but from some scattered questions, she understood that the reason why they became like this today was probably because of the delivery service she launched last night. "I placed the order last night and got the letters today." The other ghosts probably saw that they were holding letters and knew about the delivery service she launched. Those who had mobile phones were mostly taught by the enthusiastic ghosts how to place orders. Some ghosts who don't have mobile phones may have just asked whether they can directly deliver the ghost money without placing an order with a mobile phone. Chin Yuni simply summarized these questions based on their scattered words. So she raised her hand to signal them to be quiet and said loudly, "Those who placed orders last night, line up and give me the things you want to be sent." For those who failed to place orders by mobile phone, you can also give ghost money. Bring the things you want to be sent to me and write the address on the cover so that I can know where you want to send it. Don't worry, don't crowd. As long as they're still alive and the address they gave is correct, we can deliver them to them. Chin Yuni's words were very effective. All the ghosts that had just gathered together lined up consciously. "Boss Chin, you are such a good person. Yes, your delivery service really allows ordinary ghosts like us to deliver letters to our families. I don't know how they have been doing over the years. Wow, I miss them so much." Their words instantly resonated with countless ghosts. All of a sudden, everyone went from being excited to crying. Chin Yu's face was blank. Not to mention, the sound of ghosts crying is really not very pleasant. Lin Sui stood aside and said hesitantly, "Boss Chin, I also want to send a letter to my family, but I don't have enough money now." Chin Yuni said without hesitation, "Sure, you can use your salary to pay it off. At the current rate, you should be able to pay it off in 2 or 3 months at most. You can go back after delivering the food. It doesn't matter if you write letters or deliver things. I have to go to the Hades Hall to sign the contract later. Just write it and give it to me." Lin Sui's eyes widened in shock, and he said excitedly, Is it really possible? Qin Yuni smiled and said, well, after all, you're now my employee, so this benefit is still acceptable. Lin Sui was so excited that he didn't even notice the word signing the contract in her words. When the ghosts who were closer heard that Lin Sui didn't have to pay and could use his salary as a substitute, they all looked at him enviously. If I had known what Boss Qin said, I would have raised my hand. It's so great to be Boss Qin's employee. It's too late for you now, but you can promote Boss Qin more and get more ghosts to buy lunch boxes so that Boss Qin will have money to open a store. Then you can recommend yourself to Boss Qin as an employee. You have a point. A ghost suddenly asked, Boss Qin, you just said you were going to the Hades Palace to sign a contract? Do you have to sign a contract with the underworld to set up a stall here to sell box lunches? Qin Yuni explained, it's not about selling box lunches, it's about the delivery business. I talked to the King of Hell about the delivery business yesterday. After all, the delivery business conflicts with the dream of the underworld. If you want to carry out this business, you must report it to the King of Hell. We will sign a delivery contract with the King of Hell soon. This way, the delivery service will be considered one of the services of the underworld. It will be a clear path forward. Therefore, you don't have to worry about this service being cancelled at any time. You can place an order at any time. There is no need to rush. Really? We were worried about this for a long time just now. Boss Qin, you are amazing. You actually dare to discuss business with the King of Hell. Yes, Boss Qin, you are now considered the #1 person in the underworld. Not only is it that a living person dares to sell lunch boxes in the underworld, but you are also cooperating with the underworld in business. I don't have to worry about saving enough money to send a message in my dream anymore. Yesterday, I was still worried about when I could save enough money to send a message in my dream, but today I can send one once a month. Boss Qin, you are simply our lucky star. That's right. Boss Qin is the lucky star for us ordinary ghosts. If it weren't for you, many of us ghosts wouldn't even be able to have a dream until we are reincarnated. Long live Boss Qin. Long live Boss Qin. Whoever dares to bully Boss Qin from now on is bullying us. Yes. Bullying Boss Qin is bullying us. For a time, Qin Yuni's reputation skyrocketed. Qin Yuni couldn't help but be infected by their emotions. She didn't expect that a delivery service would make them so excited. At first, she just wanted to make more money, but she didn't expect that it would make her status and their hearts soar. This also made Qin Yuni realize that her business development was actually very meaningful. Many ghosts may not have enough money to visit their family members in a dream until they are reincarnated. Once she started this business, it was like connecting yin and yang. It can not only deliver letters from the ghosts in the underworld to their families in the human world, but also convey some of the thoughts of the living. In this way, it seems that the dead person has just moved to a different place to live. For a moment, Qin Yuni felt that his body was suddenly filled with endless power. But Qin Yuni also understood that this was different from the friendship they had when they sold lunchboxes in the past. Now it was Qin Yuni who made them profit. As long as she continued to do this business, her position in the hearts of these ghosts in the underworld would be irreplaceable. The commotion here attracted the attention of ghosts in other shops. No matter whether they were humans or ghosts, most of them liked to watch the fun, and when they saw it was so lively, they all came over to see. As a result, when they heard that Qin Yuni could deliver letters or things to his family, they excitedly asked about the ghosts inside. As the news spread, more and more ghosts gathered around Qin Yuni. Every ghost who knew the news was extremely excited. So much so that it attracted the attention of the ghost. One of the ghost officials shouted angrily, "What are so many ghosts doing here?" When all the ghosts saw the ghost catcher coming, they became quiet. Qin Yuni also saw the ghost messenger and hurried forward to explain, "Sorry, we didn't cause any trouble. They were just a little excited. We'll be fine soon." The ghost saw Qin Yuni and recognized her identity as a living person. He also saw the small food truck selling box lunches behind her and immediately shouted in confirmation, "Boss Qin?" Qin Yuni nodded. "Yes, I am Qin Yuni." The ghost's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. "That's fine. We all know that your business is good, but you still need to be more careful and keep down the noise." I just thought someone was causing trouble here. Chin Yuni quickly responded, sorry, we will pay attention next time. After the ghost messenger left, the other ghosts breathed a sigh of relief and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Boss Chin. We were too excited just now, which led to the ghost messenger coming and causing you to get scolded. If we weren't all gathered here, the ghost wouldn't have been attracted. Chin Yuni smiled and said, there's nothing to be sorry about.
Just be careful next time.
Line up. Those who are buying lunchboxes stand on the left, and those who placed an order last night and brought the mail stand on the right. Lin Sui, come and help me pack the lunchboxes. All the ghosts stood in line according to her arrangements, and none of them made any noise. Even some people who originally came just to watch the fun and had no intention of buying lunchboxes could not help but join the queue, intending to buy a lunchbox and also get to know more while waiting for the lunchbox. After all, the underworld had no other way to contact the living except through dreams. It can be said that this is the only one in the underworld in such a long time. The key is that the price is so affordable, only 10,000 ghost coins. You know, one dream mission costs 500,000 ghost money. The gap between the two is quite big. Therefore, after learning about the situation, everyone who had the money placed an order without exception. As a result, Chin Yuni's orders became very popular. Chin Yuni sat at the table in the front, took out a notebook and a pen, put away all the letters with orders placed last night, and made notes. It is more convenient to place an order via mobile phone. She can just print it out. However, some people who do not have mobile phones need to register one by one, pack the items to be sent, and write their name, phone number, and address. Because some people who had received the news while queuing earlier immediately went back to write it and brought it over while Chin Yuni was still there. To the point that Chin Yuni's hands were sore from writing today. Including her previous life, she had graduated for many years, but she never expected that one day her hands would become sore from writing. Boss Chin, let me order one first. I'll go back and write it later and give it to you tomorrow, okay? Chin Yuni was about to write, and when he heard this, he raised his head and nodded, of course. There were a few ghosts standing aside, not queuing up, but just guarding there and not leaving. After Chin Yuni noticed it, he looked over and asked gently, do you want to place an order too? The ghosts looked at each other, all very reserved, as if they were afraid that Chin Yuni would say something about them. But thinking of such a good opportunity, they had been here for many years and had never saved enough money to go back and see them. One of the ghosts plucked up the courage to say, we don't have that much money. Can we send one letter to each of us? I mean, we are relatives and our homes are next to each other, but we don't have enough money. Can we write 2 letters and put them together and send them to the same address? Chin Yuni heard this and looked at their dirty clothes, which looked like coal miners from the 2000s. He immediately understood and nodded after a little thought. Okay, after you finish writing, can you make a simple little envelope yourself? Write the other person's name on it and give me an address. I will send it together for you. Chin Yuni knew very well that this situation was not an isolated case in the underworld, and it could be said that there were many such cases. After all, there are rich people and poor people in this world, whether in the underworld or on Earth. Some poor people really can't even pay their annual medical insurance bills. And they only sent 1 copy to 2 ghosts, which was already considered pretty good. Because of this precedent, the ghosts next to them suddenly brightened up their eyes and immediately discussed the next order with the ghosts next to them. The news spread quickly. There were several waves of ghosts coming and going. There are many ghosts in the underworld who do not have mobile phones and do not have enough money. After knowing that this method can be used, some of those who have a good relationship with them, whose family members live in the same village or who are all relatives, decide to get together and place an order together, then write their own letters and send them together. When the time comes, just ask your family to help deliver it. When the male ghost heard Chin Yuni say that they could combine orders together, his eyes turned red and he choked up and said, Boss Chin, you are such a good person. Good people will be rewarded. I hope you can live a long life. Chin Yuni didn't expect that his words would make the ghost cry. He stood up at a loss. I didn't do anything. Boss Chin, you are our brother's benefactor. I, San, may not have much else, but I have a lot of strength. If you encounter anything in the underworld in the future, just look for me. If there is someone like Chi-san who is looking for trouble again, I will definitely be the first one to rush to the front. I will not let Boss Chin get hurt at all. That's right, Boss Chin. We are really grateful for your help. My brother and I don't have any other skills, but we are quite strong. From now on, we will be your free bodyguards. We don't need you to worry about anything. We just want to repay you. Chin Yuni said very seriously, you pay the money, and I run errands for you. You don't owe me anything, so there is no need to say that I am your benefactor. I don't deserve this title. I am just doing business. Don't worry, even if you don't protect me, I will help you deliver it. No matter how many people are fighting, I will deliver it all the same. I promise you that the letter will definitely be delivered to your family. But because of her words, many ghosts who didn't have much money and just wanted to know more choked up. A penny can make a hero fall. This applies whether in the human world or in the underworld. Chin Yuni looked at them and felt more and more choked up in his throat. Because her original intention was actually to make money, she didn't expect that her behavior would resonate with so many ghosts. A ghost in the crowd choked and shouted, Boss Chin. But after he shouted, he just looked at her and said nothing, yet it seemed as if he had said everything, and he slowly bowed to her. The other ghosts also spontaneously bowed to her. Chin Yuni also quickly bowed back to them and said sincerely, Thank you for your support. The abnormality here attracted the attention of more ghosts. Even Xiao Nia, who came rushing over, was moved. He took a picture of the scene and spontaneously printed out what happened today. Thus, the first newspaper in the underworld was born. Suddenly, there were a lot more ghosts queuing up to place orders in front of Chin Yuni. But many of them are combined into 1, 2 ghosts or 3 ghosts or even 4 or 5 ghosts combined into one. Xiao Nia also followed and lined up at the end of the line. When it was his turn, Chin Yuni saw him and was a little surprised. Why are you here too? Aren't you going to look after the store? Xiao Nia raised his eyebrows. I also recruited 2 ghosts to help me deliver. I just heard that you have a new business, a delivery service, and it has attracted ghosts, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see what happened just now. I just heard that you have 2 types, one regular and one express. I'd like to order the express. When it comes to business issues, Chin Yuni immediately became more serious and explained there are not only 2 types, but 3 types. Another type is for special groups of people who need to send some things that must be personally escorted to their door. However, the price is not fixed. It needs to be determined based on the distance and the total number of days it will take. After that, she added, however, most people only need the first 2. I'll send you the link, and you can place the order directly. Chin Yuni looked at him and asked, Do you want to give it to me today or tomorrow? If you want to give it to me today, come back later. Xiao Nia, let's do it tomorrow. I'm not in such a hurry. You don't have to make another trip. Okay. Xiao Nia placed the order on his phone, put away his phone and said, Do you need me to take you to Hades' palace? Chin Yuni, no, I have to go back. Okay then, I'll go back to the store.
Good.
After making sure that no one wanted to place an order, Chin Yuni stood up and found that the lunch boxes were almost sold out. She checked the accounts with Lin Sui. He had sold about 8,000 worth of lunch boxes, incense, and wine today. There were still some lunch boxes left, which he planned to use for delivery. However, since there was only Xiaoyu delivering food today, the delivery was slower. After Chin Yuni finished his work, Lin Sui packed up the remaining lunch boxes and prepared to deliver the takeout. Chin Yuni just counted that there are a total of 96 delivery orders, 5 of which are express, and the rest are all ordinary. The total amount of ordinary delivery is 910,000, and the express delivery is 500,000. In total, the total amount of delivery business today is 1.41 million. Or ghost money. Excluding the half that was handed over to the King of Hell, she still earned 705,000 ghost money today. This means that she has basically earned enough money today to buy a place for her grandmother to be reborn. But she also understood that because today was the first day, there were more ghosts delivering the gifts. There should be quite a few on the 2nd and 3rd days as well, and slowly, there would be fewer of them. But this is not bad. As long as there are a few stable orders a day, Plus the income from selling lunchboxes, it will be a considerable income in a month. This way, she should be able to open a store in the underworld soon. Qin Yuni recorded every delivery business today, which will be handed over to the King of Hell for reconciliation later. After she packed up, she went back home. She had promised last night to personally deliver the lunchbox to the King of Hell. In order to thank the King of Hell for giving her such a good opportunity to make money, Qin Yuni made some relatively complicated dishes today. It took an hour to prepare and plate the dish. Every time after the King of Hell finished eating, the servant would return the food box to her, so that it would be convenient for her to put food in it next time. Qin Yuni carried the food box and arrived at the King of Hell's palace. She was still hesitating whether to send a message to the King of Hell, but she didn't expect that the ghost at the door would let her go as soon as he saw her. She must have been instructed by the King of Hell in advance. Judge Cui was the first to see Qin Yuni come in. A flash of shock flashed across his dark face, and he subconsciously looked at the King of Hell. Then he looked at Qin Yuni again, with a light called gossip flashing in his eyes. Judge Cui said, "Hey, Miss Qin, you're here." Upon hearing this, Yan Wenjing looked up and saw Qin Yuni just walking into the hall carrying a lunchbox. Qin Yuni just stepped through the entrance of the hall and shouted with a smile, "Lord Yama, Judge Cui." Judge Cui put away the Book of Life and Death and said to Yan Wenjing, "Lord Yama, shall I go to the next room first?" Yan Wenjing frowned slightly and glanced at him, then said to Qin Yuni, "No, just follow me." After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the side hall where he had been last time. Qin Yuni followed behind him silently, holding the food box. A man and a fairy were walking, one in front and one behind. This scene changed its meaning in the eyes of Judge Cui. The way the two of them got along was that Qin Yuni followed the King of Hell like a little wife. He immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to their small group. "Judge Cui, Miss Qin is here again with a food box to visit the King of Hell." Picture the accompanying picture was a shot he had just taken of the backs of two people, one in front and one behind. He waited until the King of Hell was about to turn the corner before he dared to take the shot. If he took the picture too close, he would be afraid that his life would be in danger if the King of Hell found out. Fan Wujio. Fan Wujio. So, Miss Qin is indeed our future Queen of Heck. Fan Wujio. Wow, even the King of Hell has a partner, and I don't have one yet. Xie Bian, you'd better take back what you said. If the King of Hell sees this, the taste of the soul whip is still very good. Fan Wujio withdrew a message. Fan Wujio. I've been too busy lately, so I can only order takeout for Miss Qin. Miss Qin hasn't sent me a box lunch in a long time. Nyoto, you've been a bit bold lately. You even want Miss Qin to bring you a lunchbox. Miss Qin only brings food to the King of Hell herself now. Fan Wujio withdrew a message. Fan Wujio, I didn't. Don't frame me. I didn't say anything. Xie Bian. Miss Qin has a pretty good relationship with the King of Hell recently. She sends food to the King of Hell every now and then. I think we are one step closer to having the King of Hell's wife. Judge Cui quietly sent a message to the group. The King of Hell didn't let me go to the next room, but took Miss Qin to the side hall. Judge Cui, Lord Yama and Miss Qin, a man and a woman alone. Fan Wujio. Off. Hold on for a while, I'll be back after I've hooked the soul. Fan Wujio. You tell me, if I go to eat for free, will I be thrown out by the King of Hell? Xie Bian. Then, I might have the opportunity to change teammates in advance. Fan Wujio. Wowu, Lao Bai, you actually want to replace me? Am I not good to you? The horse-faced guardian encouraged him in great agreement. Why don't you go and try it first? Fan Wujio. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. Be careful, or I'll blow your horse's head off. Atma Mer, the horse-faced guard, smacked his lips with some regret. Alas, it's not easy to deceive the 8th master these days. Nyoto glanced at him and said, It's not that Master Ba is hard to fool, it's just that your tricks are too naive. Judge Shui. The food box that Miss Qin brought is a magical instrument made of special ancient materials. The Emperor Dongyue wanted to borrow it last time, but the King of Hell refused. Miss Qin actually brought it here like this. As soon as Judge Chui said this, the group was unprecedentedly quiet for dozens of seconds, and no ghost sent a message. Xie Bian, is it possible that Emperor Dongyue wanted to borrow it from Miss Qin last time? Xie Bian's words made the group quiet for a few seconds. Judge Chui, the King of Hell is fighting with the Emperor of Dongyue for a woman? If the fairies in heaven knew about this, I'm afraid they would be furious. The bullhead suddenly said, we should be safe, right? After Niu Tu said this, the group, which had already quieted down, remained silent for a full minute. Xie Bian said hesitantly, it should be safe, right? If it's not safe. Once the content of their chat in the group during this period is leaked and known by either the King of Hell or the Emperor Dongyue, all the ghosts in their group will be finished. Xie Bian, I just cleared all the records. Nyoto, ahem, me too, just finished. Judge Chui, I am cleared too. The horse-faced man asked in confusion. Why don't you just disband this group and create a new one?
Judge Chui.
Xie Bian. Nyoto, if you have such a good suggestion, please say it earlier next time. Horse-faced demon said with grievance. Didn't I just remember this? Later, this small group was disbanded, and a new one was established. Qin Yuni followed King Yen to the side hall. King Yen was still sitting in the same seat as last time. Qin Yuni opened the food box, and the delicious aroma of food immediately filled his nose. She looked at the food, which looked almost the same as if it had just been cooked, and could even faintly smell the steam from the wok. Qin Yuni was a little shocked. Although she had heard from the King of Hell before that this was a magical weapon made of special materials, this was the first time she had seen such a powerful one. She took out the dishes one by one and placed them in front of the King of Hell. Even the bowls and chopsticks were the King of Hell's special bowls and chopsticks that the little servant brought from his home. Qin Yuni thought to herself, I wonder how the King of Hell managed to suppress these little habits and eat so much using her bowls and chopsticks when he ate at her house for the first time. Facing the fragrant food, Yan Wenjing just glanced at it and said, sit down and eat together. There are bowls and chopsticks in the cabinet across from you. Qin Yuni was not polite either. She was tired after working all afternoon and had to go back in a hurry to cook for the King of Hell. She was really hungry. He immediately took a set of bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard, walked to the opposite side of the King of Hell, and sat down straight. Yan Wenjing slowly picked up a piece of tender meat and put it into his mouth, then saw Qin Yuni eating a few bites very quickly. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and although there seemed to be no change, his speed had actually increased a bit. Before I knew it, the meal was finished. Yan Wenjing leaned back in his chair and glanced at the messy plate. Today's meal is pretty good. Qin Yuni didn't know what he was thinking. She just felt a little full from eating, and her stomach was full, which made her feel happy. Oh, Lord Yan, she said as she took out the notebook she kept from her bag and handed it over. Here are all the orders for today's delivery service. Please take a look. There are 91 ordinary deliveries and 5 express deliveries, totaling 1.41 million ghost money. This is 50% of the underworld's 705,000 ghost money. Please count it and see if it is correct. Qin Yuni said as he took out the ghost money and handed it over. It seems like there are a lot of orders, but in fact it is only equivalent to the price of 3 dreams. However, there is a limit on the number of times one can send a dream, while there is no limit on the number of times one can send a dream on someone else's behalf. And, because of the low price, the chances of repeat orders are greater. Yan Wenjing took the notebook and the paper money, glanced at them, and put them away. Qin Yuni, don't you want to take a closer look? Yan Wenjing raised his eyes to look at her and said calmly, I've finished reading it. Qin Yuni. If she remembered correctly, the King of Hell just glanced at her just like he looked at her. A glowing stone appeared in Yan Wenjing's hand, and the stone moved in front of Qin Yuni the next second. Qin Yuni looked at the glittering stone in surprise and asked, What is this? Yan Wenjing, drive away the dirty stones. Afraid that she didn't understand, Yan Wenjing explained it again. This stone is used to remove the yin energy of the things you delivered. The items brought out of the underworld all contain yin energy. If ordinary people come into contact with it, they will get a fever or a cold at the very least, or a serious illness at the worst. You just need to put it together with those things, and you can remove the evil spirits on the objects. If a person is possessed by evil spirits, you can also use it to remove them. After hearing his explanation, Qin Yunyi's peach blossom eyes suddenly lit up. This stone looks small, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Qin Yunyi stared at the stone in a daze. If she had not told the King of Hell about this matter, but had taken the initiative to send the letters directly to their families, she didn't dare to think about how big a mistake she would have made if this was true. She just wanted to make some money and never intended to hurt anyone. Although it seemed that half of the profits were given to the underworld, in fact, the small stone given by the King of Hell alone was not cheap, and it was not something that could be bought with her half of the profits. Not to mention that after signing the agreement with the underworld, doing this business is equivalent to being protected by the underworld. No matter what happens, the underworld will help. Calculated in this way, the underworld only gets half of the profits. What's more, this is a no-cost business. After all, she is just running errands and paying SF a postage fee. If the cooperation is long-term and the volume is large, she can get a lot of discounts. The fee is not high. If you calculate it this way, it is reasonable to split it 20% and 80% with the underworld. Even if she takes 20%, she can still make 2,000 yuan per order, which is quite a good deal. But the King of Hell gave half of the profit. Any other capitalist would have wanted to split it 90% with her, but the King of Hell gave her so much. When Qin Yunyi thought of this, tears glistened in his eyes as he looked towards the King of Hell. Woo woo woo. She will never curse the King of Hell again. She deeply regretted her previous ignorance. The King of Hell is so kind that he lets her sell box lunches in the underworld, reserves a house for her, and gives her a discount. The point is, she had teased him like that before, but he only threw her on the ground when she vomited and then picked her up. Now she is given such a high share. Those who use the King of Hell to scare children are so bad. It is obvious that the King of Hell is so good, but it was because of what they instilled in her since childhood that she had a preconceived fear of the King of Hell. But in reality, the King of Hell not only looks completely different from the legend, but he is also so good. The more Qin Yunyi thought about it, the more he wondered why the King of Hell was so kind. He is handsome, has a good figure, and is so good. I don't know what kind of girl can be worthy of him. She quickly shook her head. This was not what she should think about. She should be thinking about how to make more money for the King of Hell. The King of Hell trusts her so much, she can't let him down. Otherwise, with the little money she earned from the ghosts, she might not even be able to pay for a stone. Thinking of this, Qin Yunyi suddenly became full of confidence again. She thought happily, the King of Hell is giving her a back door. Yan Wenjing watched her. Sometimes she was excited, sometimes she stared at him with tears in her eyes, and sometimes she held her head high and was full of passion, her expression changing again and again. If you don't know, you might think she was practicing face changing. Qin Yunyi looked up and found that the King of Hell was looking at him with complicated eyes. She coughed dryly, suppressed her facial expression, and pretended that nothing had happened. Qin Yunyi sat upright and asked seriously, Lord Yan, where is the contract we want to sign? Yan Wenjing stretched out his hand, and a piece of paper and a pen appeared out of thin air in his hand, and then fell in front of her. Sign it. Qin Yunyi took a quick glance and saw the ratio of 55. She hesitated for a second, but still asked, Lord Yan, do you want to change this ratio? 30% to 70% is also fine. Yan Wenjing understood what she meant and said, No, the premise for this business to be established is that you are a living person. You came up with this project, and you did all the construction. You deserve so much. Qin Yunyi didn't expect that the King of Hell would say this, seeing her efforts so clearly. The words you deserve so much made Qin Yunyi feel a warm current in her heart, and a layer of mist appeared under her lowered eyes. It turns out that her efforts are noticed and recognized. This is not just a question of the proportion of the profit, but more about her efforts being recognized. She didn't read the rest of the content and just signed her name. Yan Wenjing asked, Don't you want to look behind? Qin Yunyi sorted out his emotions, raised his head and shook his head. I believe that you, Lord Yen will not cheat me. What's more, if you really want to do something, anything I do will only be a meaningless resistance. Yen Wenjing, you are quite straightforward. Qin Yuni, I call this clear self-awareness. How could an ordinary person like her fight against the ruler of the underworld? The contract that Qin Yuni had just signed floated in the air. A golden light was printed on the contract, and the contract came into effect immediately. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. The matter was finally settled. Qin Yuni carefully put the stone into the bag, stood up and said, Lord Yama, I will go back first. Yen Wenjing suddenly said, Well, I'll let Xie Bian take you there. The ghost gate is about to open, and the border is not safe during this period of time. Qin Yuni paused while packing the lunchbox, and suddenly she remembered what happened last time. She never wanted to experience that feeling again. Qin Yuni said seriously, I know. I won't go out these few nights. I'll go back after I sell everything. Yen Wenjing found her serious expression quite funny. It seemed that the last incident had left an indelible impression on her. But this is also good, worry-free. Seeing that he had no other instructions, Qin Yuni said, Then I'll go back first? Well, go ahead. Qin Yuni was hesitant to speak. She wanted to ask about her grandmother's address, but was afraid that the King of Hell would find it annoying. After all, the King of Hell was busy with all kinds of things and would not have the time to think about her every day. What's more, since the King of Hell has promised, he will definitely do it. Wait until tomorrow. If the King of Hell hasn't said anything tomorrow, she will ask. Qin Yuni was so confused that she kept looking back every few steps, but she didn't see the King of Hell say anything until she walked out of the side hall. As soon as she walked out of the side hall, she found Judge Cui hiding behind a stone pillar, texting something on his cell phone. The light from the phone shone on his dark face, and a green glow shone behind him in the dim light. The bright light from the cell phone, the green light from the Hades Palace, and his already dark skin, these three combined were simply a disaster. One of them alone is scary enough, let alone all three together. It's something that would scare anyone who sees it. Qin Yuni's heart skipped a beat and he paused. Did Judge Cui not know this himself? Or did he have some special hobby? Otherwise, why is it so scary every time? When Judge Cui heard the voice, he looked over and found that Qin Yuni had come out of the side hall at some point, but his face didn't look very well and was a little pale. Could it be that the King of Hell is talking about Miss Qin again?
Well,
the King of Hell still has too little experience in love. Girls need to be coaxed. It has turned out like this every time. How will Miss Qin dare to send food to her again in the future? Judge Cui put away his phone, walked over with square steps, and wanted to smile, but when he thought about how he didn't look good when he smiled, he restrained his smile. Judge Cui glanced at the food box she was carrying and said, Miss Qin, are you planning to go back? Qin Yuni forced a smile on his face. Yeah. Judge Cui, the King of Hell is usually busy and has never met girls. He doesn't know how to get along with girls. Maybe he speaks a little harshly sometimes. Don't stop sending him food because of this. Qin Yuni was full of confusion. Why does it sound a little wrong? Qin Yuni, I didn't say I wouldn't send food to the King of Hell, did I? Besides, the King of Hell was very nice to me and didn't say anything harsh to me. Judge Cui breathed a sigh of relief and continued, That's good. He is a little serious, but he is responsible for his work and his subordinates, and he is very capable. The more Qin Yuni listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Speaking of seriousness, there couldn't be anyone more serious than Judge Cui, right? But Lord Yen is indeed serious about his work and is quite nice to her. Qin Yuni nodded in agreement. When Judge Cui saw her nod, he subconsciously wanted to smile, but the next second he put away his smile. His expression looked very twisted and weird. I'm glad there's no misunderstanding. Qin Yuni took a small step back quietly and said quickly, Judge Cui, the King of Hell asked me to go back early, saying that the gates of Heck are about to open soon and the junction is not safe. Judge Cui, then hurry up and leave without delay. Qin Yuni hurriedly ran outside in small steps. Judge Cui looked at her back and sighed in the small group. If it weren't for me, the king of hell would have almost lost his wife. Fan Wujiu, what happened? Nyoto, what happened? Please elaborate. Judge Tui, I've been guarding outside the side hall. I just saw Miss Qin coming out of the side hall with a pale face. She looked like she had been scolded. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and said a lot of good things on behalf of the King of Hell. Miss Qin agreed to continue to deliver food to the King of Hell in the future. Horse-faced demon. The horse-faced guard was heartbroken. I didn't expect the King of Hell to be this kind of King of Hell. If this King of Hell's consort is gone, it will be difficult for him to find another King of Hell's consort in the future. Xie Bian, I just received an urgent notice from the King of Hell, asking me to send Miss Qin back. Nyoto, did the King of Hell really ask you to deliver it? Xie Bian, don't cheat anyone, young or old. Fan Wujiu, it was indeed the King of Hell who called me. I was just summoning souls with Lao Bai when we received the emergency notice, so Lao Bai rushed back first. The horse-faced guard suddenly felt that he had been deceived. So, who is telling the truth? Qin Yuni just ran to the door and saw Xie Bian waiting at the door. She shouted in surprise, "Brother Xie? Why are you here?" Xie Bian heard the voice and looked over. The King of Hell asked me to take you back and take you to where your grandma lives. When Qin Yuni heard this, a bright smile suddenly appeared on her face. She actually shouldn't have doubted the King of Hell just now. Unexpectedly, the King of Hell didn't say anything, but asked Brother Xie to take her there. The King of Hell is indeed the best King of Hell in the world. Xie Bian brought Qin Yuni to an ordinary residential area, where there were basically a dozen or 20 ghosts living together. Xie Bian took her to one of the rooms and said, "Your grandmother lives in bunk number 9. Qin Yuni suddenly felt a little timid and hesitated as he held the door handle. Suddenly, the door was opened from the inside. A female ghost walked out from inside. She didn't notice anyone outside the door and was startled. She said angrily, "What are you doing standing here? You scared the heck out of me." Qin Yuni didn't expect that there would be a ghost inside and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry." The female ghost was stunned for a moment when she saw Qin Yuni standing at the door. A living person? The next second, when she saw Bai Wuchang standing not far behind Qin Yuni, she immediately called out respectfully, "Seventh Master." Xie Bian responded and asked, "Is Wu Xie in the room?" The female ghost said subconsciously, "No." She went out. Then his eyes fell on Qin Yuni, and he looked her over, and asked Xie Bian respectfully, "Seventh Master, what do you want to see her for?" Xie Bian didn't say anything. His eyes fell on Qin Yuni inquiringly. "I can help you find her." Qin Yuni pursed her lips. A trace of disappointment flashed across her eyes. "Forget it. Since he's not here, let's go first. I'll come back tomorrow." Just as she turned to leave, a familiar voice came from the opposite side of her. "Near?" Qin Yuni heard the voice and looked over. When she saw the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Her grandmother's appearance had not changed at all. Only 10 years had passed in this life, but including the previous life, she hadn't seen her for decades. "Near, why are you here?" Grandma was a little excited when she saw Qin Yuni at first, but the next second she saw Bai Wuchang standing behind Qin Yuni, her face changed and she shouted, "Go away. This is not the place for you.
Go back."
She pulled Qin Yuni behind her, and with her short body, she tried to block Qin Yuni, who was much taller than her. She kept pushing Qin Yuni with her hands behind her back, and at the same time looked at Xie Bian in a flattering way. "Seventh Master, the little girl is ignorant and doesn't know that this is not the place for her to come. Please don't bother with her. I will let her leave now." Qin Yuni knew that she had misunderstood and quickly explained, "Grandma, this is Brother Xie. He brought me to see you." Wu Xie was a little confused and obviously didn't understand what she said. She kept persuading her, "Near, be obedient. This underworld is not where you should be." At this time, a male ghost came out from the next room. Seeing Qin Yuni, he shouted in surprise, "Boss Qin? Why are you here?" Qin Yuni smiled and said, "I'm here to find my grandma." Then he saw Xie Bian and shouted respectfully, "Seventh Master, are you here?" Xie Bian raised his head towards Qin Yuni and said, Well, I'll send her over. The male ghost heard this and immediately understood something. The rumor that there were 7 masters and 8 masters behind Boss Chin turned out to be true. The male ghost smiled and said, I didn't expect Aunt Wu to be your grandmother, Boss Chin. She is an old acquaintance. Don't worry, if Aunt Wu has any problems in the future, just let her come to me. Chin Yuni nodded with a smile. Thank you for your help. I'll treat you to a box lunch tomorrow. Then I won't be polite. Aunt Wu, you just heard it, so don't be polite next time. Just call me if you have anything. I'm quite familiar with Boss Chin. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty eating here. The confusion in Wu Xia's eyes became even more serious. She held Chin Yuni's wrist helplessly near. Why don't I understand what you are saying?
How do you know Xiao Zhao?
Chin Yuni smiled and explained, Grandma, I am now selling lunchboxes in the underworld. You can see me every day before you reincarnate. Wu Xia touched Chin Yuni's hand repeatedly, muttering, It has body temperature. Chin Yuni held her hand and patiently explained, Grandma, I am a living person, but I do sell lunchboxes in the underworld. You don't have to worry about me being captured by the ghost messenger. Brother Xia is quite familiar with me. Aunt Wu, didn't you ask me where I bought my lunchbox the other day? And you said the lunchbox I bought smelled delicious. Look, it's sold by your granddaughter. Her business is booming. If you don't run faster, you won't be able to buy any. Wu Xia. Business is so good. The female ghost who just opened the door was surprised when she heard this. It turns out that the lunchboxes you eat every now and then are sold by Aunt Wu's granddaughter? Oh, they smell so good. Every time we eat them, we drool. They smell so good and must taste delicious. If I had known that it was your granddaughter's business, I wonder if I could get a discount by mentioning your name. Wu Xia said at a loss. I don't know either.
This is the first time I heard about it today.
I haven't seen Mir for many years. But she has been diligent, obedient, and well-behaved since she was young. She is a delight to look at. When she talked about Chin Yuni, her eyes seemed to light up, and a smile appeared on her old face. Chin Yuni watched them chatting with a smile on his face, and did not interrupt them. He had not seen such a scene for many years. After they finished talking, Grandma suddenly seemed to remember something, came over and held Chin Yuni's hand, and said nervously, Are you really okay staying in the underworld? Will it have any effect on your body? Chin Yuni, it's really okay. Thank you, brother, for giving me the resurrection pill. I also have the exorcism stone given by the King of Hell. King of Hell? Have you ever seen the King of Hell? I hope he didn't do anything to you? Grandma said nervously and worriedly at first. After saying that, he seemed to remember something and said to himself, That's right, if there was anything, you wouldn't be here. Chin Yuni explained, Grandma, Lord Yen is very good.
He is not as scary as you think.
Grandma said in fear, I saw the King of Hell once. He was very majestic. Hearing this, Chin Yuni nodded. That's right. When she saw him for the first time, she was truly astonished. All her memories about the King of Hell were of His Majesty. He could control life and death with a single word and was terrifying. But after getting to know her, she found that the King of Hell was really a very good King of Hell. Even though she occasionally offended him, he never punished her. Instead, he helped her a lot. Nir, you're a human being. Remember to be respectful to gods like the King of Hell. There is a difference between humans and gods, and you cannot cross the line. Your parents have been reincarnated, and seeing that you have become successful now, I have nothing to worry about anymore.
She sighed.
Grandma, I have already made an agreement with the King of Hell. If you reincarnate later, I will buy you a better reincarnation spot so that you won't have to suffer so much in your next life. Nonsense. How much money do you earn? You worked hard to earn money. Keep it for buying a house and for your retirement. I'm about to be reincarnated, so don't waste it. Although Wu Yueshi didn't know the exact amount of money, she had heard from them before that a reincarnation spot cost millions. No matter how capable her granddaughter is, millions is not a small sum of money. She is already dead, so how can she let her granddaughter spend so much money to buy a place for her reincarnation? Chin Yuni, don't worry, you'll be able to reincarnate in a month at most. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Grandma to refuse, she said first, "Okay, I have something else to do. I have to go first. I will come to see you tomorrow." Then he turned to Xie Bian and said, "Brother Xie, let's go." Upon hearing this, Xie Bian quickened his pace and followed her. The female ghost suddenly said, "Seventh Master is your grandson-in-law." From the back, they look like a good match. The male ghost also said, "They're a good match." I heard many ghosts say that Boss Qin is protected by many people, which means they have a very good relationship. Wu Yueshi didn't dare to try to establish a relationship with a ghost messenger, fearing that it would get to other ghosts' ears, so she quickly waved her hands and explained, "Nir just introduced me as a friend." The female ghost winked and said meaningfully, "There is only one kind of friend. Boyfriend is also a kind of friend. Humans and ghosts are different, so stop talking nonsense." Grandma Wu said, and turned to go into the house. On the way, Qin Yuni asked, "Brother Xie, can you change a room for my grandma? A single room, or one with fewer ghosts will do. Money is not a problem." Xie Bian nodded. "Okay, I'll ask other ghost messengers to replace them." Qin Yuni breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go back with Xie Bian when he suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, my delivery man wants to give me a letter. Wait a minute, and I'll ask him if he has finished writing." Xie Bian, okay. Qin Yuni called Lin Sui and agreed on an address, and Xie Bian took her there directly. After getting the letter, Xie Bian sent Qin Yuni home. "Brother Xie, please wait for me for a moment." Qin Yuni quickly returned home, took out the steamed buns from the morning, and simply heated them up. Qin Yuni handed over the heated buns and said, "I steamed these buns this morning. Please don't despise them. Thank you for helping me so much and sending me back." Xie Bian looked at the steaming buns, the aroma of which filled his nose. "I am just following orders. Besides, Miss Qin, your cooking skills are so good. How could you dislike it?" Qin Yuni was praised for his good craftsmanship and was in a very good mood. "I'm leaving now. Thank you for the buns." As he spoke, Xie Bian waved the bun at her, and his figure disappeared the next second. After leaving her and returning home, Xie Bian ate a steamed bun while posting a message in the small group that was already flooded with messages. "Just sent Miss Qin home. Picture Fan Wujio. So long? Did you ask Miss Qin to make you something delicious without telling us?" Xie Bian, I sent Miss Qin to her grandmother's place. Miss Qin wants to change her grandmother's room. Who of you has time? The horse-faced man immediately raised his hand to signal. Me.
Xie Bian? Okay.
Xie Bian. By the way, when Miss Qin came out of Hades' palace just now, she seemed to be in a good mood, so she should not have the problem that Judge Tui mentioned. Judge Tui, my comfort must have worked. Xie Bian. What I want to say is there a possibility that you scared Miss Qin? According to normal logic, if the King of Hell said something about Miss Qin, why did he ask me to send Miss Qin home safely? Nyoto. It is also possible that he asked you to send Miss Qin back because he was worried that something might happen to her due to her bad mood. Xie Bian touched the bun thoughtfully, feeling its heat. It's not impossible. But looking at Miss Qin's condition just now, it didn't seem like she was told by the King of Hell. What's more, the King of Hell has not seemed like a gentle man over the years. If he had no feelings for Miss Qin, how could he have asked him to send her off and also looked up her grandmother's address for her? Suddenly, Xie Bian received a private message from Fan Wujio. Fan Wujio. Old Xie, did you ask Miss Qin for something to eat? Xie Bian glanced at the 2 remaining buns in his hand, ate them all in one bite, and replied calmly. No. Fan Wujio. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to deliver it. I could have asked for some food to share with you. Xie Bian looked at these words and the empty bag in his hand. The next second, he destroyed the pocket. Well, now the evidence is gone. No one knows that he just ate the buns except Miss Qin. Qin Yuni sent a message to the King of Hell. Arrived home safely. Qin Yuni. Lord Yama, I have seen my grandma. Thank you, Lord Yama, for helping me find my grandma's address and asking Brother Xie to send me back. Not long after, I received news from the King of Hell. Yan Wenjing. Yes. Qin Yuni thought about it and felt that just cooking for the King of Hell was not enough to repay him for what he had done for her, so she asked, King of Hell, do you have any wishes that you want to fulfill?
Jan Benjin, no.
Seeing the King of Hell's words being as brief as usual, Qin Yuni couldn't help but sigh. It's so difficult. At this moment, the phone suddenly lit up. Yan Wenjing, you want to repay my favor? Qin Yuni's eyes lit up and he asked, well, Lord Yama, have you thought of what you need? Yan Wenjing, no, I'll just owe it to you for now. Qin Yuni. She resisted the urge to send an angry emoji of someone beating a dog's head. Yan Wenjing looked at the 6 dots sent by Qin Yuni in the dialogue box, as if he could see the angry expression of the person on the other end through the phone. Although Yan Wenjing's face still had no expression, it was noticeably softer, and he couldn't help but poke her portrait with his slender, white fingertips. Qin Yuni was just getting angry when he suddenly saw a row of small words appear in the dialogue box. The other party poked you and threw a pile of shoot at you. Qin Yuni. Yan Wenjing. Yan Wenjing, who saw the same thing, was silent for several seconds. He didn't expect that just by tapping her profile picture, such a sentence would suddenly appear. Which designer designed this? Qin Yuni. Lord Yama? Yan Wenjing. Qin Yuni typed with great momentum. Although I owe you a favor, we can still poke at each other, but don't use poop to insult me. Yan Wenjing. Typical error. Qin Yuni. Oh, I'll get busy now. Tell me when you think of something. Yan Wenjing. Yes, she waited for a while, making sure that the King of Hell had not sent her any more messages. Then she took out all the letters she had received today, and then took out the glowing stone that the King of Hell had given her, and placed it on the letters. Then contact the courier to pick it up tomorrow. At this time, she received a message from Xie Bian. Grandma's room has been changed. It is a few buildings ahead of yesterday. It is a double room for Grandma. Although it is a double room, there is no arrangement for ghosts to live in it. It has a separate bathroom and a separate wardrobe. Qin Yuni understood his subtext. Although it was a double room, as long as no ghost was allowed to move in, it would be a single room, and the price was not even more expensive than a single room. Qin Yuni quickly replied, Thank you so much, Brother Xie. Qin Yuni. By the way, Brother Xie, how much is the monthly rent? Where can I pay it? Xie Bian. 4,500. Just give it to me and I will pass it on to you. Qin Yuni. Transfer 4,500 Qin Yuni. Kneeling down in gratitude, JPG Xie Bian took the money and said, You're welcome. After finishing all this, she went to wash up and prepare to rest. She has to go to the street to buy some things for her grandmother tomorrow morning. Today, she took a look at the place where her grandmother used to live. Although it was not dirty or messy, the conditions were really not very good, and it was noisy and full of ghosts. Just when Qin Yuni was about to take a break, she suddenly received a message on her Taobao backend. The other party asked directly, Boss, can you personally deliver something to the location I specified? Qin Yuni frowned slightly. His words made her feel vaguely uncomfortable. She was about to refuse, but the other party seemed to know what she was thinking and immediately sent a message. You can get whatever you want if the deal is done. You just need to put the thing I gave you there, then call the owner of this phone, and then call the police. Qin Yuni felt something was wrong when he saw the news. Murder? Love killing? Or revenge killing? She didn't really want to get involved in this kind of thing. She could help call the police, but she didn't really want to agree to anything else. Qin Yuni. Sorry, I can't take this order, but I can call the police for you. You won't even accept a job that will earn you merit? Qin Yuni was shocked for a moment. If this was the case, she really had to think about it seriously. At first, she just thought that the other person had been murdered and she was unwilling to give in and wanted to call the police so that the other person could be arrested by the police with solid evidence. That's why she thought about helping the other party call the police. At least there was a specific suspect, and the police would definitely be able to catch him. Unexpectedly, things didn't seem as simple as she thought. Qin Yuni thought for a moment and said, Can you tell me the details? The other party seemed to be thinking about how to tell her, or perhaps he didn't intend to let her do this, because he didn't send any messages for a long time. Qin Yuni didn't care and went to sleep. The next morning, before Aunt Wang and her family brought the vegetables, she went to the street to buy some things and mailed the letters at the same time. Most things in the underworld are also for sale, but her grandmother has always been a frugal person and she was young in the past few years, so she would occasionally burn paper money, but not much, and she had no extra paper money to buy those things. Now that she can go to the underworld, she naturally has to decorate her living place well and make sure she is comfortable as long as possible before she is reincarnated. She pulled the purchased items back on a trailer. Aunt Wong and the others had almost prepared the vegetables. After Qin Yuni finished cooking, she moved everything into the car. As soon as she arrived, she found that there were obviously more ghosts queuing today than yesterday. When they saw Qin Yuni arriving, they all shouted, "Boss Qin." Qin Yuni chatted with them while getting ready. "Why are there so many ghosts today? Have you been waiting in line for a long time? Boss Qin, you don't know how hard it is to get a seat like yours right now. If you're a little later, you won't know where you'll be in line. I arrived half an hour earlier than usual today, and I almost ended up at the back of the line. Boss Qin, if you look at the strong team today, you will know how difficult it is to grab a spot today." "That's right. I went back yesterday and told them that you can deliver it for them, and the price is so cheap." They were so excited that they found some writing paper and wrote all night. "They asked me to come here very early today. I thought I was here early enough, but I didn't expect that there were people who came earlier than us." Qin Yuni listened to their complaints and trembled as he looked at the line of 100 or 200 ghosts. "Today is a tough battle," Qin Yuni said loudly. "Don't worry, it's just a matter of time. I will collect every one of them, so don't rush or squeeze. Those who want to buy lunch boxes line up on the right, and those who want to deliver services line up on the left. Boss Qin, don't worry. We will definitely not attract the ghost messenger today. Yes, we have all agreed in advance today. We will line up obediently and not make any noise, so as to avoid being mistaken by the ghost officers for us causing trouble and coming to enforce their duties." Qin Yuni couldn't help laughing when he heard that. "Thank you everyone then." Then she quickly called out Lin Sui. "Come here first." Lin Sui immediately walked out of the crowd. "Boss Qin," she said, "you should pack the lunch boxes today, otherwise I can't finish it by myself. Don't deliver food for the next 2 days. You and Xiaoyu have worked hard these 2 days, so give them a raise." They were both a little excited. "Thank you, Boss Qin," Qin Yuni said loudly. All the letters from yesterday have been sent out. They should be received in 2 days. Hearing this, the ghost immediately couldn't sit still and urged, "Boss Qin, please start quickly. I have already written the letter." "Yes, Boss Qin, please get started." At this moment, a slightly hesitant voice asked, "Boss Qin, can this letter really be sent to my family? Will sending it to my family frequently be harmful to their health, just like sending it in a dream?" Qin Yuni explained, "Don't worry. The King of Hell gave me a stone to drive away evil spirits. As long as the evil spirits are driven away, even if a living person takes it, there will be no harm." "Really? I was worried for a long time last night, but now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. I hesitated for a long time last night and finally decided to trust Boss Qin." "Didn't Boss Qin say yesterday that this business was contracted with the underworld? The underworld shouldn't ignore it. Since there's no limit on the number of times like in the dream, it means these problems don't exist." "No, today's lunchbox smells so good. I can't help it. I'll buy a lunchbox first, otherwise I'll have to wait in such a long line for a long time before it's my turn. Today's braised pork looks so delicious and appetizing. But I just placed an order to send a letter to my family, so I don't have that much paper money for the dead." "Me too. But the Ghost Festival is coming soon, so I can replenish my pockets then." Those who were in the front of the line, whose turn it was not yet Qin Yuni's, heard this and became restless, so they all bought a box lunch and ate while waiting. For a moment, the aroma of boxed lunches filled the air, causing many ghosts who were queuing to place orders to drool as they watched the boxes of lunches in their hands glow green. Then it appeared that not only the delivery business but also the lunchbox business began to be group ordered. A new group of ghosts came to the back of the team. Seeing so many ghosts lined up, they were a little shocked. "Why are there so many ghosts? We can't help it. There are too many ghosts who want Boss Qin to deliver the goods, plus there are ghosts who buy lunch boxes, so there are unusually many ghosts here these 2 days." I told you to hurry up earlier, but now there are so many ghosts lined up in front of us, and we don't know when it will be our turn. Is this delivery service really feasible? It should be possible. I heard that Boss Chin even signed a contract with the King of Hell, so she is protected by the underworld. If it's not possible, how could the King of Hell sign a contract with her? Look, we have already cleared out so many ghosts. If other ghosts get the news, they will probably come soon. I wonder what the situation will be like when the ghosts come here. I'm not afraid of too many ghosts. As long as my family can receive the letter, it's worth queuing up. That's right. As more and more ghosts appeared here, the ghost catcher was alarmed. The Underworld Group Number 1. Image: there are a lot of ghosts around Boss Chin's food truck today. Where are the ghost officers on duty today? Go over and maintain order. I heard from the ghosts that it seems that it is because Boss Chin launched a delivery service with very affordable prices and signed a contract with our King of Hell, so they all went to line up. This matter is related to our King of Hell? Why haven't I heard about it? Do you dare to ask about the affairs of the King of Hell? I don't dare. I've also heard that the normal delivery fee is only 10,000.
So cheap?
No wonder Boss Chin has arranged so many ghosts today. I am patrolling the next area. Do you need me to go over and provide support? Neo 2 reminded. Yan Wangya is in the group and can see the news. For a moment, the group was silent for a few seconds, and then the message was withdrawn. At this moment, Horseface suddenly sent a message in the group. Neo 2, you should be able to handle things here by yourself, right? I'll go over to see Boss Chin and help maintain order. Fan Wujio. Don't think I don't know. You just want to go to Boss Chin to show your courtesy. You want Boss Chin to treat you to a meal. Horseface guard at Fan Wujio. Don't talk nonsense. I am actively responding to the call. The order of the underworld depends on us. As soon as Fan Wujio said this, the ghost officials who had just calmed down in the group jumped out one after another. I'm free, I'll go. I am closer, right next to you, and will pass by quickly. Horse-faced. Aren't you and the bull-headed one carrying out the whipping? Horse-faced guard. Ox-head alone can handle it. There is no need for me to be there all the time. You guys are so active now. Why haven't I seen you guys be so active before? I'll go. I'm used to it.
Stop arguing.
I was on duty just now and didn't see the news. I'm in charge of this film. I can go over there. You guys are not needed. Yes, Li Chong, and I will go there. If you really want to help, you can come and help us maintain order in other places. The horse-faced guard simply ignored their words and said, Then I will go with you too. Qin Yuni didn't know that because of her, the ghost messengers almost quarreled. She was busy collecting money. Not long after, the horse-faced ghost came with 2 ghost messengers. All the ghosts became quiet when they saw the ghost catcher. Qin Yuni looked over and saw the tall figure of the horse-faced monster standing out. Miss Qin, Boss Qin. Horse-faced man blurted out subconsciously, but he had just shouted halfway when he realized that it was wrong and immediately changed the address. While the horse-faced man greeted Qin Yuni, his eyes slid across the delicious food in front of her. He was here to maintain order and couldn't let his secret slip. This was an opportunity he had seized. Qin Yuni was used to it now and greeted the ghost messenger with a familiar smile. Brother horse-faced man, brother ghost messenger, why are you here? The horse-faced guard tried to remain serious and said, We have been notified that there are too many ghosts gathering here, so we are here to maintain order. But don't worry, we will not affect your normal business. Another ghost officer followed suit and said, Yes, we are just standing by and guarding. As long as you don't cause any trouble, just pretend we don't exist. Qin Yuni nodded and said with a smile, Then I'll trouble you. She looked at the ghosts that had quieted down. From her angle, she could clearly see how many ghosts were lined up. Just a rough estimate showed that there should be as many as 200 ghosts. No wonder they attracted the attention of the ghost catcher. With this number, if something really happens and a fight breaks out, it would be no joke. Qin Yuni had died once, so he was still quite careful about his life. Therefore, she was deeply touched that the ghost officials attached so much importance to her and sent 3 of them to maintain order for her. Qin Yuni quickly asked Lin Sui to pack 3 lunch boxes and send them to the ghost messenger. The ghost officials originally wanted to refuse on the grounds that they were performing their duties, but when they looked at the lunch boxes in their hands, they thought they smelled really good. Sure enough, following Boss Qin, there are box lunches to eat. The 2 ghost officials looked at the calm horse-faced guard with complicated expressions. They didn't expect that you would be such a horse-faced guard. No wonder he remained indifferent even after being told that by Mr. Ba. If they could eat this lunchbox often, they would be able to face the accusations from the ghost messengers without batting an eyelid. Facing their gaze, Ma Mian remained calm and showed no reaction at all. Humph, as long as there is food to eat, what's wrong with being criticized? With the suppression of the ghost catcher, the scene became quiet for a while. At the beginning, they were still a little afraid and did not dare to move forward. Fortunately, there were still many brave ghosts. If there was one, there would be 2. Even if the ghost catcher was there, he could not stop them. What Qin Yuni didn't expect was that the female ghost from yesterday also came. She arrived late and was a little shocked to see the line in front of Qin Yuni's food truck was full of ghosts. Although she had heard that her business was good before, she didn't expect it to be so good. There were actually a few ghost officials who came to maintain order for her. No wonder they were able to bring her grandmother to live in a double room. That's a double room. How many ghosts dream of this room? There are more than 20 ghosts in the room she lives in now, and it costs 20 ghost money per night. Double rooms are only affordable for the rich. The female ghost looked at Qin Yuni, who was almost invisible, with her eyes full of envy and a hint of jealousy. How could she, a living person, do so well in the underworld, while those of them who were dead were getting worse and worse? Living people should not appear in the underworld, otherwise wouldn't it be chaos? Their stay in the human world is a violation of the rules, and they are stranded in the human world and will be captured by the ghost messenger. But Qin Yuni, a living person, can set up a stall in the underworld, and there are ghost officials to help maintain order. I heard that she also started some kind of delivery service. It's obviously just helping to deliver the items to the courier, but she charges so much. She is just bullying those ignorant people. She gazed deeply at the long line in front of her, and then glanced at the ghost who was maintaining order. After a while, she left. Qin Yuni didn't know that the female ghost had come yesterday. She was busy registering at this time. There are more delivery businesses today than yesterday, and quite a few people are group buying. Many of them heard that they could deliver letters to their families here, so they gathered outside, intending to wait and see. Some people thought of getting a few ghosts together and placing an order. It's not expensive anyway. The average price for 5 ghosts is only 2,000 ghost coins, so they all want to give it a try. As a result, the number of ghosts placing orders today is nearly double that of yesterday. Even Li Ming and Bai Luo heard about it and came to take a look. Seeing the row of ghosts, they didn't want to add to her burden and planned to place the order directly on their mobile phones and then just give her the letter when the time comes. Qin Yuni was busy for 4 or 5 hours before she finished registering all the people queuing up. If some ghosts had not seen that there were too many ghosts queuing up and planned to come back next time, she might not know how long she would have to stay busy. Seeing that she had basically finished her work, the horse face guard said, "Then we will go back and report." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuni quickly stood up. When she stood up, she heard the crackling sound on her body, and her wrists were sore, but she still smiled and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work today. I'll treat you to dinner another day, when I'm free." One of the ghost messengers said, "This is what we should do." After saying that, they left. Lin Sui looked at her rubbing her wrist, walked over, and said, "There's nothing we can do. Boss Qin is a celebrity in our underworld now. This is probably the trouble of celebrities." Qin Yuni didn't quite understand what he said. "What do you mean by popular or not? What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Sui was surprised. Boss Qin, you don't know?" Qin Yuni didn't even raise his head. "No what?" She counted today's orders, a total of 209 orders, including 10 express orders placed on mobile phones. Qin Yuni calculated that with 1.99 million ordinary orders and 1 million express orders, today's income directly reached 2.99 million ghost coins. Excluding the half that went to the underworld, her income from the delivery business alone reached nearly 1.5 million underworld coins today. In other words, her income today can directly buy a place for her grandmother to be reborn. The key point is, this is ghost money. Converted into dollars, it means she earned 12 million today. Not counting the income from her lunchboxes today, it's already 10 or 20,000. 12 million a day. More than 10 million. Not to mention this life. Even if she had combined her previous lives, she had never seen so much money. Qin Yuni took the money. Her whole body was filled with excitement as her adrenaline surged wildly. She was excited and agitated, and all kinds of emotions made her fair cheeks flush. Qin Yuni didn't expect that in just half a month, her bank card balance increased from less than 10,000 yuan at the beginning to nearly 2 million ghost money now. Although most of it was earned by her in the past 2 days, Qin Yuni never expected such an income. When she first planned to sell lunchboxes, she thought it would be good to make a few hundred yuan a day, but now the income is far beyond her initial expectation. Although this amount of money is not much for rich people, for Qin Yuni, it is a height that she could never reach in her previous life. Therefore, it was difficult for Qin Yuni not to be excited. After all, with so much money, her reaction is a normal one. Qin Yuni took a while to calm down. Lin Sui watched Qin Yuni sort out today's income and said, "Boss Qin, didn't you notice that there are an unusually large number of ghosts lining up today?" She thought about it and nodded. It's a bit much. But he didn't care much and asked, "How many lunchboxes did you sell today?" Seeing that she didn't care, Lin Sui didn't say anything more and just handed her the box of money. This is the money from selling lunchboxes, wine, and incense today. The total is 8,216 yuan. Qin Yuni took it and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you for your hard work today." Lin Sui spread his hands. "I can't help it, Boss Qin. You gave me too much." Qin Yuni was immediately amused by him. "Then Boss Qin will give you a little more today." She reached into the box, took it out, and opened her hand under Lin Sui's gaze. Inside were 2 fruit candies wrapped in beautiful candy paper. Qin Yuni extended his hand to him. "Here, this is a reward from Boss Qin." Lin Sui's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help laughing. He took the candy in his hand, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth, and asked, "Boss Qin, when did you put the candy in your hand?"
Secret.
As Qin Yuni spoke, she took out the money from selling lunchboxes and put it together with the paper money she got from the delivery business yesterday, intending to deposit it in the bank later. Lin Sui sucked on the candy, and the sweet taste spread in his mouth. "I see that you have put a lot of things in the dining car, Boss Qin. Do you need my help?" Qin Yuni immediately raised his head and looked at him. "Is it convenient for you? If it is convenient, help me later." He nodded. "Convenient," Qin Yuni said to Lin Sui. "Then wait for a while. I'm going to the bank. It's not very safe to carry so much money on you." After Qin Yuni finished speaking, he picked up the cardboard box and walked towards the bank. The bank teller saw Qin Yuni and shouted with a smile, "Boss Qin is here?" Because she has been coming here frequently recently, almost all the bank staff know her. Qin Yuni also smiled and raised the cardboard box in his hand and said, "Yes, isn't this to give you a performance?" The teller said sweetly, "This shows that you, Boss Qin, have good business." The bank manager came forward when he saw Qin Yuni. He glanced at the cardboard box in Qin Yuni's arms, and the smile in his eyes deepened. "Boss Qin, you're here? You've been a hot topic these days. Here, I also got a newspaper." As he spoke, he took out a simple newspaper with only 2 photos of Qin Yuni and her bowing to the ghosts around her. It briefly described the incident and also advertised her. But this extremely simple newspaper has spread throughout the streets and alleys in the past 2 days. Qin Yuni heard the voice, turned around, and shouted with a smile, "Manager Yang." She was a little confused when she heard that she had become a hot topic. Why did everyone say that? Then she heard about the newspaper and was a little surprised because she didn't know what newspaper it was. She took it and saw that it was exactly the scene from yesterday. She didn't expect that it was filmed and spread everywhere. Manager Yang continued, I noticed that your food truck has had a long line of people these past 2 days. I saw on the news that you have launched a new delivery service. It looks like business is good. Qin Yuni smiled brightly at Manager Yang and solicited business. We have a new delivery service. If you need help delivering something to your family in the mortal world, I can give you a 20% discount. Then he sighed and said, although there are many people lining up, I don't actually make much. I just make ends meet. It looks like a lot, but I have to pay my grandma for the reincarnation fee. All my income during this period will be gone in a flash. As for money, you have to spend before you can make money. The more you spend, the more you make. Manager Yang said with a smile, I have the idea of sending a letter to my family. We can have a good chat later when Boss Qin is done with his work. Qin Yuni nodded quickly. Okay, then I'll wait for Manager Yang to take care of my small business. Manager Yang responded with a smile, and then said to the counter, Xiao Wang, be careful and take good care of Boss Qin. The teller quickly smiled and said, Don't worry, manager. Manager Yang then turned around and said to Qin Yuni kindly, Boss Qin, you go ahead and do your work. I'll be right next to you. Call me if you need anything. Qin Yuni smiled and said, Okay, if you really need me, Manager Yang, please don't think I'm annoying. Manager Yang said exaggeratedly, How is that possible? Then he continued, Boss Qin, you are busy, I won't bother you anymore. She smiled and nodded, put the cardboard box on the counter, took out the paper money one by one, and then said to the teller inside, Please deposit all of these for me. Xiao Wang took all the money in and deposited it for her very efficiently. Hundreds of thousands of ghost money immediately appeared in Qin Yuni's passbook. She was so happy when she saw so many zeros on her passbook. These are the money left after paying for her grandmother's reincarnation. There are still millions of ghost money left, which is equivalent to several million in dollars. Qin Yuni was wondering whether she should buy an apartment in the world of the living first or open a store in the underworld first. She certainly couldn't afford to buy a house in the underworld for the time being, nor could she afford to buy a shop, but it was still possible to rent one. At this moment, Xiao Wang, the teller who had just handled the business for her, leaned forward and asked, Boss Qin, can you tell me more about the delivery service you just mentioned? I have heard many customers talk about this in the past 2 days, but I couldn't hear it all the time, and I was scratching my head. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuni quickly explained the delivery service to her in detail. The more she listened, the brighter her eyes became. Although she passed the exam and got a job in the bank, her salary was not very high, but it was stable. Moreover, her family always burned a lot of paper money for her. Even after paying taxes, she still had a lot left, so she lived a pretty good life. Everything else about the underworld is good except that the taxes are very high. This may be because everything is earned for free, so the more you get, the higher the tax will be. However, after so many years, she had already used up all the times she could have dreams, and she hadn't appeared in dreams for her family for some time. I didn't expect that Boss Qin's delivery service is so good and the price is very affordable. The teller Xiao Wang said quickly, Boss Qin, let's add your contact information first, and I'll find you when I get off work. The teller who had been listening at the side said quickly, Boss Qin, let's add one too. Okay. Qin Yuni smiled and quickly brought up the page and handed it over. They both added each other as friends, and then she left the bank. Unexpectedly, she came to deposit money and got a few potential customers. Seeing her coming out of the bank in a good mood, Lin Sui joked, Boss Qin, did you find customers at the bank? Qin Yuni corrected him. How do you know? But he can only be considered a potential customer. Lin Sui exclaimed, Boss, you are amazing. In the past, you could find potential customers even if I deposited money. Qin Yuni was a little embarrassed by his surprised look. Ahem, don't act like I did something wrong. She pointed at the things on the dining cart and changed the subject, saying, Help me move these. The man and the ghost took all the things Qin Yuni bought in the morning and took them to Grandma's new residence. When Grandma saw Qin Yuni coming, a smile covered her old face. She quickly reached out to take it, but was separated by her. Grandma, please sit down. Is the new room okay? Grandma smiled and said, Sure, of course. This room is spacious and quiet. Qin Yuni put the things on the ground and turned around to take the things from Lin Sui's hand. Grandma, this is Lin Sui. She introduced. Lin Sui, this is my grandma.
Ecco grandma, I'm Lin Sui.
Lin Sui called respectfully. The boy is so handsome, but he's so young. What a pity. Grandma looked at Lin Sui and couldn't help but sigh. Qin Yuni heard this and immediately turned to look at Lin Sui. Sorry, my grandma. Saying this to a young ghost was not a pleasant thing for him to hear. Lin Sui interrupted her with a smile. Boss Qin, don't be so excited. What Grandma said is right. Am I not young? Hearing this, Grandma realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, young man. I'm old and confused. That's not what I meant. It's okay. It's been a while. I don't mind it as much as I did at the beginning. Lin Sui changed the subject and asked, Does Boss Qin want to take these out to decorate the room? Qin Yuni heard this and said quickly, Yes, take them all out and hang up the curtains too. After saying this, she was worried that her grandmother would blame herself, so she turned to her and said, Grandma, I have 1 box of lunch left from selling today. It's in the pocket I just took out. Take it out and eat it. It's a good opportunity to try my cooking skills. My cooking skills are very good now. Grandma knew she couldn't do much here, so she smiled and said, Okay, let me try it. Lin Sui and Qin Yuni, one a ghost and one a ghost, took out all the things she bought and arranged them very efficiently. In just a dozen minutes, the room looked much warmer. Although the room is not big, it is about 10 square meters plus a bathroom, so it is generally not bad. Then Boss Qin, I'll go back first. Seeing that everything was done, Lin Sui suggested leaving. I send you. She turned to her grandmother and said, Grandma, I'll take him out. You can eat slowly. Grandma still had rice in her mouth and she nodded while mumbling. Qin Yuni said solemnly, Lin Sui, I apologize to you on behalf of my grandma. She may not have reacted for a while. He nodded. I accept it, not because you are my boss, but because I have let it go. Well, I have sent you away and apologized. Now go back. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be very busy these 2 days. Go back and rest early. Qin Yuni carefully studied his expression and confirmed that he really didn't mind. Then he smiled and nodded. Okay, then I won't see you off. See you tomorrow. After Lin Sui left, Qin Yuni returned to his grandmother's room. His grandmother had almost finished her lunchbox. Qin Yuni didn't stay long after returning. Grandma, I still have to go to the Hades Palace to pay for the reincarnation seat. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Grandma's eyes widened in shock and she said worriedly, Where did you get so much money? Don't do anything you shouldn't do. 1 million ghost money, not just 100 ghost money. Even if she could make some money from selling lunch boxes, it's impossible for her to earn 1 million ghost money so quickly. Qin Yuni quickly explained, I just opened a new business. This business is more profitable. This business was approved by the King of Hell, so I definitely didn't do anything that I shouldn't do. Grandma, that's good. Although we are ordinary people, we can't do anything that harms the world just to make money. I know. Since you have so much money, buy yourself a reincarnation seat. Don't buy one for me. It's already my turn. There's no need to spend money to buy another one. It's a waste of money. Qin Yuni, I still have money. I can buy a reincarnation position. The grandmother was even more surprised. She didn't expect her granddaughter to be so good at making money. She didn't say anything else. After Qin Yuni left, he went to the palace of Yalma. The ghost at the door saw her and let her go. As soon as Qin Yuni entered, he saw Meng Pa arguing with Judge Tui. Meng Pa said angrily, I worked so hard to make a pot of soup, and they just drank it. Why are you always coming to the King of Hell to report me? Judge Tui advised helplessly, but you keep asking those ghost officials to test the soup. This is not a solution. They have said it many times. How can I make delicious Meng Pa soup if I don't test the soup? You guys, you don't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil, and salt are until you run a household. Do you know how difficult it is for me to make a pot of soup? From selecting ingredients to boiling, the whole process takes several days. Only then can I make a pot of rich Meng Pa soup. Meng Pa said angrily. Don't think I don't know. They all say behind my back that the soup I make is not tasty. If you have the guts, ask them to make a pot for me to taste. Their cooking skills might be worse than mine. After listening to this for a while, Qin Yuni vaguely guessed that this beautiful woman with a domineering temper should be Meng Pa. I didn't expect that although Meng Pa was called Meng Pa, she looked so beautiful. Is it true that in the underworld, people only get hired based on their appearance? From the King of Hell to his ghost messengers, most of them are very good-looking.
Except,
Judge Chui in front of Meng Pa and some more distinctive ghost messengers. When Judge Chui was wondering how to persuade her, he suddenly saw Qin Yuni standing not far away and shouted in surprise, "Miss Qin, you are here." Judge Chui hurried over and asked, "Are you here to deliver food to the King of Hell again?" He glanced at Qin Yuni, but did not see the food box. Meng Pa saw Judge Chui suddenly striding towards a strange woman so actively, and when she looked carefully, she found that the other person was actually a living little girl. Meng Pa suddenly remembered that there had been 1 or 2 times before when the ghost officials drank her soup, and they all asked her with bitter faces to ask Miss Qin for advice. It seemed that they were talking about a living little girl who sold box lunches in the underworld. I think it should be the beautiful and lovely girl in front of me. Meng Pa couldn't help but look at Qin Yuni. She was a pretty girl with fair skin and tender skin. She didn't seem to be aggressive. Qin Yuni originally saw them talking, and it was not right to leave or not. She didn't expect Judge Chui to call her directly. She could even feel Meng Po's gaze on her, so she could only smile and say, "Well, I'm here to pay my grandma the reincarnation fee." Does Judge Chui know where to pay it? Judge Chui's eyes flashed. "Go find the King of Hell. Just give it to him directly." Qin Yuni nodded. "Then I'll go find the King of Hell first. You guys continue." Then he nodded and smiled at Meng Pa and prepared to leave. Judge Chui said at this time, "Let me take you there. The King of Hell is not in the side hall right now." Meng Pa sneered. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave, Judge Chui? Or take me with you to see the King of Hell."
Judge Chui,
he said helplessly. "Meng Pa, it's useless for you to pester me. As long as you don't ask those ghost messengers to help you drink the soup, they won't complain about you. Isn't this problem solved? Otherwise, it's useless even if you ask the King of Hell." Meng Pa said angrily, "Then how can I improve my soup? If I don't improve it, you will all think it tastes bad. You want horses to work, but you don't equip them with the necessary equipment. Unpalatable?" When Judge Chui heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at Qin Yuni. Qin Yuni felt a chill on her back when he suddenly looked at her. She vaguely felt that something was wrong. She was about to say that she would go over first, when she heard Judge Chui say with a look of joy, "This is not easy to handle." Meng Pa was stunned by his sudden excitement. Judge Chui became more and more excited as he spoke. "Didn't you say that the soup you made tasted bad? Look, this is Miss Qin. Her cooking is amazing. Even the King of Hell likes her cooking. Don't you want to improve Meng Pa's soup and make it taste better? Ask Miss Qin for help. Her cooking is so delicious. Making Meng Pa's soup is not a simple task." Qin Yuni. "Hey!" Judge Chui harmed her. Meng Po's eyes fell on her again. This time, the way she looked at her was obviously different from before. She looked more scrutinizing. "Is she alive?" "Yes, but she's good at cooking." Qin Yuni explained awkwardly. "No, it was Judge Chui who praised me." "Judge Chui, this is the truth. Does the King of Hell ask you to deliver food every day?" Qin Yuni gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, but that's because..." She touched the King of Hell's abdominal muscles and came here to apologize. Without waiting for her to explain, Judge Chui continued, "Are there a lot of ghosts surrounding your stall? Have all the lunch boxes you make every day been sold out?"
Qin Yuni, yes.
But that's because she didn't do much, and there were no box lunches in the underworld. The more Meng Pa listened, the brighter her beautiful eyes became. Is she really that amazing? And her cooking is so delicious? Judge Chui said with great excitement, "Of course. Naiha Bridge is quite far. You must not know that yet, right? It is because of Miss Qin's superb cooking skills that the King of Hell specially allowed her to set up a stall in the underworld to sell box lunches. You should know that Miss Qin has been very popular in the underworld recently, and many ghosts like to eat the box lunches she sells. Xie Bian, Fan Wujiu, and Emperor Dongyue are all Miss Qin's regular customers. You must try it when you have time. I guarantee that you will never forget it after eating it once. Moreover, Miss Qin recently cooperated with the underworld on a new business and asked the underworld to publish its first newspaper. Although not every ghost knows about it, half of them should have heard about it. Qin Yuni felt his scalp tingling as he listened to this, and the awkward smile on his face was almost gone. Meng Po looked at Qin Yuni with eyes that were surprisingly bright. Really? Judge Cui said confidently, of course. Let Miss Qin taste your Meng Po soup tomorrow. Maybe she can think of a way to improve it for you. Meng Po said readily. That's settled then. Qin Yuni felt like crying but had no tears. Why didn't anyone ask for her opinion? Who gave Judge Cui such confidence that she could prepare Meng Po soup? And didn't Meng Po trust Judge Cui too much? Without even tasting the food she cooked, they just decided to ask her to improve the Meng Po soup? She has never drunk. What if the improved version is even more unpalatable than the original? Will she also be complained by the ghost? Qin Yuni politely refused. Well, I'm quite busy recently. Meng Po waved her hand. It's okay. I can go to your house. Qin Yuni. She has something to do. Meng Po took out her cell phone and handed it to Qin Yuni. Come on, little girl. Let's add each other's contact information. Are you free tonight? Is it convenient for me to go to your house for a meal? Qin Yuni looked at this impetuous style, not giving her any time to refuse, so she had to take out her mobile phone, open the interface, and hand it over. Convenient. Meng Po added as she added, it's fine if it's convenient. Give me the address later, and I'll carry the pot to your house. If you can help me improve the Meng Po soup, you can walk sideways in the underworld. If they dare to say a word to you, I'll let them know why the red spider lily is so red. Qin Yuni trembled nervously when he heard this. Meng Po paused when she saw this, as if she felt that saying this put too much pressure on Qin Yuni, and added, but don't worry, it's okay even if you haven't changed for the better. If those ghosts or this group of ghost officials bully you, you can still tell me. Judge Cui had a bad feeling for some reason. He had just handed the hot potato of Meng Po to Qin Yuni, but why did he feel even more nervous? After adding the contact information, Meng Po regained her charming self and lifted her hair, looking nothing like the she-devil she was just now. She smiled and said, then you go and pay the fee first, little girl. I'm going back to Naiha Bridge first. If I don't go back, those ghosts will be restless. We can talk about it in the evening. Qin Yuni nodded. Meng Po was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. A box appeared in her hand. She turned around and walked back to Qin Yuni and handed it to her. Sister Meng doesn't have any gift for you. This little thing was accidentally obtained before, so I'll give it to you as a gift. Qin Yuni evaded the question. Sister Meng, you don't need a gift. Meng Po stuffed it into her arms without giving any explanation. Don't be so quick to refuse. It's useless for me to hold it. If you feel embarrassed, then make me more delicious food tonight. What Judge Cui said just now has made me greedy. Before leaving, Meng Po leaned over and whispered in her ear, stay away from this black-headed man. This judge's heart is as black as his face. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuni subconsciously looked in the direction of Judge Cui, and his eyebrows twitched violently. Is this something she can listen to? Meng Po didn't care about all that. She patted her shoulder and walked away with her hips twisted. Judge Cui saw Qin Yuni looking at him and guessed that Meng Po had probably said something to her. Don't believe what she said, it's all nonsense. Qin Yuni looked at him without saying anything. She did not forget that it was Judge Cui who had tricked her just now. She clearly came just to pay a fee, but ended up in such a mess. Judge Cui deserves credit for this. Judge Cui probably knew that what he had just done was not very good, mainly because all the ghost officials in that area were scared of Meng Po recently, and they came to complain one after another and complain about Meng Po's actions. Even he and the ox-head and horse-faced demons could not escape. That is to say, Xie Bian and Fan Wujiu escaped the disaster because they were often not in the underworld due to their soul-collecting activities. That taste, ugh, he never wanted to drink it a second time in his life. Judge Cui coughed dryly and said awkwardly, Well, I'm sorry for what happened today. It's mainly because you haven't drunk Meng Po's soup. The ghosts in the Naiha Bridge area of the underworld are all scared of her. They all want to transfer to other posts and have come to make trouble many times, but no ghost is willing to go there. If you can really help Meng Po improve Meng Po's soup, I will apply to the King of Hell to reward you with merit. If this is accomplished, you will be a great benefactor to the ghost messengers in our underworld. Not only the ghost messengers, but all the ghosts will thank you. Qin Yuni asked curiously, is it really that hard to drink? Judge Cui remained silent, his expression distorted in a way that was hard to describe, to the point where he wanted to vomit just thinking about it. He reminded her, if Meng Po really brings the pot to your house at night, just take a sip of the soup when you drink it. Qin Yuni was shocked. What kind of power must this be that even Judge Cui was unwilling to mention it, and even went to the extent of reminding her to just take a sip? She suddenly felt that this hot potato was a little too hot. Judge Cui, just do your best. It won't get any worse than it is now. By the way, aren't you going to pay the fee to the King of Hell? Come on, I'll take you there. After saying that, he walked in first and Qin Yuni followed behind. At this time, the King of Hell was sitting in front of the 8 Immortals table handling official business. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he seemed a little unhappy. Qin Yuni didn't want to offend anyone, so he quickly called Judge Cui in a low voice, how about I not pay it today, or I give you the money, and when the King of Hell is in a better mood, you can help me pass it to the King of Hell? Judge Cui raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the King of Hell. He happened to meet the King of Hell's gaze, who had heard the noise and looked over. It's too late. Before Qin Yuni could ask him why it was late, he heard Yan Wenjing's voice. What's the matter? They had all been seen, so she subconsciously replied, I'm here to pay for my grandmother's reincarnation fee. Yan Wenjing looked at Judge Cui. Judge Cui immediately raised his hands, one holding a pen and the other holding the Book of Life and Death, and said, I have official business to attend to, so I don't have time to take her there. I'll just let her come and hand her over to you. Now that she's here, I'll get busy now. After saying this, Judge Cui planned to slip away. Seeing this, Qin Yuni said very quickly, Lord Yan, if you are busy, I will come another day. However, before she could follow him, Yan Wenjing said in a neutral tone, Come here. She moved hesitantly. Seeing that she didn't come over for a long time, he frowned and said, Do you need me to treat you? Qin Yuni quickly waved his hand, no. But his pace was more than twice as fast as before. She took out a stack of paper money from her bag and placed it on the 8 Immortals table. This is money to buy a place for my grandma to be reborn. Then he took out a bag of neatly arranged paper money for the dead and a notebook and handed it over obediently. This is the money for today's delivery service. I have recorded everything. You can check it at any time. Yan Wenjing glanced at her bag with a strange look on his face. Is this bag of yours a treasure chest? Isn't it too heavy to hold so many things? Qin Yuni, isn't it unsafe to keep so much money by yourself? I won't be afraid if I give it to you. Upon hearing this, Yan Wenjing folded his hands together and asked calmly, why? Qin Yuni said confidently, because I don't have that much money to compensate you. Yan Wenjing's expression was indistinct. You can say that the benefits are not good, or that you can get less points if you record fewer items. She shook her head. No, my grandmother said that I should be respectful to you, so how could I deceive you? Besides, if I really had such intentions, wouldn't you be able to find out easily? Yan Wenjing nodded helplessly, without saying yes or no. Besides, you have helped me so much. If I do this, what kind of person will I be? Even though you are insulting people with poop, I feel guilty about doing this. When Yan Wenjing heard the first half, his expression relaxed a little, but the next second, Qin Yuni's words made his eyes twitch. He pursed his lips and said, What happened last night was a mistake. I know it was a mistake, Lord Yan. I don't mean to blame you. I just said it casually. As Qin Yuni spoke, she glanced at the King of Hell's expression. Seeing that his eyes twitched, but he was not displeased, the corners of her lips rose slightly. Sure enough, no matter who it is, It's more interesting to play the joke in front of the person himself. Yan Wenjing saw that she did it on purpose. He glanced at her, said nothing, and took the paper money on the table. The next second, a piece of paper and a pen appeared on the table. Yan Wenjing pushed the paper and pen over and said, "Sign this. I'll let you know the specific time of reincarnation when the time comes." Qin Yuni quickly signed his name and handed it back. After Yan Wenjing received it, he asked, "Where's my food?" "Qin Yuni, I'll go back and do it now." After Qin Yuni went out, he sent an address to Meng Po and returned to the world of the living. Unexpectedly, just as she finished and put the food into the food box for the king of hell, Meng Po came. When Qin Yuni saw a huge black unknown object floating towards her home, she ran away without thinking. Meng Po poked her head out and looked at her in confusion and asked, "Where are you going, little girl?" Hearing the familiar voice of the little girl, Qin Yuni paused and looked up. When she saw Meng Po carrying a pot that was dozens of times bigger than her body, Qin Yuni was completely shocked. It turned out to be Meng Po. Don't tell her that the black object she was carrying was the pot that Meng Po mentioned. Meng Po carried the pot and walked through the gate of her yard easily. She stood in the yard and looked around. "Where is the bigger place here? Can I put the pot there? Your place is too small." She glanced at the tiny door and the tiny stove with disdain. Finally, he reluctantly glanced at the yard where she was standing and said, "Forget it. Let's just put it here. This is the only place that can barely fit it." Having said that, she put the pot down. In an instant, half of Qin Yuni's yard was occupied. Qin Yuni's eyes twitched. "Whose pot is so big?" Meng Po put the pot down steadily with great ease. Her nose instantly caught a tempting aroma, which made her look involuntarily. She found that the aroma came from the house. "What treasure do you have hidden in your house? It smells so good." Qin Yuni was a little confused after hearing her words and said puzzledly, "I'm not hiding anything." Then I realized that the fragrance Meng Po was talking about might be the aroma of the food she had just cooked. Oh, right, it might be the aroma of the food I just cooked. Hearing this, Meng Po's beautiful eyes lit up and she floated directly into the house. The smell in the house became stronger. She stared at the steaming food on the table with her beautiful eyes. She took a deep breath and said intoxicatedly, "This is the smell. It smells so good. I haven't smelled such a good smell in many years." Meng Po looked back at Qin Yuni, blinked, and asked reservedly, "Can I eat it?" Qin Yuni was stunned for a moment, then quickly nodded and agreed. "Okay, I'll go get the dishes and chopsticks." After getting permission, Meng Po found a seat and sat down, preparing to start eating. Her eyes inadvertently swept to an extremely exquisite food box on the table. "Huh? Is this a magic weapon? There are very few magic weapons like this in the world. I didn't expect you to have one here. It just looks a little familiar." Qin Yuni was slightly startled when he heard her words. Just as he was about to explain, the bell outside the door rang, and the next second, the king of hell's servant appeared in the room. Meng Po felt the ghost energy, her eyebrows slightly frowned, a little unhappy, and thought to herself, "These little ghosts are getting more and more ignorant of the rules. Don't they know that I am here?" Although Meng Po appears to be just a guard at the Naiha Bridge, she gives Meng Po soup to the reincarnated ghosts so that they can forget their past lives and start over. But Meng Po's position in the underworld is very important. Although she looks young and beautiful, she has actually stayed in the underworld longer than Judge Cui and others. She is a veritable veteran. She voluntarily stayed on the Naiha Bridge and refused to reincarnate. Before entering the house, the young servant saw the pot that Meng Po had placed in the yard. He knew that Meng Po was there too, so he quickly bowed respectfully Meng Po. Meng Po raised her eyes slightly, looked in the direction of the voice, tilted her head, and asked lazily, "Are you the servant of the King of Hell?" The waiter said, "Yes, Meng Po." Meng Po had an idea when she heard this, and asked, "Oh, so this food box belongs to the King of Hell. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Are you here to get food for your King of Hell?" "Yes." Meng Po glanced at Qin Yuni, who was standing there with a bowl and chopsticks, and said something ambiguous. "Tsk, tsk, tsk, tsk. The King of Hell eats really well." She waved her hand and said, "Okay, take it away. Don't make the king of hell wait," anxiously. The waiter hurried forward, put away the food box, bowed, and left the room. Mengpa sighed deliberately. "I thought you knew I was coming and specially prepared such a big meal for me. It turns out that it was not specially prepared for me. I am so sad." Qin Yuni. She looked at Mengpa helplessly. She knew that Mengpa was just teasing her. She placed the bowl and chopsticks in front of her and said, "I made this for you, too." Mengpa picked up the chopsticks with satisfaction, picked up a piece of meat, and put it into her mouth, savoring it carefully. Her expression was first surprise, then satisfaction, and finally admiration. "Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect your cooking skills are so good. No wonder even the picky king of hell likes to eat it. I now realize that what Judge Cui said this time is absolutely right. If you open a restaurant in the underworld with your cooking skills, the business will definitely be very good." Mengpa said as she picked up a few more pieces of vegetables and put them into the bowl. Qin Yuni couldn't help but laugh when she saw Mengpa liked it and said softly, "If you like it, you can come often in the future." Mengpa raised her head and looked at Qin Yuni with a hint of smile in her eyes. "You said it, so I won't be polite. I will come here often to eat." After saying that, Mengpa continued to enjoy the food in front of her. "It's really too much. Not a single ghost told me this. If I had known earlier, I would have eaten it a long time ago."
Mengpa complained.
After she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something and looked at Qin Yuni with a complicated expression. "Could it be that the person they were talking about last time was you?" Qin Yuni's mouth was full of food, and he asked in confusion, "What?" Mengpa said in a succinct way, "Before, some ghost officials complained behind my back, and I heard them saying that my cooking skills were too poor and the Mengpa soup I cooked was too unpalatable, so they wanted the boss to make it. I was so angry that I beat up those ghost officials, and then I started the journey of improving Mengpa soup, but they still complained about it." At this point, Mengpa was furious and said angrily, "It was obviously because they thought it tasted bad that I improved Mengpa soup, but they ended up complaining that my Mengpa soup was not tasty, and even said that I poisoned them with tea. Whenever I look for them, they run away faster than rabbits. Either they have a mission or something else to do, or they have this or that excuse, and they even made up a story that his partner is going to have a baby." Qin Yuni's mouth twitched. How powerful is this Mengpa soup that it makes so many ghost officials terrified? If Mengpa was skeptical at first, after eating the food made by Qin Yuni, she had 200% expectations for Qin Yuni's cooking skills. She said to Qin Yuni with a serious face, "Little girl, you must help me improve Mengpa soup." "Humph. I want to surprise them. After drinking one bowl, they will want a second bowl. They will be so tempted that they can't stop. But humph, no way." Qin Yuni felt a great deal of pressure from the Mengpa soup that all the ghost officials were afraid of. "I will try my best. Mengpa, I have confidence in your cooking skills. You can make these so delicious, so Mengpa soup is definitely not a problem for you." Qin Yuni hesitated. After dinner, Mengpa offered to help her wash the dishes and asked her to think about how to improve the Mengpa soup. Qin Yuni was a little skeptical. "Can you really do it?" Mengpa said confidently, "No, but I could use this." After she finished speaking, she produced something that looked like a small coal ball, but it was red, a bright red color. From a distance, it looked a bit like rambutan, but brighter red than rambutan. It was furry, with a pair of big watery eyes that sparkled. There seemed to be some pattern between the eyebrows, but Qin Yuni couldn't see it clearly. She just thought it looked very beautiful. The little red fur ball jumped twice on the spot. Guji Qin Yuni was immediately attracted. He bent down to look at the little fur ball at eye level, with a pair of peach blossom eyes shining brightly. "So cute, it's so small, is it really okay? Won't it get dirty?" Mengpa waved her hand. "Xiaohong, give one to Sister Xiaoyu." Xiaohong? This name is really chosen casually. However, after the little fur ball called Xiaohong jumped twice, it actually grew 2 hands and 2 feet. Qin Yuni's eyes widened in shock. This. Then, in her surprised eyes, Xiaohong's hands grew wildly, and she skillfully moved all the bowls, which were several times larger than her body, to the sink. She washed the dishes right under Chin Yuni's nose with her slender hands. When she showed the bowl to Chin Yuni, she actually felt that it was reflecting light. Chin Yuni was shocked. Just finished washing it so smoothly? Looking at the pile of dishes, I couldn't help but think to myself, what a good and flexible dishwasher. Meng raised her chin towards Xiao Hong and asked, "Are you okay?" Xiao Hong also looked at her, her big, bright eyes flickering. Chin Yuni swallowed suspiciously. "Okay, very good. I just don't know where there are other little orb like this to steal. If she really can't help it, will it be okay to steal a little ball like this?" "It's okay, if you say so." Meng smiled and called Xiao Hong back to her side. Xiao Hong skipped all the way and jumped onto Mengpa's shoulder with a bang, rubbed her ear, and made a coquettish hengji sound. Chin Yuni only felt that his heart melted at this moment. Mengpa casually raised her hand and kneaded it. Seeing the envy in Chin Yuni's eyes, she explained, "Xiao Hong is a flower transformed from the other shore flower. There is only one such flower in thousands of years." Chin Yuni nodded in disappointment. No wonder Xiao Hong's hair was so red. So, the pattern between Xiao Hong's eyebrows and eyes is probably the red spider lily? She looked carefully, and it seemed to be indeed the red spider lily, but because there were too many small red hairs, it was not clear. As if she could see her disappointment, Xiao Hong nudged Mengpa. Mengpa noticed Xiao Hong's reaction, and the smile on her face widened. She said, "But I can lend it to you for a while. Xiao Hong likes you very much." As he said that, he took Xiao Hong down and handed it to Chin Yuni. Chin Yuni took Xiao Hong in surprise. Her little body was soft and warm. Hengji Xiao Hong rubbed her palm and looked up at her. At this moment, Chin Yuni felt that her heart was melted by it, and her fair cheeks flushed with excitement. What does it eat? I can cook for it." "Mengpa, it only drinks the dew of the red spider lily." "I see." Chin Yuni put it on her shoulder, and Xiao Hong stretched out her little hands and hugged her neck. Because she didn't stretch them out intentionally, it looked like a big plush ball was stuck on her neck. Only Chin Yuni could feel the tiny claws and the almost invisible hairs. Mengpa felt that Xiao Hong was in a good mood and Chin Yuni also liked it, so she smiled and said, "Let's go and see how to improve Mengpa soup." Chin Yuni came to the yard and looked at the soup that was slightly green and had a faint but not strong smell. Chin Yuni looked at the big pot of soup with suspicion. "Is this soup really drinkable? Will you really not have vomiting and diarrhea and need to go to the hospital for gastric lavage after drinking it?" Just now, Mengpa was carrying such a big pot, and there was so much soup in the pot. Mengpa seemed to sense Chin Yuni's suspicion, and she scooped a full spoonful and handed it to her, saying seriously, "Don't worry, it's definitely drinkable, and it won't kill you." Chin Yuni. Hearing this, not only did it not dispel Chin Yuni's doubts, but it made her mouth twitch and made her even more worried about her stomach. Chin Yuni glanced at the slightly green soup and asked hesitantly, "Will I really be fine if I drink it? Will I not forget anything in this life? Isn't that right?" She touched her chin, thought for a moment, and said, "If you're really worried, let Xiao Hong drink a sip first." Chin Yuni's eyes widened in shock. "It shouldn't be that, right? Are you so unsure? What if something happens to her after drinking it? The key is to let Xiao Hong drink first. Isn't this pure animal cruelty?" Seeing that she was overthinking, Mengpa explained, "Don't overthink it. Xiao Hong's tears are added to this soup. Xiao Hong will help you absorb its tears if she drinks it. You should be fine if you drink it." Chin Yuni heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this.
But
Chin Yuni still felt a little weird drinking from the same bowl with an animal. Although Xiao Hong is very cute and grew up drinking dew, she still feels indescribable. As it turned out, she was really overthinking it. Xiao Hong didn't even touch it, but Chin Yuni saw a large drop of crystal clear water floating up from the spoon and into Xiao Hong's mouth. Chin Yuni faced the spoon handed to her by Mengpa. A large spoon that was at least 1.8 meters long appeared in front of her. Then a small bowl appeared in the air, and soon the bowl was filled with Mengpa soup. She smelled the faint smell, took the bowl, leaned in and took a sip. Chin Yuni retched. The smell in her mouth made her retch again. This is beyond the realm of unpalatable. This is not unpalatable at all. This is life-threatening. Mengpa looked at her in confusion. Is it hard to drink? Then, she poured herself a bowl, gulped it down in 2 gulps, and smacked her lips twice after finishing it. Maybe I'm used to it. Although it's a little hard to drink, it seems okay. It's just not as delicious as the food you cook. Qin Yuni watched her finish the bowl of Mengpa soup. This is dozens of times more unpalatable than that juice. I didn't expect Mengpa to like this. Mengpa asked humbly and seriously, how is it? After drinking Mengpa soup, did you think of any way to improve it? Qin Yuni felt it for a moment and was overwhelmed by the disgusting taste in his mouth. Mengpa quickly handed her a bottle of water. Qin Yuni took it and drank it without paying attention. Why is it sweet? She smacked her lips. Not only was the disgusting taste gone, but it was also very sweet, with a faint floral scent. She asked in confusion, what is this? Mengpa glanced at it and said, this is the crystal flower dew-eye brewed with the stamens of the red spider lily and the water of the red spider lily. I won't give it to ordinary people. Qin Yuni held the bottle and said, thank you. Sister Meng, can I ask what ingredients Sister Meng usually uses to make Mengpa soup? Is it fixed? Mengpa briefly explained the ingredients. It's fixed. This is the recipe passed down by every Mengpa. Qin Yuni thought about it carefully and asked her to take out all the materials. After trying all the ingredients one by one, she redistributed the proportions and added some honey. Mengpa collected the entire pot of Mengpa soup into the space and put it back into the pot according to the proportion Qin Yuni said, and then lit a big fire directly under the pot. Qin Yuni. Fortunately, she had seen more outrageous things before, so she could remain calm when watching it now. Then, she saw Mengpa holding the 1.8-meter-long spoon, which was much larger than Mengpa's, and began to cook the soup. She redistributed all the ingredients, reducing the amount as much as possible, and added some honey and other things to it, intending to experiment first. In order to avoid waste, Mengpa put the entire pot of Mengpa soup into the space, and then reduced the amount according to the proportion Qin Yuni said. She only boiled a small part and put it into the pot, and then lit a high fire directly under the pot. Qin Yuni. Fortunately, she had seen more outrageous things before, so she could remain calm when watching it now. Then, Mengpa was seen holding the 1.8-meter-long spoon, which was much larger than Mengpa, and starting to cook soup. After stirring evenly, increase the heat and bring the soup to a boil, stirring while cooking. Qin Yuni felt a little uneasy when he saw the box still full of materials. Seeing her staring at the pot of soup, Mengpa thought she wanted to play, so she handed her the spoon and said, do you want to try? Qin Yuni heard this, glanced at the big spoon, hesitated for a moment, and then reached out his hand. As a result, as soon as Mengpa let go, the spoon became so heavy that it slipped out of her hand and fell straight to the ground. Qin Yuni suddenly cried out in panic, oh my! Fortunately, Little Red stretched out its little hands to help hold it. Because it was too heavy, Little Red grimaced because of the excessive force, and all the fur on its body was exerting force. Guji Qin Yuni hurriedly grabbed it in a panic to avoid the risk of the spoon falling to the ground. She exhaled and rubbed the plush ball affectionately. Thank you, Xiaohong. Please let go and don't hurt your little paws. Guji. As soon as Xiaohong let go, the spoon was too heavy and Qin Yuni fell down as soon as he got it.
Guji.
Xiaohong was about to help, but Qin Yuni gritted his teeth and said, it's okay. With the previous experience as a lesson, she promptly supported the handle of the spoon on her hips and used the strength of her waist to lift the spoon up. Even so, she couldn't help shaking her body before she could barely keep steady and not fall. Seeing how embarrassed she was, Mengpa laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter. Xiaoyunya, why are you so cute? Ha 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 ha. Qin Yuni was embarrassed by the laughter. The spoon she was holding weighed about 100 pounds. It was heavier than her. The size of the spoon was big enough to hold several of her. Although she guessed that the spoon must not be light, after all, it was such a big spoon, and she estimated that the handle alone was more than 1.8 meters long, definitely more than that. She was 1.68 centimeters tall, but the handle was much taller than her. She just wanted to try to see if she could lift it, but she didn't expect. It was really heavy. Mengpa took the spoon from her hand with one hand and said in a very relaxed manner, "You'd better not be so stubborn." Qin Yuni looked at the spoon depressedly. After she was sure that she couldn't lift it, she gave up resisting and gave it to him very readily. Then she brought out a small stool from the house and sat in the yard, propping her head up, kneading the little ball of fur while watching Mengpa make soup. In the quiet yard, the only sounds were the sound of Mengpa stirring and the occasional comfortable whirring of the little fur ball. Mengpa boiled the food over a high fire for about 10 minutes, then lowered the flame to a low level and began to simmer the food slowly. Qin Yuni stared at the big pot. "Sister Meng, how long will it take to cook this pot?" Mengpa's hands kept moving. "About an hour." Her eyes widened in shock, completely losing her lazy look just now, and she sat up straight. "So you're going to stir like this for an hour?" Mengpa rolled her beautiful eyes and said unhappily, "Do you think it's easy to make a pot of Mengpa soup?" Those ghost officials are still not satisfied. "I worked so hard to make a pot of soup, but they still complain about this and that." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuni weakly shrank her body as much as possible, fearing that Mengpa would drag her out and scold her. After all, she seemed to be one of the people who were disliked just now. There was a faint smell in the air, similar to before but slightly different, lighter and better smelling. After the soup was cooked, Mengpa took the first sip. After just one sip, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she said in surprise, "Is this really the Mengpa soup I cooked?" Qin Yuni looked at her reaction and asked tentatively, "Is it hard to drink?" She turned her head to look at Qin Yuni and said meaningfully, "To be precise, it's not bad." Hearing this, Qin Yuni couldn't help but take a sip, but the next second he sprayed it out. Poof. Qin Yuni looked miserable. "You call this not bad?" Mengpa said seriously, "It's much better than before." Qin Yuni didn't know what the difference was after she had improved it so many times before. She had only tasted the last one and it really didn't taste that good. She smacked the remaining taste in her mouth and reduced one of the ingredients by 1/3. For another ingredient with a stronger taste, Qin Yuni reduced it by half and added another ingredient, but still only cooked 1/4 of the usual amount. This process was repeated, and 2 more pots were cooked. The taste was adjusted, and each time it became better than the last. As it was getting dark, Qin Yuni went into the house and took out a large wet lamp to illuminate the yard. By the time the last pot came out of the pot, the smell in the air had improved a lot. Although I can still smell the previous scent faintly, there are some other scents mixed in, which is complex but unexpectedly fused. Mengpa took the first sip. Although she knew it would definitely taste better this time after several previous experiments, her eyes suddenly lit up when she drank it. This was not just better than before, it was simply very good. After Mengpa finished drinking it in one gulp, she gave Qin Yuni a thumbs up and said excitedly, "It's done." From her obviously excited voice, Qin Yuni could tell that the Mengpa soup this time was really good, and a smile appeared on his face. Mengpa drank several bowls in a row before she stopped. She exhaled and said in an extremely arrogant tone, "Tomorrow I will show off in front of those ghost officials and make them greedy to death." Qin Yuni pointed out a key problem. Based on the degree of their dislike, they probably won't take the initiative to drink it. Thinking of what Mengpa had complained about before, she added, "Besides, they are not going to be reincarnated, so why would they want to drink Mengpa soup?" Mengpa was silent for several seconds before she said, "Then I will force them to drink a small sip, and when they finish, they will want to drink more." Ha, there is no more. They disliked Mengpa soup before, but now it is beyond their reach. Qin Yuni didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't expect Mengpa to still hold such a grudge. Mengpa's Mengpa soup was successfully improved by Qin Yuni, so she was in a particularly good mood. The more she looked at Qin Yuni, the more satisfied she was. But she was too easy to bully. It was easy for them to bully her. For this reason, Mengpa put her hands on her hips and said domineeringly and protectively, "I said, as long as you help me improve the Mengpa soup, you will be my sister from now on. From now on, your business will be my business. If they dare to bully you, just tell me, and I will help you teach them a lesson." Qin Yuni felt warm in her heart when she heard this, and a touch of emotion flashed in her eyes. She said softly, "Okay, thank you, Sister Meng." After saying this, Mengpa suddenly remembered that Qin Yuni was bullied by Judge Cui in front of her today. She frowned for a moment. It was impossible for her to follow Qin Yuni every day. Only when Qin Yuni became strong would others not dare to bully her easily. Thinking of this, Mengpa began to look at Qin Yuni carefully from top to bottom, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, she reached out and pinched Qin Yuni's arm, and then pinched her shoulder, as if assessing her physical fitness. Qin Yuni was at a loss for words by Mengpa's sudden action, and asked in confusion, "Sister Meng, what are you doing?" Mengpa did not answer her question, but continued to squeeze Qin Yuni's hand and pat her shoulders, muttering to herself, "Well, you are in good health, but a little thin." Qin Yuni looked confused. Mengpa stroked her chin and thought for a moment, then 2 white porcelain bottles appeared in her hand. They were a bit like the plum wine bottle that the king of Hell gave her last time, except that this bottle was more translucent and had a hint of very light green. She threw the bottle to Qin Yuni and said, "Here, this is for you." Qin Yuni hurriedly caught the bottle and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Mengpa smiled, pointed at the bottle and explained patiently, "I mixed this bottle when I was bored. Drinking it will make you more beautiful and remove all the impurities in your body. As for the other bottle," she shook the other bottle in her hand, "I bought this at the ghost market. You know the marrow cleansing pills written in the storybooks? You can think of it as this marrow cleansing pill, except it's in water form, but its effects are similar to those of the marrow cleansing pills. But your body is too weak, so you have to slowly adjust." She patted Qin Yuni's shoulder gently and said earnestly, "You don't have any foundation now, so you can't rush for success. You can only take it slowly. If you don't want to be bullied by others, you have to become stronger first. At least you have to hold on until I come to save you." After she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something and took out something and threw it to Qin Yuni. "By the way, these 2 things are for you. The talisman can give you a chance to teleport when you are in danger." Qin Yuni quickly took it. A touch of emotion flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that Mengpa would give her such a valuable item after just their first meeting. This is truly a life-saving thing. If Mengpa hadn't given it to her, someone like Qin Yuni would never have had access to these things. This was the first time that someone cared about her like this. For a moment, Qin Yuni's eyes were red, and she said with a choked voice, "Thank you, Sister Meng." Mengpa twisted her neck left and right, making a crackling sound. She tapped her shoulders and pounded her arms, saying lazily, "If you know I'm good, make me more delicious food. I'm exhausted today. Don't worry, I promise to arrange everything for you safely." Then Qin Yuni asked doubtfully, "Sister Meng, why don't you just use your magic power to control the spoon to stir it, instead of doing it yourself?"
Mengpo.
"I was bored in the underworld before, so I just tinkered with it to kill time. It didn't take much effort anyway. As for today," she said confidently, "is it okay if I don't remember it?" Qin Yuni couldn't help but almost burst out laughing. She didn't expect that Sister Meng had such a cute side. Mengpo's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "You're still laughing? How disrespectful." Qin Yuni stuck out her tongue at her. Lilu even Xiaohong stuck out her short pink tongue and said, "Guji Guji." Mengpo was even more furious when she saw this. "Well, now you 2 are teaming up to bully me. You're asking for a fight." As he said this, he rolled up his sleeves and was going to teach them both a lesson to let them know who was the boss. Although the action looks intimidating, it actually has no power. Instead, it can be seen that Mengpa is in a good mood. Perhaps it was because she had been alone on the Naiha Bridge for too long, so long that every day was as dull as water, and she could only bully those ghost messengers. When Qin Yuni showed up today, I originally thought that this little girl looked too easy to bully. But Qin Yuni's cooking skills amazed her. The key is that she also helped her improve the Mengpa soup. You know, Mengpa soup has always been unpalatable for thousands of years. No matter how she improved it, it was still unpalatable. I didn't expect that there was actually someone who could make the unpalatable Mengpa soup taste good. In addition, Xiaohong seems to like Qin Yuni particularly. You know, Xiao Hong is also a bully in the underworld, and no ghost around the Naiha Bridge is afraid of it. Unexpectedly, she actually liked this girl Qin Yuni, and she also felt that Qin Yuni was a good match for her. What else can I do? Just pamper her. For a moment, in the quiet night, Qin Yuni's yard was particularly lively. Fortunately, there were no other residents around, and no one passed by her house in the middle of the night. Otherwise, they would think her house was haunted. It was almost dawn when Meng Pa carried her big pot away. After Qin Yuni finished washing up, he took out the bottle of potion given by Meng Pa, which was said to have similar effects to the marrow cleansing pill. After thinking for a moment, he opened it and drank it. Since she now has to travel back and forth between the underworld and the world of the living frequently, she can't just wait for others to rescue her every time she encounters the same thing as last time. Even when the gates of Heck open, she has to thank her elder brother and others for escorting her back. Just like Sister Meng said, only when you are strong can you protect yourself better. She didn't have the conditions before, but now Sister Meng has handed the ladder to her feet. If she doesn't move forward, she will waste such a good opportunity. After drinking it, Qin Yuni felt his body and found no reaction. He put today's letter on the anti-filth stone and then went to sleep. I don't know if it was because I slept late or because of the potion, but Qin Yuni almost couldn't get up the next day. Qin Yuni woke up only when Aunt Wang and the others arrived. Qin Yuni was just about to get up from the bed when he smelled an indescribable stench. After sniffing carefully, he found that it was coming from his body. The smell almost made him vomit. At this time, she also felt sticky all over and very uncomfortable. Qin Yuni took off her pajamas and was about to take a shower when she suddenly found a lot of black stuff on her body. She didn't know what it was, and it looked dirty and a bit disgusting. Only then did she remember that she had drunk the marrow cleansing potion given by Meng Pa last night, and her becoming like this might be related to that potion. Qin Yuni didn't think too much about it. After all, it was already quite late, so she quickly took a shower and came out. She tied her hair up skillfully and walked out quickly. At this time, Aunt Wang was the first to notice Qin Yuni's changes and asked in surprise, "Yuni, have you lost weight?" Widow Li also agreed. Indeed, she looks thinner, and her skin has become whiter and rosy. She is more beautiful than yesterday. Aunt Wang observed carefully and said, "Not only that, I feel like my mental state has improved a lot. Boss Qin, I'm not good at talking and can't say anything nice, but I really envy your good figure and mental outlook." Qin Yuni was stunned when she heard their praise. She was just busy cleaning up and didn't pay attention to these details. At this moment, she lowered her head and looked at herself and realized that something seemed unusual. At this moment, she felt that her body was no longer as heavy as before, but became much lighter. This wonderful change made her feel happy, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. It seems that the potion she drank last night took effect. The foul odor she smelled when she woke up this morning and the black stuff she excreted must be the impurities in her body. Qin Yuni returned to the bathroom, and through the mirror, she could clearly feel her changes. Just as Aunt Wang and the others said, although her skin was fair before, it was not as translucent as it is now. Yes, it is transparent. That kind of rosy whiteness was embodied in Qin Yuni at this moment. For the first time, she discovered that rosy whiteness was not just an adjective. Although the face has not changed much, it gives people a feeling of being reborn. Qin Yuni covered her cheek, still muttering in disbelief. Is this the effect of the marrow cleansing potion? Qin Yuni thought of the ghost market that Meng Pa mentioned last night. She wondered where the ghost market was. Could she go? If she could find some items that she could use, whether they could save her life or enhance her physical strength and combat power, she would want everything she could buy. She made up her mind to go see Meng Pa and ask about the specific situation of the ghost market. The King of Hell said that the gates of Heck would open soon, so she had to prepare more things. I don't know how transactions are carried out in the ghost market, but no matter how they are carried out, things like marrow cleansing potions will definitely be very expensive. The higher the price of other items, the more expensive they are. Thinking of this, Qin Yuni suddenly felt that he earned too little money, and no matter how many ideas he had, it would be useless without money. Chin Yuni's desire to make money suddenly reached its peak. I still earn too little. Chin Yuni thought of this and posted the private meal on Taobao, then sent the link to the group. Vegetarian Underworld Lunch Group. Chin Yuni. Taobao link to connect to private meals, 5,000 ghost coins per meal, 4 to 6 dishes. You can specify specific dishes. It is recommended that families with many ghosts place orders. Great Monster. Boss Chin, I was just about to tell you that Grandpa Su wanted to invite you to his house to cook a meal and wanted to ask if you would accept private meals, but I didn't expect to see the link you sent in the group. Chin Yuni. Okay, but it has to be tomorrow. I have something to do today. Great Monster. Okay. Great Monster. Ever since my grandpa showed off the meal you cooked to Grandpa Su last time, he has been talking about it for a long time. Fortunately, you have takeout. Now he has to buy a box lunch every day. Period. Boss Chin actually accepted a private meal? Forever 18. Grape. Why don't you follow the rules? We all buy lunch boxes honestly, but you sneak away. I asked Boss Chin to make a private meal for you early. Too much. I want to order it too. My grandma loves the braised pork made by Boss Chin. Every time she makes this dish, she eats a lot. Great Monster. Ahem. You guys didn't find Boss Chin, so don't blame me for stealing your house. Death came first. I want to order one too, but it's a bit expensive. I'd better just take a look. Bald Eagle. Boss Chin, I've placed an order for a table. You can choose whatever dishes you want. Screenshot Chin Yuni. Okay, PM me. Meow Meow Beauty. I'd better eat a box lunch. Aw. Tao Tao Wow. Boss Chin's private meal.
Whoa.
I'm drooling with envy. Chin Yuni. The lunch boxes I made are also delicious.
爱情与猎情老板.
My family burned a letter for me, saying that they received the letter I sent. She was shocked. Yesterday afternoon, she suddenly received a call saying that there was a courier for her. She didn't buy anything, so she thought it was a scam. It turned out that it was a letter from me. She didn't expect that I had been dead for so many years, but she could still receive a letter from me. She burned a lot of ghost money for me last night, and also wrote a letter to burn for me. This morning, Sufeng Express delivered it to me.
Ah.
Thank you so much, Boss Chin. Saying thank you is not enough to express my excitement. Come here.
Duck. So fast.
Did you order express delivery? Wow. Are they all here? When will mine arrive? No, I just placed a normal order. Maybe it's because I'm close to Boss Chin?
So the speed is faster.
Sunny and cheerful boy. I'm sorry, Boss Chin. I used to suspect that Boss Chin was a liar, but I didn't expect that this delivery service was actually real. I'll place an order now. Many people in the group had placed orders through ordinary delivery agents, and when they saw that an ordinary delivery agent had actually arrived, they began to get excited. The ghost who had been planning to wait and see saw that some ghosts in the group had already received the letter and immediately started placing orders. As a result, there were a lot more orders. Chin Yuni saw that some of the Gui family members had received the letter, and he breathed a sigh of relief. A smile appeared on his face, and he replied, "It's good that it has arrived." Boss Chin, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long it would take me to save enough money to have a dream. My family was shocked. They didn't expect that they would receive a letter from me. I just placed another order. I have to tell them quickly. I am so excited that I want to go out for a run. Chin Yuni. Okay. Bring the letter over later, and we can send it off tomorrow morning. I will write it now. Airburst. I am also writing it. I will send it to Boss Chin later. Recently, it is getting harder and harder to queue up. If you don't go early, you don't know where you will be in the queue. I like rainy days. Boss Chin has been very hardworking recently. All kinds of businesses are progressing at the same time. Chin Yuni couldn't help but sigh when she saw his message. She now felt that the money she earned was really too little, and it was not enough. Although she had 1 million ghost money in her passbook, it seemed like 1 million ghost money could do nothing in the underworld. House. I can't afford a house. Shop. I can't afford a shop. You can barely buy a slightly better place to be reborn, but you can't even buy anything better. She also wanted to go to the ghost market. Although she didn't know what was there and what she could buy, there was a truth that the better the things, the more expensive they would be. With her mere 1 million, she might only be able to buy 1 or 2 items. You may not even be able to buy a single item. Thinking of this, Qin Yuni felt even more upset. Qin Yuni, there is nothing I can do. It's all because of poverty. Oh, Boss Qin, why don't you come quickly? I want to eat a box lunch. I can't afford a private meal, but I can still afford a box lunch. Qin Yuni, very soon. After she replied to the message, she stopped paying attention to the messages in the group and went to have breakfast. She got up late today, so she took out the dumplings she had made earlier from the refrigerator and cooked a bowl of them, then contacted the courier to pick up the package. While she was eating breakfast, Widow Li and the others handed their health certificates to Qin Yuni. Boss Qin, this is our health certificate. Qin Yuni then remembered that she had been too busy these days and had forgotten about this matter. She took their health certificates and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you for your hard work." Then, she thought that today seemed to be Tuesday, so she said, "By the way, we need to prepare lunch boxes for Director Sun and his team tomorrow. They will send someone to pick them up. Aunt Wang, please buy more vegetables tomorrow." Qin Yuni remembered that she still had to find time to take the materials she had prepared to apply for a business license. After asking that day, she came back and prepared the materials. The leader probably meant that as long as she prepared the materials and went to him, it would be done.
Aunt Wang nodded, okay.
Qin Yuni received the address from Bald Eagle. Okay, how many ghosts should I eat? Are there any dietary restrictions? Bald Eagle. 3. We eat everything, we are not picky.
Qin Yuni, okay.
After breakfast, Qin Yuni fried the lunchbox, put it on the dining car, and headed to the underworld. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but when she stepped from the world of the living into the underworld, she felt something different from before. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but the moment the food truck entered the underworld, she vaguely felt the fluctuation of the air. But when she looked back, she saw nothing. Qin Yuni didn't take it seriously. When she arrived at the place, she found that there were more ghosts queuing today than in the previous 2 days. She didn't feel tired at all when she saw so many ghosts queuing, but just felt that there were still too few. Qin Yuni no longer felt afraid at all when looking at them, but only felt extremely close to them. These are all her financial sponsors. Even if some of them may not look so good-looking, it doesn't matter. That's just her eyesight problem. How can a sponsor be scary? Qin Yuni raised his signature smile and greeted them. Sorry, I'm a little late today, and kept you waiting. Boss Qin, you're here. It doesn't matter, Boss Qin, as long as you come. Yes, we are not afraid of waiting, as long as you come. If you don't come, we won't even have lunch. Qin Yuni heard this and said with a smile, Don't worry, I will definitely come. Boss Qin, we just heard that some of Gui's family members have received the letter. Is this true? She nodded and explained, Yes, the family of the ghost in the group has indeed received the letter this morning and burned paper money for him along with the letter. Normally, the first batch of letters should be received in the next 2 days. The ghosts who were closer were very excited when they heard her words. If it's fast, it should have arrived today. I wonder how they will react when they see the letter. I even wrote a secret code that only our family knows. That's great of you. You even have a code. I was really afraid that they would suspect I was a scammer and just throw it aside. The other ghost said hesitantly, I don't think so. Even if there is no reply, at worst they will think of spending some money on this letter. The ones further away didn't hear clearly what she was saying and kept asking the ghost in front. There was a chirping sound for a while. Qin Yuni. Okay, everyone stop arguing and line up. Everyone be quiet. I think I see a ghost coming.
Really?
Boss Qin, this is now the ghost police's key patrol area. They had already patrolled here before you came. Qin Yuni was a little surprised when he heard this and looked in the direction they were talking about. I did see 2 ghost messengers coming. She didn't know these 2 ghost messengers, and they were not the 2 from yesterday. 2 ghost messengers came over, took a look at the ghosts in line, and went to the dining car and shouted, Boss Qin. Are you 2 ghost messengers here for inspection? Qin Yuni asked as he packed his lunch boxes. One of the ghost officers said, Well, It's just daily patrols. But because there are so many ghosts like you, the patrols will be more frequent. If necessary, we will be here to maintain order and will not disturb your business. Chin Yuni handed them 2 packed lunch boxes and said with a smile, I understand. You have worked hard. These 2 lunch boxes are for you 2 big brothers. The 2 ghost officials looked at each other, and a line of words flashed in their eyes. I didn't expect that what they said was true. They had actually discussed this privately, and they all said that Boss Chin was beautiful and generous and would always treat them to box lunches. They didn't expect it to be true. One of the ghost messengers took the lunch box, looked at Chin Yuni and said with a smile, Thank you, Boss Chin. We often hear other ghost messengers mention you. It's just like the rumors say. You are a beautiful person with a kind heart. Ghost Officer B also agreed. Yes, Boss Chin, the food you cook is delicious. Everyone likes it very much. Chin Yuni smiled and said, Thank you for the compliment. As long as everyone enjoys the meal, that's fine. If you have any suggestions or comments, feel free to tell me so I can improve. Okay, Boss Chin, don't worry. We will definitely help you maintain order. Ghost Officer A said. Then I'll trouble you 2 brothers. Chin Yuni said gratefully. The 2 ghost officials stood by for a long time holding lunch boxes. During this period, Chin Yuni gave the position of selling lunch boxes to Lin Sui and went to collect letters. She moved a table and put it away, and the ghost in front of her immediately helped to bring the stool over. Chin Yuni saw this and said, Thank you. You're welcome, Boss Chin. When the ghost saw Chin Yuni smiling at him, he scratched his head embarrassedly, and one of his eye orb almost fell out. He immediately pressed it back when he noticed something was wrong, and carefully looked at Chin Yuni's expression. Seeing that she didn't look strange, he thought she didn't see it, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Don't scare Boss Chin. Chin Yuni actually saw it just now, and her heart beat faster, but she pretended to be calm and looked away, pretending that she didn't see anything just now. Sure enough, as soon as she turned around, she found that the ghost, whose eye orb were almost falling out, was looking at her cautiously. Chin Yuni immediately smiled at him and asked, What's wrong? The ghost stammered back, No, nothing. Then he stood in the line again. She faintly heard other ghosts saying to him, I told you to do it better. You almost scared Boss Chin just now. If you scare Boss Chin away, who will we find to help deliver letters in the future? Where in the underworld can you find such delicious box lunches? The ghost cried, You can't blame me for this. I asked my boss to fix it, but my problem is quite serious, and it will take several attempts to fix it. Forget it. You better be careful, and don't lose your eyes again. Tell other ghosts to be careful too, and don't scare Boss Chin.
No.
Chin Yuni guessed from their intermittent words that they might have done the repairs in order not to scare her, so those who had some financial resources did so. No wonder the ghosts she saw these days didn't seem so scary anymore. At least it's not as scary as it was at the beginning. She thought she was just used to it, but it turned out that they were carefully protecting her. Chin Yuni felt a warm current in his heart. They are all a group of cute ghosts. It turns out that what is scary is not the appearance, but the heart. People with kind hearts are not scary, whether they are human or ghost. Because even if they become ghosts, they will be careful not to scare others. Those who are evil at heart are equally scary whether they are human or become ghosts. Chin Yuni sat down and started to receive and register the letters. Not long after, an elderly, thin ghost timidly asked, Boss Chin, I heard that you can have a few ghosts work together on one order, right? Chin Yuni nodded and said softly, Okay, but since we need to put them together, it's better to have people who are familiar with each other and close to each other, so it will be more convenient. Hearing this, he hesitated. I don't know other ghosts. Chin Yuni stopped what he was doing and looked at the ghost in front of him. He was wearing a very ordinary old man's shirt, and his pants were loose and obviously didn't fit him well. There was an obvious blood scab on his forehead, and it was obvious that he died from falling and hitting his head. Most of those who choose to group purchase do not have much money. Therefore, Chin Yuni suggested, if this is the case, you can join forces with other ghosts. If the distance is far and the other party's family is unwilling to help, the letter may be lost. If this is the case, won't the money be wasted? My suggestion is that there are many ghosts lined up here. You can see if there are any familiar ghosts. If there are, it will be more cost-effective and safer for you to join together. Her words made the other party even more hesitant. Then I'll go look for it. After saying that, he turned and left. The ghost behind the ghost just now saw him leave and muttered, "If you don't have money, don't send it." Chin Yuni looked at the ghost's back as he left. Maybe something happened? What could it be? We write to our families to express our thoughts and ask them to burn more money. What else could it be? Those who can afford to pay several thousand ghost money to send their children at least have some money. At least they are not particularly poor. Otherwise, they would not write to their families. The accommodation fee of 20 ghost money a day is enough to cover their expenses. Hearing this, Chin Yuni didn't think any more about it. After all, this was the fact. Generally, there are only 4 to 5 people delivering the items on behalf of others, and each order costs 2,000 ghost money, which means you can live in the underworld for several months. There are also some jobs in the underworld that can earn some pocket money. As long as you are not lazy, you can live a relatively comfortable life in the underworld. Plus, most family members would burn some money during every festival, so even if the tax rate in the underworld was high, generally there would still be a lot left over throughout the year. It's just that some may have to wait in line for a long time, and the younger generations usually only remember those within 3 generations. They don't know what the older generations were called, and no one burns them. But it is still easy to work in the underworld to earn some accommodation expenses. Most of those who often come to Chin Yuni to eat box lunches have a lot of spare money. A box of hers costs only 12 ghost coins, and if you eat every day for a month, it will only cost 300 or 400 ghost coins. Add the accommodation fee of about 600 yuan and the incense money, and you will only spend 1,000 ghost coins a month. Chin Yuni had asked Bai Luo before. Some jobs in the underworld can earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month if you work hard. If you don't want to die but still work, you can get hundreds of underworld money a month even if you work for 3 days and rest for 2 days. As long as you do not do nothing and your family does not spend a lot of money on you, you will have a place in the underworld. If you work hard and save up money and join forces with others to deliver the goods, it won't take long. Chin Yuni thought so and ignored the ghost and continued to collect money and letters. I don't know when the ghosts left. The line in front of her was filled with more and more ghosts. The news of her delivery business has spread more widely in the past 2 days, and almost most of the ghosts have heard about it. Although there are still many ghosts who are skeptical, more and more ghosts are lining up. When Chin Yuni accidentally raised her head to relax her neck, she found a familiar face inside. It was one of the bosses who had given her 20,000 ghost money before. Chin Yuni remembered that they seemed to be 2 brothers with the surname Qian. Qian discovered that Chin Yuni saw him and greeted her, but because the distance was far, he did not shout. Chin Yuni also smiled at them. When it was their turn, Qian paid 100,000 ghost money directly but said, "Boss Chin, this is a deposit. Can we find a place to chat alone after you're done?" Chin Yuni nodded. "Of course. Do you want to place a special order?"
Qian da was embarrassed.
"Yes, but it's not convenient to talk about it here, so I may have to wait for you to finish your work." "Okay, give me an address, and I'll come find you when I'm done here." After Qianda gave Chin Yuni the address, he left. It was an hour or 2 later when Chin Yuni finished his work. She put away the paper money and the notebook in her bag and said to Lin Sui, "Lin Sui, I'm going to talk to Boss Qian about something. I'll be back soon." Lin Sui hadn't finished selling yet, and when he heard her words, he quickly said, "Okay, go ahead. I'll clean up here in a while." Chin Yuni went to the address given by Qianda and found that it was in the villa area, which was not in the same area as the great monster. As soon as she rang the doorbell, Qianda seemed to have been waiting for her. He opened the door quickly when he heard the doorbell. "Boss Chin, you're here." Qianda greeted him warmly. "Come in and sit down." Chin Yuni smiled and shouted, "Boss Qian." As he walked in, he asked, "Boss Qian, what special order do you need me to help you deliver to your family?" When Qianda mentioned this, his face darkened slightly. "I got news that my family might be in trouble recently." Qianda rubbed his face and continued, "Although our family is not very rich, we're still well known in City B. Recently, I got reliable news that our family has suffered a bloody disaster. Someone found a master and put something in our house. There have been similar cases before, where our car was tampered with, or the factory machines were made into mobile phones, but every time I relied on dreams to help them avoid danger successfully. But recently I have run out of dreams to use, and it just so happens that you have this business, so I was thinking about whether I could ask you to help them pass on a message, and by the way, help me send some things to City B. Qian Da's eyes were firm. Don't worry. This is just a talisman I bought for my family to use as a safety net. You can pass on the message and leave after handing it over to them. I promise that you will not be implicated in anything. In addition to the price you set, I will give you an extra talisman that you can use to save your life at a critical moment to ensure that you will not be harmed on this trip. Qin Yuni was still a little hesitant at first, but after hearing the last sentence, she only thought for 2 seconds and nodded, okay. Qian De heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this.
Thank you.
I'll transfer the exact amount of ghost money for this trip to City B to you. Qin Yuni thought for a few seconds and then said, 500,000. Pay 50% as a deposit first and the remaining 50% after the deal is done. If it's just a simple delivery, 200,000 yuan would be enough. But even if you have talisman paper to protect your life, there are too many uncontrollable factors in this order. Qianda thought about it for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I'll transfer the remaining 150,000 deposit to you now. He took out his cell phone and paid the remaining deposit to Qin Yuni. Then he told Qin Yuni what he was going to bring and took out something tightly wrapped in cloth and handed it to her, along with a letter. Finally, he took out a piece of talisman paper and handed it to her. You must always carry this talisman with you. It can save your life at a critical moment. This matter is urgent, so I hope you can go there as soon as possible. Qin Yuni solemnly took the talisman paper, put the things in the bag, remembered everything he said, and said, I understand that you can't delay this matter. I will leave when I get back. Let's add each other as friends first, and you can send me the specific address. Qianda bowed to her and said, I'm counting on you. Qin Yuni waved his hand and left. When she returned to the dining car, Lin Sui had already packed up. Seeing her serious face, it was probably related to the boss she had just gone to see, but he couldn't ask about the boss's affairs. Qin Yuni thought about it and decided to go to Tiandi Bank, deposited all the money, and sent a message to the King of Hell. Qin Yuni, Lord Yama, I would like to ask for leave for about 2 days. I need to go out. After she sent the message to the King of Hell, she told Lin Sui, please go to my grandmother's place and tell her that I have to go on a long trip these 2 days and may not have time to go. Also, if ghosts come to you tomorrow, remember to tell them so that they don't make a wasted trip these 2 days. If nothing goes wrong, I will be back tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest. If you can place an order on Taobao, please do so. If you don't have a mobile phone and are in a hurry to place an order, I can give you the money first and send it out the day after tomorrow. Lin Sui nodded and said, okay. Then he said, Boss Qin, do you trust me so much? Qin Yuni looked at him in confusion. Lin Sui explained, you asked them to give me the money. Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? Qin Yuni said nonchalantly, oh, if you really run away with the money, you will be a fugitive who embezzled the money of the underworld, and the ghost messenger will help me catch you back. You are welcome to run away with the money. I just want to see the execution ability of the underworld. Who will run faster? You, or they will catch you back faster. After she finished speaking, she smiled and gave him a cheering gesture.
Lin Sui.
This boss is horrible. Qin Yuni saw that he was frightened and was about to tell him not to be afraid, but then he received a message from the King of Hell. She opened it and saw only one word. Yan Wenjing, yes. Qin Yuni curled his lips and said, okay, the King of Hell has always been so cold. After talking to Lin Sui, Qin Yuni returned home. She got home, put her things in the house, and just as she was packing up and getting ready to go out, she heard the bell ring. Qin Yuni was a little surprised. Didn't she tell the King of Hell that she was going out? Why is his servant here again? Just as she was about to go out to see what was going on, the King of Hell's servant came in through the wall and shouted, Miss Qin. Qin Yuni, are you here to get the lunchbox? I told the king of hell that I have to go out for something in the next 2 days. The waiter brought a milky white jade pendant to Qin Yuni. I am here on the orders of the king of hell to bring this to Miss Qin. Qin Yuni asked doubtfully, why did the king of hell give me this? The waiter said, the king of hell didn't say anything. He just told Miss Qin to wear it with her. Qin Yuni didn't say anything after hearing this, but just nodded, oh. She casually put the jade pendant into her pocket, and when the waiter saw that she accepted it, he left. Qin Yuni told Aunt Wang and the others to rest for 2 days. Then she went out and took a bus to the city. On the way, she bought the nearest plane ticket to City B. I rushed through security at the last minute and finally caught the plane. It was almost dawn when Qin Yuni arrived in City B. He only had some airplane meals on the plane that night. She booked a hotel in advance and called the hotel as soon as she got off the plane. So as soon as she walked out of the airport, the driver sent by the hotel to pick her up called her and asked her where she was. Qin Yuni gave the address to the driver, who quickly came to pick her up and took her back to the hotel. The next morning, Qin Yuni took a taxi to the address Qian Dashua mentioned. When Qin Yuni got out of the car and saw the luxurious villa in front of him, he was so shocked that he didn't speak for several seconds. She didn't expect that Qian said their family was quite wealthy, but this was the way they were wealthy. Just then, the door opened from the inside. A woman dressed elegantly in a royal blue cheongsam said to a wealthy lady standing next to her who was also dressed elegantly, look, given the relationship between our two families, do we really need to send these gifts? The rich lady smiled and said, I just happened to get this thing a few days ago, so I thought of giving it to you to play with. If you don't like it, I won't give it to you again in the future. You said the same thing last time. This is the last time. If you send it again next time, I won't even let you into the house. Although the woman in the blue cheongsam said this, it was obvious that the two had a good relationship. Mrs. Fu smiled and replied, okay.
As you say.
Okay, don't send me off. The car is parked outside. The woman in the blue cheongsam said, okay, come and visit when you are free. When Mrs. Fu left, she glanced at Qin Yuni, but didn't pay much attention. The woman in the blue cheongsam was about to go in, and when she saw a little girl named Qin Yuni at their door, she thought she was lost and asked, little girl, who are you looking for? Qin Yuni raised a faint smile at the corner of his lips and said in a neither humble nor arrogant tone, you should be Aunt Li, right? My name is Qin Yuni, and I was entrusted by Uncle Qian to bring you something and a message, by the way. Qin Yuni handed a letter and a token to the other party and explained, Uncle Qian asked me to give you this letter and this. He said you will understand after reading it. The woman in the blue cheongsam was originally wary of Qin Yuni, but when she heard that she was there to help deliver something, she relaxed a little. However, when she saw Qin Yuni take out the token of love that she had given to Qianda when they were in love, she looked at Qin Yuni with more vigilance. It was because when Qianda died, she buried this keepsake together with his ashes with her own hands. She held the door handle with one hand and took out her cell phone with the other hand, ready to call the police. She asked with a hint of caution, who are you? How did you get this thing? What is your purpose in coming here? The smile on Qin Yuni's face froze instantly, and she quickly explained, Aunt Li, please be patient. Or you can read the letter first and then make a decision. After looking at Qin Yuni for a while, Mrs. Li hesitated for a while and finally reached out to take the letter and token from Qin Yuni's hand. Seeing that she accepted the letter, Qin Yuni breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that these 500,000 are not so easy to earn. When Mrs. Li saw the familiar handwriting and tone, her eyes moistened slightly, and then her expression changed. After a while, she gathered all her emotions and wiped her eyes. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. It's been so long since I received a letter from him. This is indeed written by Lao Qian, but isn't he dead? Why would he ask you to deliver the letter to me? Look at me. I was so busy talking that I didn't even invite you in. Please come in. Please come in quickly. As she spoke, she moved aside to let Qin Yuni in. Qin Yuni walked into the villa, which was even more luxurious than what he saw from the outside. He only took a glance and said, he also asked me to tell you something. Is there a place where we can talk? Mrs. Li followed in. There were many servants busy in the villa. Aunt Lee led Qin Yuni upstairs. Arriving in the study, Mrs. Lee carefully put away the letter and the keepsake in the cabinet. Sitting on the leather chair, sit anywhere. Mrs. Lee looked at Qin Yuni and asked, "Where is Lao Qian now?" Although I watched him cremated with my own eyes and buried his ashes with my own hands, I have dreamed of him several times before. Thanks to his reminders, our family has escaped several disasters. But your appearance has given me hope that he is not dead? Qin Yuni handed over the things Qianda had wrapped in cloth and explained, "He is indeed dead. He has opened a shop in the underworld now, and his business is pretty good. I can go to the underworld for a special reason. This is what he asked me to bring to you. He got the news that you were going to have a bloody disaster, and someone hired a feng shui master to target you, so he specially asked me to make this trip. He should have told you the rest in the letter." Mrs. Lee took the thing wrapped in cloth. Her face darkened. "That's true, but I didn't expect it to be her. We treated her well. It can be said that their family is where they are today, all thanks to Qianda's help. I didn't expect that only a few years after old Qian passed away, he actually wanted to kill my whole family." Qin Yuni remained silent upon hearing this and did not respond. This was someone else's family affair, and she just had to fulfill her duty and bring the things over. "The more you know, the faster you die." "Mrs. Lee, sorry, I couldn't help but say more." Qin Yuni shook his head. "I was just thinking about something and didn't pay attention to what you said." Mrs. Lee laughed when she heard this. She looked at Qin Yuni again. "You are an interesting girl. You were chosen by Mr. Qian to deliver the letter. I think he trusts you. Little girl, do you have a boyfriend? My son is about the same age as you. If you don't have a boyfriend, why don't you take a look at him?" Qin Yuni blushed and pulled the corners of her mouth awkwardly. "I still have a lot of things to do, so I don't have the energy to think about those things for now." She sighed with some regret. "Yes, a pretty girl like you is unlikely to have no suitors. Your name is Qin Yuni, right? Stay and have a quick meal together. I have something to ask you." Qin Yuni remembered Qianda's worries, thought about it, and agreed. Mrs. Lee went downstairs and asked the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes. She also asked about Qin Yuni's taste. Then he did as Qianda said, and asked the servants to take out all the items that the woman had sent. Qin Yuni looked at the several antiques placed on the table, each of which looked very valuable. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really true that if there is drought, you will die of drought, and if there is flood, you will die of flood. Each of these is worth at least tens of millions, but many people cannot earn even 1 million in their entire lives. I couldn't help but sigh when I thought about this. But when Qin Yuni looked closely, she found that 2 or 3 of the antiques were emitting black air and a faint energy, which made her take a step back uncomfortably. "All the things she sent are here. Old Qian only said that there was something harmful to the Qian family hidden in the things she sent, but he didn't say which one it was. The earliest ones were delivered more than a year ago, and the most recent one was delivered this morning." After she finished speaking, she thought for a moment and said, "Since we don't know which one it is, why not just throw them all away?" Qin Yuni thought about what happened to Lin Yang last time. She also saw the black aura on him at that time, and something happened not long after. Is it the same with the black aura she saw this time? Qin Yuni hesitated and said, "Aunt Lee, when were these 3 delivered?" Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lee turned her gaze to the 3 antiques that Qin Yuni was pointing at. These 3 were delivered recently. This bottle was delivered last month, this painting was delivered half a month ago, and the jade plate was delivered this morning. You should have seen it this morning. She delivered it. After all, Mrs. Lee was also a person who started from scratch with Qianda. When she heard her ask this question and thought of what Qianda said, her mind suddenly changed. Mrs. Lee didn't believe that it was such a coincidence that the 3 closest ones were picked out from so many antiques, and these 3 were not placed together. She couldn't help but understand why Qianda asked this girl to come. It turned out that she had some skills. Mrs. Lee thought of this and immediately asked, "Are there any problems with these 3? Qin Yuni nodded hesitantly. "These 3 give me an uncomfortable feeling." Mrs. Lee's face darkened when she heard this, and she ordered, "Sister Wang, take these 2 out and smash them. Also, take this painting and burn it." Sister Wang responded, "Yes, ma'am." Not long after the two of them sat down, there was a sudden scream outside. Chin Yuni and Mrs. Lee immediately ran out quickly after hearing the sound. When they arrived, they were shocked by what they saw. The ground was full of broken bottles and a mess. Sister Wang fell to the side, looking very embarrassed. Mrs. Lee's face changed drastically when she saw what was on the ground. She pointed at the small rag doll in horror, her mouth wide open, but she couldn't utter a complete sentence. This. Chin Yuni approached cautiously and observed carefully. She was surprised to find that among the broken pieces of the bottle, there was a small and exquisite doll lying there quietly. The doll was wrapped in a piece of blood-stained cloth with a person's birth date clearly written on it. What's even more creepy is that there is a needle as thin as a hair stuck in the doll's body, which is almost imperceptible if you don't look closely. Although Chin Yuni didn't know what this meant, she could feel intuitively that this was definitely not a good thing. Her face instantly darkened, and she reached out without hesitation and smashed another jade plate next to her to the ground. However, what was unexpected was that there was something hidden in that jade plate as well. Chin Yuni then burned the painting again. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the painting seemed to twist, and he could faintly hear a sharp cry. She looked around and didn't see anything unusual. At this time, the painting also started to burn and soon turned into ashes. After being frightened, Mrs. Lee held onto the stone pillar next to her and gasped for breath. Chin Yuni walked over, supported her, and asked softly, "Are you okay?" She shook her head, her voice a little hoarse and trembling. I'm fine." Chin Yuni helped her into the house, sat her on the sofa, and asked the servant to pour her a glass of water. At this time, the other servants also helped Sister Wang in. Mrs. Lee's hands were still a little cold. She held the steaming cup as if she was grabbing a lifeline and took a sip with trembling hands. The warm water flowed down my throat into my stomach, and my body felt slightly better. Mrs. Lee was so angry that her face turned blue, her chest heaving, and she shouted angrily, "Shang Mingyue really has such vicious thoughts." Chin Yuni quickly supported her and comforted her. "Aunt Lee, don't be angry. Your health is important." Mrs. Lee took a few deep breaths, calmed down a little, turned around and ordered the servants behind her, "Burn all those things outside and throw them away. The farther the better. Also, don't let anyone know what happened today. Anyone who violates this will be fired. I'll sue you for breach of contract." The servants had just heard the noise and seen what happened outside. They were all a little scared, but there was nothing they could do as they couldn't afford to pay such a high penalty for breach of contract, so they responded in unison and quickly went outside to clean up the debris. After giving the instructions, Mrs. Lee finally recovered. Mrs. Lee looked at Chin Yuni, held her hand, and said gratefully, "It's all thanks to you today. If you hadn't brought the news today, I'm afraid she would have succeeded in her plan." Chin Yuni smiled and shook her head. "Aunt Lee, you are too kind. I am just doing my duty as someone entrusted me with this." Mrs. Lee looked at Chin Yuni seriously and shook her head. "If you hadn't brought the news in time, what would it have been useful for old Qian to know about it? Since he chose you to bring the news, it means he can't do anything about it. But you can definitely send the news later. But by then, I'm afraid it won't be long before I go to see old Qian." She sighed. "I never thought that there would be a day when an eagle would peck my eyes. The doll has my birth date on it. Not many people know it, and Shang Mingyue is one of them. I didn't expect that she would use it against me. Shang Mingyue and I were actually college classmates. We didn't keep in touch after graduation until 10 years ago, when I saw her being harassed by a customer in a store. I gave her some money to invest in her husband's business. As a result, her family got involved with ours and slowly started to get better. A few years ago, when Lao Qian was still alive, his family learned that Lao Qian liked to collect antiques, so they specially sent one here. Gradually, they sent one every 1 or 2 years, and we got used to it." Mrs. Lee slammed the sofa in anger and said, "Recently, she said she met a seller who had a lot of good stuff. They made some money and sent some to me every now and then. I didn't expect she would have such thoughts." Chin Yuni reminded, "Uncle Qian gave you the thing wrapped in cloth and told you to always carry it with you. she murmured, turning around and heading upstairs. Yes, yes, I'll get it and put it on me now. Meanwhile, a man in a black Taoist robe was swearing to Shang Mingyue, don't worry, as long as she keeps those 3 items at home, within 3 months, she will definitely become weak and sick and will have hallucinations because of the painting and eventually die. However, the next second, he suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, puff, cough, cough. He shouted angrily, "Who is it? Who on earth was it? Who discovered and ruined my plan?" Shang Mingyue immediately asked nervously, "Master, did she find out? Did she find out? Didn't you say it was foolproof? How come she found out right after I sent it over?" The man called Master bit his finger and drew a talisman in the air, closing his eyes and muttering something. Qin Yuni didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable and panicked. She subconsciously looked upstairs. The next second, she heard a scream from upstairs. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no! It was Aunt Lee. She immediately ran upstairs. As soon as I reached the stairs, I saw Mrs. Lee standing there in a daze, dazed and distracted. Qin Yuni saw that she was fine, so he slowly walked over and asked with a slight breath, "Aunt Lee, what happened?" After Qin Yuni asked, he discovered that there was a pile of ashes at Mrs. Lee's feet. I don't know either. I was just about to put the talisman that Lao Qian gave me on my body, but the talisman paper caught fire in my hand, and I subconsciously let go of it because of the burn.
Mrs. Lee said blankly.
After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and was surprised to find that the talisman paper she had just taken had disappeared, leaving only a pile of ashes at her feet. "Mrs. Lee, where's the talisman paper I just took?" Qin Yuni's gaze fell on the ashes at her feet, and she vaguely felt that it was the talisman paper that saved Mrs. Lee's life just now. If Mrs. Lee hadn't come up and took the talisman paper in her hand, maybe now. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain what happened to her sudden ominous premonition just now, and how could the talisman paper turn into ashes? Mrs. Lee obviously realized what was happening, and her face suddenly became ugly. "Old Qian told me to carry the talisman paper with me to save my life. Now the talisman paper has turned into ashes. Does this prove that she attacked me? Hurry, call the young master and ask him to come back." She suddenly thought of something and shouted anxiously, with a bit of panic and anxiety in her voice. After saying this, her expression recovered a little, and she murmured to herself, "No, that's not right. I'll go. Mrs. Lee hurriedly turned around and returned to the room, tightly holding the wrapped talismans in her hands. Having already used one, she now took out 2 more, placing one carefully on herself and preparing to take the other to her son. Qin Yuni saw that she looked dazed and was extremely worried, fearing that something might happen to her. He hurriedly followed her closely, stretched out his hand to hold her, to ensure her safety. The driver drove the vehicle quickly to the company, speeding all the way. In the car, Mrs. Lee kept calling her son, but no one answered. This made her face even uglier. Her brows were furrowed, and she clenched the phone tightly in her hand, as if she wanted to crush it. In desperation, she turned to calling her son's secretary. However, no one responded, which made Mrs. Lee even more flustered. Mrs. Lee urged anxiously, "Xiao Song, drive faster, drive faster." Her tone revealed endless anxiety and tension. As time went by, Mrs. Lee's emotions gradually got out of control. She shouted angrily, "Shang Mingyue had better not do anything to my son. Otherwise, I will kill her." Qin Yuni quickly comforted him. "Don't worry. Maybe he was in a meeting and muted his phone, so he didn't hear the call. The more anxious you are, the more confused it will be. Didn't we just see your son's birth date in the fragments? Maybe the other party hasn't had time to attack your son yet?" Mrs. Lee obviously heard it. She took deep breaths and tried to calm herself down. "You're right. I can't mess around. If I do, I'll just fall into that woman's trap." 10 minutes later, the car stopped at the company gate. Mrs. Lee opened the door and walked quickly towards the company. When the receptionist saw Mrs. Lee, she quickly stood up and respectfully called out, "Madam." But Mrs. Lee was only thinking about going upstairs to find her son as soon as possible and didn't pay any attention to him. Qin Yuni glanced around casually and suddenly said, Your son should be fine. Mrs. Lee was anxiously waiting for the elevator. When she heard this, she turned her head sharply and asked anxiously why. Qin Yuni explained patiently, You see, the staff at the front desk are all very calm. If something really happened to Mr. Qian, they would definitely not be so calm when they see you. After hearing these words, Mrs. Lee felt relieved, but her body seemed to have lost all its strength. She leaned against the elevator weakly, muttering to herself, I'm glad you're okay. Luckily you are here. Lao Qian, and I only have this one precious son. If anything happens to him, how can I go to the underworld to meet Lao Qian? Qin Yuni, you don't have to blame yourself too much. You are too concerned and confused. This just proves that you are a good mother. Mrs. Lee smiled bitterly and shook her head. How can I be considered a good mother? When I was young, I only cared about my career and neglected to take care of Rui's. By the time I realized the problem, he had grown up and Lao Qian had left us. Now we are left alone, an orphan and a widow, to depend on each other. With a ding, the elevator arrived. Qin Yuni carefully helped Aunt Lee into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed and opened again after reaching the designated floor. After exiting the elevator, the conference room is diagonally opposite. Through the transparent glass wall, you can vaguely see that an important meeting is taking place inside. In the spacious and bright conference room, a group of people in suits and ties sat together with focused expressions. Sitting in the first seat was Mrs. Lee's son. His young face revealed a calmness and confidence that did not match his age. He leaned slightly in his comfortable chair, his eyes fixed on the large screen in front of him, his fingers twirling the pen in his hand casually and lazily. Suddenly, he glanced outside the meeting room and fixed his gaze on the two people standing there. His eyes instantly became sharp, and his expression was slightly surprised. Qian Rui's quickly raised his hand to signal a pause in the meeting, then stood up and walked out of the meeting room quickly. His steps were steady and powerful, as if he carried an invisible aura. When he walked to the door, his tone was full of confusion. Mom? Why are you here? As he finished speaking, his gaze naturally fell on the strange woman beside his mother. She stood there quietly. She was very beautiful, the type that could attract people's attention at first sight. Her skin is as white as snow, her facial features are delicate and picturesque, especially her eyes, which are particularly eye-catching. She has a tall and slender figure, and even when she is wearing simple casual clothes, she is still eye-catching. But seeing that she was standing with his mother at this moment, and their behavior seemed somewhat intimate, it was a little abnormal. He had never heard her mother say that she knew such a woman, and he couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. He frowned and looked at the strange woman carefully, trying to find some clues from her expression and behavior. However, she just looked at him quietly, with no expression on her face, making it difficult to guess what she was thinking. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Who are you? There was a hint of inquiry and caution in his voice. Mrs. Lee introduced with a smile, This is Miss Qin Yuni Qin. I am grateful for her presence today. If not, you might not be able to see me now. Miss Qin, this is my son, Qian Rui's, who is 25 years old this year. She deliberately leaned close to Qin Yuni's ear and whispered, He has been single since birth. If you like him, just go with him. Qin Yuni subconsciously glanced at Qian Rui's when she heard this. Aunt Lee. Just as she was about to refuse, she heard Qian Rui's shouting helplessly, Mom, can you please stop advertising this? Do you want everyone to know that your son has been single since birth and that it's an honor? Mrs. Lee got angry when she mentioned this matter. You still know that it's shameful? You are already in your 20s, and I haven't seen you bring a girlfriend back to me. I think Miss Qin is a good person, but with your personality, I'm afraid Miss Qin won't like you. Qian Rui's. Qin Yuni saw that the two were about to argue, so he quickly reminded them, Aren't you here to give your son something? Oh, yes. Mrs. Lee then remembered the important matter. She took out a yellow talisman paper from her bag and carefully put it into her son's pocket. She said, Remember to keep this with you at all times. You can't take it off except when you take a bath. She didn't know how to explain to Qian Rui's about Qin Yuni and his father, and since this was not the place to talk, she didn't say much. Now that she saw that he was okay, she felt relieved. Qian Rui's glanced at the things in his pocket and frowned, but he didn't say anything. He just asked in a tense voice with concern what happened. Mrs. Li glanced at the people in the conference room who were pretending not to pay attention but were listening intently and said, "This is not the place to talk. Let's have lunch together at noon. This is a good opportunity for me to thank Miss Qin." Qian Rui's nodded slightly. "Okay, I'll ask my secretary to take you to my office to wait for me for a while. I'll take you out to eat after the meeting." Mrs. Li waved her hand at him and said, "Just go ahead and do your thing. I'll take Miss Qin with me." After saying that, Jinji took Qin Yuni to the president's office. Qian Rui stared at Qin Yuni's back for a few seconds, then retracted his gaze and returned to the meeting room. When they were almost at the office, Qin Yuni stopped and said to Mrs. Li, "Aunt Li, since you and Mr. Qian are both fine now, it's almost time for me to go back." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Li hurriedly grabbed her hand and tried to persuade her to stay. "Why are you leaving? It's still early. I'll ask Rui's to take you home after dinner. You have to eat this meal. If you weren't here with me today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be alive. You have to let me treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Only then will I feel at ease." Qin Yuni repeatedly declined. "Really, Aunt Li, it's just a matter of convenience, and Uncle Qian has already paid for it. He paid, and I think it's my way of expressing my gratitude. If you leave now, you are deliberately trying to make me feel guilty," Mrs. Li said earnestly. Seeing that she was so persistent, Qin Yuni felt embarrassed to refuse and had to nod and agree. In the office, Mrs. Li held Qin Yuni's hand tightly, her eyes full of sincerity and expectation, and said, "I really like you, little girl. Don't you really want to consider my son? Although he is sometimes a little cool, a little cocky, and a little childish, he can still be kept if he changes. The key is that he is smart, looks good, and has an excellent ability to make money. I like you so much. You can rest assured that I absolutely support your free love and will never interfere in your affairs." Qin Yuni almost couldn't help laughing when she heard Mrs. Li complaining about her son, but she replied helplessly, "Annie, I really don't have the idea of falling in love. Besides, I think Mr. Qian is a good person. He will definitely not worry about not finding a girlfriend. He doesn't have a girlfriend now, maybe because he has a more determined goal, and he is temporarily focusing on work and has no time to take care of emotional matters. When the time is right, he will definitely bring back a daughter-in-law that you like." Mrs. Li still did not give up and continued to ask, "Since you think he is good, why don't you try to be with him?" Qin Yuni shouted helplessly. "Aunt Li," seeing Qin Yuni so determined, Mrs. Li finally stopped forcing him and calmed down a little. However, not long after, she couldn't help asking again, "Do you really have no feelings for him at all?"
Qin Yuni shouted speechlessly, "Aunt Li. MRS. Li sighed in disappointment. "Okay."
Qian Rui's appeared at the door of the office at this time. "I asked the secretary to reserve a seat. We can just go there." What greeted him was a look of disdain for Mrs. Li. "You are so useless that you can't even find a daughter-in-law." A strange look flashed across Qian Rui's eyes. He just went to a meeting. What happened? The three of them came to the private room reserved in the restaurant. Mrs. Li was very enthusiastic about Qin Yuni and asked all kinds of questions, ranging from taste to dietary taboos, preferences, and so on. Qian Rui's felt puzzled by his mother's excessive enthusiasm for Qin Yuni. Thinking of what he had not finished saying at the door of the conference room, he asked, "Mom, what did you mean by what you said at the door of the conference room just now?" Mrs. Li said with a bad look on her face, "You know Shang Mingyue, right?" Qian Rui's looked puzzled. What happened to Aunt Shang? Mrs. Li felt as if she had been poked somewhere when she heard this, and she shouted angrily, "Don't call her Aunt Shang. She doesn't deserve it. Your father got the news and asked Miss Qin to bring us a message and something which exposed her conspiracy. I didn't expect that the things she sent on weekdays were all meant to kill me. Fortunately, Miss Qin arrived in time and smashed those things. She also reminded me to carry the talisman with me, which prevented her from succeeding in her scheme. You have no idea how shocked I was today when I saw the talisman paper I was holding turn into a pile of ashes." At this point, Mrs. Li's eyes turned red with anger, and she said angrily, "I have been very kind to her family, but She wants to kill me. Qian Rui's frowned and asked doubtfully, Mom, did you misunderstand something? Aunt Shang has always treated us very well. As he spoke, he glanced at Qin Yuni thoughtfully. Mrs. Li gnashed her teeth and said, that was all her fake. She is a vicious woman. If it weren't for Miss Qin, I might have gone downstairs to accompany your father now. Since she dared to do this, she must be prepared to pay the price. Since I can help her up, I can also take her down. When Mrs. Li said this, it was almost as if she was squeezing out the words from her back teeth, which was enough to show how angry she was at the moment. Qian Rui's nodded and thought, we can discuss that, but my dad has been dead for so many years. Why would he send something to me? Mrs. Li glanced at him and said, Miss Qin brought a letter written by your father, as well as a token of our love. I buried that token with my own hands. I have confirmed all of this. The key is the talisman paper, and the things we found in the porcelain bottle and jade plate that Shang Mingyue sent. Those were all sent by Shang Mingyue herself. No wonder I have trouble sleeping recently and feel weaker than before. I thought it was because I am old, but when I went for a checkup, the doctor said there was nothing wrong. Qian Rui's frowned, looked at her worriedly, and said, why didn't you tell me these things? Mrs. Li sighed and explained, you are so busy every day. Plus, you are so stressed out by the recent company affairs, and you often work overtime. I thought it was just a normal reaction due to my age, so I didn't tell you. Who knew that my reaction during this period was actually caused by that witch? In the beginning, I just had occasional insomnia. When she sent the painting to me for the second time, I seemed to hear some strange noises at night. I guess it was the painting that was causing trouble. Weren't you working overtime at the company during those days? I told you. And you still said I was suspicious. Speaking of this, Qian Rui's remembered that during that period he had been working overtime at the company all day and only slept 3 or 4 hours a day. His mother called him and told him that there were always strange noises at home recently, but he was focused on work at the time and didn't take it too seriously. He just said a few simple words of comfort. Now it seems that he may have really misunderstood this Miss Qin. Qian Rui's has a great advantage, which is that he dares to act and takes responsibility. He stood up and extended his hand to Qin Yuni. I misunderstood you just now.
I'm very sorry.
Please allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Qian Rui's. Thank you very much for saving my mother. Mrs. Li was still immersed in cursing the woman and didn't react for a moment. Didn't she just introduce him? Why did she have to introduce him again? Qin Yuni was stunned for 2 seconds, then stood up, stretched out his hand, and responded. Heko, Qin Yuni. Mrs. Li looked at the two peoples holding hands and suddenly reacted. She didn't know what she was thinking of, but a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. She stood up and held the two peoples holding hands with both hands. That's right. Don't forgive him yet. You must make a fuss about him. Let him treat you to delicious food, buy you nice clothes, shoes, and bags. When Qin Yuni heard this, she immediately realized that Aunt Li had not given up the idea of bringing her up with Qian Rui's. This was not an apology at all. This was clearly the treatment she was given as a girlfriend. She pulled her hand away, but failed. How could Qian Rui's not see what his mother was thinking? He shouted helplessly, Mom, stop it. I don't have that idea. You're embarrassing me. Hearing this, Mrs. Li immediately turned to look at Qin Yuni. Seeing that she was indeed a little embarrassed, she completely gave up the idea. She waved her hands. Forget it. You don't have this intention. No matter how hard I try to bring them together, it's useless. Anyway, Yunya, you saved our family's lives, so you are our family's benefactor. From now on, the Qian family is your family, and Qian Rui's is your brother. Just tell us if you have anything. Upon hearing this, Qian Rui's immediately took out his phone and said, Yes, let's add WeChat. If you have anything, just send me a message or call me. If I'm busy and don't answer, just call my secretary. After saying that, he opened the WeChat QR code. Qin Yuni looked at his actions and hesitated. Aunt Li, you are too polite. I am not a benefactor. I am just doing my duty as entrusted by others. Mrs. Li looked at her lovingly. I know that Lao Qian paid you to send the gift, but Lao Qian didn't ask you, a little girl, to save me, right? In that situation, You could have pretended that you knew nothing, but you still said it, which shows that you are a kind child. Finally, under the enthusiastic invitation of the two, Qin Yuni took out his mobile phone, scanned and added Qian Rui's WeChat account. Mrs. Li saw that Qin Yuni had added her son's WeChat, and she smiled again. She continued, "Oh, yes. I'll go back and burn some paper for Lao Qian and tell him to take good care of you. It must not be easy for a little girl like you to be in the underworld. Didn't you say that he opened a shop in the underworld? Just look for him if you have any problems. If he doesn't help, tell me and I'll see how I deal with him." Alas. It's a pity that Lao Qian didn't give me some offensive talismans. If that doesn't work, a talisman with a backlash effect will do. Just give me these 2 self-defense talismans. When Qian Rui's heard her mother's complaints, he immediately thought of his past life at home, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. When Qin Yuni heard Mrs. Li say that she would deal with Qianda when she went downstairs, the scene of Qianda being chased and beaten by Mrs. Li suddenly appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. Her laughter caught Qian Rui's attention. His eyes fell on her face, and he saw that her eyes were curved with laughter. The corners of her mouth were upturned. 2 blushes appeared on her fair cheeks, and the whole person seemed to be glowing. He couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. At this time, the waiter's voice interrupted Qian Rui's, saying that the dishes were all served. Only then did he pull his thoughts back from his previous state and put away the strange feeling just now, as if it was just an illusion. After dinner, Qian Rui sent them back to the Qian family villa. Qin Yuni left her bag at Qian's house in the morning. Although the bag was not very good, it contained her ID card and other things. She had to go back and get them before she could board the plane. Qian family villa. Qin Yuni took her bag and prepared to say goodbye to Mrs. Li and the others and leave. Mrs. Li came down with an exquisite box. She opened the box and handed a crystal-clear jade bracelet to Qin Yuni with a friendly smile. "This is our first meeting, so I didn't prepare any gifts. This is the bracelet I bought last year. It's in pretty good condition and is perfect for a young girl like you." Qin Yuni's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw the bracelet. The next second, she quickly stretched out her hand and firmly refused. "Aunt Li, this is too expensive. I can't accept it." Mrs. Li said solemnly, "I can't refuse a gift from my elders." Qin Yuni looked embarrassed. Qian Rui's reached out and took the bracelet from Mrs. Li's hand and put it on Qin Yuni. "My mother has many bracelets like this, and the quality is much better than this. This color suits you very well." Qian Rui's leaned close to her ear, lowered his eyes, and somehow his sight fell on her fair ears. He paused and whispered, "She really liked this bracelet when she was taking the photo, but it's a pity that it's not suitable for her at her age. It suits you just fine, and it won't make her feel upset." His sudden approach made Qin Yuni feel uncomfortable and wanted to hide back. But she heard Mrs. Li shouting angrily, "Qian Rui's, don't think I didn't hear you say I'm old. Why did I give birth to such a horrible thing like you?" Then he went to beat him. How could Qian Rui stand there and let her hit him? He dodged and said, "Mom, didn't you say you were old?" "I said what you said, but you were not satisfied." Seeing Mrs. Li chasing Qian Rui's, Qin Yuni didn't even have time to take care of the bracelet on her wrist and hurried to comfort Mrs. Li. All of a sudden, all kinds of noises were heard in the living room. When Qin Yuni wanted to take off the bracelet again, it seemed that he could not find a reason. However, at this moment, she paid no attention to the quarrel between the two. Mrs. Li gave Qian Rui's a look. "You've cooperated well this time." Qian Rui's raised his eyebrows. "Don't you care who I inherited my acting skills from? My mom has given me everything, so naturally as the older brother, I can't fall behind." Qian Rui's took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over. "This is my gift. I don't know what you girls like. The card password is 66s. You can buy according to your preferences." Qin Yuni was slightly stunned. His eyes fell on the bank card, and he was a little at a loss for a moment. Looking at the card, I was hesitant to speak. Are rich people so practical? Do they like to give bank cards as gifts? Seeing that she was just staring at the card and not taking it, Qian Rui's noticed her hesitation, and without giving her too much time to think, he directly stuffed the card into her hand. Qin Yuni's fingers were forced to hold the card. The cold and hard touch of the card made her feel a little helpless. Just as she was about to return it, she heard Qian Rui say, "I can't take back what I give out. If you don't want it, just throw it in the trash can outside." Qin Yuni. Why does this sound so familiar? I'm acting the role of a domineering president with her. Oh no, he is the domineering president. She turned to look at Mrs. Li, wanting to give her the card, but happened to see Mrs. Li giving Qian Rui's a thumbs up. Mrs. Li didn't expect to be caught, so she pretended that her thumb was uncomfortable and moved her fingers to cover it up. "Oh, my thumb is a little uncomfortable again. Let me move it." Qin Yuni's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. "Auntie, this is too obvious." Okay. You can't return it after you receive it." Mrs. Li put the card in her bag, pushed Qin Yuni, and said very quickly, "Aren't you in a hurry to catch the plane? Rui's, why don't you send Yuni off quickly?" Qian Rui's put his hands in his pockets and said to her, "Let's go." Mrs. Li waved her hand at her and said, "Come and see Annie when you have time." Qin Yuni turned around and responded, "Okay." As soon as Qin Yuni and Qian Rui's walked out of the room, they saw the wealthy woman who appeared with Mrs. Li in the morning. She was the instigator of this incident. Shang Mingyue. Next to her stood a man in a black robe, holding something in his hand and muttering something. Shang Mingyue was trying to spy on the situation in the room furtively, and she never expected Qin Yuni and Qian Rui's to suddenly open the door. The master clearly said that as long as the jade plate was sent to the Qian family, within a few months at most, accidents would happen to the Qian family one after another, and the woman she hated the most would collapse within a month or two at most. But she didn't expect that the master was still confidently telling her that something bad would happen to the Qian family soon, but in the next second the master vomited blood. The master then cast a spell and directly took Li Yuan's life, but later told her that Li Yuan seemed to still be alive. In addition, her husband received frequent order cancellation calls today, but when she asked them the reasons, they were all vague. Shang Mingyue guessed that it was probably related to what happened in the morning. But no news came out of the Qian family, so she had no choice but to go with the master to investigate the situation in person. As long as Li Yuan died, even if she was retaliated by the Qian family, it would only be a last struggle. As long as their family could hold on for another month, once Qian Rui's died, their family would be able to merge with the Qian family and take all of the Qian family's resources for themselves. What she didn't expect was that they ran into Qian Rui's before they could find out anything. As soon as Qian Rui's saw Shang Mingyue, his face immediately turned cold, and he asked her, "What are you doing?" Shang Mingyue subconsciously wanted to explain, but seeing that Qian Rui's expression was not right, she guessed that he must know about the Qian family's affairs. Since he came back, it was likely that even if Li Yuan was not dead, she would not live long. Thinking of this, Shang Mingyue suddenly felt a little proud. Unexpectedly, the master suddenly knelt down in the direction of Qin Yuni with a look of horror on his face and begged for mercy, shouting loudly, "No, don't come over. I was only hired to deal with this family for money, and I didn't know you were here. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Qin Yuni was confused. "What are you doing? What's going on?" Qin Yuni was suddenly bowed to like this, and she subconsciously dodged to the side. She was still young and didn't want to have her lifespan shortened by someone kneeling to her. Qian Rui's did not expect this to happen. As soon as Qin Yuni dodged, he was hit by the man in black. Just then, Shang Mingyue realized that the little girl she saw in the morning was also there, still with Qian Rui's. Qian Rui's noticed that her eyes fell on Qin Yuni, and was worried that she would vent her anger on Qin Yuni because she failed to harm their family. So he took advantage of his tall stature, stood in front of Qin Yuni, and blocked her completely. Qin Yuni felt a sudden darkness in front of his eyes, and immediately realized that Qian Rui's was protecting him, so he stood behind him obediently, not daring to move. Shang Mingyue was slightly stunned when she saw Qian Rui's blocking the little girl. She thought that the master she invited was actually worshipping this little girl. She thought that she saw this girl in the morning, and as a result, everything went wrong today. It seemed that all this was caused by this little girl. She didn't expect that the thing she had been planning for so long would be messed up by such a little girl. Thinking of this, Zhang Mingyue's face suddenly changed. The man knelt for a long time and found nothing unusual. He raised his head slightly and found that this was just an ordinary girl, not the person he knew. It was just that this girl had the other person's aura. Even so, he didn't dare to do anything. After all, the aura of this little girl is enough to show that she has a close relationship with the other party. The man in black robe got up from the ground and said respectfully to Qin Yuni, "What is your name?" After asking, he slapped himself again, lowered his head, and admitted his fault. "It's my fault. I'm not worthy of asking your name. Don't worry, I'll leave now, and will never appear in front of you again." Qian Rui's now understood that the man was afraid of Qin Yuni, so he knelt and bowed when he saw her. He lowered his voice and leaned close to Qin Yuni's ear and asked, "Do you know him?" Qin Yuni opened his mouth, his eyes full of confusion. "I don't know him." She herself was very confused. She really didn't know what was going on. Hearing this, the black-robed man said respectfully, "Of course you don't know me, but I know the aura on you. It's very powerful." Qin Yuni didn't know what the so-called aura he was talking about was. Could it be that because she often traveled to the underworld, she brought the aura of the underworld? That should be it, otherwise she really couldn't figure out what kind of aura was on her. Qian Ruai said meaningfully, "I didn't expect that you are a master, sister." Qin Yuni coughed twice guiltily after hearing this, and then said in a pretentious manner, "Go away quickly. Don't let me know that you bully ordinary people again." Man in black robe. "Yes." Then he bowed to her respectfully, turned and left. Watching the master she had hired at a great price just pass away, Zhang Mingyue stood there in a daze, suddenly not knowing what to do. All her confidence came from her reliance on the master. Now that the master had run away, she suddenly became at a loss. Zhang Mingyue immediately changed her attitude and pleaded, "Rui's, and he was framed. I don't know him at all. I don't know anything." Qian Ruai straightened his body, sneered, and asked back, "You said that others framed you. Why don't you tell me how they framed you? What did they frame you for? You said you were not familiar with each other. If you were not familiar with each other, why would you come with him? What is your purpose?" Zhang Mingyue stuttered for a long time, but couldn't make any sense. Qian Ruai said meaningfully, "Unless you met at the door." When she heard Qian Rui's last words, her eyes lit up instantly. "Yes, I just ran into him at the door. I really don't know him." Qian Ruai sneered upon hearing this. "You said you met at the door, but your expression just now betrayed you. Not only do you know him, but you also rely on him a lot. Let me guess, he is the one who helped you harm our family, right?" Zhang Mingyue's expression was stiff. "Oei Rui's, what are you talking about?" He approached step by step, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "What did I say that you don't know? You keep saying that you know nothing, but we haven't revealed a word about what happened in our family. How did you know that something happened to our family? And why did you come to my house in advance? Are you here to apologize, or do you want to see if my mother is dead?" The more Qian Ruai spoke, the heavier his tone became, as if every word carried deep questioning and condemnation. As Qian Rui's peppered Zhang Mingyue with questions one after another, his face grew paler and paler. At this moment, a sharp voice sounded, "What are you still doing in our house?" When Mrs. Li heard the sound, she was a little surprised why they hadn't left yet, so she came out of the house. Unexpectedly, she saw Zhang Mingyue at the door, and she was immediately furious. She didn't go to find Zhang Mingyue. "I didn't expect Zhang Mingyue to come to my door on her own initiative. No wonder they have been walking for so long and are still standing at the door. It seems they are being held back by this witch." Zhang Mingyue looked at Mrs. Li, who was intact, her eyes wide open, full of disbelief and shock, and stammered, Are you okay?" Mrs. Li had a sneer on her face and a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. She asked back, "What do you hope will happen to me? Why, are you surprised to see that I'm not dead?" After she finished speaking, she turned around and said to Qian Rui's, who was standing beside her, "Rui's, call the police immediately." When Xiang Mingyue heard Mrs. Li say she was going to call the police, her face changed instantly. She waved her hands in panic and explained, "No, that's not the case, Yuyun. You misunderstood. I'm also a victim. I didn't know there was a problem until just now. We have known each other for many years, and you should know me best. Moreover, our family's achievements today are all due to your support and help. How could I do anything bad to you?" However, Qian Rui's ignored Xiang Mingyue's explanation and called the police without hesitation. Qin Yuni recalled that the things the other party had sent were all either smashed or burned, and all the evidence that could prove the other party's murder was destroyed. What's more, metaphysical events are contrary to the science we have learned, and there is no evidence. Qin Yuni is a little worried that this matter will eventually come to nothing. Qin Yuni hesitated whether to mention this to Qian Rui's. After all, he didn't know about this. Then she heard that the phone call he made seemed to be different from what she thought. Qin Yuni was a little surprised and looked at Qian Rui's with a complicated look. Black, or he is black. Qian Rui's noticed her gaze, turned around and looked over, just in time to meet Qin Yuni's complicated gaze. He must have heard him talking on the phone. Qian Rui said calmly, "I will teach you a lesson today, how to enter the society." Qin Yuni. When Mrs. Li heard Xiang Mingyue talking about the past, her face became increasingly gloomy, with anger flashing in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said, "How dare you bring up the past? I was so blind to lend you money to start a business, and now you have raised a tiger to harm yourself and brought disaster upon yourself." Xiang Mingyue seemed to be touched when she heard this. A hideous smile appeared on her face, and then she burst into laughter. Her laughter was full of ridicule and disdain. "Ha ha! I am dying of laughter. Li Yuan, you are as disgusting as ever." Her carefully maintained face was distorted, and her originally beautiful face now looked particularly ugly. "I was blind to treat you as my best friend. I was the one who told you that I liked Qian Bin, but you brought him to me and said he was your boyfriend. But you stole him away and lived the life of a rich wife. You even lent us money to start a business, as if you were giving alms. What you stole must be paid back." Xiang Mingyue's voice was filled with deep resentment and unwillingness, as if the anger accumulated over the years had finally found an outlet. She stared at Mrs. Li, her eyes full of hatred and murderous intent. Mrs. Li was so angry that she kept stroking her heaving chest, her face ugly. So this is what you think? When you said you liked Qian Bin, I had been dating him for a year. Even if I didn't say we were together, many classmates speculated that we were together. Don't say you didn't know. But you came to me and said you liked him. Your wishful thinking is about to jump in my face. I brought him to you to make you give up completely. If I hadn't seen you being bullied in the restaurant, with a pitiful and helpless look like a dog being kicked on the side of the road, I would have felt sympathy for you, because we were classmates. I would have invested in your and your husband's business out of kindness, and I didn't ask for anything in return. But you wanted to kill me." Xiang Mingyue sneered. "If it weren't for you, would I have become like that? You found someone good yourself, but you introduced me to someone who is inferior to Qian Bin in every way. Aren't you just afraid that I will live a better life than you? But how could I possibly follow your arrangement for me? So I kicked him out as soon as I graduated." Hearing this, Li Yuan's expression became very strange. "You don't know Li Qi's true identity?" Hearing this, Xiang Mingyue felt uneasy, but still pretended to be calm and asked vigilantly, "What do you mean by this?" Li Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, her laughter full of sarcasm and ridicule, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. "You really don't know his identity," she said word by word. "He is the second young master of the Li family." Upon hearing this, Xiang Mingyue's face turned pale instantly, his lips trembled slightly, and he couldn't believe his ears. Li Yuan continued, "Because his brother chose to study medicine, and he didn't want to take over the family business. He didn't follow the family's arrangement to study finance, but instead chose computer science. This action angered his family, so his family cut off his living expenses and strictly prohibited him from using any family connections. However, who would have thought that after graduation, he actually founded Tianqi Company and became a new rich man. Many rich daughters are vying to marry him. At this point, Li Yuan's tone was full of gloating and revenge.
Li Qi was so good to you back then.
If you had always followed him, maybe you would have been able to marry into a wealthy family right after graduation.
Ha ha ha, this is really retribution.
You planned for so long but ended up like this. Xiang Mingyue stood there blankly, his mind in a mess, unable to accept this fact. Li Qi is obviously a poor boy. He has too many part-time jobs to finish and doesn't even have much time to spend with her. Probably the only advantage is that he is willing to spend money on her. He bought her clothes, shoes, and bags, and everything he bought for her was very expensive, but he always had the same few pieces of clothes. But because of this, every time she took him out to eat with friends, she felt that he was not presentable. Although he looks okay, being poor is his original sin. She just wanted to find a rich boyfriend and live a good life. What's wrong with her? It was him who didn't tell her his true identity. If she knew that he was the second young master of the Li family, how could she break up with him? At this moment, various whistle sounds were heard outside the villa. Hearing the whistle, Xiang Mingyue came back to his senses and was panicked for a moment, but then he remembered what the master said and sneered. What's the point of calling the police? Do you have evidence to prove that I did it? Qian Rui's put his hands in his pockets and said nonchalantly, then let's wait and see. Xiang Mingyue panicked when he heard this. Following the sound of a few car doors closing, Xiang Mingyue turned his head and saw that there was not only a police car inside. His face turned pale as he thought of something. Xiang Mingyue, you are suspected of tax evasion. Suspected of economic crimes. Suspected of stealing trade secrets. Suspected of murder. A series of charges made Xiang Mingyue completely panicked. Especially when she heard that the company was closed down and her husband was missing, Xiang Mingyue was completely stunned. Until she was arrested, she kept muttering to herself, "No, it's impossible." The whole person said in a trance, "He can't abandon me. None of this is true. How could this happen?" Xiang Mingyue is the legal representative of the company. When her husband saw that something happened to the company, he ran away immediately and she couldn't hide even if she wanted to. This was the first time Qin Yuni had seen such a grand scene. And all this was because of the phone calls Qian Rui's just made. She vaguely remembered that he seemed to have asked his secretary to intercept Xiang Mingyue's resources, which meant that even if she finally came out, she would have nothing. Qin Yuni didn't expect that the first time he witnessed a real business war, it would be presented in this form. Qian Rui's walked up to her and looked down at her. Have you learned this lesson? Sometimes you don't have to use a knife to kill someone. That would only cause physical pain. But in fact, you should strike at the other person's most caring and superior part, which will give her the heaviest blow in her heart. Qin Yuni nodded, not quite understanding. Qian Rui's raised his hand and glanced at his watch. It's settled. Let's go. I'll take you to the airport. I hope we can still make it in time. Mrs. Li did not feel much pleasure when she saw Xiang Mingyue being arrested. She just couldn't help sighing in her heart. She didn't expect that they would end up like this. She looked dazed and didn't notice their conversation. She said to them with a bad look on her face, I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm going to go back and rest first. Rui's, remember to send Yuni to the airport. Yuni, Andy won't send you off. Qin Yuni asked worriedly, Aunt Li, are you okay? Mrs. Li waved her hands.
I'm fine.
I just feel a little empty, all of a sudden. Hearing this, Qian Rui's looked at Mrs. Li's pale face, frowned, and said, I'll take you in first. Mrs. Li did not refuse. Qian Rui's sent Mrs. Li inside and asked the servants to take care of her, then came out to send Qin Yuni to the airport. Along the way, Qian Rui's did not ask Qin Yuni about what had just happened, as if the kneeling of the man in black robe was just an illusion. Qin Yuni himself didn't know what was going on, let alone what to say. The two arrived at the airport in silence. It was not until Qin Yuni was about to pass the security check that Qian Rui said the first words of the journey, if you have anything, remember to call me. Although the distance is a bit far, it won't take long to go there. Qin Yuni was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect him to say this. After a while, he nodded and said, okay. Qian Rui's waved at her and said, go in quickly. Qin Yuni didn't say any sentimental and polite words. She just nodded, holding the plane ticket in her hand, and walked a distance inside. When she turned around, she found that Qian Rui's had not left and was looking deeply in her direction. Qian Rui saw her turn her head, was stunned for a moment, and waved at her. Soon the plane took off. When I got home by car, the sky was already gray. Qin Yuni had just arrived outside the courtyard gate when she unexpectedly discovered that the lights in her house were on. Her heart skipped a beat. She was the only one at home. She made sure to close the door and turn off the lights before she left. So, who was inside now? Qin Yuni cautiously found a stick from outside, held the stick, and walked in step by step. When she saw a hint of red, she closed her eyes and hit the other person hard with the stick. Meng Po was sitting with her legs crossed, cracking melon seeds in her mouth, with a puzzled look on her pretty face. Xiao Yunya, what are you doing? Qin Yuni. Her eyes followed the stick and saw that a corner of Meng Po's clothes was caught by her stick. The air was filled with silence and awkwardness. Qin Yuni hid the stick and said, "Sorry, I thought." Meng Po's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. "You think I'm a thief?" Xiao Hong also widened her eyes. "Guji guji." Meng Po stood up and walked to her, shouting, "I am so young and beautiful. How can I look like a thief?"
Ha!
Qin Yuni reacted very quickly. "I was wrong." Meng Po frowned and sniffed. Why do you have the scent of the king of hell?" Qin Yuni did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out his mobile phone and showed Qian the photos he took today. "Still so young and so beautiful. You've grown so big." Qian stroked the person in the photo on his phone with his fingers, his eyes full of nostalgia and his voice choked with sobs. After a while, Qian Datsai said, "I'm sorry to make you laugh." Qin Yuni saw that his emotions had stabilized a little, so he shook his head and said, "No, it's normal." Afterwards, she told Qian everything that happened. Although Yuan had already told him what happened today, when Qin Yuni mentioned that Shang Mingyue almost took Mrs. Li's life, Qian couldn't help but his expression changed instantly. Even when he heard Qin Yuni say that his talisman paper saved Mrs. Li, his expression was still not very good. When he heard that Shang Mingyue brought the master to the Qian family, he stood up angrily. "Shang Mingyue." Qian Da's eyes flashed with cruelty. "If I had known she was such a person, I would never have agreed to Yuan's investment in their business." Seeing this, Qin Yuni silently added, "Aunt Li also said something like this." Afterwards, he told Qian how Qian Rui's called the police to arrest the person and how Shang Mingyue was arrested. Qin Yuni smiled and said, "Your son is very good. You can rest assured." When Qian heard what Qin Yuni said, a smile appeared on his face. Well, his mother taught him very well. If it is inconvenient for them to do something, let him do it. As Qian spoke, he seemed to remember something, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and transferred 500,000 ghost money to Qin Yuni. However, Qin Yuni did not accept the money and said with a smile, "Uncle Qian, Aunt Li and the others have already given me, and they also gave me a beautiful bracelet." As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently shook the bracelet on his wrist to show it to Qian. The color of the bracelet complements Qin Yuni's fair skin and looks very beautiful. "It looks good, and it suits you very well. I heard what Yuan said about what happened today. If you hadn't shown up in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. I really owe you so much to you today. This is what your Aunt Li wanted. She asked me to take good care of you. If I didn't do that, she would definitely punish me when she came down. But with your current popularity and connections in the underworld, I guess you don't need me to take care of you. I don't have anything else in the underworld, except for some money." When Qian talked about Mrs. Li, his eyes were full of affection and his face was full of smiles. He didn't think there was anything wrong with listening to his wife. Qin Yuni felt that the love between Uncle Qian and Aunt Li had not faded even after death. Such love was truly enviable. Qin Yuni said with a straight face, "Then I shouldn't accept it. The relationship between me and Aunt Li can no longer be measured by this money." Okay. Seeing that she insisted, Qian had no choice but to agree repeatedly and did not ask her to accept it. When the relationship reached a certain point, it would be bad to talk about money. Qianda suddenly frowned and said, "By the way, girl, since you didn't come today, some unfavorable words came out of the underworld." Qin Yuni glanced at his phone and saw that Yan Wangye still hadn't replied. He put away his phone and was about to ask to go back when he was suddenly blocked. "What?" Qianda sighed and said, "Speaking of which, it's all because of me. You've been very popular in the underworld recently, and you may have made some ghosts jealous. And since you didn't come today, there were rumors that you ran away with the money." Hearing this, Qin Yuni frowned immediately. Didn't a ghost get the reply letter last time? Qianda couldn't help but frown when he said this. "Yes, but they said that you bribed them and deliberately provoked everyone to place orders. But this is easy to solve. The first batch you sent out should be getting a reply soon. By then, as long as there are enough ghosts, these voices will pass. But as for the ghost behind you, you'd better think about whether you have offended any ghost recently. I'm not afraid of the open gun, but I'm afraid of this kind of stabbing in the back." Qin Yuni heard this and said thoughtfully, "Okay, thank you, Uncle Qian. I will think about it carefully. Qianda, tell me if you need anything." Qin Yuni nodded. "Okay, then Uncle Qian, I'll go back first. I haven't had time to eat since I came back." Upon hearing this, Qianda said angrily, "Girl, how can you not eat? Go back quickly and tell me if you have anything to say. Although I don't have much business in the underworld, I still know a few ghosts." "Yeah, got it." Qin Yuni said this and left Qian's house, returned to his own home, and went into the kitchen to prepare a meal for the King of Hell. The King of Hell knew that she was back, but she didn't bring any food for him. Although she asked the King of Hell for 2 days off, she always felt like she was being caught. Qin Yuni prepared the meal and had a simple meal before carrying the King of Hell's food box to the underworld. The ghost at the door saw Qin Yuni and was slightly stunned for a moment before letting her go. His eyes fell on the food box in her hand and reminded her, "The King of Hell is in the side hall." Qin Yuni nodded to show that he understood, then walked straight to the side hall with the food box. She had been to the side hall twice and was very familiar with the route. Hearing the noise, Yan Wenjing said without even looking up, "Didn't you tell me not to disturb me?" Qin Yuni subconsciously looked around and made sure that she was the only one around. So was the King of Hell talking to her just now? Qin Yuni shouted in confusion, "Lord Yama." Hearing this, Yan Wenjing raised his head and looked at her and asked in a calm tone, "Why are you here?" Seeing that he was not displeased, Qin Yuni breathed a sigh of relief and answered confidently, "I'll bring you food." Then, she walked to the table carrying the food box and skillfully took out the food and arranged it one by one. Yan Wenjing stood up slowly and came to the small table and sat down. He looked at her and said, "Aren't you going to meet clients?" She subconsciously replied, "We finished talking about it." Then Qin Yuni sat on the stool, blinked and asked, "How did you know I was back?" Yan Wenjing glanced at her and said, "I have rearranged the barrier of the underworld. You are the only living person who can enter and exit the underworld freely." She felt relieved to hear that she was the only living person in the underworld who could come and go freely. But, Qin Yuni muttered to herself, doesn't that mean that every time she goes to the underworld in the future, the King of Hell will know it clearly? Thinking of this, Qin Yuni couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She bit her lower lip lightly, scratched her cheek with her fingers a little embarrassedly, and said softly, "Well, I'm here to apologize to you." Yan Wenjing looked at her with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Isn't this what you should do?" Qin Yuni couldn't help but puff up her cheeks when she heard this, and retorted somewhat dissatisfiedly, "But I asked you for 2 days off. But as soon as I came back today, I immediately cooked for you." Yan Wenjing responded calmly, "Because you feel guilty." Qin Yuni was suddenly speechless and unable to refute for a moment. She was secretly upset in her heart. The King of Hell was really not cute. Although it was true, he said it so bluntly, didn't she have any dignity? Thinking of this, Qin Yuni lay on the table angrily, and his eyes couldn't help but fall on him. The more Qin Yuni watched, the hungrier she felt. She hadn't had time to eat dinner since she came back. "Hurry up and cook for the King of Hell. He is still angry with her." I couldn't help but feel a little resentful. You know I'm out on business, right?
Yan Wenjing nodded. Yeah.
Qin Yuni blinked and asked curiously, aren't you afraid that if I get into danger, no one will cook for you? Yan Wenjing glanced at a certain part of Qin Yuni's body and said calmly no. Qin Yuni felt sour in his heart when he heard this, and felt that he was asking for trouble.
Oh.
She pursed her lips and stopped talking. That's right, the King of Hell is busy with all kinds of things, so it's normal that he doesn't have time to deal with little people like them. Yan Wenjing noticed that she suddenly became silent and glanced at her with some discomfort. Are you worried about something?
No.
Qin Yuni shook his head and asked, do you still want to eat? Yan Wenjing glanced at the food in front of him, which he had only taken a few bites of, and felt a little confused. The next second, Qin Yuni put all the food into the lunchbox. Yan Wenjing looked at the table that suddenly became empty. Qin Yuni stood up and said, I'm tired today. I'm going to go back to eat and rest. After saying that, he left the side hall. Yan Wenjing looked at her back as she left and fell into deep thought. What happened? The ghost at the door saw Qin Yuni just enter and stayed inside for less than half an incense stick of time. Why did he leave? In the past, every time I came, I would stay for a long time before leaving. Qin Yuni had just arrived outside the courtyard gate when she unexpectedly discovered that the lights in her house were on. Her heart skipped a beat. She was the only one at home. She made sure to close the door and turn off the lights before she left. So, who is inside now? Qin Yuni put the food box on the ground, cautiously found a stick from outside, held the stick, and walked in step by step. When she saw a hint of red, she closed her eyes and hit the other person hard with the stick. Meng Po was sitting with her legs crossed, cracking melon seeds in her mouth, with a puzzled look on her pretty face. Xiao Yunya, what are you doing? Qin Yuni. Her eyes followed the stick and saw that a corner of Meng Po's clothes was caught by her stick. The air was filled with silence and awkwardness. Qin Yuni hid the stick and said, sorry, I thought. Meng Po's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. You think I'm a thief? Xiao Hong also widened her eyes and jumped up and down. Guji guji. Meng Po stood up and walked to her, shouting, I am so young and beautiful. How can I look like a thief?
Huh?
Qin Yuni reacted very quickly. I was wrong. Meng Po frowned and sniffed. Why do you have the breath of the King of Hell? Qin Yuni was stunned when she heard this. How could she have the aura of the King of Hell? It is indeed the breath of the King of Hell. Although it is very faint, I can still smell it a little. Meng Po touched her chin and looked at her thoughtfully. You just came back from the underworld? Qin Yuni nodded. I just came back from the underworld, but I don't have the aura of the King of Hell. Meng Po followed the smell and found the culprit of the smell. She took it out and it turned out to be a milky white jade pendant. When Qin Yuni saw the jade pendant, she immediately remembered that it was sent to her by the King of Hell yesterday, who asked her to keep it on her body, so she just put it in her pocket. Qin Yuni subconsciously wanted to explain, this is. Unexpectedly, after Meng Po took it and looked at it clearly, her expression became more complicated. No wonder you can smell the faint breath of the King of Hell on you. This jade pendant is engraved with the King of Hell's spiritual power. As long as you carry it with you, no matter where you are, the King of Hell can find you. If you are attacked, the spiritual power in this jade pendant is equivalent to a blow from the King of Hell in his prime. Most people can't withstand this blow. Once this spiritual power is used, the King of Hell will know what's wrong with you and rush over at the first time. Hearing this, Qin Yuni was so shocked that he felt as if he had been bombed. His head was buzzing and he couldn't hear anything. It turns out that the jade pendant given to her by the King of Hell is so powerful. No wonder the master, who looked so powerful today, was so terrified that he knelt and kowtowed to her. Even after he found out that she was not the King of Hell, he was still extremely respectful to her. It turned out that it was all because of the aura of the King of Hell. Unexpectedly, the King of Hell gave her such a big gift without saying a word. If Meng Po hadn't discovered it, she might not have known about it at all. She just thought that the King of Hell didn't care whether anything happened to her or not, but as long as she wore the jade pendant given by the King of Hell, nothing would happen to her. Thinking of this, Qin Yuni suddenly remembered that when she asked that question just now, the king of hell seemed to have swept his eyes over her. So was he confirming whether she was wearing the jade pendant he gave her? Woo woo woo. She wrongly blamed the king of hell. It seemed like she had collected the bowl and chopsticks from the king of hell while he was eating. Qin Yuni suddenly felt like the sky was falling. She actually dared to treat the king of hell like this, which was tantamount to plucking hair from a tiger's buttocks. The key point is that she actually walked out of the underworld in one piece. For a moment, Qin Yuni couldn't tell whether it was more sinful that she touched the king of hell's abdominal muscles last time, or that she took away the king of hell's bowl and chopsticks while he was eating. They may have committed heinous crimes, but they cannot resist the kindness of the king of hell. Qin Yuni was thinking hard when he suddenly heard Mengpa ask, "Are you two together?" She asked in confusion, "What?" As her soul returned to its place, she realized what Mengpa had just asked. She immediately shook her head like a rattle and retorted with wide eyes, "How is it possible? He is the king of hell. How dare I blaspheme the king of hell?" Mengpa nodded calmly. "Oh, that means it's not done yet." Qin Yuni said with a straight face, "Sister Meng, there is nothing innocent between Lord Yen and me. It's just a simple relationship between a cook and the master. Don't say anything nonsense. It will affect Lord Yan's reputation. Besides, I just want to make money now, a lot of money. I haven't finished what I want to do yet, so I won't fall in love." Mengpa was a little shocked when she heard this. "He left you a jade pendant with spiritual power and a food box, and you still say that there is nothing innocent between you two?" Qin Yuni patiently explained. "He gave me the jade pendant because he was afraid that if something happened to me, no one would cook for him. The food box is to preserve the original taste of the food." Seeing her explaining seriously, Mengpa's expression became even more complicated. Is it because she is too old and doesn't understand how young people play nowadays? Mengpa couldn't figure it out, so she sat down with her but put her feet on the stool and said with a hint of coquettishness, "Xiao Yunya, I'm hungry. I want to eat something delicious." Qin Yuni was shocked when he heard this. "Oh no, my lunchbox is still outside." She ran out in a hurry, ran into the yard, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the food box still there. Carrying the lunchbox back into the house, Qin Yuni opened it and looked at the food inside, which was barely touched. He suddenly felt even more uneasy. Mengpa glanced at the food box that was still full of food and asked in confusion, "Is it because the king of hell doesn't like the food you made today? Why didn't he touch it?" Qin Yuni. Could she say that she took the food away while the king of hell was eating? Qin Yuni stood there awkwardly. Mengpa didn't notice all this. She directly took out the food from the lunchbox, which was still hot. "It smells so good," she said without turning her head. "Xiao Yunya, help me get a pair of chopsticks." Qin Yuni turned around and got a pair of chopsticks back and said hesitantly, "Sister Meng, how about I make another one?" Mengpa took the chopsticks, glanced at the still hot food, and said cheerfully, "Isn't this good? Don't waste it." Seeing that she insisted, Qin Yuni said nothing more. The next second, Xiao Hong jumped into Qin Yuni's arms. Qin Yuni hugged it in a panic. The next second, Xiao Hong rubbed her entire ball in her arms again and again until she was satisfied. Then she came out and made a comfortable sound. Guji, it was about to come over just now, but Qin Yuni came in and hit it with a stick, which scared it so much that its fur stood on end. "Hey, hey." Qin Yuni held the little ball of fur and looked at its soft and sticky appearance and couldn't help rubbing it against his face. Xiao Hong's eyes were dazed by the rubbing. Guji Guji, when Qin Yuni put it on his shoulder, it shook a little before it stood firm. Seeing how affectionate it was to Qin Yuni, Mengpa said with some jealousy, "You are such a heartless little captive." Seeing that her owner was jealous, Xiao Hong jumped back and rubbed against Mengpa's arms. This made Mengpa giggle. Qin Yuni laughed and said, "I didn't expect Xiao Hong to be such a glutinous rice dumpling who gets everything from the rain to the dew." Hearing this, Xiao Hong's eyes widened, as if in protest. Guji Guji. The more Qin Yuni looked at Xiao Hong, the cuter she found her. It was just a pity that she couldn't steal her, which was a bit regrettable. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she asked, "By the way, Sister Meng, I heard you say the other day that you bought all your talisman paper at the ghost market. Can you go to the ghost market, or are there any requirements?" "How can I go to the ghost market?" Mengpa took the time to look up at her and said thoughtfully, "You want to go to the ghost market?" Qin Yuni nodded. "Yeah, I want to go buy something." Mengpa said without any hesitation, "Go if you want to." Qin Yuni's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it possible? Can I really go?" "Of course, I can take you there." After she finished speaking, she seemed to remember something and reminded him seriously, "If you are alone, with your current strength, it's best not to go. The ghost market is a no-man's land, with all kinds of people mixed together. I'm afraid you can't handle it alone." Qin Yuni nodded upon hearing this, and replied solemnly, "Okay." Mengpo was worried that Qin Yuni might be frightened by what she had just said, so she comforted him, "Don't be afraid. The ghost market is not that scary. I only said this because you are an ordinary person." Qin Yuni smiled and said, "I understand, but I am too weak. But I'm just saying this. You are wearing the jade pendant given to you by the King of Hell. Ordinary ghosts can't pose any threat to you, and ordinary masters don't dare to have any bad intentions, unless they—" Mengpa paused after saying this, and didn't continue. Qin Yuni was curious. "What about them?" Mengpa sighed and said, "I don't know the details. I just heard from them that something happened recently. It's not safe for both humans and ghosts. Anyway, follow me closely and don't run around." Qin Yuni nodded vigorously upon hearing this and promised, "I will definitely follow you closely, Sister Meng, and I will never run around." Mengpa thought for a moment and said, "Let's do it tomorrow night. I'll pick you up then."
Qin Yuni nodded, "Okay."
After Mengpa finished eating, she stayed for a short while and then left. After Qin Yuni had packed up, she lay on the bed, thinking about what Qianda had said today about the ghost she had offended. She thought about it carefully but couldn't think of who it was. During the time she went to the underworld to sell lunch boxes, she believed that she had not offended any ghosts. It could only be like what Chi-san did last time because he was jealous of her recent booming business, or he was blocking someone's way. But in this case, if the other party doesn't jump out, she won't know who it is. We can only take one step at a time. Afterwards, Qin Yuni habitually logged into the Taobao backend, intending to check the order situation for today. Unexpectedly, she discovered that the number of orders for today's delivery business had exploded. The number of orders she received backstage reached an unprecedented level. The number of orders placed in the background alone reached an astonishing 400 orders, of which nearly 50 were express delivery orders. The transaction volume directly exceeded 6 million. When Qin Yuni saw it for the first time, she thought she was dazzled. She looked at it again and again to make sure that she was not mistaken. The transaction amount was indeed more than 6 million. When she read the comments, she realized that most of the people who placed the orders at the beginning had already received feedback and came to thank her. Just like the ghost who received the burned reply letter from his family last time. Therefore, many people who were still hesitant and had not placed an order before have placed their orders one after another. This caused her backstage to explode with orders. If she could maintain this turnover every day, she would get 3 million. At this rate, it would be just around the corner for her to buy a house in the underworld.
It would no longer be a dream.
Qin Yuni immediately took a screenshot and planned to share this happiness with the King of Hell. But when she was ready to send it off, she suddenly remembered that she had taken away the King of Hell's meal tonight. For a moment, the hand pressing the send button froze in midair. She silently deleted the words she had already typed. Qin Yuni typed in a flattering way, "Lord Yama, what would you like to eat tomorrow?" Yan Wenjing. To please me? Qin Yuni's fingers were slightly bent in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood you at that time. I didn't know that the jade pendant you gave me was so powerful." Yan Wenjing thought about how she looked unhappy when she left and asked, "So what happened to you?" Qin Yuni. "I thought you didn't worry about my life or death. Even pets that have been raised for a while will have feelings for them. We have known each other for such a long time, but you don't worry at all. Yan Wenjing, I have seen your name in the Book of Life and Death. You died at the age of 80, so you cannot die now. When Qin Yuni saw the message sent by the King of Hell, he was speechless. Although it was true, he still felt something strange about it. Since she can't die now, there's no need to worry. However, it is always good to die at the age of 80. At least she can live to be 80 years old without suffering from various illnesses due to old age. After all, it is difficult for many people nowadays to die peacefully, and being able to die in your sleep is a blessing earned through several lifetimes. Just when Qin Yuni was comforting himself, news from the King of Hell came. Yan Wenjing. Besides, if you die, you will be my care. Qin Yuni felt her cheeks getting hot when she saw the last sentence from the King of Hell. Qin Yuni covered her cheeks with her eyes flickering. What do you mean, once you die, it's my responsibility? Why does it sound like he wants her to die? However, there seems to be nothing wrong with what the King of Hell said. After all, when she died, she would indeed go to the underworld, which was under the jurisdiction of the King of Hell. But although it was a sentence that should make people scared, she felt an indescribable weirdness when listening to it. Although he said last time that Qin Hao and the others would be under his charge after they died, it still felt a little different. She couldn't tell what was different. Before she could recover from the King of Hell's previous words, she received another message. Yan Wenjing, as long as I don't agree, no one can take your life away. When Qin Yuni saw the message, her face instantly turned red. He. Could it be that the King of Hell is really interested in her? Otherwise, why would I say such words to her? She must have been overthinking it. I guess the King of Hell didn't even think about it in this way. Moreover, Qin Yuni could not imagine that such a domineering statement was spoken by the King of Hell. After all, in her impression, the King of Hell is steady and dignified, giving people a feeling of indifference and alienation. He speaks concisely, but he is a very good person and never puts on airs. But now, the King of Hell actually said such words to her, which made Qin Yuni a little at a loss. It must be because of Meng Po's words just now that she had this illusion. In fact, the King of Hell did not mean this at all. He was just stating the fact very directly. After all, if you look at it from another perspective, what the King of Hell said is right. It is said that if the King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, who would dare to keep you alive until 5 o'clock? Similarly, as long as the King of Hell does not agree, her life will definitely be safe. At most you might get hurt, but your life won't be in danger. Thinking of this, Qin Yuni suddenly felt a little more comfortable. This was probably what the King of Hell meant. All the associations she had just made were illusions caused by Meng Po's words. After all, this is the King of Hell. With his conditions, good looks, and figure, he can get any woman he wants. How could he possibly fall for an ordinary woman who has only decent cooking skills? Thinking of this, the blush on Qin Yuni's face completely subsided, and the unknown emotion in his heart also completely dissipated. It turns out that only by seeing yourself clearly can you eliminate all unrealistic imagination. Qin Yuni. Thank you, Lord Yama. Then she sent the screenshot to the King of Hell. Qin Yuni typed sincerely, the profit today is good. Thank you, Lord Yama, for letting me set up a stall in the underworld and earn some money. Yan Wenjing looked at Qin Yuni's words, which suddenly became polite, and frowned slightly. What happened? Women's hearts are really hard to predict. Yan Wenjing shook his head and replied, not bad. Qin Yuni was full of fighting spirit. I will continue to work hard. I will shine for the underworld. After Qin Yuni sent the message, he instantly felt relaxed. This is the state she should be in. She will continue to work hard and make money tomorrow. Thinking about the heavy workload tomorrow and having to get up early to prepare, Qin Yuni immediately turned off his phone and prepared to go to bed. The next morning, Aunt Wang pulled a trailer full of food into the yard. There were not only the lunch makers and Wang Yongding's work meals, but also the private meals for Bald Eagle that she had taken over. She planned to go there after she finished selling the lunch boxes in the afternoon. Qin Yuni asked them to process the meat first, so while they were preparing, Qin Yuni started to make braised meat. She planned to make braised meat for today's lunchbox, so she stewed it directly in one pot. Before Qin Yuni had finished processing, the driver that Wang Yang mentioned had arrived. She, and Aunt Wang quickly packed the work meal into an insulated box. The driver moved into the car himself. After the driver left, Qin Yuni started to take the things that were sold in the underworld into the dining car and put all the private dishes to be made today into the car. When he looked at the time, it was almost 11:30. Qin Yuni ate a few bites and went to the underworld. Because Qin Yuni had informed in advance that he would go today, when he arrived, there were more ghosts queuing than ever before. There are even 2 ghost officers to maintain order. For a moment, Qin Yuni actually felt like she wasn't here to sell lunch boxes, but some celebrity was here? However, it seems that he is not affected by those rumors. Qin Yuni breathed a sigh of relief immediately. After all, this was her biggest source of income. If it was cut off, the time it took to realize all her ideas would increase dozens of times. Fortunately, her business seems to have stabilized. Boss Qin is here. Boss Qin, you're finally here. I had already written it yesterday, but it's a pity you didn't come. Boss Qin, I want to place an order for delivery service. Boss Qin, I have already written the letter and am waiting for you to come and collect it. I said that it is impossible for Boss Qin to run away with the money. Those who believed him are a bunch of fools. I don't know who is jealous of Boss Qin and spread such rumors. Haha, it's a good thing that these idiots are here, otherwise I wouldn't be able to line up so high today. When they told me yesterday, I didn't believe it at all. If Boss Qin was a liar, would the King of Hell let her go? She dared to cheat money right under the King of Hell's nose. This is a serious matter. How could she, a living person, fight against the King of Hell? The person who spread this rumor really didn't think about it. He had the nerve to spread such an obvious loophole. He is fooling us like fools. Who says it's not true? Otherwise, why would you say only a fool would believe it? Qin Yuni listened to the chirping sounds below, as if there were hundreds of ducks, and it was no joke. She could hardly hear what was being said. She just felt a buzzing in her ears. But I also heard something about the wind. Sure enough, there were still a small number of ghosts who believed it, but most of them still didn't believe it. After all, she had actually signed a contract with the underworld, and she couldn't deceive anyone else but the King of Hell. She dared to lie to the King of Hell. She must have lived too long. The ghost officer saw the ghosts were making a fuss and hurried over to defend them. What are you all arguing about? Line up properly and don't cut in line. Lin Sui saw Qin Yuni and walked up to her and handed her the letter he received yesterday and the registration information. She took a look and nodded. Okay. Thank you for trouble yesterday. Lin Sui, serving the boss. Qin Yuni laughed. Then he spoke up to comfort her and said, I'm really sorry. I had to go on a long trip yesterday because of something urgent. Don't worry, I'll pick it up right away. Qin Yuni gave up the position selling lunch boxes to Lin Sui and sat at the small table himself. Just as they were about to start, a group of about a dozen ghosts came over. Qin Yuni felt a black screen in front of her eyes. She looked up and saw that they suddenly bowed to her. Qin Yuni quickly stood up and helped them up. What are you doing? Boss Qin, we came here specially to thank you. Our families have received the letter and burned something for us. Look, this is the scarf my wife burned for me. As he spoke, he showed Qin Yuni his new scarf. Qin Yuni covered her cheek with her hands, her eyes flickering. What do you mean, once you die, it's my responsibility? Why does it sound like he wants her to die? However, there seems to be nothing wrong with what the King of Hell said. After all, when she died, she would indeed go to the underworld, which was under the jurisdiction of the King of Hell. But although it was a sentence that should make people scared, she felt an indescribable weirdness when listening to it. Although he said last time that Qin Hao and the others would be under his charge after they died, it still felt a little different. She couldn't tell what was different. Before she could recover from the King of Hell's previous words, she received another message. Yan Wenjing, as long as I don't agree, no one can take your life away. When Qin Yuni saw the message, her face instantly turned red. He. Could it be that the King of Hell is really interested in her? Otherwise, why would I say such words to her? She must have been overthinking it. I guess the King of Hell didn't even think about it in this way. Moreover, Qin Yuni could not imagine that such a domineering statement was spoken by the King of Hell. After all, in her impression, the King of Hell is steady and dignified, giving people a feeling of indifference and alienation. He speaks concisely, but he is a very good person and never puts on airs. But now, the King of Hell actually said such words to her, which made Qin Yuni a little at a loss. It must be because of Meng Po's words just now that she had this illusion. In fact, the King of Hell did not mean this at all. He was just stating the fact very directly. After all, if you look at it from another perspective, what the King of Hell said is right. It is said that if the King of Hell wants you to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, who would dare to keep you alive until 5 o'clock? Similarly, as long as the King of Hell does not agree, her life will definitely be safe. At most you might get hurt, but your life won't be in danger. Thinking of this, Qin Yuni suddenly felt a little more comfortable. This was probably what the King of Hell meant. All the associations she had just made were illusions caused by Meng Po's words. After all, this is the King of Hell. With his conditions, good looks, and figure, he can get any woman he wants. How could he possibly fall for an ordinary woman who has only decent cooking skills? Thinking of this, the blush on Qin Yuni's face completely subsided, and the unknown emotion in his heart also completely dissipated. It turns out that only by seeing yourself clearly can you eliminate all unrealistic imagination. Qin Yuni. Thank you, Lord Yama. Then she sent the screenshot to the King of Hell. Qin Yuni typed sincerely, the profit today is good. Thank you, Lord Yama, for letting me set up a stall in the underworld and earn some money. Yan Wenjing looked at Qin Yuni's words, which suddenly became polite, and frowned slightly. What happened? Women's hearts are really hard to predict. Yan Wenjing shook his head and replied, not bad. Qin Yuni was full of fighting spirit. I will continue to work hard. I will shine for the underworld. After Qin Yuni sent the message, he instantly felt relaxed. This is the state she should be in. She will continue to work hard and make money tomorrow. Thinking about the heavy workload tomorrow and having to get up early to prepare, Qin Yuni immediately turned off his phone and prepared to go to bed. The next morning, Aunt Wang pulled a trailer full of food into the yard. There were not only the lunch makers and Wang Yongding's work meals, but also the private meals for Bald Eagle that she had taken over. She planned to go there after she finished selling the lunch boxes in the afternoon. Qin Yuni asked them to process the meat first, so while they were preparing, Qin Yuni started to make braised meat. She planned to make braised meat for today's lunchbox, so she stewed it directly in one pot. Before Qin Yuni had finished processing, the driver that Wang Yang mentioned had arrived. She and Aunt Wang quickly packed the work meal into an insulated box. The driver moved into the car himself. After the driver left, Qin Yuni started to take the things that were sold in the underworld into the dining car and put all the private dishes to be made today into the car. When he looked at the time, it was almost 11:30. Qin Yuni ate a few bites and went to the underworld. Because Qin Yuni had informed in advance that he would go today, when he arrived, there were more ghosts queuing than ever before. There are even 2 ghost officers to maintain order. For a moment, Qin Yuni actually felt like she wasn't here to sell lunchboxes, but some celebrity was here? However, it seems that he is not affected by those rumors. Qin Yuni breathed a sigh of relief immediately. After all, this was her biggest source of income. If it was cut off, the time it took to realize all her ideas would increase dozens of times. Fortunately, her business seems to have stabilized. Boss Qin is here. Boss Qin, you're finally here. I had already written it yesterday, but it's a pity you didn't come. Boss Qin, I want to place an order for delivery service. Boss Qin, I have already written the letter and am waiting for you to come and collect it. I said that it is impossible for Boss Qin to run away with the money. Those who believed him are a bunch of fools. I don't know who is jealous of Boss Qin and spread such rumors. Haha, it's a good thing that these idiots are here, otherwise I wouldn't be able to line up so high today. When they told me yesterday, I didn't believe it at all. If Boss Qin was a liar, would the King of Hell let her go? She dared to cheat money right under the King of Hell's nose. This is a serious matter. How could she, a living person, fight against the King of Hell? The person who spread this rumor really didn't think about it. He had the nerve to spread such an obvious loophole. He is fooling us like fools. Who says it's not true? Otherwise, why would you say only a fool would believe it? Qin Yuni listened to the chirping sounds below, as if there were hundreds of ducks, and it was no joke. She could hardly hear what was being said. She just felt a buzzing in her ears. But I also heard something about the wind. Sure enough, there were still a small number of ghosts who believed it, but most of them still didn't believe it. After all, she had actually signed a contract with the underworld, and she couldn't deceive anyone else but the King of Hell. She dared to lie to the King of Hell. She must have lived too long. The ghost officer saw the ghosts were making a fuss and hurried over to defend them. What are you all arguing about? Line up properly and don't cut in line. Lin Sui saw Qin Yuni and walked up to her and handed her the letter he received yesterday and the registration information. She took a look and nodded. Okay. Thank you for trouble yesterday. Lin Sui, serving the boss. Qin Yuni laughed. Then he spoke up to comfort her and said, I'm really sorry. I had to go on a long trip yesterday because of something urgent. Don't worry, I'll pick it up right away. Qin Yuni gave up the position selling lunch boxes to Lin Sui and sat at the small table himself. Just as they were about to start, a group of about a dozen ghosts came over. Qin Yuni felt a black screen in front of her eyes. She looked up and saw that they suddenly bowed to her. Qin Yuni quickly stood up and helped them up. What are you doing? Boss Qin, we came here specially to thank you. Our families have received the letter and burned something for us. Look, this is the scarf my wife burned for me. As he said this, he showed Qin Yuni his new scarf.